When Shen Jun appeared on the variety show "Where Are We Going, Dad?", netizens couldn't stop laughing. Divorced, jobless, and dragging his kid on TV? How pathetic. But no one knew this so-called unemployed vagrant was about to change the world. Every night, he sang to his daughter gentle, soulful lullabies that carried the love of a father who had lost everything but her. And then, the world heard it. His lullaby shattered the internet. Radio stations played it non-stop. Artists around the world cried while covering his song. The bedtime stories he wrote for his daughter, published globally. The Magic Brush, A Little Happiness, even fairy tales, all became international bestsellers. His poems of love and learning, added to Chinese school textbooks, studied by millions of children. From a ridiculed father to a global phenomenon, Shen Jun didn't just raise his daughter, he raised the bar for fathers everywhere. Time magazine called him a man whose love turned words into miracles. They laughed at his divorce, until his lullaby made the world cry. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where every fallen man finds his glory again. When the red seal of the Civil Affairs Bureau landed on the papers, Shen Jun's heart trembled. Next, the staff's flat, mechanical voice made it hard for him to breathe. It was over. 6 years of marriage gone with a single stamp. He turned to look at Zhao Wanyi, but she didn't even glance his way. She tucked the divorce certificate neatly into her bag, slid on her sunglasses, and stood up with the kind of calm that stung more than any argument ever could. Shen Jun rose too. Zhao Wanyi's heels clicked sharply against the tiled floor as she said, without turning back, "I'll be filing for custody of Shannon next week." The rhythm of her footsteps sounded like a countdown. "Don't think the court will give her to you just because I'm a waste?" Shen Jun cut her off coldly. He looked straight at the woman he'd once sworn to love forever. "Went in and had a fever of 39 degrees Celsius 2 nights ago. Which party were you at, President Zhao?" Zhao Wanyi didn't flinch. She adjusted her sunglasses, her voice as sharp as glass. "At least I can give her a private hospital suite. What about you? What can you give her other than your cheap company? You can play the good-for-nothing all you like," she added icily, "but I won't let you drag my daughter down with you." Her tone was final and ultimatum. Then she turned and got into her car without looking back. The car disappeared into traffic, and Shen Jun stood there on the sidewalk, dazed. He had been in this world for 6 years now. When he first arrived, he'd been a senior at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and that's where he met Zhao Wanyi, bright, graceful, and confident. Even for someone like Shen Jun, who'd seen all kinds of beauty in his past life, she stood out. He was the school's music god, smart, gentle, and effortlessly charming. She was the rising star of the conservatory. It felt inevitable that they would fall for each other. Then came an accident of pregnancy neither of them planned, but both were willing to face. They married right after graduation. When their daughter, Enen, was born, Zhao Wanyi joined her father's small record company, while Shen Jun, wary of his overbearing father-in-law and exhausted from his previous life in the entertainment world, decided to stay home and raise their child. At first, it worked. With Shen Jun's insight into music, Zhao Wanyi signed several promising artists and bought a few golden copyrights. Within a few years, the company exploded in popularity. Her father retired. She became the new president. And Shen Jun became the quiet husband in the background, the house dad. But as her career soared, their marriage began to sink. She came home later and later, always on calls, always too busy. Their conversations turned into arguments, their warmth into silence. Shen Jun had tried to tell her, "The company's already big enough. You can slow down now." She'd laughed bitterly. "You have no ambition. No wonder your content being mediocre." That night, they had their worst fight ever. He'd apologized, but some things can't be fixed once they break. After that, the love drained away, replaced by resentment and pride. She stopped coming home altogether, spending most nights at the company or at the new villa she bought on her own. A year later, here they were, strangers signing papers. Shen Jun sighed softly and waved for a taxi. Life goes on. Even without love, he still had Enen, his greatest treasure. Emperor's International Kindergarten, Jing'an District. Parents were crowding the gate, chatting and waiting for their children. When Shen Jun stepped out of the taxi, heads turned. At 28, he was tall, fit, and handsome, the kind of man who drew attention without even trying. Among all the well-dressed parents of Shanghai's elite, he still stood out. A few mothers whispered behind their sunglasses, curious, but before long the crowd's attention shifted as the school doors opened. Then came a cheerful, bell-like voice. "Daddy!" A small figure in a yellow hat came running full speed toward him, her backpack bouncing with every step. Shen Jun couldn't help but smile. He knelt down and swept her into his arms, spinning her around. "Cluck cluck cluck. We're flying," Enen giggled, her laughter as bright as sunlight. He stopped spinning, brushing the hat off her face. Her tiny nose and bright, pearl-like eyes came into view, a perfect mix of her parents' beauty. Every trace of the day's bitterness melted away. "Let Daddy have a little nibble," he teased, leaning close. "No, your beard pokes," she squealed, covering her face. He laughed, holding her tighter. Just as they were about to leave, a voice called out behind him, "Anen's father, wait." Shen Jun turned around. Walking briskly toward him was Teacher Lee, Anen's homeroom teacher. "Hello, Teacher Lee," Shen Jun greeted with a polite smile. "Is something wrong?" Teacher Lee stopped in front of him, catching his breath slightly. For a brief moment, when she looked up, she was startled by how strikingly handsome Anen's father was. Clean-cut features, a calm but warm presence. She quickly composed herself, pressing her palm lightly as if to ground her thoughts. "It's like this, Anen's dad," she began professionally. "The semester's almost over, right? Anen will be starting primary school soon. The adjustment can be quite stressful, especially since the kindergarten and primary curriculums don't really align anymore." She smiled gently, her tone turning encouraging. "So, our school's offering a transition class. It helps children preview the primary school coursework and get used to the new rhythm. It really eases that first semester pressure." She paused, then added, "Would you be interested in signing in and up?" Shen Jun nodded right away. He'd already heard about these bridging programs, and the last thing he wanted was for Anen to struggle when she started first grade. "Of course," he said. "Please go ahead and sign us up." Teacher Lee's eyes lit up slightly. "Great. I'll send you the course details later. The tuition is 29,800 yuan per month, but if you enroll for 2 months together, there's a small discount. I recommend too, it's more complete that way." They chatted for a bit longer about the schedule and materials before Shen Jun took Anen's hand and walked her home. He hadn't eaten all day. The divorce process had left him drained, so he decided to treat Anen to something simple outside. At a small restaurant nearby, Anen was busy wrestling with a custard tart when Shen Jun sighed softly and said, "Anen, Daddy and Mommy are separated now." The little girl looked up mid-bite, crumbs on her lips. She blinked her wide eyes innocently. "Didn't we already separate before?" Shen Jun froze for a moment, then smiled sadly. She was smarter than most kids her age. She'd known what was coming long ago. He reached over and brushed her hair gently. "This time it's really final, sweetheart. We won't be together again." "Does that make you sad?" he asked quietly. Anen put down her tart and frowned slightly, thinking hard. Then she wrinkled her tiny nose and said, in the most serious voice a 6-year-old could muster, "As long as Daddy's here, and An's not sad." She pouted a little, then added, "Mommy doesn't like coming home anyway. She only buys me presents, but I don't like those. I like Daddy more." Before Shen Jun could say anything, she threw her little arms around him. "Just having Daddy is enough." His chest tightened. His vision blurred for a moment, not from sadness, but from a warmth so strong it hurt. He scooped her up and kissed her cheek. "You little cotton jacket," he murmured. "Zaza." Beard prickly. Anen squealed, laughing and squirming in his arms. Their laughter filled the small restaurant, softening the ache in Shen Jun's chest. Later, he snapped a quick photo of them at the table and grinning with her tart, his own faint smile in the background, and posted it to his moments. "Bless us then, and bless us hereafter." It was a clumsy caption, but it summed up everything he felt. In the past, every photo had been them three. Now, it was just the two of them. And somehow, that felt enough. After dinner, they stopped by the mall's toy castle. Anen played until she was flushed and laughing, and by the time they got home, she was already half asleep in the taxi. Meanwhile, across town, in an office at Hunan Provincial TV station, a frustrated production assistant threw his pen onto the desk. "Director Lin, all 5 celebrity guests for the new parenting show are locked in. The actor, the singer, the athlete, the director all confirmed," he said. "But we still can't find the amateur parent you wanted." Behind the desk, a slightly balding man in his 30s, Lin Jia, the director, was scrolling on his phone, looking unimpressed. "What do you mean you can't find one?" he said dryly. "The streets are full of amateurs. Go outside and grab one if you have to." The assistant groaned. "Director Lin, it's not that simple. You said the parent has to be handsome, preferably with a daughter, and both of them have to look good on camera. And the dad can't just be a random guy, he has to be talented too." Lin Jia raised an eyebrow. "Would you watch if the guest were ugly?" The assistant opened his mouth, then shut it. "Fair point." Lin Jia continued, tapping the desk. "3 of the 4 male guests already have little boys. If we get one more, the balance will be off. We need a little girl pair. It's the visual hook of the show." The assistant sighed helplessly. "But where do we find a pair like that? They don't grow on trees." Before Lin Jia could respond, his phone pinged. He glanced down and froze. A photo had just popped up on his WeChat Moments, a young, good-looking father smiling faintly beside the most adorable little girl he'd ever seen. The caption read, "Bless us then, and bless us hereafter." Lin Jia's eyes widened. "No need to keep looking," he said, standing up so abruptly that his chair rolled back. "I've found him." That night, Shen Jun was back home. The apartment, a spacious 200 square meter flat, was the only property he'd kept from the marriage. Zhao Wanyi's family had made him sign a prenup, and everything tied to her company was out of reach. Still, this home was more than enough for him and an AN. After tucking in an in, he helped her record her nightly dance practice video, a few graceful spins, a stumble, and her usual sweet smile at the end. Then, he opened WeChat and checked teacher Li's message. 2 months, 59,000 yuan, she had written. There's a small 600 yuan discount. I'll bring you the receipt tomorrow. Shen Jun didn't hesitate. He transferred the money immediately. Thank you, teacher Li, he replied. Please take care of an again this term. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Once that was done, he sighed and checked his bank balance. 20,000 yuan. Another 20,000 in WeChat and Alipay combined. Less than 40,000 yuan total. Not even enough to cover the summer dance training, new school fees, and their living costs, let alone the Disney trip he'd promised her. Zhao Wanyi's harsh words echoed in his head. You're just a piece of trash. How will you ever take care of her? He rubbed his temples and sighed. Maybe she was right for now. Then, suddenly, his phone lit up. Incoming call, Lin Jia. Shen Jun blinked in surprise. It had been months since they'd last talked. He answered. Hey, brother Lin? The voice on the other end came in a rush. Brother Jun, help me, please. Lin Jia was someone Shen Jun had met after he'd traveled through time, a lively, sharp-tongued student majoring in radio and television directing at Shanghai Normal University. Back then, Lin Jia had been desperate to find a handsome male lead for his graduation project. After asking around endlessly, one of Shen Jun's old friends introduced them. Out of courtesy, Shen Jun agreed to help. What was supposed to be a simple favor ended up changing both their lives. During filming, Lin Jia had been struggling with the show's creative structure until Shen Jun casually made a few suggestions. Just a few sentences, but they completely redefined Lin Jia's direction. That project later went on to win the Outstanding Graduation Project Award, and from that moment on, Lin Jia looked at Shen Jun as if he were some kind of genius. The two stayed close ever since. After graduation, Lin Jia joined Xiaonan TV station, where his creative instincts and Shen Jun's behind-the-scenes advice helped him climb the ranks quickly. Now, not even 30, he was already directing his own programs, and word was, the station had big plans to back his next show. As Shen Jun sat on the couch, he could almost see the younger Lin Jia running around campus with a camera, hair messy, but eyes full of passion. The memory brought a faint smile to his face. All right, he said into the phone. You're supposed to be busy these days, how can I help you? On the other end, Lin Jia sighed dramatically. Brother Jun, I really need your brain this time. I'm working on a parent-child reality show. Shen Jun's eyebrows lifted slightly. He remembered. Earlier that year, the two had tossed around the idea of a family reality show, something heartwarming and real. It was the same concept that, in Shen Jun's previous life, would have become Where Are We Going, Dad? At the time, Lin Jia had joked about trying it someday. He never thought the kid would actually pull it off. Lin Jia continued, voice bubbling with excitement. We've already confirmed 4 guests: an actor, a singer, a director, and an athlete. There's only one spot left for an amateur parent-child duo. Shen Jun chuckled, already guessing where this was going. So, you're thinking of me? Hee hee, brother Jun, I've always been thinking about you, Lin Jia replied with a teasing grin in his tone. If your ex-sister-in-law hadn't made the first move back then. Get lost, Shen Jun interrupted, half laughing, half exasperated. Lin Jia coughed. Seriously though, you and Anan are perfect for it. You're good-looking, you've got that calm, cool dad vibe, and my god, that little girl is a walking camera magnet. She's adorable, smart, and expressive. She'll steal the nation's heart. Shen Jun couldn't help the small smile tugging at his lips. He knew Lin Jia was buttering him up, but when it came to Anan, his heart always softened. Lin Jia pressed on, sensing he was close. Come on, brother Jun. Think of it as a little vacation. We'll be filming in different cities across China. You and Anan can travel, have fun, and get paid for it. That last part made Shen Jun pause. He'd been worrying about money all week, about Anan's tuition, her dance lessons, her school transition fees, even the promised summer trip to Disney. The math didn't look good. And Lin Jia's words about getting paid to travel suddenly sounded very tempting. Besides, the show wasn't unfamiliar territory. Variety shows were his field, something he'd once known better than anyone. After all, he wasn't the same as before. The carefree, stay-at-home dad days were over. Now, it was just him and Anan, and he had to fight for her, protect her, raise her right. Even if that meant stepping back into the world he'd long left behind. Lin Jia, unaware that Shen Jun had already made up his mind, was still pleading his case. Brother Jun, I know you've always been family first, and I respect that. But don't you think it's time to let your light shine again? Don't let your talent go to waste. You owe it to yourself, and to I'll join, Shen Jun interrupted calmly. Lin Jie froze mid-sentence. What? I said I'll join, Shen Jun repeated with a faint smile. Send me the program details. I'll take a look tonight. There was a beat of silence and then Lin Jie practically shouted through the phone, You're serious? No take-backs. Don't worry, Shen Jun chuckled. I'm in. Yes, Lin Jie whooped. Brother Jun, you don't understand with you and in, this show is going to explode. I'll write your contract myself, I swear, you'll be more than satisfied. The excitement in his voice was contagious, and for the first time in a long while, Shen Jun felt something spark quietly inside him anticipation. They chatted a while longer, swapping stories and laughs, until Shen Jun mentioned casually, Oh, by the way Zhao Wanyi and I are divorced. You don't have to call her sister-in-law anymore. On the other end, the line went quiet for a moment. I see. When Lin Jie finally hung up, he leaned back in his office chair, staring out the window at the lights of Hunan. A slow sigh escaped him. No wonder, he murmured. No wonder Brother Jun had finally said yes. Then, almost to himself, he whispered with a faint, relieved smile, Good. It's better this way. She never deserved him anyway. Meanwhile, back in Shanghai, Shen Jun had just set down his phone when it began to ring again. He frowned slightly. The caller ID read, Wanru, younger sister. Zhao Wanru, his former sister-in-law, 5 years younger than Zhao Wanyi. Still a university student. He hesitated, then hit decline. But a second later, the phone buzzed again insistently. Shen Jun sighed and picked up. The soft lilt of a Wu dialect filled his ear, but the tone was tight with worry. Brother-in-law, Zhao Wanru said anxiously, Is it true? Did you really divorce my sister? The post Shen Jun made on his social media wasn't clear to outsiders, but anyone who knew the situation could read between the lines instantly. Most people might not understand what had really happened between him and Zhao Wanyi, but as his biological sister, Zhao Wanyi knew all too well. Shen Jun nodded lightly. Yeah, divorced. After a moment of silence, he added, I've asked your sister to take away all her things from here. If there's anything you're not sure about, just ask her. Zhao Wanru was completely different from her older sister. Ever since Zhao Wanyi took over the company, her relationship with Shen Jun had grown colder, more distant. But Zhao Wanru, the younger sister, had only become more attached to him. She often visited, using Little Anan as an excuse, sometimes even staying for a couple of days. There was always a room ready for her in Shen Jun's house. Shen Jun had never crossed any lines. To him, she was family, just his sister-in-law. But after the divorce, things like that simply weren't appropriate anymore. A few days ago, old Mr. Shen had suggested that Zhao Wanyi take away all of Zhao Wanru's belongings. When Shen Jun told her this, Zhao Wanru's voice trembled with anger and hurt. My sister is too much, she burst out, her tone breaking. You've given so much for this family. Without you, would she even be where she is today? Her voice cracked, the words spilling out between sobs. She doesn't even know how good you are. We have you Wu. Before Shen Jun could say anything to comfort her, she hung up. He stared at the phone for a moment, then sighed softly. When he'd first met Zhao Wanyi, she was still in high school, a dreamy girl who adored poetic, tragic love stories. In order to win her over, Shen Jun had once deliberately quoted those stories with ease, leaving her dazzled. In the end, she fell for him completely. Their marriage had happened fast thanks in no small part to Zhao Wanru, who had secretly played matchmaker, praising him endlessly to her parents. Afterward, Shen Jun treated Zhao Wanru like his own little sister. Her father was always buried in company affairs, her mother, though kind, was uneducated and strict in old-fashioned ways. The girl had been rebellious and constantly at odds with her family. If not for Shen Jun's guidance, who knew where she'd have ended up? He'd helped her with tutoring, university applications, even community service forms. Over time, she'd come to depend on him more than anyone else. But now that the marriage was over, so too were those ties. They would need time to fade, and they would. Shen Jun exhaled slowly, setting those thoughts aside, and went to check on his daughter. Little Anan had finished her piano practice and was now curled up on the couch, watching cartoons on her tablet. Shen Jun sat with her for a while, smiling faintly at the screen's glow before getting ready for bed. Later, under the soft amber light of the night lamp, Anan snuggled in his arms, fighting to keep her eyes open. Daddy, she murmured sleepily, I want a story. Shen Jun chuckled, patting her back gently. What do you want to hear this time? A fairy tale? No. I want to hear Ha's story. She didn't remember names well yet, and Shen Jun blinked before realizing. You mean Harry Potter? Anan nodded, her voice muffled in the pillow. Harry Potter. He smiled warmly. Anan is so smart. Alright, then let's continue Harry Potter. Truth be told, the story was far too complex for a 4-year-old. But for some reason, she loved it. Maybe it was the magic. Maybe it was just the sound of his voice. Shen Jun began softly, his voice deep and gentle like a lullaby. So, after Harry won the Quidditch match, he accidentally discovered that Professor Snape was threatening. As he spoke, his words flowed effortlessly. Ever since his rebirth, his memory had become extraordinarily sharper than ever before. Books he had read as a teenager decades ago came back to him word for word, scene by scene. It was as if every memory from his 2 lives had fused into one crystal-clear mind. This gift helped him a lot, especially with Anan. Between bedtime stories and lullabies, his little girl could have easily worn him out if not for that memory of his. His voice grew slower, softer, until Anan's breathing evened out and her tiny body relaxed completely in his arms. Shen Jun kissed her forehead, tucked her in, and turned off the light. Meanwhile, across town in a gold-trimmed villa in Shanghai, Zhao Wanru stormed through the door, her eyes red with tears and fury. Inside, 3 people were gathered: her father Zhao Junhan reading on his phone, her mother Sun Lanfang cracking melon seeds while watching TV, and Zhao Wanyi, her elder sister, sitting at the bar, eyes fixed on her laptop. Wanru? Sun Lanfang looked up in surprise. Why are you home? Isn't it Wednesday? Usually, Wanru only came back from university on weekends. Her sudden appearance caught everyone off guard, but she ignored her mother completely and glared straight at her sister. Sis, how could you? She snapped, voice shaking. Brother-in-law treated you so well. Why would you divorce him? How can you be so heartless? Before Zhao Wanyi could reply, Sun Lanfang threw her melon seeds aside and barked. Heartless? Please. That man's a parasite living off our family. Her voice rose in pitch with every word. He's a useless freeloader. A gigolo. Any random guy off the street would be better than him. She's better off without him. I won't let you talk about my brother-in-law like that. Zhao Wanru shouted, trembling with anger. In her eyes, Shen Jun wasn't some useless man, he was the best person she knew. Gentle, intelligent, patient, and kind. If it weren't for him, she might have dropped out of school long ago. Everything she'd achieved she owed to him. To her, Shen Jun wasn't just her brother-in-law. He was the person she trusted most in the world. Sun Lanfang's face went pale after Zhao Wanru snapped back at her. She trembled with anger, pointing a shaking finger at her daughter. You, she sputtered. I don't know what kind of spell that man cast on you to make you defend him like this. She huffed, chest heaving, muttering something that sounded like a curse under her breath. While the two were at each other's throats, Zhao Wanyi, who had been quietly working at the bar, finally looked up. Her frown deepened. You came all the way back this late, just to talk about this. Her tone was flat, almost indifferent. Divorce to her sounded as trivial as deleting an email. Zhao Wanru's heart twisted painfully. She clenched her fists and said through trembling lips, Brother-in-law loves you so much. He's been with you since college, you've built a home together, and you have little Anan. Her voice cracked. Why would you throw all that away? Zhao Wanyi typed another few words on her laptop before answering, her tone cool and distant. Because we're not suitable anymore. Not suitable. Zhao Wanru's voice rose in disbelief. But brother-in-law. I don't need a man who hides behind me, Zhao Wanyi interrupted sharply, her words like shards of glass. I need someone who can stand beside me, not a useless man dragging behind. Those last 2 words, useless man, landed like a slap. Zhao Wanru froze, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. She bit her lip, her voice breaking as she shouted, Brother-in-law is not useless. You'll regret this, sister. Zhao Wanyi gave a cold little laugh. Oh, I already regret it. Her eyes gleamed with icy disdain. I regret being blind for so many years. The words stabbed straight through Zhao Wanru's chest. She felt her throat tighten, her breath catching as tears spilled freely down her face. You'll regret this, she choked out, her voice hoarse. Then she turned and ran out of the villa, out into the night, her footsteps echoing through the marble hall. Zhao Junhan looked up from his phone at last, frowning slightly. Should we? Before he could finish, Sun Lanfang snapped coldly. No need. She's got money on her card. Let her stay at a hotel if she wants to throw a tantrum. She spat angrily, her voice rising again. Did that Shen Jun put her up to this? Ha! I thought he had some pride left in him after the divorce. She snorted bitterly. Pretty boy. After that final insult, she seemed calmer. She popped another melon seed into her mouth and turned back to Zhao Wanyi. Wanyi, since it's over, move on already, she said, waving her hand dismissively. That freeloader wasted so many of your years. Didn't that Mr. Sun from Shanghai chase after you a while back? Now that's a man 30 years old, rich, already running a family empire. Zhao Wanyi didn't even look up this time. She just said quietly, I know. Outside, the plum rain season had arrived. Fine drizzle veiled the glittering lights of Shanghai, turning the city's glow into a soft, hazy watercolor. Shen Jun was a light sleeper. Years of caring for Anan had trained his body to wake at the faintest sound, so when he heard a soft knock at the door, he stirred instantly. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but the knock came again, clearer this time. He frowned slightly. Who could it be at this hour? His apartment complex wasn't fancy, but the security was decent. No one could enter the building or take the elevator without an access card. Still half asleep, Shen Jun slipped on his slippers and padded to the door. Peering through the peephole, he froze. Outside stood a drenched figure, trembling from head to toe. He opened the door in a hurry. Wanru? Zhao Wanru stood there, rain streaming down her face, her hair plastered to her skin. The moment she saw Shen Jun, all the emotion she'd been holding back exploded. Brother-in-law, she sobbed, her voice trembling. Then, before Shen Jun could react, she threw herself into his arms, clutching him tightly as if terrified he might disappear. He stiffened for a moment, startled, then sighed softly and patted her shoulder like he was calming a frightened child. "It's okay, Wanru," he murmured. "Your brother-in-law's here." For a long moment, the only sound was the rain tapping against the window and her quiet sobs. When she finally stopped shaking, Shen Jun guided her inside. "You're soaked. Go take a hot shower before you catch a cold." Zhao Wanru hesitated for a second, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Okay," she whispered. She knew this house well, she'd stayed here countless times before. But tonight, it felt different. The warmth of Shen Jun's voice lingered in her ears as she stepped into the bathroom. Only after closing the door did she realize all her clothes had been taken away. When she emerged again, Shen Jun was waiting in the living room, holding out a clean t-shirt and a pair of shorts. "Your clothes were moved out," he said gently. "You can wear these for now. I'll wash yours later." Zhao Wanru accepted them silently. After a while, she came out and Shen Jun immediately looked away. The oversized t-shirt hung loosely on her, slipping slightly at the collar, revealing the soft line of her collarbone. Her damp hair fell messily over her shoulders, and her skin, still warm from the shower, glowed faintly pink. She sat on the sofa nervously, her hands fidgeting. The room fell into awkward silence. Shen Jun cleared his throat. "Why did you come back to Shanghai today? It's only Wednesday." He hesitated. "And, why come here?" "I fought with my sister," Zhao Wanru said softly, her eyes dropping. "I ran out. There was nowhere else to go." She bit her lip, her voice trembling. "I didn't mean to trouble you, brother-in-law. I just didn't know where else to go. I was cold, and without thinking, I told the taxi driver your address." Her voice grew faint. "I just wanted to see you." Her eyes shimmered with tears again. "I was scared I'd never see you anymore." Shen Jun's expression softened. He didn't know what to say. For a long moment, the sound of the rain outside filled the silence between them, gentle, steady, and full of unspoken emotion. Seeing the little girl in front of him on the verge of tears again, Shen Jun sighed softly. He stood up and went to the kitchen, returning with the ginger soup he had just finished cooking. "Here," he said gently, "have some ginger soup." As soon as Zhao Wanru caught a whiff of the spicy scent, her little nose wrinkled and her expression froze. Shen Jun touched the bowl to check the temperature. It wasn't hot anymore. He handed it to her. "I added some brown sugar this time. It shouldn't taste too strong," he said. "Drink it, or you'll catch a cold tomorrow." Zhao Wanru reluctantly accepted the bowl. After a deep breath, she braced herself, lifted it to her lips, and gulped it down in one go. The moment she swallowed, her tongue darted out in protest, and she fanned her mouth as if she'd been burned. Shen Jun couldn't help but chuckle. "And Anne's braver than you," he teased, handing her a small candy. Zhao Wanru immediately popped it into her mouth, grateful for the sweetness. Ever since she was little, she'd hated ginger and coriander more than anything. Just the smell was enough to make her lose her appetite. Yet, in her family, no one ever cared. The only person who'd ever noticed was her mother, Sun Lanfang, who scolded her for being picky. Eat it or starve. That was her solution. But Shen Jun had noticed. He'd picked up on it after only a few meals together. From then on, he never cooked with ginger or coriander when she was around. Even at restaurants, he'd make sure to ask if the dishes had those ingredients. Zhao Wanru swallowed hard, tears stinging her eyes from the ginger's heat, and mumbled shyly, "Brother-in-law, you're so nice." Shen Jun didn't hear her. He was already walking back to the kitchen with the empty bowl. When he returned, he said, "Send a message to your mom. Tell her you're safe, that you're staying with me. Don't make her worry." Zhao Wanru pouted. "She won't worry about me." Still, she pulled out her phone and typed out a quick message to Sun Lanfang saying only that she was staying at a hotel. No reply came back. Shen Jun sighed. "Don't run away from home after arguing, and don't go out so late. It's dangerous. Understand?" Zhao Wanru sat on the sofa like a scolded child, nodding earnestly while staring up at him with wide eyes. But Shen Jun had a feeling she wasn't really listening. He'd told her this before many times. He could only sigh again. "You'll stay here tonight. Go back to school tomorrow." "Okay," she said quickly, her lips curving into a small, satisfied smile. Later, Shen Jun made up the guest room for her and hung her washed clothes by the bed. By the time everything was done, it was past 11. "Go to bed early," he said, turning off the lights. Zhao Wanru sat on the bed, nodded obediently, and watched him walk out. Just before he closed the door, she called out softly, "Jun Shen." He paused, glancing back. "Good night," she said. "Good night," he replied, closing the door with a faint smile. Silence fell. The lights in the living room clicked off, and Shen Jun's footsteps faded down the hall. Zhao Wanru exhaled a long, shaky breath and slumped against the headboard. Her hands were damp with sweat, her face flushed hot. Her heart thudded. "What did I just say? Good night, Mr. Shen," she whispered again, face turning crimson. It was the first time she'd ever called him by his name. She buried her face into the clean clothes he'd folded for her, breathing in their faint scent, trying to hide her burning cheeks. The next morning, Anan woke up to find Zhao Wanru already dressed. Her eyes sparkled as she jumped off the bed in her princess nightgown and ran over. "Auntie," she squealed. "Anan." Zhao Wanru laughed, opening her arms. It was a heartwarming sight, a two-way rush of joy. Anan was distant toward her own mother, Zhao Wanyi, but she adored her aunt. Shen Jun shook his head at the pair jumping around the living room. "All right, go wash up and eat." With her aunt there, Anan didn't need her dad's help this morning. She dragged a little stool to the sink and squeezed beside Zhao Wanru to brush her teeth. Shen Jun made breakfast golden ham and egg pancakes with a side of shredded kelp and diced ham. Years of raising Anan had made him a pro at cooking and housework. After one bite, Zhao Wanru's eyes widened in mock astonishment. "Brother-in-law, your cooking is amazing. I'm so lucky to have you here." Anan nodded seriously beside her. "And Anne's happy too." Zhao Wanru giggled. "Then Auntie's happy too." After breakfast, Shen Jun dropped Anan off at kindergarten, then drove Zhao Wanru to the high-speed rail station. "You're almost a senior now," he said on the way. "Start thinking about what comes next, grad school or work. If you're job hunting, you should pay attention to autumn recruitment." Zhao Wanru nodded obediently. But as she reached the station gate, she hesitated, turning back with eyes full of reluctant warmth. "Brother-in-law," she said softly. "What is it?" Shen Jun asked. Can you hug me?" Shen Jun laughed. "You're all grown up, still acting like an AN." He thought she was just imitating the little girl who always demanded a hug before school, so he didn't overthink it. He opened his arms, and she stepped forward. Zhao Wanru buried her face against his chest, breathing in deeply. Before he could react, she pulled away, ran into the station, and waved back with a bright smile. "Bye-bye, brother-in-law." Shen Jun smiled and waved in return, watching her disappear around the corner before turning to leave. But just as he left, Zhao Wanru reappeared quietly from that same corner, her gaze following his back. She bit her lip and whispered to herself, "I just wanted to ask, can I still come to you, like before?" But she didn't dare. Because if she said it aloud, she feared she'd never be able to see him again. The next day, Lin Jia moved fast. The contract was ready. Shen Jun flipped through it and was surprised. A single episode appearance fee, 150,000 yuan. A full season, nearly 2 million. And that didn't even include endorsements. Even from the perspective of his past life, it was an incredible deal, especially for a complete amateur like him. Without Lin Jia, this would have been impossible. He texted, "Thanks, brother." Lin Jia replied quickly, "Looking forward to you coming to Hunan, Jun Ji." Shen Jun chuckled. "I'll talk to Anan after school. If she's okay with it, we can sign tonight." "No rush," came the reply. That evening, after dinner, Shen Jun handed the printed contract to an AN. She blinked at the papers in confusion. "Daddy, what's this?" "A contract," Shen Jun said, smiling. "Do you remember Uncle Lin Jia?" "Of course." Anan nodded quickly. Uncle Lin Jia gave her gifts every year, and he could even eat spicy food and breathe fire. How could she ever forget? "Uncle Lin Jia and his team are going to film a TV program," Shen Jun explained to Anan, keeping his voice gentle so she could understand. "There will be lots of children participating. And Uncle Lin Jia invited both Daddy and Anan to join. Do you want to go?" Anan tilted her head, trying to process the information. When she realized she might actually appear on TV alongside other children, her eyes sparkled. "Anan, going on TV," she exclaimed. Shen Jun chuckled softly and nodded, but he knew he had to be responsible. "Listen, Anan, the show is fun, but it's also a little tough. We'll be staying in small huts, the food won't be fancy, and you'll need to listen carefully to both Daddy and Uncle Lin Jia, okay?" He explained all the details carefully, part of his philosophy of teaching Anan to understand and make choices for herself, even at her young age. And Anne's brow furrowed as if she were thinking deeply about what he had said. Then, determination lit up her eyes. "Obedient. Anan will be obedient. And Anan wants to go." Shen Jun smiled warmly and ruffled her hair. "In that case, let's sign the contract together." And Anne's tiny hand wrapped around the pen, and Shen Jun gently guided her, signing their names together, Shannon and Shenjun. With the contract done, Shenjun officially joined Where Are We Going, Dad? Lin Jia added him to the program's notification group. All other guests had already joined in the past few days. Scanning the announcement, Shenjun saw that filming would begin on July 3rd, the third day of An's summer vacation. The live show would last 3 days per episode, with all participants staying on-site similar to the previous season of Where Are We Going, Dad? 5 guest groups in total. Shenjun glanced at the others, famous celebrities, seasoned performers, and then himself, the complete amateur. He chuckled. Clearly, Lin Jia had a lot of faith in him. Not long after, someone added him as a friend with the note "Program Assistant." Shenjun accepted. "Hello, Mr. Shen," a friendly voice popped up. "I'm Fang Li, your program assistant. I'll be coordinating everything for you during filming." "Trouble," Shenjun replied dryly. Fang Li laughed. "Don't worry. I'll walk you through everything. The show is live. We'll go over each filming step so you and Anan are prepared." She explained that on the first day, they would fly directly from home to the filming location. Everything started in the morning. A week later, the show officially launched. Before dawn, the crew arrived at Shen Jun's apartment, cameras and equipment in tow. Other guests' homes had crews ready too. The show would broadcast live on 5 channels simultaneously before gathering everyone at the shooting location. Fang Li peeked into the camera viewfinder, checking the timing. "Teacher Shen, 10 minutes until we go live. Are you ready?" Shenjun nodded. He'd packed their belongings days ago, everything was ready. The only thing he wondered was whether Anan would sleep through the alarm. For authenticity, filming started the moment the children woke up. Anan was still tucked into bed, completely sound asleep. 10 minutes later, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Cameras rolled. Fang Li appeared in front of the lens. "Hello everyone. Welcome to the large-scale parent-child reality show, Where Are We Going, Dad?" she announced. "We've arrived at our first guest's home and are about to wake our babies." Viewers flooded the live chat. Some had been waiting for hours, following the hype online. "Sleepy. I can't wait to see the babies. Is this really live? It looks so fun." Netizens tried to guess which family was being shown. Shen Jun's face wasn't revealed yet, only his tall silhouette, a deliberate choice by the producers to let the audience guess. Based on the height, it must be Song Xiu. No way, those shoulders look like So Hung's. Meanwhile, Shen Jun tiptoed into An's bedroom. Without him as a barrier, she was sprawled across the bed, sleeping sideways like a little pig. He rubbed his forehead in disbelief. The camera caught everything. Comments exploded. "OMG. How is she sleeping like that? Just like me. Social death, LOL. This is so real, no script, no filter." Shenjun knelt beside her and gently called her name. "Anan, wake up." The live chat froze for a moment. Then, pandemonium. "Ah, that voice. So deep and smooth. I'm melting. Who is this? Song Xiu?" Anan groaned and buried her face in Shen Jun's chest. "Daddy, sleepy." The audience went wild. Heart melted. "I can't handle this cuteness. He's too perfect. I want a daughter like that. This is fatherhood goals." Shenjun had no idea the live broadcast had gone viral. He just focused on coaxing Anan out of bed, smiling at her sleepy, sticky face. An's voice had always been sweet, but now it had grown even more soft and coquettish as she called out. The viewers in the live broadcast room, many of whom had never heard anything so delicate in their lives, practically melted. Even Shenjun, who had heard her thousands of times, felt his heart soften. But there was work to do. The plane was waiting, and the show wouldn't film itself. He leaned down, hugging Anan tightly. "Anan, come on. It's time to get up and film the show," he coaxed gently. "Remember what Daddy told you yesterday? It's going to be on TV." At that, An's eyes blinked open, still heavy with sleep. And then she saw the camera. Her huge, grape-like eyes stared straight into the lens, and the live broadcast room exploded. Where did this little angel come from? So cute. Whose daughter is this? Anan yawned adorably and said, almost proudly, "Anan is going to be on TV." Shenjun chuckled and lifted her into his arms. "Then come on, get up, little one." She reached up and pouted, "Daddy, kiss." Shenjun chuckled, leaning down to kiss her forehead. The live chat went insane. "I'm dying of envy. I want a kiss too. Heart attack. Too cute." After the morning cuddles, the crew stepped out, giving Shenjun a chance to change An's clothes. When she returned to the camera, she was transformed into a little princess, perfectly neat and impossibly adorable. "So cute. Look at those big eyes. I want to adopt her." Meanwhile, Shenjun helped Anan wash up. Ever since she was little, he had taught her to brush her teeth and wash her face by herself, building her self-care skills. The sight of father and daughter standing side by side, brushing their teeth together, made viewers gush with envy. I want a daughter like that. Perfect little family. Their live broadcast went smoothly, a stark contrast to the other rooms, where chaos had already broken out. Director, Song Shiu's son won't stop crying. John Sui-ai's child refuses to get up. Director Wang Hai's daughter is hiding from the camera again. Lin Jia, the program director, felt a twinge of panic. He had anticipated some hiccups, but this early? And the viewers were starting to drift away. Thankfully, 2 of the 5 groups performed steadily. Especially Shen Jun and Anan, they were flawless. Seeing the viewers flocking to room 5, Lin Jia quickly instructed the tech team, redirect all traffic to live room 5. The other rooms can film backup content for now. Instantly, Shen Jun and An's room became the focus. Viewers gushed over the little girl, who was brave, curious, and completely unafraid of the camera. Compared to the other kids crying, fussy, hiding, An was an angel. As the morning rush hour began, traffic to their live broadcast continued to rise. Lin Jia finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. The S-category program on Hunan TV had been a huge risk. Parent-child reality shows were new in China, and live broadcast format? Bold, maybe too bold. Many in the station doubted it would even succeed. Yet here it was, steady, until a staff member suddenly shouted, "Director! Bad reviews are flooding in online." Lin Jia froze. What? Why? The technical team quickly collected the complaints. The issue? Breakfast. In all the live broadcasts, mothers had been making breakfast for the children while fathers watched or handled other things. Normal, mundane, but one popular blogger had complained. The show is called Where Are We Going, Dad? And I see moms making breakfast. Scam alert. Shouldn't it be Where Are We Going, Mom? The few negative posts snowballed into heated online debate. Was breakfast a father's job? Should moms cook? Viewers argued, and bad reviews piled up. Lin Jia ran his hands through his hair. Half an hour in, and already a public relations crisis? Control the narrative, he ordered. Remind the assistants to speed things up, skip unnecessary parts. Before the team could act, another staff member shouted, "Wait, public opinion is shifting, it's improving." Lin Jia's frown froze. The data showed at the live broadcast room driving the positive feedback? Room 5. Shen Jun and An. The camera cut to their breakfast scene and An sitting obediently at the table, and her father bringing over the dishes. An, put away the tablet. Time to eat. Eat, eat. An chirped softly. The camera panned over their breakfast, plump, juicy steamed buns, soft golden pumpkin cakes, pumpkin millet porridge, and a few refreshing pickles. Even the crew felt their stomachs grumble. Viewers couldn't help themselves. Smells so good. I want to eat a whole plate of those buns. My breakfast just lost all flavor. This dad can cook. Amazing. My little cutie is so happy, and so am I. Even skeptics admitted defeat. The father's cooking had won over hearts, and Room 5 became the runaway star of the broadcast. Some viewers couldn't believe what they were seeing. Wait, Dad made this? It looks like a frozen meal. Yeah, you can't feed kids fast food like this. But a quick comment corrected them. Relax, I watched the whole thing. And Anne's dad made those pancakes with my own eyes. By now, the audience already knew the little girl's name, and thanks to Shen Jun constantly calling her in the show. Raise your hand if you saw Anne's dad flipping those pancakes. Wow, he's so capable. Seriously, is there anything this dad can't do? I wonder which group he belongs to. Love it. Anne is adorable, and her dad is amazing. I like this show even more. Watching the flood of positive comments, Lin Jia in the control room finally relaxed. Keep directing traffic to live room number 5, he ordered. Post clips from room 5 online to settle the public opinion. Lin Jia stole a glance at the father and daughter pair on screen, smiling quietly to himself. Brother June really is something. Soon, online chatter calmed, and as the 5 groups headed to the airport, the debut episode wrapped up successfully. Fang Li, Shen Jun's program assistant, waved at the camera. Dear viewers, our live broadcast is ending for now. Don't forget to like and follow us. We'll resume at 10:30, see you then. Turning off the device, Fang Li gave Shen Jun a thumbs up. Teacher Shen, the live broadcast data is amazing. Our room ranked first. Fang Li had initially been disappointed to be assigned to a group of ordinary people. Without celebrity fans or topics, she expected the footage to be boring and the traffic minimal. But the broadcast went smoothly, and their room dominated the charts. Fang Li's popularity surged overnight. She looked at Shen Jun and said with a smile, "Well done." Shen Jun returned a small smile. Though he'd known the show in his previous life, it had been 7 or 8 years since he'd appeared on TV. He felt a little unsure this time, but the numbers didn't lie. Lin Jia wouldn't be disappointed. After a brief chat, the production crew arrived at the airport. The first episode would be filmed in an ancient town in southern Hunan province, where all 5 guest groups and crews would gather. At 10:30 a.m., "Where are we going, Dad?" resumed. The 5 live broadcast rooms came alive one after another. Hunan TV leveraged morning programming highlights and a steady stream of netizens to generate online traffic. The show quickly became a hit, trending on social media, with 2 clips hitting the hot search list. The most popular? Shenjun calling in to get up. In less than 10 seconds, her adorable sleeping pose, Shenjun's deep, magnetic voice, and her sleepy, coquettish words had earned over 300,000 likes. Viewers flooded the comments section. "I want a daughter. Where do I sign up? I'll give anything for a little Anan." The show's rising popularity brought attention to Shenjun and An's live broadcast room. The account had started with only 50,000 followers, all bought by the program team, but by the morning, it had exploded to 200,000. Tens of thousands of viewers poured in as soon as the broadcast resumed. "I've been waiting all morning. Finally airing. Come here, Anan. Let Auntie give you a kiss. Hug Anan, little cutie. Vote. I vote. Wait, oops, wrong room. I've watched all 5 groups. Anan is the cutest. I want Anan. I want An's dad too. Sorry, he's already married." Linjia smiled as the numbers climbed, nodding toward Shen Jun through the headset. "Alright, we can start now." At once, Fang Li stepped into the frame, smiling at the live audience. "Hi everyone, I'm Assistant Fang Li," she said. Comments flew. "Wow, she's so pretty. I want her as an assistant too." Fang Li ignored the chatter, continuing smoothly. "We've arrived at Xiaobu Ancient Village in Lingnan City, Hunan Province. This village dates back to the Qing Dynasty. 5 groups of guests will stay here for 3 days, encountering all sorts of challenges. Can the fathers and their children overcome them? Let's wait and see." Curiosity peaked in the live chat. "Who's An's father? I've been guessing all morning, can you reveal it?" Fang Li smiled and said without teasing further, "Next, the 5 dads will appear." Music played dramatically as each guest walked into frame. The first was a handsome young man with a bad boy vibe. The live chat erupted. "Song Shiu, elder brother. Too handsome. The man on the street couldn't compare." Song Shiu, the top idol and one of the most popular stars in the country, held his little boy's hand and greeted the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm Song Shiu, and this is my son, Song Lei, nicknamed Shitu." Fans flooded the chat. "Shitu looks just like his brother. I thought this was Su Hung's son." Shiu fans, assemble. "He's perfect. Let's make him trend." After Song Shiu came a slightly chubby middle-aged man holding a little girl. "Hello, I'm Director Wang Hai," he said warmly. "This is my daughter, Wang Shaiwen." Viewers recognized him immediately. "Director Wang, I thought this was an amateur. Not handsome, but the daughter is adorable." Wang Hai, a well-known domestic film director with box office hits totaling over 5 billion yuan, was instantly familiar to audiences, and his daughter's cuteness only added to the charm. After Wang Hai came the 3rd guest group, a short but muscular man with a crew cut, leading a bright-eyed little boy. "Hello everyone, I'm athlete Su Hung," he said, smiling. "And this is my son, Su Yang. Su Hung, last year's Olympic champion, was well known across China for his record-breaking strength. The audience instantly recognized him. "Only 2 groups left now," someone commented in the live chat. "One is singer Zhang Sui, and the other, an amateur? Zhang Sui is handsome. Could Anan be his daughter? No, Zhang Sui's kid is a boy. Also, his singing voice matches the one in the morning clip." Amid the chatter, Zhang Sui appeared, holding a little boy in his arms. He looked stylish and youthful. Online rumors claimed he was over 40, but he looked barely in his early 30s. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Sui," he said, smiling at the camera. "This is my son, Zhang Suguang. You can call him Guangzhe." As a top singer, Zhang Sui had plenty of fans, second only to Song Shiu. Yet, in the live chat, most attention had already shifted elsewhere. Everyone was focused on the last guest group. And then it hit them, the little girl who had stolen everyone's hearts and wasn't anyone else's child. She and her father were the only amateurs among the 5 groups. "No way. Anan is so cute, and they're amateurs. I thought her dad was going to be some handsome star. I even imagined Song Shiu calling me to get up in the morning like that. My dreams shattered." Because Shen Jun could cook, spoke softly, was gentle and considerate, and seemed so perfect, many viewers had assumed he was Song Shiu or Zhang Sui. In their minds, he was the ultimate dream man. Now that they knew he was an ordinary guy, hearts collectively sank. It wasn't disdain, ordinary people are great. But compared to top stars, there was no denying the difference in looks, status, and charm. Especially in daily life, most men in their 30s were plain office shirts, beer bellies, messy hair. Not exactly the fantasy man viewers had imagined. A groan went up from female viewers everywhere. In the female dorm at Hunan Normal University, a girl with a plain face and messy hair suddenly wailed. No! Her roommates, half awake, startled at the shout. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? One asked, throwing a pillow. Why are you screaming this early? Another groaned. Xiao Qian ignored them, crestfallen. Don't you know Hunan TV released a new variety show? She said, voice trembling. The roommates nodded lazily. They'd heard of it but weren't particularly interested. Xiao Qian held up her tablet, still streaming the live broadcast. I watched it this morning because Song Xiu was on it. But then, there was this little girl. She's so cute, like an angel. The roommates blinked. Xiao Qian's face fell even further. But the main problem, she sighed. The little girl's dad. I thought it was Song Xiu. I imagined him calling the little girl, cooking breakfast, being perfect. My fantasy came true. And now, he's just an amateur. She nearly cried. She had been replaying the wake-up clip over 10 times, imagining herself living in that world. Her fantasy shattered in an instant. The other girls didn't quite understand. It's fine, isn't it? Being an amateur? Xiao Qian glared at them. No, to be a father, he should at least be 30. Look at the men you see every day plain, tired-looking, beer belly, or dressed like some desk clerk. And now, my perfect man is gone. Across the internet, countless viewers shared Xiao Qian's feelings. Some tried to console themselves. Maybe the amateur is actually handsome? Someone else scoffed. Handsome? Can anyone beat Song Xiu? Even now, in his 30s, married with kids, he's still the most handsome man in China. And just like that, the live chat went silent, everyone grappling with the reality, and Anne's dad was an ordinary man. Backstage, Lin Jia watched the data nervously. After the first 4 guests appeared, traffic for the other rooms was dropping fast, except for Song Xiu's. Director, traffic, it's declining, a staff member warned. Lin Jia frowned. Using amateurs had always been risky. The idea had been rejected during promotion. But he believed in the potential effect of an amateur, especially this one, Shen Jun. He took a deep breath and spoke steadily into his headset. Continue. Fang Li received the instruction and immediately whispered to Shen Jun. Teacher Shen, it's your and N's turn. At this time, everyone in the program crew was looking at Shen Jun and Nen. Nen, who had never experienced such a big scene, was already a little nervous, but Shen Jun remained calm. Standing aside with a smile on his face, after hearing Fang Li's words, Shen Jun whispered to Nen. Nen, it's our turn now. I won't be nervous if I hold Daddy's hand. Shen Jun held Nen's hand, and Nen really relaxed a little. Shen Jun then smiled and said, Our little princess is here. As he spoke, he walked towards the camera with Nen in a natural manner. Seeing this, the staff standing next to Shen Jun and Nen immediately muttered to Fang Li in surprise. Is Teacher Shen really an amateur? Even more relaxed than Director Wang, I don't seem nervous at all. Fang Li was slightly surprised when she saw Shen Jun walking towards the camera with a smile, but she had read Shen Jun's information and confirmed that he was an amateur. I can only say that some people are born to face the camera. At this time, many people in the live broadcast room were saying that it was over and they were a little disappointed with the program. Then at this moment, a figure walked into the camera. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. At this moment, the sunlight happened to shine from the side, and everyone's eyes fell on the face cast by light and shadow. Only scattered hair hung on the figure's strong brow bones. The figure's brows were like swords, his nose was straight, his lips were thin, and his facial features were sharp and angular. A pair of peach blossom eyes as deep as a pool are even more captivating. The photographer seemed to have noticed the awesomeness of this face, and the camera zoomed in directly for a close-up. When the many netizens who were watching the live broadcast saw this face clearly, they were shocked, and some even swallowed their saliva. The camera quickly cuts back to the medium shot. The figure and dress of the figure also caught everyone's attention. He is over 1.8 meters tall, with a straight and open figure. Although he is wearing only the most ordinary basic solid color t-shirt and shorts, he manages to look extremely handsome, very much like a model. Even more handsome than a model. This is the first impression of many people. Moreover, the figure seems to have a good body. When he swings his arms, the muscle lines are clear, and his strong and muscular body can be vaguely seen under his t-shirt. Many people watched with their eyes wide open and drooling. All the audience were stunned until Shen Jun spoke, then they came back to their senses. Hello everyone, I am Shen Jun. This is my daughter, Shen Anan. Shen Jun's voice was as magnetic and deep as it was that morning, drawing everyone's attention. It wasn't until a while later that someone in the live studio came back to their senses. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? So handsome. Is this an amateur? Do all amateurs look this awesome nowadays? I wonder if little Anan still needs a mother. Sure enough. Anan is so cute, I knew that daddy wouldn't be ugly. Fortunately, I was suspicious by nature and waited for a while. Love. Suddenly I feel like Song Shiu isn't that handsome anymore. The perfect male god is resurrected again. Forgive me for being so talkative earlier, but this amateur is so damn good looking. Not to mention Song Shiu, there aren't many people in the entertainment industry who can compare to him. Glad I didn't leave. I want to be an An's mother for the first day. I wonder if an An's father is married. The live broadcast room, which had been quiet, suddenly became lively again, and the traffic that had just been rapidly decreasing came to a sudden halt. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory building of Hunan Normal University, Xiao Qian had just finished wailing and was now holding her face in sorrow, seemingly unwilling to accept reality. The other roommates looked at each other in bewilderment. Just as several roommates were thinking about how to comfort Xiao Qian, a low, magnetic voice suddenly came from the tablet that Xiao Qian placed on the table. "Hello everyone, I am Shen Jun." The sound was so catchy that it was impossible to ignore. Several roommates glanced at the tablet curiously. Then their eyes froze. They even stared with their eyes wide open, staring intently. After a while, someone swallowed their saliva. Could this be the 30-something Mediterranean Uncle Xiao Qian mentioned? Several roommates looked at each other, their expressions filled with disbelief and a hint of unsuppressible surprise. "That's him!" Xiao Qian shouted angrily without even raising his head. She listened to the morning wake-up video more than 10 times, and an An's father's voice was almost engraved in her mind, so she could recognize it without watching it. This is an An's dad. That amateur dad. Fraud. Voice deception. Xiao Qian became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and then she heard several roommates suddenly say, "Dare to anger our Xiao Qian, I will help you comment and scold him. Yes, from now on I will definitely follow him every episode, and if he shows up I will scold him for you." Xiao Qian felt much more comfortable. "Yes, let's give him a bad review and tell him to get lost." Before he could finish his words, Xiao Qian suddenly felt that something was wrong with what his roommates had just said. What did they mean by guarding him to the death? And the voice sounded angry, but why did it sound so cheerful? Xiao Qian frowned and looked at her roommates, and then she saw that they were all staring at the tablet on her desk. Xiao Qian looked over and was stunned. This. Xiao Qian suddenly stuttered, looking at the amateur father who appeared in the live camera in a daze and shock. The data in the live broadcast room came to an abrupt end with the appearance of Shen Jun, and the traffic soon began to skyrocket. Everyone in the program crew was stunned. They were even prepared to reduce traffic, and the program's public relations department had already prepared copy to calm public opinion at any time. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. And now the data is amazing. All the staff are looking at Shen Jun and Shen Anan facing the camera in shock. A smile also appeared on Lin Jia's nervous face. "I feel relieved." He knew that once Brother Jun made a move, it would definitely be a sure thing. And good looks are just the most common and ordinary advantage of Jun Ji. In this show, he must let the whole world know how awesome Jun Ji is, especially let that arrogant woman Zhao Wanyi take a closer look. Look what she's been missing. A few days before the filming of the program, he went to Shanghai under the pretext of recording the program to treat Jun Ji and Anan to a meal. The two had not seen each other for many years and had a drink. While drunk, Lin Jia was able to get some information out of them. He found out that it was that woman Zhao Wanyi who filed for divorce, and he also almost guessed the reason for their divorce. Thinking of this, Lin Jia sneered in his heart. He really didn't know what that woman Zhao Wanyi was thinking. How could she look down on Brother Jun? Lin Jia immediately said to the program's publicity staff, "Increase publicity. Cut the live broadcast just now into slices and push it to trending searches to continue attracting traffic." At this time, the program was still being broadcast live. After all 5 guests appeared, they gathered together with their babies. The program team prepared a few chairs under the big tree at the entrance of the village in advance. Similar to a tea party format, the 5 guests and the baby were seated one after another. When Shen Jun sat down, the other guests nodded in response. No one was familiar with him, and Shen Jun's appearance inexplicably made several guests feel a sense of crisis. However, Zhang Sui, who was standing next to Shen Jun, greeted him in a familiar manner. "Hello, I'm Zhang Sui." Shen Jun graduated from the Conservatory of Music, and Zhao Wanyi's company is a record company. Even though Shen Jun is wholeheartedly focused on Anan, he also knows Zhang Sui, a popular first-line singer. Moreover, he has great singing skills. He made his debut through a competition and won the national championship right after his debut, and then became more and more popular. When Zhang Sui had just made his debut and the relationship between Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi had not yet collapsed, Shen Jun once suggested that Zhao Wanyi sign Zhang Sui, but Zhao Wanyi hesitated. Later I heard that Zhang Sui had signed with another top record company in the country. The past thoughts flashed through his mind, and Shen Jun replied with a polite smile. "Hello, I'm Mr. Shen." Zhang Sui has a good personality and is quite familiar with people. After greeting Shen Jun, he waved and smiled at the lovely Anan. Hello, little angel, I'm Uncle Jong. Coincidentally, Anan was also very outgoing and not afraid at all. She blinked her big eyes and shouted crisply, "Hello, Uncle Jong." Jong Sui covered his chest. "Oh my, that's so cute. This is my son, Jong Sugwang. Guangze calls me uncle." Jong Sugwang's son has a similar personality to Jong Sui. Compared to the other children, he is quite extroverted. Upon hearing this, he shouted at Shen Jun, "Hello, uncle." While they were saying hello, the production team had already prepared the next item. At this time, the production team member held a loudspeaker and said to the 5 groups of guests, "Hello, teachers. This is where we will be living for the next 3 days, Ziobu Ancient Village. For the next 3 days, 5 teachers will live and survive with our baby, so before that, let's get to know each other. It's a good opportunity for the audience to get to know everyone." So Hung, an athlete from the 5th group of guests, scratched his head and asked with some confusion, "Didn't I just introduce myself?" The staff laughed and said, "What just happened doesn't count. Because for the next 3 days, all the teachers will be living and surviving together, we need to get to know each other more deeply. So, each group of guests will have to give a self-introduction of no less than 1 minute. And," the staff member paused, then smiled, and said, "Teachers, don't think about just getting by with it. This self-introduction will involve your choice of accommodation for the night. The group that introduces themselves the longest and best will be given priority. The rooms we're staying in tonight are of varying standards. There are surprises and shocks." The last sentence was said by the staff in a very sinister tone, causing all 5 groups of guests to raise their eyebrows. Shen Jun immediately thought of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? In his previous life. I remember in the previous life of the show someone lived in a spiderweb room. He had mentioned to Lin Jia at the beginning that he could use the house to cause trouble, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually do it. This made Shen Jun feel a little more serious. He himself didn't care, but he didn't want his baby to live in a spiderweb room. The other 4 groups also became serious. While the 5 groups of guests were preparing, the live broadcast clip of Shen Jun's appearance was spreading wildly on the internet, attracting more and more people to enter the live broadcast room. Originally, among the 5 groups of live broadcast rooms, Song Shiu's live broadcast room had the largest number of people and was far ahead. Song Shiu's fans directly controlled the charts. Although the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Is a parent-child reality show and does not have any competition segments, it is still very popular among Song Shiu's fans. As long as their brother participates in the show, the cards must be good enough. We must win the show. It must be top tier. So Song Shiu's fans directly pushed Song Shiu's live broadcast room to the first place, and even made it a hot search, ahead of other groups' live broadcast rooms. However, with the appearance of Shen Jun and the spread of the video of him getting up in the morning, more and more passers-by were attracted by Shen Jun's appearance and voice, plus the lovely Anan. So more and more passers-by flocked into Shen Jun and Anan's live broadcast room. And because Lin Jia specially bought a hot search to promote Shen Jun's appearance clip, the traffic exploded. The number of people in Shen Jun and Anan's live broadcast room instantly dropped to first place, even directly suppressing the live broadcast room of Song Shiu and his group. And far ahead. The guests participating in the show were not aware of these data at the time, but Song Shiu's fans who had been paying attention to the data exploded instantly. The first place must belong to their brother. Now seeing their brother being suppressed, and being suppressed by an unknown amateur, countless Song Shiu fans are furious. Immediately start cheering in super chats and fan groups. Suddenly, even fans of Song Shiu who had not watched the show began to vote and flood the screen to help their brother's live broadcast room gain popularity and top the charts. In addition, there were many crazy fans who shouted toxic fans and ran directly to Shen Jun and Anan's live broadcast room to post bad comments. Now anyone can be on the show. The production team has no bottom line. Is this kind of person worthy enough to record a show with our brother? Brother is the most handsome, no doubt. This face must have been plastic surgery. I don't believe a real person could look like this. Sisters, kill the screen for me. Most of the people in Shen Jun and Anan's live broadcast room were passers-by, and they were not as organized and planned as Song Shiu's fans, so the comments in the live broadcast room were instantly flooded with bad reviews. Some of Song Shiu's fans even started attacking Anan without any bottom line. This kid is so young but he already looks like a green tea. Cute? Pretend to be your mother. The father pretends, the daughter pretends too, and even when they get up in the morning they act like a spoiled brat. It's really disgusting. My brother is still the real one. The 5 groups of guests were introducing themselves and were unaware of what was happening in the live studio. However, the production crew was very aware of the negative comments on the screen. The staff quickly said to Lin Jia, "Director Lin, all of Song Shiu's fans have rushed into Live Room 5. The 2 sides are fighting." When Lin Jia heard this, he frowned immediately. It was common for fans of guests to attack each other on the show, and many times the show became popular like this. Therefore, unless the public opinion situation is extremely serious, the program team generally will not intervene. But the live broadcast room number 5 is Jun Gen. Lin Jie knew what the state of Song Shiu's fans was like without even reading the comments. He had been in this circle for many years, so he was naturally very familiar with this crazy existence of fan circles. Lin Jie frowned and said directly, "Control the screen of live room number 5, block and ban those who need it." The staff hesitated. Will it be bad if we take action? Faced with such crazy fans, if the program crew takes action, it will be easy for Song Shiu's fans to upgrade their targets of attack from guests to the entire program crew. With the size of Song Shiu's fan base, it's likely to have a significant impact on the show. So the staff were a little worried. Lin Jie did not hesitate. "It's okay, do it." The staff nodded and began to control the comments in Shen Jun's live broadcast room, blocking or banning all the accounts that made malicious comments. For a moment, Shen Jun and Anan's live broadcast room finally calmed down, and there were few negative comments left. At this time, it was Shen Jun and Anan's turn to introduce themselves. The first 4 groups of guests have already finished their self-introductions. The best one was Song Shiu's group, which lasted more than 2 minutes, and their self-introductions were humorous and interesting. Zhang Sui is slightly inferior. Athlete Se Hung and director Wang Hai performed the worst. After all, they rarely faced the camera. Shen Jun thought about it. It was not clear how public opinion would develop at the beginning of the variety show, and the first 4 groups were all well-known figures. It's not good for an amateur like me to stand out too much, otherwise I might get into trouble. These were all experiences from previous lives, so Shen Jun made a decision quickly in his mind. Just take a middle position. It's neither too conspicuous nor too demanding, and you'll have a certain degree of initiative when it comes to room allocation. Shen Jun had no idea that while he was trying to avoid the limelight, the matter had already become a hot topic on the internet. Shen Jun stood up and introduced himself to Anan, using the same template as the previous groups of guests, including age, job, hobbies, and expertise. When Shen Jun said that he was only 28 years old this year, several guests at the scene showed a look of surprise. Because among the 5 fathers present, except Shen Jun, the rest are over 30 years old, and director Wang Hai is even 40 years old. According to their age, it's okay for Shen Jun to call Wang Hai uncle. Zhang Sui laughed and said, "Looking at Anan's age, I thought you were in your 30s, but you're so young." Shen Jun smiled and passed it off vaguely. "Get married early." Then he introduced the work. Shen Jun has been unemployed for many years, so he jokingly calls himself a vagrant. His daily job is to take care of the children at home. This made Zhang Sui shocked and envious. He initially thought Shen Jun was a model. Even director Wang Hai, who had been relatively silent, said, "It would be a shame if you didn't use this face of yours to film. Zhang Sui can chat with anyone," and joked with a smile. Then when director Wang has a role in the future, think about Xiao Shen. His face is indeed suitable for benefiting the public. Unexpectedly, Wang Hai also nodded seriously. This made everyone laugh, and Shen Jun then introduced his interests and hobbies in Anan's situation, and stopped when he thought the time was almost up. The last one announced happened to be ranked 3rd. Not bad. Shen Jun nodded with satisfaction. After the introduction, the staff said, "Now that everyone knows each other, our survival in the ancient village has officially begun. The program, Where Are We Going, Dad?, focuses on the difficulties a father faces in raising a child, as well as the ups and downs that happen during that time. So the show naturally won't let the guests stay so comfortable." Then I heard the staff say, "It's already noon, and lunch needs the help of several dads and babies." After hearing what the staff said, the fathers all looked at each other subconsciously. From the breakfast situation, it can be seen that most of the people present don't cook much, except Shen Jun. This task looks simple, but it is quite difficult for everyone present. They all smiled bitterly. Zhang Sui, who had watched other people's live broadcasts in the morning, hugged Shen Jun exaggeratedly. "Xiao Shen, I've seen you make breakfast. I'll be relying on you in a moment." Guangzhe, Zhang Sui's son who was sitting next to him, followed suit and hugged Shen Jun's thighs. The exaggerated movements and funny voices of the father and son made everyone laugh. The show was so effective that even the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. I'm dying of laughter. I've never seen Zhang Sui so shameless. But to be honest, it seems that none of the guests can cook very well, only Mr. Shen can. Call me and I'll hug your thigh too. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the staff continued to assign tasks. The ingredients and tools needed to make lunch have been prepared for everyone, but before cooking, everyone needs to complete tasks to get the ingredients and tools. The staff began to assign tasks. The tasks were not difficult. They only needed to search in the ancient village based on the clues. But the difficulty lies in that the program team needs to separate several children from their parents. We want to test the baby's independence and see if they can complete the task without their parents' supervision. The 5 children were divided into 2 groups, a group of 2 and a group of 3. The children were happy at first, but when they heard that they would be separated from their father and have to find things by themselves in this strange village, his expression suddenly changed. Before the fathers could speak, a loud cry broke through the sky. I don't want to be separated from my father. Dad, no. Woo woo woo, scared. Among the 5 children who came to participate in the show, the oldest is So-hung's son, Yang Yang, who is 6 years old. The youngest is Wang Hai's daughter, Wang Shaiwen, who is 4 years old. They are all kindergarten age. Moreover, I have been growing up in a pampered environment and rarely have to be separated from my parents for a long time, let alone go to a strange place by myself. For a moment, there were ghosts crying and wolves howling. This made the fathers very busy and confused, trying to coax and make promises. Even Anan, who had always been well-behaved, was a little upset, but Anan was mainly a little scared. After all, this ancient village was an unfamiliar place for her. Shen Jun comforted. Don't be afraid, Anan. There will be a photographer with you. As he spoke, Shen Jun pointed at the staff members carrying cameras and said coaxingly, and behind the camera, there are countless brothers and sisters, uncles, and aunts watching Anan on TV. Anan, be brave. Otherwise, the brothers and sisters watching TV will laugh at Anan. Isn't Anan the most beautiful and brave child? Anan was raised by him, and Shen Jun knew Anan's weakness very well, so he coaxed and deceived her and solved the problem. Anan straightened her face and said, Anan is the bravest. Anan is the most beautiful. Shen Jun smiled and rubbed Anan's cheek. Do you remember the Harry Potter stories Dad told Anan? Anan is going to catch his own golden snitch now. Dad will wait for Anan to come back victorious. Anan's expression brightened up, and he nodded crisply and said, Dad, wait for me. It only took a few minutes for Shen Jun to coax Anan into submission, leaving the other fathers stunned and envious. After more than 10 minutes, the children were finally coaxed into silence. The mission begins. Shen Anan and Zhang Sui's son Guangzhe were assigned to the same group because both little guys were relatively well-behaved children. As for the other group, Wang Shaiwen was the youngest, Su Yang was the oldest, and there was a crying Song Lei in the middle. The 2 groups set off towards the unfamiliar ancient village. Watching Anan's small figure gradually disappear in the ancient village, Shen Jun couldn't help but feel a little worried, although he usually trained Anan to be independent. But seeing my little girl alone, I still felt uneasy. Anan Guangze's task was to find a pot for cooking. The pot was placed by the program crew under a century-old tree in the ancient village. The old tree is tall and lush and can be seen at the entrance of the village, so just keep walking in the direction of the ancient tree and you will reach it. It looks very simple, but many viewers in the live broadcast room said, the production team will definitely not let these 2 little ones find things so easily. The baby is so small, it won't be difficult to fix it, right? Ha! Judging from my disposition towards the show, the production team is definitely going to stir up trouble. There must be something on the road. Otherwise, how can the show be effective? I just don't know if the 2 little ones can pass it smoothly. Anan is so cute, there will definitely be no problem. Mom believes in you. Mom loves you. The topic in the comments section is gradually going off track. Although Shen Jun and Anan's live broadcast room had just been hit by bad comments from Song Xiu's fans, the situation has now stabilized as the program team took action. The number of viewers still remains the first, attracting a lot of mom fans. At this time, Anan and Guangze had already entered the ancient village and were walking towards the ancient tree. The 2 were young and naturally didn't understand anything else. They only knew that their father said to keep walking towards the ancient tree. But just like what the audience said, the program crew is definitely going to cause trouble. So the 2 kids stopped in confusion not long after entering the ancient village. Because there were several forks in the road in front of the 2 little ones, they stopped at the fork in the road, at a loss. There are several forks in the road, some large and some small. They all lead to the ancient tree, and it seems that all of them can pass through. But the fork in the road is winding and seems to extend to other places. This made the 2 kids a little confused. Shen Anan frowned, causing everyone in the live broadcast room to call her cute. Anan is so cute. This little expression is so cute. Anan, take the main road, take the main road. There are several forked roads, some large and some small. One of them is the widest and can accommodate sports cars, while the others are small roads. From an adult's perspective, the direction of the main road is the most reliable, and the program team has previously said that the ancient trees are popular online attractions. Many tourists come to visit. Since it is an internet celebrity attraction, the road there will definitely be repaired. So the main road was the most reliable, but the 2 children couldn't think of it. They were confused and distressed. When they were confused, Guangzi suddenly said, "There's an old man over there." On the other side of the fork in the road was an old man sitting, seemingly basking in the sun. "Let's go ask Grandpa." My dad told me that if I encounter problems when I'm out and about, I can ask my uncles and aunts for help. Guangzhe immediately came up with a solution. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly said, Guangzhe is quite smart. Only, this old man is probably a trap set by the production team, right? The old man didn't sit anywhere else, but at the fork in the road, as if he was waiting for the two little ones. So the audience immediately reacted. This is a trap. The production team actually arranged so many traps. I'm dying of laughter. The production team is definitely going to stir up trouble. Zhang Suiai taught Guangzhe to ask his uncle and aunt for help, but I don't know if Zhang Suiai taught Guangzhe that strangers should not be trusted. There were a lot more comments in the live broadcast room. Obviously, everyone was worried that the two children would fall into the trap set by the program team. The two little ones have already walked towards the old man. Guangzhe is just like his father Zhang Suiai, very cool. As soon as he came up he shouted, Grandpa! The old man seemed to be dozing off, but was startled by Guangzhe's voice. Ouch! Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately said, That's an actor. Good boy, the show is on. I didn't believe it at first, but now I completely believe it. This is a trap set by the program team. This is getting interesting. These two little ones are being too clever for their own good. The production team is really good. They set one trap after another. Very interesting. Some viewers in the live broadcast room said that the show was interesting, while others shouted at the two little ones to run away and not listen. At this time, the old man stretched his old arms and legs and asked slowly, What's wrong, kid? Guangzhe asked very politely. Grandpa, I want to ask, which road here leads to the big tree? The old man suddenly realized. You guys want to go to the big tree? The old man nodded and pointed to the nearest path. If you want to go to the big tree, you can take this path. It's closer and you'll get there quickly. When Guangzhe heard this, his expression immediately brightened with joy. Before I could say thank you, the old man pointed to the farthest path. You can also take that path. That path also leads to the big tree, and the scenery is more beautiful. There are fields of flowers and butterflies you can catch. This made Guangzhe's eyes light up even more. A 6-year-old child doesn't have much perseverance, so when he heard there was a place to play, his eyes widened. He immediately said excitedly, Thank you, Grandpa. The old man smiled. You're welcome, thank you. Guangzhe thought the old man was so kind. If he were a little older, he would have keenly noticed that the old man not only had a smile on his face, but he could hardly suppress the smile in the corners of his eyes. At this time, Guangzhe no longer had time to look at the old man. He immediately became a little excited and proud and said to Anin, who had always been well-behaved, Anin, which way should we go? This road is closer, and this road is more fun. Guangzhe pointed to the two paths that the old man had just pointed out and said. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were already laughing. Haha, Guangzhe is so smug, has he never considered that these two roads are traps? You say Guangzhe is not smart, but he knows how to ask people. You say he is smart, but he falls into the trap so easily. So fun. How proud Guangzhe is now, how miserable he will be in a moment. This show is quite interesting. I see that other groups have also fallen into the trap set by the production team and are now at a loss as to what to do. Many viewers found it quite interesting. This parent-child reality show is the first of its kind in China and is quite novel. Moreover, they had only watched adults on variety shows before, and this was the first time they saw children on a variety show. It's a bit fun. After Guangzhe finished speaking proudly, Anin was frowning and looking at the roads in front of him one by one. Then, under the concern of countless people in the live broadcast room, Anin slowly stretched out her little hand and pointed to one of the roads. Anin chooses the main road. Anin must take the main road. Guangzhe, just fall into the pit by yourself, don't take Anin with you. I feel so sorry for Anin. Anin stood there obediently, looking as cute and pretty as an exquisite doll. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were somewhat put into the role of Anin's mother. So when I saw Anin was about to be cheated, I quickly commented, It's a pity that Anin can't see the comments from netizens at all, so she can only choose her own path. Just when countless netizens thought that Anin was going to be cheated by Guangzhe, Anin stretched out his little hand and pointed firmly at the road in front of him. That's the road the old man didn't mention. Shen Anin's face was serious. Let's go this way. When Guangzhe saw Anin's choice, his excited expression suddenly froze, and he stared at Anin with wide eyes. He is ready to catch butterflies. And Anin is so cute, he wants to catch one for Anin. Girls in kindergarten all like beautiful butterflies. In the end, Anin didn't choose either of the two small roads, and finally chose the big road. At this time, the live broadcast room was also boiling, and the comment area was directly blown up. Countless netizens commented crazily. Holy crap, Anin is so awesome. I thought Anin was going to be tricked by Guangzhe, but she actually made the right choice. How does Anin know that this is the right road? Awesome. And it is so awesome, mommy loves me so much. And it is the smartest person in the world, but he's just the cub that mom has chosen. No, aren't you curious about how this child made her choice? How did she know this was the right path? The production team set up so many traps. I think the production team was stunned. I'm afraid they didn't expect Anon to make the right choice. I'm dying of laughter. The camera just showed the production crew, and they looked completely bewildered. Who am I, and where is my trap? I'm curious how Anon was chosen. Curious +1. All the viewers in the live broadcast room thought that Anon was going to be tricked. After all, the program crew set up traps one after another, and even older children would probably fall into them. Not to mention that the two little ones are only 6 years old. And Anne's choice simply stunned them. So all the netizens in the live broadcast room flooded the comment section with curiosity, wanting to know why Anon made such a choice. The person involved, Guangze, was extremely confused and asked urgently, "Why?" Anon tilted her head and looked at Guangze. Her big grape-like eyes blinked, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she finally said crisply, "Haven't you heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" There was some doubt, confusion, and surprise in the crisp voice. Guangze was confused. What Little Red Riding Hood? Countless netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. Little Red Riding Hood. What's the story? Goodness, I haven't heard of that either. I have the same expression as Guangze right now. It's hilarious. Guangze is my face stand-in. Curious about the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Could it be that Anon's choice this time is because of this story? Countless netizens in the live broadcast room were piqued by Anon's words, and Fang Li, the assistant who had been following the two little ones, saw the popularity of the live broadcast room rising and also guided it. "Anon baby, what is the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" Anon wrinkled her nose and said, "It's just a fairy tale I listened to before going to bed." Someone immediately commented in the live broadcast room, "Aren't bedtime fairy tales supposed to be about scarecrows, little carp, and lotus fairies? What the hell is Little Red Riding Hood? Am I old or have times changed? Why haven't I heard of it? What a strange name. I just bought a fairy tale book for my son a few days ago, why don't I see the story?" Seeing that the live broadcast room was still gaining popularity, Assistant Fang Li immediately continued to guide and asked, "Anon baby, many of my brothers and sisters want to hear this story. Can you tell it to everyone?" Anon blinked again, nodded and said, "Can, but Sister Litzy, is this the right path I've chosen?" This made Fang Li stunned. Fang Li never expected that Anon would suddenly ask her a question. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Anon is so smart. Anon actually knows how to bargain. So clever. Wow, I really want a baby like Anon. Ice and snow smart. Fang Li also smiled and looked back at the program crew, who nodded. They set the trap for the show effect, and now the effect is very good, so there is no need to focus on the trap. Besides, the little ones guessed it right, so there is no need to make things difficult for them. So Fang Li smiled and nodded. Anon baby is so smart, this is the way. Anon smiled, her eyes curved like the moon, bright and stunning, making everyone in the live broadcast room dazed. But everyone's trance quickly dissipated, because the camera turned to Guangze's face next to Anon, and then Guangze's eyes were wide open with an expression of disbelief and shock. "My eyeballs are about to pop out." He thought Anon had chosen the wrong path, but unexpectedly it turned out to be the right one. As soon as Guangze's shocked expression appeared, countless viewers in the live broadcast room burst into laughter, and many people quickly took screenshots. New emoticons are here. I'm dying of laughter, Guangze's expression is so funny. Standing next to Anon, Guangze looks like a silly boy. Ha ha. The contrast between Anon and Guangze's expressions maximized the program effect and made the live broadcast room even more popular. The two little ones quickly continued on their way. Walking on the road, Guangze was silent, while Anon spoke slowly in a childish voice. Once upon a time there was a lovely little girl. Because she always wore a red hat given by her grandmother, she was called Little Red Riding Hood. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly said, "Oh my goodness, so this is why she's called Little Red Riding Hood. I thought this was a fairy tale about hats." Anon continued. One day, the grandmother who lived on the other side of the forest fell ill, and her mother asked Little Red Riding Hood to. Shen Jun told Anon the story of Little Red Riding Hood when he was a child, and he has told it many times over the years, so Anon remembers it clearly. And Anon was frightened by the big bad wolf inside. Anon preached as he walked. On the way to her grandmother, Little Red Riding Hood came to a fork in the road. There was a big road and a small road. When this was said, someone in the live broadcast room had already reacted. Isn't this plot similar to the trap set by the program team just now? So this is why Anon chose the main road? The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, as if everyone was listening carefully to Anon's story. Even Guangze, who had been silent just now, looked up at Anon again, his eyes full of curiosity, and he was obviously attracted by the story. And then continued. Little Red Riding Hood's mother told her that the paths in the forest were dangerous and that she should take the main road. But we can get to Grandma's house quickly by taking the small path, and the path looks very nice. On the path, Little Red Riding Hood was attracted by many beautiful flowers and butterflies. But she didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes following her for a long time. That's a big bad wolf. The big bad wolf has his eyes on Little Red Riding Hood, but it thought Little Red Riding Hood was too small to fill its teeth, so it came up with a bad idea. The big bad wolf pretended to be a good guy and asked Little Red Riding Hood for the location of her grandmother's house. When he said this, Anan made a funny sound and howled at Guangze beside him. Guangze was listening to Anan's story attentively, but he was startled by Anan's shout and stepped back in panic. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly laughed. Anan is so naughty. Haha, that babyish cry, so cute. Guangze is listening so carefully. I have to say, this story is quite interesting, and my son listened attentively to it. I, an adult, also listened carefully. Very interesting. So what's the end of the story? By the time Little Red Riding Hood arrived at her grandmother's house, the big bad wolf had already eaten her. Guangze exclaimed. Anan continued his childish sermon. And the big bad wolf pretended to be grandma and ate Little Red Riding Hood too. But, fortunately, someone passing by discovered what happened to Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. To punish the big bad wolf. When the wolf got thirsty and went to the well to drink water, he fell into the well and drowned. All said and done, here's a lovely ending. This is the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Everyone in the live broadcast room listened to the story carefully, and after it was over, they popped up in the comments section and said, "It's an interesting little story. The logic is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? These scissors cut open the stomach? Don't you feel anything? Don't argue with me, I already said it's a fairy tale. Do you know what an animated story is? Kindergartners might think it's childish, but college students think it's just right. I think this story is quite interesting. Although it is simple, it incorporates many truths into it. Yes, it's fun and educational. Listen to your mother, stay alert at all times, and don't trust strangers easily. Knowledge has found its way into my head in a strange way. Everyone thought Anan's story was very interesting, and many people even thought they could learn some lessons from it. Some netizens even commented directly, "My son is the same age as Anan. He usually doesn't listen to anything I say. It goes in one ear and out the other. He just finished listening to Anan's story and actually told me not to trust strangers easily. My son is the same. Normally he doesn't listen to reason, but just now he listened attentively to Anan's story." Many parent groups soon appeared in the comment section. It is noon now, and many parents are watching live broadcasts with their children. They find that the children who are usually very noisy have all become quiet. Listen attentively to Anan's storytelling. This shocked many parents, as they had never seen their children so well behaved and obedient on weekdays. So many parents in the live broadcast room started discussing with some surprise, and someone suddenly interrupted. "I'm a kindergarten teacher. I have learned about and understood some children's stories at home and abroad. But, I've never heard of this fairy tale." Others echoed. "I haven't heard of it either. I thought I was behind the times. No, I'm buying a fairy tale book for my daughter recently, and this story doesn't even exist. I checked online, and it's nowhere to be found." So, the heated discussion in the live broadcast room suddenly paused, and someone said in shock, "Could this be a story Anan's father made up? Is Anan's father so amazing? I feel like this story is as good as those classic fairy tales. Yeah. That's really talented. My goodness, I always read stories, but Anan's dad just makes up his own stories?" While the live broadcast room was stirring up waves of heated discussions, Guangze, standing on the main road to the ancient village, said with admiration, "Anan, your stories are so interesting." The staff around also smiled and praised Anan. Anan was very pleased with Guangze's gaze and everyone's praise. If Anan had a tail, it would probably have been raised up. Anan raised the corner of his mouth and snorted. "Snort. Dad has told me many stories like this." As she spoke, Anan, who couldn't suppress the smile on her face, jumped up happily, humming a simple melody. "I heard Snow White is running away. Little Red Riding Hood is. The ugly duckling will become a swan. I heard." Guangze behind him widened his eyes when he heard this, and so did all the viewers in the live broadcast room. After a while, someone commented, "What is Anan singing? Little Red Riding Hood is the story we just told. What about Snow White? And what about Alice and the Ugly Duckling? Why are Anan's fairy tales completely different from the ones I've heard? The one upstairs is not different from you, Anan's fairy tale is probably different from all of ours. Maybe they are all exclusive. Urgent. Does anyone know other stories? My son insists I tell him other stories. My daughter too. It's a headache. My son has it too. Luckily I recorded the screen. I plan to let him listen to Little Red Riding Hood a few more times. Request for resources. Kneeling for resources. The entire comment section was dominated by parents asking for resources, and the rest of the comments could only survive in the cracks. For example, am I the only one who thinks and sings beautifully? The turmoil in the live broadcast room has nothing to do with an AN, and is the typical person who digs a hole without caring about what's happening. After happily humming half of the song her father taught her, she rushed towards the ancient tree with Guangzhe, found the pot successfully. When An and Guangzhe returned, the other group of children had not returned yet. It was said that they were trapped in a trap. Sanga's father has gone to rescue him. Only two fathers, Shenjun and Zhang Suiai, were left at the gathering place. When Shenjun saw An had successfully returned, his heart finally settled down. An ran toward Shenjun, and Shenjun picked up an AN. An is so amazing. Mr. Shen already knew roughly what had happened, and now he praised it seriously. When An smiles, her eyes are like crescent moons. An is awesome. On the other side, Zhang Suiai bumped fists with Guangzhe like a brother, and was about to ask Guangzhe about his experience, when he heard Guangzhe say with admiration, An knows a lot of stories. Dad, why didn't you tell me stories? The smile on Zhang Suiai's face suddenly froze, and many people in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. The son's soul asks. Zhang Suiai looked embarrassed. When we get home, Dad will tell you too. I want to hear the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and also the story of Snowflake and the story of the ugly duckling. Guangzhe repeated the stories he heard from An. Zhang Suiai had no idea what these stories were, but he agreed immediately. No problem, Dad will tell you tonight. Someone in the live broadcast room suddenly laughed and said, Brother Suiai is just like Guangzhe, both like to dig holes for themselves. They're the same old thing. Not long after, another team also successfully returned, but compared to An and Guangze's happiness and leisure, the three little ones in the other group all looked a little depressed. Wang Shaiwen, a girl in the team, had red eyes, as if she had been crying. Fortunately, we returned successfully, and all the cooking tools and ingredients were gathered, so the first meal of the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program was officially started. Cooking has almost become Shen Jun's personal show. The other fathers and babies wanted to help, but they all made things worse. In the end, even the program crew couldn't stand it anymore. The other groups of guests were immediately assigned tasks such as washing dishes and chopping wood. Before long, a simple meal was quickly prepared. Although the ingredients were simple, the food cooked by Shen Jun was very delicious, which made people's appetite increase. Not to mention that everyone present had been busy for the whole morning and immediately started showing off like starving ghosts. During this period, the way the little babies ate made many viewers laugh. While everything was peaceful inside the live broadcast room, things were turbulent outside the room. In the morning, because Song Shiu's live broadcast room was suppressed by Shen Jun's live broadcast room in terms of traffic, it triggered crazy attacks and boycotts from Song Shiu's fans. Later, it was brought under control by the program crew, but it only controlled the situation within the live broadcast room. There were still a lot of people on the internet criticizing Shen Jun and even the program team. Especially at noon, the traffic in Shen Jun's live broadcast room remained high, which made Song Shiu's fans' eyes red and their faces full of resentment. Shen Jun is now a thorn in the eyes of many Song Shiu fans. Song Shiu is the biggest star in the show, definitely the number one, and should be the most popular person in the show. As a result, because of this amateur, their brother's traffic has been suppressed, and for some reason, this amateur even has the support of the program crew. All the accounts that attacked the live broadcast room were blocked. This made many of Song Shiu's fans curse and angrily scold the production team for not knowing who is the king and who brings them traffic. So many crazy fans began to unite. Some people are even ready to shout slogans to boycott Shen Jun and the program. As for Shen Jun himself, he was targeted by countless Song Shiu fans, and all kinds of malicious rumors were flying around. Some said that Shen Jun brought money into the group and that he was a second-generation rich man. Some also spread rumors that Shen Jun had plastic surgery and spread negative information about Shen Jun's plastic surgery on the internet. Some even said that Shen Jun was kept by a rich woman. And what he said is well-founded. Because Shen Jun mentioned his and An's ages when he introduced himself, and then someone calculated that Shen Jun gave birth to An right after graduation. In addition, Shen Jun joked that he was an unemployed vagrant and a full-time babysitter. So some people say that Shen Jun has been kept by a rich woman since college, and he is a gigolo who makes a living by his looks, so he doesn't need to work. Even the fact that Shen Jun was good at housework and cooking was rumored to be a skill he acquired by serving rich women. This rumor is spreading more and more. Shen Jun and even the program crew suffered severe public backlash. In other words, the program Where Are We Going, Dad? Is a major S-level production strongly supported by Hunan TV. The station has poured enough resources into it, which is why it can barely hold up public opinion. but it also stopped the upward trend and the online evaluation continued to decline. When Shen Jun and the others were cooking and eating at noon, Lin Jie was dealing with this matter with an irritable look on his face. He really couldn't understand what these fans were thinking. Their own idols are also on the show. What good will it do for them to ruin the show? Public relations. Drainage. All parties speak out. Lin Jie mobilized all the relationships and resources he could to try to dispel the online public opinion. Just when Lin Jie was feeling overwhelmed, an administrator from a spontaneous online group of thousands of Song Shiyu fans suddenly said excitedly, "Big news! Big news! Look what I found! Look at the pictures!" As he spoke, several pictures were quickly uploaded to the group. When the pictures were loaded, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared in the pictures. The male figure in the photo was none other than Shen Jun. Seeing the figure in the photo, all the fans in the group were stunned. Is this the amateur? Song Shiyu's fans now hate Shen Jun to the core and remember Shen Jun's appearance clearly, so someone recognized him as soon as the photo was released. The other female figure in the photo is wearing sunglasses and her appearance cannot be seen clearly, but her aura is amazing and her outfit is very luxurious. Especially the last photo, the female figure got into a Maserati. As soon as these photos were released, all the fans in the group immediately exploded. Many of Song Shiyu's fans said angrily or sneered, "Okay, this guy is really a gigolo. The evidence is conclusive. It's disgusting. Is this kind of person worthy enough to record a show with our brother?" The administrator who posted the picture said affirmatively, "This is the pretty boy. And, do you know where these photos were taken? Civil Affairs Bureau." Someone immediately asked in surprise, "Are they getting married? Is this kind of person worthy of marriage? Disgusting." The administrator quickly said, "No, I asked the person who took the photo, and he said that the two of them were getting a divorce." As soon as the words came out, the group was boiling again. The pretty boy was dumped by the rich woman. Very nice. Evil will be punished. It's so satisfying. He deserves it for daring to suppress our brother. No, I have to publish this information online so everyone knows who this pretty boy is. Yes, post it online and make sure this pretty boy dies without a burial place. Let him suppress his brother. I will make it impossible for him to live a human life. Kill him. Kill him. Many fans in the group were excited. They saved the photos in the group and then began to spread Shen Jun's information on the internet. Song Shiyu is an idol star with an astonishing number of fans and crazy fighting power. For a while, many netizens saw the information of the amateur guests in Where Are We Going, Dad? Unemployed, living off his looks, gigolo, kept by a rich woman and then dumped. One explosive piece of information after another shocked all the netizens. Originally, Shen Jun attracted a large number of passers-by fans with his good looks and live broadcast effects, otherwise the traffic in the live broadcast room would not have remained so high. As a result, now that this has happened, many passers-by fans have turned against him. The entry Shen Jun quickly became a hot search and was seen by more and more passers-by. Lin Jie likes hot searches very much, because the appearance of hot searches means that the program has become popular and even exploded. But at this moment, looking at the entry of Shen Jun on the hot search, Lin Jie's face turned pale. He never thought that things would develop to this point. Shen Jun's information was directly exposed by the entire network, and even his divorce information with Zhao Wanyi was dug out. Now he is being maliciously slandered by Song Shiyu's fans. Reputation ruined. Lin Jie originally wanted to quickly deal with the public opinion impact brought by Song Shiyu's fans, but he didn't expect that just a moment later, Song Shiyu's fans directly exposed the truth. Lin Jie took a deep breath. It's no use removing the trending search now, as public opinion has already spread and multiple platforms across the internet have started to discuss it. Moreover, this trend is getting more and more serious with the instigation of Song Shiyu's fans and other TV stations, and it is likely to kill Shen Jun. If this goes on, Shen Jun will be finished, and their show will be finished too. At this time, all the staff of the program team looked anxious. Director Lin, what should we do? The show's traffic is starting to drop. The live broadcast was still going on. At this time, several guests had finished their meal and were allocating houses for accommodation for the night. Due to the requirements of the program recording, Shen Jun and others' mobile phones had already been handed over to the program team, so none of them had mobile phones and were not aware of the online public opinion storm. Lin Jie gritted his teeth. Use all resources of the station to eliminate the influence of public opinion as much as possible. Afternoon, temporarily suspended. Lin Jie almost exhausted all his strength to make the decision to stop the show. Today is the first day of the show, which can be regarded as the show's debut. The debut show was suspended and never appeared. The loss from the suspension of the first show was too great. The first show is the most critical time for the program. The station has spent a lot of resources on promotion and preparation. Now that the platform is built, all that's left is the debut. As a result, it was stopped as soon as it was released. Not to mention that the guest pay, staff and venue fees during the suspension period will all be paid in vain. All the resources previously spent by the station on promotion were also burned to ashes. And the suspension is also a signal, a sign that the show sucks. Only bad programs will be suspended. Otherwise, why would they stop broadcasting normal programs? Wouldn't they want to make money? Therefore, once the program is discontinued, its reputation will inevitably decline, which will trigger a series of impacts. So no show will be stopped easily. Everyone wants a good start. But Lin Jia is now somewhat helpless. He has mobilized almost all the resources, both from the station and from private sources, but the current public opinion has not only not subsided, but has become more and more intense. Now it has reached the forefront. Instead of this, it would be better to temporarily suspend the broadcast to calm public opinion and then find a solution. The show has to be suspended in the afternoon anyway. It's just that the suspension time has been extended to one afternoon. And Lin Jia still had a deep worry in his heart. If the show continues to be broadcast, considering the current popularity of Shen Jun and the show, the traffic will definitely not be bad, and it may even explode. If it were any other director, they might have taken advantage of this incident without any scruples. After all, black and red are also red. But he is Lin Jia. The person who was pushed to the forefront was Shen Jun, his most admired friend. He didn't want to push Shen Jun to the forefront and make him the target of public criticism. Suspending the show to cool down was the most appropriate way. Hearing Lin Jia's words, the other members of the program team all changed their expressions, and advised with heavy and worried expressions. Director, stopping the show will have a huge impact. Please consider it carefully. Yeah, our station has never had an S-rated show cancel for its first run. In this way, all the previous promotions will be wasted. The first show was suspended. Everyone looked at each other with heavy hearts. But Lin Jia had already made up his mind. He took a long breath and said in a deep voice, "Stop. The broadcast will be temporarily suspended and will resume in the evening depending on the situation. We'll just tell the public that there's an equipment issue that needs to be fixed. Notify them." The program crew had no choice but to quickly carry out Lin Jia's arrangements, and soon Shen Jun and others received the news. Shen Jun and others were originally allocating rooms for accommodation for the night. Just after the rooms were divided, Shen Jun unexpectedly received a notice of suspension. He frowned slightly, and Zhang Suiai beside him had already asked, "Shouldn't it stop at 2 o'clock? Why stop now?" They had seen the shooting schedule before they came. Today's shooting was originally scheduled to stop at 2 p.m. and then start again at 5 p.m. And now it's not even 2 o'clock and the show is off? I only heard the staff sigh and explain, "There's a problem with the equipment, so we need to stop broadcasting for a while. The teachers are taking a break this afternoon, and if nothing unexpected happens, the show will resume as normal in the evening." Zhang Suiai muttered, "Is there something wrong with the equipment?" "Yes, it's under repair. Teachers, you can go and take a look at the house first. The house needs some repairs," the staff member said helplessly. The staff's words made all the children shout. When they were just assigned rooms, the children were extremely interested in their new homes. Upon hearing this, they all shouted, "Dad, let's go see the new house." After a lot of arguing, everyone temporarily put the suspension of the show behind them, and Shen Jun was happily dragged by an in to see the new home. The program's suspension notice was also released online at the same time. After all, there are still quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room. The same reason was used, but many netizens obviously didn't buy it. After all, public opinion is currently hot, and it is not easy for the program crew to get out of it. Especially Song Xiu's fans kept holding on to the issue, shouting that the program crew was guilty and had been hit in a sore spot. Lin Jia was so angry that his liver hurt. In the end, there was really no other way, so Lin Jia could only call Song Xiu, the real culprit, over to ask for help. Public opinion is overwhelming. If this continues, the entire show will be impacted. I wonder if Teacher Song can speak out to discipline the fans. Lin Jia said very politely. Song Xiu's status is indeed very high, and Hunan TV is not willing to offend a top star easily. Song Xiu had already got the phone by now, and his agent told him the details. After listening to Lin Jia's words, Song Xiu leaned back on the sofa, half closing his eyes and thought. He could indeed speak out to restrain his fans, or help Shen Jun and the program team explain. But why did he do that? Shen Jun has no value to him, but is a threat in competition. Shen Jun's stunning face suddenly flashed through Song Xiu's mind. Even though he was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the circle, Song Xiu had to admit that Shen Jun's appearance was top-notch. It's amazing. Even when he first met Shen Jun, he felt a great threat. The subsequent development was not unexpected. A lot of traffic was indeed taken away by this amateur, and even surpassed him. And there's his daughter. The little girl is very cute and he likes her too. However, by participating in this program, Song Shiyu is preparing for his own transformation and also wants to pave the way for his son Sheeta's future. As a result, my son has almost become a nobody. So, this amateur can't be kept. Song Shiyu quickly made up his mind, and then he said to Lin Jia calmly, "I'm sorry, Director Lin, this is a spontaneous act of fans, and I can't control it. Perhaps the program team or that amateur can speak up for themselves." Lin Jia frowned slightly, trying to persuade. "Teacher Song, you can reconsider it. After all, this program is also related to you." However, Song Shiyu interrupted him directly. "Sorry, Director Lin, my son is still waiting for me. I'll go over first." After saying that, Song Shiyu stood up and walked out of the room. His capable and elegant agent quickly followed him. Lin Jia was the only one left in the room. Lin Jia looked at Song Shiyu's back as he walked further and further away outside the window, gritted his teeth, and finally kicked the corner of the table angrily. It turns out that what kind of star you are has what kind of fans you have. The current madness of Song Shiyu's fans may be due to the connivance of Song Shiyu himself. Although he was angry, Lin Jia could not say or do anything. He still had to treat Song Shiyu as his master. Song Shiyu's status is not something he can easily manipulate, even Xiangtai is a little wary of him, so Lin Jia can only swallow the bitter pill and accept it himself. Lin Jia was feeling angry when the phone beside him suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone, he saw the note was Director. Lin Jia's face became serious. He knew what the call was about without even thinking about it. Raise an army to bring punishment to justice. Although he said it lightly about suspending the S-grade programs, the station must definitely hold him accountable. And some people in the station may not be able to sit still. After a long sigh, Lin Jia answered the phone. Just when Lin Jia was trying to figure out how to deal with the online public opinion, at this time, in an office building in Shanghai with a sign that said Emmy Records. In a spacious and bright office, Zhao Wanyi was sitting at the head seat in a smart professional suit, her bright face looking extremely stern at this moment. There were several people sitting below, and one of them was reporting in a deep voice. "It's confirmed. On July 4th, which is tomorrow, Su Qing from Tianyu Media will also release a solo album. It will be available on all platforms by then." The others frowned upon hearing this and said angrily, "Tianyu is coming for us. This is simply disgusting. Why did they have to send it on the same day as Lu Yao? It's obvious. Is Tianyu planning to snipe Lu Yao? That shouldn't be the case. Su Qing and Lu Yao are both second-tier celebrities. I think this is probably Tianyu trying to give us a real fight and step on Lu Yao to get to the top." Everyone in the office looked unhappy. Lu Yao was a new artist that Emmy Records had focused on promoting in the past 2 years, and they had invested a lot of resources in her. The personal album that will be released tomorrow has invested a lot of money just to help Lu Yao successfully become a top star. Unexpectedly, Tianyu Media suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Tianyu Media is larger than Emmy Records, with a nationwide coverage, covering multiple fields such as film and television, entertainment, and music. It is considered a giant in the media field. Su Qing is a new singer launched by Tianyu Media, and she has reached the second tier within 1 year of her debut. What's more important is that Su Qing from Tianyu Media is somewhat similar to Lu Yao from their company in terms of voice, singing style, and direction. The two have had friction from the beginning. The fans of the two are fighting each other fiercely and are incompatible. After all, the market share is limited, and only one of Su Qing and Lu Yao is destined to take the position of a first-line singer. Their company is so anxious to get Lu Yao to the forefront because they also feel the threat from Su Qing, the latecomer. So this time I spent a lot of money on this album. Unexpectedly, everything went smoothly. However, just 1 day before the album was released, Tianyu issued an announcement that Su Qing will release an album tomorrow. What followed was overwhelming publicity. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what Tianyu is planning. This is planning to step on Lu Yao from their company and rise to the top of the list in one fell swoop. This made everyone at Emmy panic and angry. Tianyu is such a big company, they shouldn't bully people like this. In the field of interests, who will talk to you about fairness? That's too much. After everyone cursed for a while, Zhao Wanyi, who was sitting in the first seat, finally spoke in a clear and cold voice. "Everyone has listened to Lu Yao's album. What do you think of it?" The people in the office responded. "Good, I think it's great. As expected of the lyrics written by Teacher Su, they are very good. The title song should dominate the charts. Lu Yao's company invested heavily in this album. The title song was written by Mr. Su, the golden songmaker, and the quality is very high. The other songs also cost a lot of money. It is considered the highest quality album produced by the company, and everyone has heard it. It sounds great. So everyone is quite confident about the album." Zhao Wanyi nodded and arranged with a stern expression. "From now on, we will intensify our efforts in promoting the album and raise the promotion level to level 3. Contact the TV station and get a few variety shows. Have Lu Yao free up all of her time for the next month to increase her exposure. At the same time, we contacted all the major music platforms, communicated for resources, and secured all possible promotional spots for the song, promoting it across the entire network. Several people in the office responded. Zhao Wanyi finally snorted coldly, with anger rolling in her eyes. Since Tianyu wants to fight, let's continue. Even a clay man has some clay nature. Although Emmy's scale cannot be compared with Tianyu, if Emmy gives in this time. From now on, all kinds of monsters and demons can jump around over her head. After the meeting, people in the office left one after another. After everyone left, Zhao Wanyi's stern expression relaxed a little. It's like an iceberg melting, revealing a few rays of sunshine. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Wanyi's eyes showed a hint of worry and irritability that was not present in the meeting just now. Lu Yao has high hopes for this album. After so many years of development, EMI Records has established a firm foothold in Shanghai and even in the southeast, and has a certain reputation in the entire music world. But the company now has a serious problem. That is because there are too few singers in the company who can stand on their own, and there is a lack of young singers. Except for a few singers who were signed in the first 2 years after she joined the company and developed well, the singers signed in recent years are almost all useless and have not achieved any results. There is a gap between the old and the new. As for those singers, they have either already received their contracts or have found their next home. After all, people always strive for higher goals. So although EMI looks prosperous on the surface, it is already in crisis inside. If the company has not found a singer who can take on the leading role before those veteran singers leave, then there is no point in talking about development. I'm afraid we'll have to go back a few years. And Lu Yao was the seedling signed under this background. It took him more than 2 years to reach the second tier. Although it is not fast, it is already very good compared with the company's singers of the same period. So Zhao Wanyi tilted the resources towards Lu Yao. If Lu Yao can successfully break into the front line, then the company's future development will not encounter too many problems, and may even reach a higher level. But if you fail, she can't fail. Zhao Wanyi bit her lip and suppressed the thoughts churning in her heart. At this moment, a ringtone pulled Zhao Wanyi's wandering thoughts back. Zhao Wanyi looked at her phone and saw that it was a call from her college roommate and current best friend, Shenyoru. Zhao Wanyi answered the phone casually, and heard Shenyoru on the other side say in surprise, "You divorced Shen Jun?" Zhao Wanyi frowned slightly. How do you know? Her divorce from Shen Jun was not widely publicized, and even her friends were not aware of it. Shenyoru's voice also sounded a little puzzled. Don't you know yet? Mr. Shen is now. Hey, I'll send it to you to read. Soon, Zhao Wanyi saw a bunch of content sent by Shenyoru. Zhao Wanyi finally understood what had happened. Looking at the contents on her phone, especially the exposed photos, her expression gradually turned cold. Shenyoru on the other end of the phone was still chattering. Although I don't know why you and Mr. Shen divorced, Mr. Shen is a good person. Would you like to explain it for him? Zhao Wanyi replied calmly. What's it to me? Wanyi, you know Mr. Shen is not as bad as people say on the internet. He has been with you for so many years. As long as you come forward. Zhao Wanyi interrupted Shenyoru's words lightly. I have no control over his affairs, and I won't control them. Shenyoru looked anxious. Wanyi, why are you so? The last 2 words were not uttered in the end. Shenyoru sighed and said, You've been together for so many years, can you bear to watch him being slandered and defamed? Zhao Wanyi curled her lips, a cold sneer on her face. He chose the path himself, who can he blame? Shenyoru listened to the cold voice on the phone and knew that Zhao Wanyi had made up her mind not to help Shenjun. She could only sigh in her heart and hung up the phone. After Zhao Wanyi hung up the phone, she thought about it and quickly made another call. Hello, Lawyer Zhang. I'd like to appeal again regarding the custody of our daughter. I don't think the child's father is capable of raising a daughter. Here's the proof. As she spoke, Zhao Wanyi forwarded all the content sent by Shenyoru to Zhang Lu. As online public opinion intensified and its influence continued to expand, more and more familiar people saw Shen Jun's public opinion news. At this time, in Jiangnan Film and Television City, the popular young actress Zhang Ruanan was resting in a nanny car. The new drama she is currently starring in started filming at around 4 o'clock this morning and continued until noon. There are also night scenes to be filmed in the evening. So Zhang Ruanan took advantage of the free time in the afternoon to catch up on some sleep. There were several people sitting in the nanny car, including Zhang Ruanan's agent, assistant, and makeup artist. At this moment, the assistant was gossiping with the makeup artist. This amateur is quite good looking, he doesn't look like a gigolo. The makeup artist curled her lips. His information has been exposed. His name is Shen Jun. He graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I heard he was kept right after graduation. Look, he was dumped a while ago. This is a divorce photo. The assistant was shocked. It's a shame he's so handsome. As the two were talking, a tender and hoarse voice suddenly came from the back row. Madoka. When her name was called, assistant Xiao Yuan turned around immediately and saw that Zhang Ruanan, who was catching up on his sleep in the back row, had woken up and was slowly getting up with his arms supported. Xiao Yuan said with some concern, "Nanan, did I disturb you?" Zhang Ruanan shook his head and stood up, rubbing his still confused head, and then asked, "Who were you talking about?" Madoka simply said. Siang TV launched a variety show, and some of the amateurs who participated in the show were exposed for being kept by someone. Zhang Ruanan thought of the name she had just heard in a trance, and asked uncertainly, "What's his name?" Xiao Yuan was stunned for a moment. "It seems to be called," the makeup artist added, "Jun Shen." "Yes, that's the name." Xiao Yuan nodded. When Zhang Ruanan heard the name, her movements suddenly stopped. She sat up straighter, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Do you have any photos? Let me take a look." Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist exchanged a glance, somewhat puzzled by Nanan's reaction. Nanan usually had no interest in this kind of entertainment gossip, but today, in doubt, the makeup artist sent Zhang Ruanan the divorce photos that were circulating online. When Zhang Ruanan saw the familiar face in the photo, her expression froze, and the face in the photo gradually overlapped with the face in her memory. Zhang Ruanan exhaled lightly and asked slowly, "What happened to him?" The voice he spoke out was a little hoarser than when he just woke up. Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist looked at each other, and sent some online revelations to Zhang Ruanan in confusion. Zhang Ruanan looked at the online revelations and gradually pursed her lips. The fingers holding the phone turned white from the force. Looking at Nan, who was silent for a long time, Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist exchanged a glance, the confusion in their eyes deepened. The agent, Sister Su, also noticed something strange and frowned and asked, "Ruanan, what's wrong?" "I'm fine." Zhang Ruanan raised her head and said, looking at Xiao Yuan, "Give me your work phone." Zhang Ruanan's social media accounts are all managed by Xiao Yuan. Although Xiao Yuan was confused, she still handed the phone to Zhang Ruanan. Zhang Ruanan logged directly into social media and started editing text. Agent Su looked at Zhang Ruanan's phone with a puzzled look. When she saw the text edited by Zhang Ruanan, her pupils trembled and her face changed drastically. "Ruanan, what are you doing?" As he said that, he was about to take the phone from Zhang Ruanan's hand. However, Zhang Ruanan was prepared and avoided Sister Su directly, then looked up at Sister Su. "Sister Su, don't stop me." Sister Su looked anxious and panicked at Zhang Ruanan. "Are you crazy? What does this Mr. Shen have to do with you? Why are you speaking up for him? He's the center of public opinion right now, and the entire internet is filled with negative comments. Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Xiao Yuan and the makeup artist were still a little confused and didn't know what was going on, but then they heard what Sister Su said. Their expressions changed, and they looked shocked. "Nanan, now everyone knows that Shenjun is the center of public opinion, and the entire network is full of bad reviews. Speaking up for him at this time, Zhang Ruanan bit her lip and looked directly at Sister Su. "He's my friend. He's not what people say online. I can't let anyone slander him like this," Sister Su advised with a worried look. "Even if he's your friend, you can't do this. Do you know what consequences you will face if you speak out? You've been in the industry for 5 years and haven't had any scandals or been paired with anyone. You're the perfect match for your fans. If you suddenly speak up for someone of the opposite sex, your image and the persona you've cultivated over the years will be severely impacted. And I know people well." Zhang Ruanan interrupted Sister Su and said firmly, "He's not that kind of person. It doesn't matter if my image is damaged, I must help him." As she spoke, Zhang Ruanan pulled Sister Su's arm and said pleadingly, "Sister Su, I haven't asked you for anything in all these years. This time, please let me be willful." Sister Su lowered her head and saw that Zhang Ruanan's eyes were already misty and wet, which made people feel distressed. Sister Su and Zhang Ruanan persisted for a few minutes. Finally he sighed. "Who is he?" Zhang Ruanan's eyes were stunned for a moment, and he said slowly, "Without him, there might not be who I am today." Sister Su was stunned for a moment, and finally waved her hand, indicating that Zhang Ruanan should handle it herself. Zhang Ruanan thanked him, then lowered her head and quickly edited a paragraph of text, and posted it on her social account without any hesitation. At this time in the Xiaobu ancient village, in the temporary office where the program crew was located, Lin Jia hung up the phone with a very ugly expression. Because his debut show was cancelled, he was scolded by the director of the art center. The director also revealed that because the suspension of the show has caused losses in profits, the station will re-evaluate the rating of the program. "Where are we going, Dad?" That means downshifting. Today, public opinion is still surging and shows no sign of abating. The program has already suffered a serious impact. If it is postponed again at this time, without resource support, I'm afraid the show will be doomed. What makes Linjia even more worried is that now a group of people online, mainly fans of Song Xiu, have shouted slogans to boycott bad actors. The purpose is clear, which is to make Shen Jun quit the show. Moreover, during the afternoon phone call, the director also told him clearly that if the situation continued to get worse, the station would terminate the contract with Shen Jun. By then, even he won't be able to protect Shen Jun. This made Lin Jie feel even more upset and guilty. Shen Jun was the brother he called over to help, but it ended up like this. Moreover, he is in a difficult situation now. If something goes wrong with the S-grade program in his hands, he will be punished even if he is valued by the station leaders. Don't think about S-grade programs for a while. Lin Jie cursed angrily. What the fuck? He really couldn't understand whether these celebrity fans were bored and were causing such a bloody storm just for a matter of face. I wish I could kill him right away. There are also some celebrities who are aiding and abetting the evil. Just as Lin Jie was irritably thinking, someone knocked on the office door. Lin Jie took a deep breath, suppressed his irritability, and said with a serious face, "Come in." A figure pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Jie looked up in surprise. The person who came in was Shen Jun. Shen Jun looked at Lin Jie, who looked unhappy, and sighed in his heart and asked, "What happened?" He noticed something was wrong when the show was suspended at noon. Everyone in the production team looked unhappy, and Shen Jun vaguely noticed that some people in the production team looked at him with something wrong in their eyes. This made Shen Jun more cautious, and an afternoon of observation made him even more certain. Something went wrong with the show. Maybe it has something to do with him. So after helping in and clean up the room, Shen Jun went straight to Lin Jie. Lin Jie was the program director, so he naturally knew everything. Lin Jie didn't expect that it was Shen Jun who came in, and was stunned for a moment. Nothing. Lin Jie's expression couldn't be concealed at all. Shen Jun raised his eyebrows, pulled out a chair and sat next to Lin Jie, smiling. "When did you learn to lie to others? Just tell me what happened." Lin Jie sighed in his heart. It was because of him that Shen Jun participated in the program, which led to the current public opinion. So Lin Jie felt guilty. "This matter has nothing to do with you, I will." However, Shen Jun knocked on the table directly, and the thud interrupted Lin Jie. Lin Jie looked up and met Shen Jun's gaze. Lin Jie finally sighed. "Brother Jun, I didn't handle it well. The show started this morning, and because your traffic was too high, you were trolled by Song Shiu's fans. Now the whole internet is talking about it. The show was suspended for this very reason." Having said that, Lin Jie returned the phone to Shen Jun. Shen Jun frowned when he heard this and immediately picked up his phone to search. With the overwhelming public opinion online now, Shen Jun found it easily. When he saw that he was being slandered, his expression remained calm. But when Shen Jun saw Song Shiu's fans starting to spread rumors and insulted him, his face suddenly turned ashen. Shen Jun suppressed his anger and read the public opinion, then put down his phone. Lin Jie felt a little guilty and apologetic. "Brother Jun, it's my fault. I didn't handle this matter properly, and I got you and implicated." Shen Jun took a deep breath. He was well aware of the intrigues in the entertainment industry, so he had been relatively low-key when starting the show today. He didn't expect that he would be targeted like this. And Shen Jun can remain calm and composed even when rumors and slanders are spread about him. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of storms and experienced all kinds of rumors, and he had long been able to remain indifferent to all of these. But they should never, ever involve an and in is Shen Jun's treasure. Normally, he would not dare to say a word or scold her, but this group of people actually spread rumors and caused trouble. Thinking of this, Shen Jun's face turned ashen. At this moment, the office door was pushed open and a staff member from the program team rushed in, shouting, "Director, good news. Public opinion is starting to reverse." The staff didn't expect Shen Jun to be there. Seeing Shen Jun was stunned for a moment, Lin Jie stood up with a look of surprise. "Reversed?" "Yes, someone helped." Lin Jie took the phone from the staff member in surprise and quickly looked through it. When he saw the content on the phone clearly, he was stunned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jie quickly finished reading the content, then looked at Shen Jun who was sitting in front of him with a complicated expression. "Brother Jun is a very secretive person. When did you become so close to Zhang Ruanan?" Thinking back to what he had just seen, Lin Jie was a little shocked. Zhang Ruanan, a popular young actress in the entertainment industry, is called the White Moonlight and Pure Goddess by countless people, and has an astonishing number of fans. An absolute top-tier existence. Her fan base and status are not inferior to Song Shiu's. Strictly speaking, Zhang Ruanan is even better. After all, Zhang Ruanan is very popular now. Since his debut, he has produced a hit TV series almost every year, which is unmatched in the film and television industry. Lin Jie also knew Zhang Ruanan. One of the actors he invited for his graduation project was Shen Jun, and the other was Zhang Ruanan. At that time, Zhang Ruanan was a junior at the Shanghai Film Academy. However, as Zhang Ruanan's status rose, the two gradually lost contact. Lin Jie hadn't expected that Shen Jun was still in contact with Zhang Ruanan, and judging from the situation, the relationship was quite significant. After all, being able to get a top star to speak publicly was truly. Lin Jie couldn't imagine what kind of relationship could allow a top star to do this. In his eyes, Zhang Ruanan's behavior was almost self-destructive. So Lin Jie looked at Shen Jun with an increasingly strange look. When Shen Jun heard Lin Jie's words, he also raised his head from his anger and frowned in surprise. Zhang Ruanan? A figure that he hadn't seen for several years appeared in Shen Jun's mind. Seeing Shen Jun's surprised look, Lin Jie screamed, "Brother Jun, don't say you don't know them well. They've already spoken up for you." As he said that, he handed the phone to Shen Jun. The mobile page was Zhang Ruanan's social media homepage, which contained the content Zhang Ruanan had just posted 10 minutes ago. "Mr. Shen is my friend, and the other lady in the photo is Mr. Shen's wife. There is no such thing as the online rumors between the two of them. They knew each other during college and went from school uniforms to wedding dresses. Mr. Shen is a very good person and has helped me a lot. Please treat public opinion rationally. Don't make rumors, don't spread rumors." After reading this, Shen Jun's eyes fell on the account avatar. The avatar is of a pure and sweet girl with a smile on her face, looking into the distance. The figure in Shen Jun's memory gradually overlapped with the girl in the avatar, and the girl's voice, appearance and smile in the avatar suddenly became vivid. He also didn't expect Zhang Ruanan to speak up for him. After all, the two had not seen each other for many years. Since he married Zhao Wanyi, all they had left was New Year's greetings. Unexpectedly, Shen Jun sighed lightly. Having been in the entertainment industry in his previous life, he naturally knew how much of a price a top-tier young actress would have to pay for saying such words. At the very least, it will result in the loss of fans, and at worst, it will lead to the collapse of personal image and damage. After all, no fan would like to see their favorite goddess publicly support a person of the opposite sex, and trust him so much. Just as Shen Jun was thinking, Lin Jie beside him suddenly shouted again and looked at Shen Jun in shock. "Golden Melody producer Mr. Shen has also spoken for you." He handed the phone to Shen Jun, who took a look and saw a social media account with the certification of Golden Melody producer Shen Yunking that had posted a message. "Mr. Shen is my student. He is a very good person. Please don't spread rumors casually." The message was short, but very meaningful, and many musicians in the circle took the initiative to help forward it. Shen Yunking, Mr. Shen. Chinese contemporary female composer, Lifetime Achievement Music Artist, Chinese Music Chart Lifetime Achievement Award, Chinese Pop Music Lifetime Achievement Award, a music industry leader. This kind of person can shake the music world with just one sentence, and now he actually speaks out publicly for Shen Jun. Lin Jie didn't know what to say anymore. "Are you Mr. Shen's student?" Shen Jun looked at what Mr. Shen said, and warmth appeared in his eyes. "She was my professional teacher at university and she took good care of me before." Lin Jie still hasn't recovered from the shock. "Is this taking better care of you? This is taking such good care of you. It's like they treat you like their own student." As Lin Jie was speaking, Shen Jun's phone rang. The caller ID was Teacher Shen. Before Shen Jun could say anything, Lin Jie said anxiously, "You take it, you take it." Having said that, he walked out of the room and closed the door considerately. Shen Jun shook his head and answered the phone. "Teacher." There was silence on the other side for a moment, and then a kind voice sounded. "Do you still remember me, your teacher?" Hearing this kind voice, Shen Jun's dull expression slowly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. "I can forget anyone but you." After a pause, Shen Jun thanked him earnestly. "Thank you, teacher." The voice on the other end was a little angry. "Why are you thanking me, kid?" Lin Jie was right about one thing. Shen Yunking's care for Shen Jun was not just good, but very good. By chance during his senior year, Shen Yunking discovered that Shen Jun had an amazing talent in writing lyrics and composing music, and later even wanted to take Shen Jun as his last disciple. Sighing, Shen Yunking asked, "How did it become like this?" Shen Jun also sighed. "I was on a show and I just found out about the situation. I didn't expect it to turn out like this and make the teacher worried." Shen Yunking's voice was a little worried. "You and Xiao Zhao?" When Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi got married, Shen Yunking also attended. Shen Jun simply said, "Divorced." The other party was silent for a few seconds, and then comforted. "You're still young, it's okay to get divorced, and with your conditions, you'll definitely find a better girl." Shen Jun's expression softened. "Thank you for your concern, teacher." Shen Yunking on the other end of the phone said slowly, "You kid, I think the online public opinion hasn't died down yet. I'm also aware of the dirty work in the industry. I'll have Manman contact you. When the time comes, let Manman help you with whatever you want to do." Shen Jun quickly refused. "Teacher, no need to numb." However, he was sternly interrupted by Shen Yunking. "You still think of me as your teacher, so just listen to me. After all these years, I'm finally happy to see you willing to step into this circle. I know you hate the dirty things in this circle, but it doesn't matter. Like I said before, as long as you are willing, the teacher will pave the way for you." Hearing Shen Yunking's words, Shen Jun's emotions were churning and his eyes became red. Shen Yunking finally said, "I think Anan is old enough. I'll bring Anan to see me, an old woman, when I have time." Shen Jun took a deep breath and nodded. Must. In a teacher's apartment at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, Shen Yunking hung up the phone with a look of emotion and joy. A voice came from beside me. "Why do you take it so seriously?" The person who was speaking was a woman with a graceful figure and excellent temperament. She was wearing a professional suit, and her 2 long legs in black stockings were straight and slender under her hip skirt. Qin Man, Shen Yunking's granddaughter. Qin Man was a little confused at this time. She was busy at the company in the afternoon, but was suddenly called back by the old man. She thought it was something important and rushed back, but when she got back she found out that the old man asked her to help a student. Qin Man almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. She is the boss of Hanxi Music Company, earning tens of thousands of dollars a minute, and yet she is asked to help a student? Shen Yunking ignored his granddaughter's strange tone, but slowly sat on the balcony, drank a sip of tea, and then said slowly, "You don't understand." Shen Yunking suddenly changed the subject. "Isn't your company short of composers?" Qin Man nodded. Hanxi Music is one of the top music companies in the industry with many singers. Many well-known singers are from Hanxi. There are 3 top singers in the company now. With more singers, there is naturally a shortage of songs. In recent years, one of the main tasks of Hanxi Music Company is to find composers, especially top composers. Shen Yunking smiled, motioned for his granddaughter to pour him some tea, and then slowly said, "As long as you can take down Mr. Shen, these won't be a problem. Mr. Shen's talent for music composition is the most amazing I have ever seen. Sometimes I even feel that Mr. Shen's talent in music is even greater than mine." Shen Yunking's tone was filled with emotion and sigh, and his expression was lost in memories. Qin Man was shocked when he heard Shen Yunking's words. How is this possible? Qin Man is very aware of her grandmother's status in the music world and her musical talent. She is one of the masters of Chinese pop music, the kind that will go down in history. From birth to now, Qin Man has never seen anyone with more amazing talent than her grandmother. But now Grandma said that there was a student whose musical talent was even stronger than hers, and Qin Man couldn't believe it at all. Shen Yunking sighed and said to himself, "Back then, I actually wanted to take him in as a disciple, but unfortunately, Xiao Shen seemed to be very resistant to our circle and was unwilling to become his disciple. Later, I also thought about letting him join your company, but I didn't expect this little guy to get married right after graduation. Later, I heard that he was a full-time childcare worker. I thought he was going to waste his talent. I never thought, it's fate. It seems God didn't want him to live an ordinary life. They actually got divorced. He was finally willing to let go of his little family." Shen Yunking felt a kind of joy in her heart as if she had regained something she had lost. She knew Shen Jun's talent best. When she saw Shen Jun choose to stay at home to take care of the children, she was extremely heartbroken, because she believed that if Shen Jun was willing to display his talents, Chinese music might usher in a new impact. But this child is willing to be ordinary. Unexpected. Now there is a turning point. No one knows how excited Shen Yunking was when he saw Shen Jun on the internet. Even though he saw negative information, Shen Yunking was still extremely excited. This means that Shen Jun is willing to step into this circle. So the first time Shen Yunking saw Shen Jun's situation, he directly posted a statement to protect his son on the social media platform that he had not logged into for many years. At the same time, he called Qin Man back from the company. Shen Yunking had only one idea: since Shen Jun was willing to step into this circle, she must help Shen Jun clear the way forward. Shen Jun hung up the phone, and his mood couldn't calm down for a long time. Faced with Mr. Shen's sincere care, Mr. Shen was deeply moved. He had seen many mean and despicable people in his previous life, but in this life he actually got to know so many kind people. Thinking of this, Shen Jun thought of Zhang Ruanan, who also spoke up for him. Shen Jun quickly opened WeChat and found Zhang Ruanan's WeChat, the same profile picture as on social media. Shen Jun clicked on it and saw that the last chat message between them was during the Chinese New Year. Zhang Ruanan sent him a New Year's greeting at midnight. Shen Jun also replied. Further up are the New Year's greetings from last year and the year before last. There was also this a few years ago. Since Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi got married, the only content of their conversations was New Year's greetings. Every year after midnight, Zhang Ruanan's blessings would be sent on time. It should be a group message set up by this girl in advance. A thought flashed through Shen Jun's mind, and then he quickly typed, "Thank you, girl." When Shen Jun met Zhang Ruanan was only a junior in college and was innocent and childish. At that time, Shen Jun had just traveled through time and his mental state was still the mature state of his previous life. Looking at Zhang Ruanan was like looking at a little girl. When filming the final set for Lin Jia, Shen Jun once casually called out, "That girl." After calling it that many times, I got used to it. The person on the other end didn't reply, probably because she was filming. In recent years, Shen Jun occasionally saw news about Zhang Ruanan on the internet and knew that this girl was becoming more and more popular. He knew this situation too well. His schedule must be packed and he had no free time at all. I didn't think much about it. Shen Jun had no idea that at this moment, Zhang Ruanan in Jiangnan Film and Television City was looking at the message on her phone. Her small face, the size of a palm, was twisted into a ball. The already rosy lips were bitten to make them look even more tender and tempting. Shen Jun hasn't sent her a message for 5 years. Since Shen Jun got married, the distance between them has become farther and farther. This was the first message Shen Jun had sent her in 5 years. Although this message was just a thank you, it still made Zhang Ruanan excited, especially the familiar name, which made Zhang Ruanan's heart beat faster. Zhang Ruanan hesitated for a long time in the nanny car until the makeup artist called her to touch up her makeup. Zhang Ruanan then deleted and revised a sentence and sent it over. "I'm very happy to be able to help my senior." After Shen Jun hung up the phone, Lin Jia rushed in from outside the door. As soon as he came in, he started gossiping about the relationship between Shen Jun and Shen Yunqing. Shen Jun briefly explained it. As he was speaking, the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number, but the caller's address was Shanghai. Shen Jun thought of something and answered the call. A hoarse and tender female voice came from the other side, with a smoky texture. "Jun Shen?" Shen Jun nodded. "It's me," the other side said bluntly. "I'm Qin Man. This is my personal number. Call me if you need any help." Qin Man is teacher Shen's granddaughter. Shen Jun has never met her, but he heard teacher Shen nagging about her a few times back then, and Shen Jun thought, "Thank you, Sister Qin Man." Qin Man responded indifferently and then hung up the phone. Shen Jun could guess something from Qin Man's tone of voice. He was probably dissatisfied with teacher Shen's arrangement, and Shen Jun understood. After all, I have no relatives or friends. Qin Man was fine, so she called him specially. Shen Jun's mind raced, and then he looked up at Lin Jia who was sitting beside him. "Do me a favor. Help me check what Hanshi Music is up to lately, or what they need." Hanshi Music Company is Qin Man's company. Shen Jun knew about it before he graduated. Teacher Shen wanted him to work at Hanshi, although Teacher Shen asked him to speak freely. But Hanshi is not the company that Mr. Shen is in charge of after all. Mr. Shen can say this, but he cannot do it himself. If he really asked casually, Qin Man might help him for Teacher Shen's sake, but Teacher Shen's network would be over. So Mr. Shen must have the capital to speak. Hanshi Music? Lin Jia was shocked again. Hanshi Music Company is one of the top music companies in China and can even be considered the industry leader. Lin Jia had no idea that Shen Jun actually had any connection with Hanshi Music, but Lin Jia didn't ask any more questions and just agreed. "Wait for my news." Lin Jia works at Hunan Provincial Television Station. As the most popular provincial satellite TV station in China, Hunan TV Station has an extensive network of contacts that covers the entire Chinese entertainment industry. This is not a difficult task for him. Shen Jun looked up and out the window. Song Zhang was standing in the distance, talking and laughing with his agent. A cold light flashed in Shen Jun's eyes. The public opinion storm was caused by Song Xiu's fans. In addition, Lin Jia had already told him that Lin Jia had contacted Song Xiu, but Song Xiu was unwilling to settle the matter. And this group of people should never, ever touch Anan. This is Shen Jun's taboo. Whether in the past life or this life, Shen Jun has never been a tolerant person, nor is he a soft persimmon that can be easily manipulated. Since you dare to provoke him, you must be prepared for his revenge. After an afternoon, public opinion on the internet has gradually reversed with the successive statements from Zhang Ruanan and Mr. Shen. Shen Jun's reputation is gradually improving. In fact, it mainly depends on Mr. Shen. As soon as Mr. Shen speaks out, many musicians and big names in the industry take the initiative to help forward it, which directly suppresses the boiling public opinion. As for Zhang Ruanan's statement almost made public opinion even more heated. After Zhang Ruanan spoke, the entire internet was shocked. Zhang Ruanan has a pure and sweet appearance, and has starred in many hit TV series. She is definitely one of the hottest young actresses in the film and television industry today, and a top star. And what about Shen Jun? An ordinary person who is deeply trapped in public opinion. Mr. Shen spoke for Mr. Shen because of their teacher-student relationship, and the whole network knew that Mr. Shen was a graduate of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, while Mr. Shen was a graduate of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Then why is Zhang Ruanan? Friend? Who would believe that? Jang Ruanan's statement is obviously disadvantageous to her, and can even be said to be damaging to her future. Jang Ruanan has never had any scandals since her debut, but now she suddenly speaks up for the opposite sex, and her fans are going crazy. Even so, Jang Ruanan still spoke. What does this mean? This shows that Mr. Shen is very important to Jang Ruanan. The relationship between the two is definitely not just ordinary friends, and look at this sentence. Mr. Shen is a very good person. This statement is extremely problematic. If they have nothing to do with each other, I'll do a live broadcast of washing my hair while standing upside down. So public opinion gradually went astray. However, this also suppressed the negative public opinion about Mr. Shen once again. In addition, after Mr. Shen spoke out, a topic was inexplicably ignited by countless netizens. The topic is called An Ant's Fairy Tale. It turned out that a netizen watched the live broadcast of the noon program with his child. The child liked the fairy tales told by An Ant very much and was clamoring to listen more. But the show was suspended, and he couldn't find any other stories online, so he had to turn to the internet for help. As a result, a bunch of similar netizens came up with this story, all saying that their children wanted to listen to this fairy tale again after hearing it, but they couldn't find it anywhere on the internet. Many parents also think that this fairy tale is easy to understand, simple and interesting, and can help children understand the truth. So I wanted to look for something similar online, and use it as extracurricular reading or bedtime story for my children in the future. After searching everywhere, nothing found. The fairy tales on the internet are all the traditional stories that they are familiar with. As for the Little Red Riding Hood that An mentioned, there is no such thing. This topic just snowballed, getting more and more people talking about it. Finally, it became a hot topic. Countless netizens participated in the discussion and search for An Ant's fairy tales, and even big names in the fields of early childhood education in fairy tales showed up. I can't praise enough the story of Little Red Riding Hood. So in the end, the whole internet was begging for An Ant's fairy tale story. Since it couldn't be found online, everyone could only look for the creator of the fairy tale, An Ant's father. As a result, the live broadcast accounts of Shen Jun and An Ant began to gain followers like crazy, and countless people flocked to the media account of Where Are We Going, Dad? To follow the show crazily. Lin Jia never expected that the matter would be resolved like this. What's more unexpected is that after all this commotion, the attention to the program has not decreased, and it seems to have increased a lot. This made Lin Jia breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the haze in his heart had finally been swept away. After readjusting his state, he immediately shouted, "Get ready to go live." Shen Jun was chatting with Jang Ruanan. After hearing the news of the broadcast, he sent Jang Ruanan a message. "It's ready to go live, we'll talk later. Remember to come to Shanghai when you have time. I'll treat you to a delicious meal." The other side quickly replied, "Come on, senior, it's a deal. I'll definitely go when the time comes." A cartoon emoticon with glowing eyes. Shen Jun smiled, made a cool expression, put down his phone, and then went to pick up An Ant, the mud monkey who was having fun playing in the field. In the dressing room of Jiangnan Film and Television City, Jang Ruanan patted her cheeks, which were a little hot due to excitement and happiness. Before she could calm down, the door of the dressing room was swung open. Agent Su Ji looked helpless. "My dear aunt, your fans are going crazy, and you still have the mind to chat here." The happiness on Jang Ruanan's face suddenly stopped. It was getting dark. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the show Where Are We Going, Dad?, which had been off the air for an afternoon, resumed broadcasting, and the number of viewers began to soar as soon as it started. There are still 5 live broadcast rooms and 5 groups of guests. According to the backstage data of the program team, Song Shiu's live broadcast room had the highest traffic, which reached its peak the moment the broadcast started. The screen of the live broadcast room was full of comments supporting his brother. However, not long after, Shen Jun and An Ant's live broadcast rooms came from behind and instantly surpassed the traffic of Song Shiu's live broadcast room. And as the news of the show's launch spread, the influx of traffic has been non-stop. Shen Jun's live broadcast room quickly widened the gap with other live broadcast rooms, leading by a long way, and was even about to reach the total traffic of the last 3 groups of live broadcast rooms. All the staff of the program were stunned. Everyone thought that after this wave of public opinion, Shen Jun might become silent, but unexpectedly, the traffic increased. Part of the traffic in Shen Jun's live broadcast room is passers-by fans, who like An Ant and Shen Jun very much. Another part is fairy tale fans. This group of people came here just to listen to fairy tales. Another part, which also accounts for the largest share of traffic now, is Jang Ruanan's fans. Ever since Jang Ruanan spoke out in the afternoon, her fans have been going wild. As a popular young actress, Jang Ruanan's fan base even exceeds that of Song Shiu, and there are countless male fans among them. After hearing Jang Ruanan's words in the afternoon, these male fans were all filled with curiosity and hostility toward Shen Jun, so when they heard that the show was about to start, a bunch of people rushed over directly. They want to see what kind of man their goddess values. This has led to the current situation where traffic in the live broadcast room has skyrocketed. This terrifying traffic has even alarmed the Hunan provincial TV station. At this time, the 5 groups of guests who received the broadcast notification have gathered at the recording point. Shen Jun walked over carrying an and happened to meet Song Shiu, who was holding a stone in the distance. A cold light flashed in Shen Jun's eyes and he looked straight at Song Shiu. Song Shiu curled the corners of his mouth with a look of disdain. Song Shiu felt quite sorry that he didn't kill this amateur in the afternoon. All we can say is that this amateur is very lucky, but Song Shiu doesn't think that this amateur can make any big waves. You can never survive in this circle just by luck. The two glanced at each other, and then looked calmly at the camera in the distance. At this time, Lin Jia had already called on several groups of guests to greet the camera. Shen Jun held an and greeted his live broadcast room. Suddenly, the live broadcast room flashed. And Anne's dad is so handsome. I want to hear an Anne's fairy tale. Who is this mud monkey? Where is my lovely Anan? After public opinion calmed down, the hostility in Shen Jun's live broadcast room became much less and there was laughter and joy. After the guests were introduced, the staff guided them to finish arranging the accommodation rooms that had not been prepared at noon, allowing the audience in the live broadcast room to see the difficult accommodation conditions for each group of guests. After seeing the paper-pasted window frames in the dilapidated room that looked like it was from the 1970s or 1980s, countless viewers in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "The best room is Song Shiu's." Compared with the other 5 rooms, Song Shiu's room is closer to a modern room. Countless fans in the live broadcast room called my brother awesome. The person who stayed in the worst accommodation was director Wang Hai. Because he gave the worst self-introduction, the only rooms left were the worst ones when it came to his choice. The wooden door was shaking and the thatched roof was rustling in the wind, which made Shen Jun frown. Wang Hai's accommodation also aroused the sympathy of many viewers, and many viewers said that this program was too real. As for Shen Jun, he followed his previous choice and chose a middle-level room that was neither good nor bad, with nothing special about it. Then they had dinner on live broadcast. This time they didn't have to cook dinner, but the program crew prepared the meal in advance. Coarse grains, corn, sweet potatoes, and steamed cornbread. The program team's intention is to let everyone feel that life is not easy and recall the good times and bad times. This meal was not very pleasant. Even Shen Jun and Anan had to swallow it with frowns. In his 2 lives, Shen Jun had never been short of money and he also had cooking skills. His taste has been spoiled for a long time. As for Anan, she became even more cunning because of what Shen Jun raised her to do. While eating, his little face was almost wrinkled like a bun, and it took Shen Jun's coaxing before he ate a little. As for the guests in other groups, it was even more lively. The sounds of crying and shouting echoed all night long, and the fathers all looked tired. It was almost 9 o'clock by the time we finished our meal. There were no further arrangements, and each group of guests went back to their rooms to prepare for bed. When I saw this, a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room had left, and the current traffic was only half of what it was when the show started. Many viewers in Shen Jun's live broadcast room commented, "That's it? There's nothing special about him besides being handsome? Let's go. I thought it was something awesome, it's just ordinary. I don't know why the goddess cares so much. This person is no different from an ordinary person." Most of those who said these things were Zhang Ruanan's fans. They originally wanted to see what was so special about Shen Jun, but they watched for more than an hour. Apart from being handsome and having a cute daughter, there is nothing different about him, so they all prepared to leave. However, those old fans who have been following since morning said lightly, "What's the rush? It hasn't even started yet." At this time, Shen Jun had already finished taking in a bath. Now the 2 of them, one big and one small, were lying on the bed wearing a set of cute father-daughter pajamas. Anan rested her head on Shen Jun's arm, her eyes feeling a little sleepy. "We got up early today and played all day." Now the little guy couldn't hold on any longer when he got into bed, but Anan tried hard to keep his eyes open and said in a soft voice, "Daddy, story." As soon as these words came out, the already somewhat quiet live broadcast room instantly became boiling. "Here it comes. The little bench is ready. Front row, get ready. I've been waiting all night, it's finally here." My son stopped playing with his toys when he heard we were going to tell a story. There were passers-by who had just arrived in the live broadcast room. These people had no idea what was going on. They saw that the guests were going to sleep and thought the show was about to end. Unexpectedly, the live broadcast room became even more lively. At this moment, everyone looked puzzled. "What's going on? Aren't you going to bed? I don't understand. What are you looking at now?" Those old fans replied, "It's only showtime now. Don't ask, just sit back and listen. I've been waiting all night for this party." At this time, in a villa in the capital, a kind-faced old man turned up the volume of the live broadcast on his mobile phone to the maximum. If someone were there, they would recognize that this kind-faced old man is none other than the great Chinese fairy tale master and famous domestic fairy tale writer, Sun Dao. Sun Dao's actions caused some surprise among the people on the other side. Old Sun, when did you become so trendy and even watch live broadcasts? Sun Dao laughed. What's the point of me being trendy? I'm half buried in the ground. My grandson was watching short videos this afternoon when he heard a fairy tale and couldn't forget it. Why didn't I come and learn it? The person on the other side was surprised for a moment, then laughed. Let you study? Doesn't your grandson know what you do? I'd like to see what kind of story would make our fairy tale master learn from it with humility. While the two were chatting and laughing, Shen Jun had already discussed the content of the bedtime story with Anne. And Anne's favorite thing recently was listening to Harry Potter. So tonight's bedtime story is still Harry Potter. But before he spoke, Shen Jun's expression changed slightly. There was a camera in the room, so he was naturally aware that the show was still being broadcast live. So the audience in the live broadcast room can also hear the stories he tells. If it were before, Shen Jun would not care whether the audience could understand or not, but now that Shen Jun has decided to take revenge on Song Shiyu, he has an extra consideration in his mind. Since Song Shiyu's fans think that he has seized Song Shiyu's traffic, then Shen Jun will let Song Shiyu's fans see what it means to seize traffic. Shen Jun had an idea in his mind and started from the beginning of Harry Potter. As for Anne couldn't remember the plot at all, she just wanted to hear about the magical and fun magic world and the super powerful magic. At this time, the traffic in the live broadcast room began to increase again, and most of them were curious about what bedtime story Shen Jun was going to tell. Through word of mouth from many netizens, everyone knows that Anne's father can tell fairy tales, and many of them are stories that no one else has ever heard of. When I heard Shen Jun and Anne discussing, the live broadcast room was also discussing. Harry Potter? Did I make a typo? What's this story? It sounds like a name, a foreign name at that. Is it a foreign fairy tale? I want to hear Little Red Riding Hood. Isn't it said that Mr. Shen has many stories that others have never heard of? Where are they? I don't like foreign stories. I prefer stories from our own country. I don't feel like I can relate to them. It was all in vain. Hey, sleep, sleep. The name Harry Potter discouraged many people. After all, everyone wanted to listen to Shen Jun's fairy tales, not foreign stories. Especially the name is difficult to pronounce and there is no sense of immersion at all. Shen Jun didn't know the reaction in the live broadcast room. If he knew, he would just smile. Those who leave now will regret it later. Patting Anne gently, Shen Jun's low voice slowly rang out. Mr. and Mrs. Dudley consider themselves normal people. They hate to see, but they have a secret. The story was told slowly, and many people in the live broadcast room originally felt a little bored, or when they heard that it was a foreign story, they didn't want to listen anymore. However, when the mysterious owl and cat appeared, and the mysterious magical world slowly unfolded, everyone's eyes widened. There were originally quite a few people complaining or chatting in the comments section of the live broadcast room, but it soon became quiet. The number of people in the live broadcast room is still increasing. It seemed as if everyone was already immersed in the magical world woven by Shen Jun, until Shen Jun slowly said, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor and became good friends with Hermione and Ron. Looking down, Anne had fallen into a deep sleep. Her brows were still furrowed, and I wonder if she was dreaming about fighting monsters in a magic world. Shen Jun smiled and smoothed Anne's brows. As soon as the story stopped, the audience in the live broadcast room all came back to their senses, and the originally quiet comment area instantly became boiling. And Anne's father, don't listen. Keep talking. Ah, I haven't heard enough. What a magical world, it feels like it really exists. Is this the end? And Anne's father, dad, ancestor, tell me more. It's over. I was trying to fall asleep listening to a story, but now I can't fall asleep. No, what story is this about? It's so good, why haven't I read it before? Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed, but all the viewers in the live broadcast room were still not satisfied. The story that Anne's father had just told was really wonderful. Especially the magical and magnificent magical world, which even seems to exist in reality, makes everyone yearn for it and wants to know the next story. However, when everyone was immersed in it, it came to an abrupt end, which made countless viewers cry out in discomfort. Anne, you can't sleep. I haven't finished listening to my sister's story yet. Anne, get up quickly and let Daddy continue telling stories. I envy Anne and want to be Anne. At this time, in the villa in Beijing, fairy tale master Sun Dao and his friends also came back to their senses from the story and looked at each other. Sun Dao frowned and asked, "This is obviously not a fairy tale. It reads like a novel. Have you heard of it?" The person sitting opposite Sun Dao thought for a moment and shook his head. "I've read almost every literary work published in China and even abroad, but I've never heard of this story." Sun Dao's expression became serious. "You mean to say this is original?" The person opposite took a deep breath and said with a look of shock, "We have to go back and confirm it, but it's pretty close." Sun Doi thought about it. "This story is quite interesting." The person opposite said, "This story, Tisk, it's quite interesting. I didn't expect that when I came to you to urge you to submit the manuscript, there would be a surprise. Thank you, grandson, for me." As he spoke, the person opposite him stood up. Sun Doi was stunned for a moment and said, "Will you sit for a while?" The person opposite shook his head and said, "No, I have to go back and confirm the story. If it's confirmed to be original, I might have to go to Hunan province." Then he put on his coat and quickly left Sun Doi's house, leaving Sun Doi in the house with a sigh of regret. Young people nowadays are incredible. It was already dark inside the Emmy Records building, but the lights were still on inside. Liu Yao's new album will be available online tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Since Liu Yao is the artist that the company is focusing on promoting, the company has high hopes for her. In addition, Tianya Media released an album at the same time. Therefore, Emmy Music has attached great importance to the release of Liu Yao's new album this time. All relevant staff of the company are checking and coordinating the album release matters for tomorrow. Make sure everything is safe. As soon as the new album is released, strive for a higher status. At this time, Zhao Wanyi, who was wearing a black dress, had a sad face. She had been busy all day because of the release of her new album. Still busy until now. Now that everything was settled, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wanyi turned off the computer and looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. On the phone, Mr. Sun sent her a message. "Wanyi, let me know when you're done and I'll pick you up for dinner." Zhao Wanyi thought for a moment, then tapped her slender fingers and replied, "I'm done." The other side quickly replied, "Give me 15 minutes. I'll be there soon." Mr. Sun Yaoan, the boss of Yaoan Film and Television Media Company, whose market value is estimated at over 1 billion, is a company larger than Emmy Records, specializing in film and television investment, production, and distribution. Moreover, Sun Yaoan is only 30 years old and he has already taken charge of such a company. He deserves to be called a young and promising person. Even Zhao Wanyi admires him. More importantly, Sun Yaoan had been pursuing Zhao Wanyi. The two met at an evening party. At that time, Sun Yaoan was shocked by Zhao Wanyi's beauty. He immediately began to pursue Zhao Wanyi madly. This pursuit lasted for a year, and even Zhao Wanyi's company employees and Zhao's father and mother knew something about it. It's quite sincere. Just like what Sun Lanfang said, Mr. Sun is a good person in both character and ability. Zhao Wanyi had some feelings for him, and after Sun Yaoan heard that she was divorced, he pursued her even more passionately. Then there was the dinner appointment tonight. Try it first. Zhao Wanyi withdrew her thoughts. There were still more than 10 minutes before Mr. Sun came over. After thinking about it, Zhao Wanyi clicked on the short video. In her spare time, she also watches short videos, which allows her to relax and learn about current entertainment trends. However, as soon as she clicked on the short video, Zhao Wanyi frowned. Because the video she saw was the scene where Shen Jun called in to get up in the morning. The number of likes on this video has now exceeded 3 million. Looking at the intimate actions and expressions of love between the father and daughter in the video, Zhao Wanyi felt extremely irritated and her face immediately darkened. His eyes were cold. She already knew in the evening that Shen Jun had escaped from public opinion. Zhao Wanyi originally wanted to use this public opinion to turn Shen Jun into a complete waste, so that it would be easier for her to get the custody of it. Unexpectedly, Shen Jun actually reversed public opinion. Thinking of this, Zhao Wanyi thought of the news she saw in the afternoon. Golden Melody Award producer Mr. Shen and popular young actress Zhang Ruanan both spoke out for Shen Jun. Mr. Shen's professional teacher is Mr. Shen, and Zhao Wanyi knows it well. Because when they got married, Mr. Shen attended their wedding. But they had no contact afterwards, and after Zhao Wanyi became the president of Emmy, she once asked Shen Jun to play the emotional card and ask Mr. Shen to sing a song. As a top composer and a leading figure in the music world, every musician longs to sing a song written by Mr. Shen. But Mr. Shen retired 5 years ago and no longer commissioned songs. Zhao Wanyi was thinking at the time that Mr. Shen was Mr. Shen's student, so she wanted to see if she could play the emotional card and ask Mr. Shen to sing a song for her. Just one song would do. Maybe it will take the company to the next level. However, Mr. Shen told her at that time that he and Ms. Shen were just normal university teacher-student relationships, and they were not particularly familiar with each other, so they could not make an appointment. Recalling this incident, Zhao Wanyi felt a surge of anger in her heart. She actually believed it at that time. After all, judging from Shen Jun's behavior after marriage, he didn't seem like someone who could know such a top boss. Results now. Normal university teacher-student relationship? What kind of teacher-student relationship could make Mr. Shen, who is not very good at using social media software, speak out to defend it as soon as the incident happened. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is not a normal teacher-student relationship at all. And since Shen Jun had this relationship, why didn't he help her before and never told her? Trash is trash. The more Zhao Wanyi thought about it, the angrier she became, and she cursed in a low voice with a cold expression. Besides Mr. Shen, the popular young actress Zhang Ruanan made Zhao Wanyi look even colder. She never knew what the relationship between Mr. Shen and Zhang Ruanan was. As someone in the entertainment industry, Zhao Wanyi knew too well how big a risk Zhang Ruanan took by speaking out. Are you willing to help Mr. Shen even at the cost of your own interests? Looking at Zhang Ruanan's pure, sweet and delicate little face on the internet, Zhao Wanyi pinched her red nails into her palms unconsciously. Just as Zhao Wanyi's expression became increasingly cold, the cell phone in her hand rang. Sun Yaoan called and said that he had arrived downstairs. Zhao Wanyi hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and suppressed the fluctuating emotions in her heart. Before going downstairs, Zhao Wanyi took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup. Looking at the bright and beautiful face in the mirror, Zhao Wanyi's expression gradually returned to calm. No matter how hard Shen Jun tries, he is still a waste. There will always be a world of difference between me and her. Zhao Wanyi curled the corners of her mouth, a hint of disdain appeared on her face, then she tossed her long wavy hair and walked downstairs with a free and easy temperament. A Maybach was parked downstairs. Mr. Sun Yaoan, dressed in a neat suit, was leaning against the car. Seeing the bright and beautiful Zhao Wanyi coming down the stairs, he immediately took out a bouquet of flowers from behind and walked forward. Wanyi, you've worked so hard. There were employees and passers-by walking downstairs in the office building, and many people showed envious expressions and cheered when they saw this scene. Zhao Wanyi's annoyance suddenly dissipated and a smile appeared on her face. This is the life she wants. Zhao Wanyi accepted the roses that Sun Yaoan handed her with a smile on her face. Then Sun Yaoan opened the car door considerately and Zhao Wanyi got in the car holding the flowers. The luxurious and dazzling Maybach drove towards the neon lights of Shanghai. At the same time when Zhao Wanyi got into Sun Yaoan's Maybach, a deafening thunder suddenly sounded in the night sky of Lingnan City. There were flashes of lightning and thunder in the night. The several groups of guests who were recording a program in Xiaobu ancient village were all shocked. What followed was the heart-wrenching cries of children, or the whining sounds of them calling for their mothers. In the room, Shen Jun sighed lightly. He finally managed to talk into sleep and was ready to end the live show. But before he could say a word to the staff, a sudden thunder instantly tore the sky and earth apart, and then a crackling rain curtain fell. Then, Anan was frightened awake. Anan has been afraid of thunder since he was a child. Whenever there is thunder, he cannot sleep well and someone must watch over him all night long, especially after being woken up by a fright. If I can't find my father, I will cry and collapse. Sure enough, after the thunder, Shen Jun saw the little man and his arms move. First, his little face wrinkled, and then his legs kicked. The big eyes opened immediately. Unlike her usual cute look, Anan's eyes were now filled with fear. Shen Jun felt a pang of anxiety when he saw this. He immediately embraced Anan, patted her gently and coaxed her softly. Anan, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Anan was awakened by the thunder. Fortunately, she saw Shen Jun as soon as she opened her eyes. The fear in her big eyes was reduced a little, but she was still scared. She trembled all over and leaned into Shen Jun's arms, crying out in grievance. Daddy, I'm scared. There were still quite a few people in the live broadcast room at this time. Although it was nearing the end, everyone was still intrigued by the story Shen Jun had just told, so even though the show was about to end, there were still quite a few people in the live broadcast room. Many people wanted to continue listening to the story, and kept refreshing the screen in the live broadcast room, hoping to attract Mr. Shen's attention. And then there was the thunder just now. When everyone heard Shen Jun's soft voice coaxing Anan, many people in the live broadcast room commented crazily. Anan's father, are you still in need of a lovely daughter who is 6 years and 204 months old? Ah, the sound is so sweet, it's killing me. Anan, give up your seat and let me lie down for a while. Then when everyone heard Anan say that she was afraid in a wrong tone, they all felt distressed. In particular, the live broadcast of the program set up multiple camera positions, one of which was a close-up of Anan's face. When they saw that frightened little face, a bunch of mother fans in the live broadcast room said distressfully, don't be afraid, Anan, Mom is with you. Oh, poor thing. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Anan. Leave a place for Mom. Mom and Dad will protect you together. I can hear the abacus upstairs clearly from the northeast. The situations of the other groups of guests were similar to Anan's. They were all ready to end the live broadcast and hugged their children to sleep. Unexpectedly, there was a loud thunder and all the children who had been coaxed to sleep with great difficulty woke up. The other groups of guests usually have fewer children with them, and most of them are boys, who are even more noisy. So the process of coaxing them to sleep almost cost some fathers their lives. The children finally fell asleep, but before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they all woke up again. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed wildly. I felt like Zhang Sui was about to burst. I finally managed to coax that little devil Guangzhe to sleep, but it was all in vain. The moment Guangzhe was frightened awake, Zhang Sui subconsciously showed an expression of despair, as if he had seen a ghost. And they were all captured by the audience. Some viewers even put together Zhang Sui and Guangzhe's emoticons, calling it shocked father and son. This caused everyone in the live broadcast room to laugh wildly, and the number of people watching the live broadcast increased again. Lin Jie saw that all the guests had woken up and were frantically trying to coax their children. This was the topic of the show, so he waved his hand and said, "Keep broadcasting," just in time to make up for the afternoon suspension time. The staff continued to work hard to divert traffic from the trending searches and push the program, which had just cooled down a bit, back to the hot list. More and more viewers flocked to the live broadcast room. Then I saw 5 fathers busy coaxing their children. The thunder outside the window came one after another, almost without stopping, and the rain was pouring down, with thunder and lightning. In the night rain, there were also the cries and howls of unknown wild animals and birds. Moreover, the ancient village is not like a city with flashing neon lights. Outside the windows of the ancient village, there are only swaying shadows of trees, bearing their fangs and claws. The audience in the live broadcast room all called it terrifying, not to mention the children, who were all awakened from their sleep and burst into tears. Shen Jun could even hear Guangzhe crying not far away next door. Anan is not much better. Although Anan is well behaved and obedient, she cannot control herself when she encounters something that scares her from the bottom of her heart. Besides, the ancient village is different from home. It will be much better if you draw the curtains and do some sound insulation at home. At this time, Anan had been crying in Shen Jun's arms for a while. The cute little face was covered with tears and snot, and he used Shen Jun's pajamas as a tissue. The audience watching the live broadcast wanted to laugh but also felt sad. Shen Jun sat up and coaxed Anan gently. Anan had just cried out and her voice was a little hoarse. She was sobbing and her eyes were red, which made Shen Jun feel uncomfortable. Especially if there is any movement outside the window, the little person in my arms will tremble, and my whole body will be in a state of nervous tension. This is not a solution. Shen Jun coaxed Anan and said, "Daddy, can you please continue telling Anan stories?" Shen Jun tried to coax Anan to sleep again, or let Anan relax a little, but Anan shook her head with red eyes. At this time, there was another loud thunder outside the window. Anan was frightened and cried again. She cried for a long time before being coaxed by Shen Jun. "My throat is hoarse and my eyes are swollen." Shen Jun felt very distressed when he saw this. The audience watching the live broadcast were also distressed. It was obvious that Shen Jun and Anan did nothing and didn't even pay attention to the camera. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room is constantly increasing. There were no more jokes in the live broadcast room. Everyone was either feeling sorry for Anan or giving advice and suggestions to Shen Jun's father. Shen Jun said again, "Do you want to listen to music, Anan?" He had to find a way to make Anan relax. Fortunately, this time, under Shen Jun's nervous gaze, Anan nodded with sobs and hummed in a hoarse voice, "Daddy, gag." Shen Jun's expression brightened, and he immediately said, "Daddy, can you sing for Anan?" Anan nodded with red eyes. Shen Jun half sat up and held Anan directly in his arms, so that Anan would feel more secure and it would be more convenient for him to sing. While Shen Jun was adjusting his posture, many people in the live broadcast room exclaimed, "And An's dad can sing. Wow, what a perfect dad Anan is. He does all the housework, tells stories, and sings songs. Perfect husband. Another day where I want to be an An's mom. Just in time for me to go to bed. Thanks to Anan, someone sang me a lullaby." Snickering. The guy upstairs, "Aren't you afraid that Anan's father will scare you to death with his shout?" Although I trust Anan's father, singing is different from telling stories and doing housework. The key is talent. And there's no background music, so it's too difficult to sing a cappella. Anan's father is just an amateur and hasn't practiced professionally, so don't have too high expectations. The requirements are not high, as long as you can listen. The traffic in the live broadcast room was very high, and the comment section was full of people arguing about Anan's father's singing level. At this moment, Shen Jun had adjusted himself. Then, patting Anan lightly, Shen Jun's singing voice slowly began to ring out. "The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars accompany you. Insects fly, insects fly. Who are you missing?" The sound of rain continued outside the window, the shadows of the trees swayed, and Shen Jun's soothing and gentle singing slowly sounded in the dimly lit room. As the song started, the live broadcast room, which had been filled with endless arguments, instantly became quiet. The comments that were already flooding the screen also stopped instantly. Everything seems to have been paused. Shen Jun didn't pay any attention to the situation in the live broadcast room. At this time, he was already immersed in the singing. This song, "The Insects Are Flying," is a song that Shen Jun likes very much. He grew up listening to this song as a child, and when he grew up he listened to this song to search for his childhood. It can be said that it runs through his life. This song "The Insects Are Flying" was a very popular ballad in the previous life. Because the melody is very simple and soothing, and the lyrics are very warm, it was almost known to everyone in the previous life. Almost every kid has heard of it. After having an in, Shen Jun would sometimes sing some songs to an in order to coax her to sleep. This song "The Insects Fly" is also an N's favorite song. As Shen Jun sang, he recalled some scenes from his life with an in. He remembered that once they sat on the balcony, looking at the stars outside the window. Shen Jun held an in his arms, and the two, big and small, hummed "The Insects Are Flying" together. The moonlight was shining, the stars were following, and an in was calling "Daddy Daddy" with a smile on her face. At that time, Shen Jun felt that life was so happy. Thinking of this, a hint of tenderness appeared on Shen Jun's face, and a happy smile overflowed from the bottom of his heart. The singing voice became softer, deeper, and more emotional. The stars in the sky are crying. The roses of the earth wither. The cold wind blows, the cold wind blows. As long as you're with me. In this life, as long as an in is with him, he will be satisfied. Immersed in his emotions, Shen Jun had no idea that as he sang slowly, the live broadcast room was already boiling. When Shen Jun first opened his mouth, the live broadcast room was silent for a while. But not long after, the silent live broadcast room suddenly flooded with comments, one after another, almost flooding the screen. And Anne's father sings so beautifully. This song and this voice are amazing. I want to give a big thumbs up to Anne's father. The moment he opened his mouth, his singing touched my heart. It's over, I've completely fallen in love with Anne's father. That sounds great. It sounds so simple, why is the song so touching? I instantly thought of my childhood, when the moonlight was bright, the rice fields were swaying, and everyone in the village sat under the streetlights chatting and playing cards. I suddenly want to be a kid. The song is beautiful, but why do I feel a little sad? Growing up isn't fun. I don't know why, but I suddenly miss my grandpa. I wonder how he is doing in heaven. I miss my grandma. When I was a child, she would sing to me with a palm leaf fan and coax me to sleep. I'm sad and want to cry. I just wanted to watch a variety show before going to bed. Why did you make me cry? Can someone tell me what lullaby this is? Aw, why is it so beautiful? Woo, please stop singing it. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments, and I couldn't tell which was which. I was overwhelmed as soon as I took a look at it, and the traffic in the live broadcast room was still skyrocketing. The short video platform has already reached the top 10 of the hot list. At this time, in the game live broadcast area of the short video platform, a live broadcast room was very popular and ranked first in the game live broadcast area. In the live broadcast room, a beautiful female anchor is broadcasting a very popular game. The female anchor is very beautiful and has a great figure. Her eyes are sharp when she plays games and she looks heroic, making people want to click on the live broadcast to watch it. But as soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I heard a lot of foul language. What a psycho! Death to your father. The voice was extremely violent and rough, causing all the people who had just entered the live broadcast room to freeze in place, at a loss as to what to do. The old fans in the live broadcast room have been frantically commenting, "Sister Joe, don't talk. Damn it, I forgot to watch it on mute. I'm asking for a large sum of money for poison. Who can poison Sister Joe and make her voice mute? Sister Joe is as beautiful as a fairy when she doesn't speak, but when she opens her mouth, the sky collapses and the earth cracks." The female anchor in the live broadcast room is the current popular game anchor on the short video platform, Jo Wenhui, also known as Sister Joe. Sister Joe is beautiful and has a good figure. The key is the contrast of the mouth, which has attracted countless fans. The number of fans on the entire network has even exceeded tens of millions. She is one of the most popular anchors in the gaming area and is known as the Mute Bride. At this time, accompanied by Sister Joe's ghostly howling. How the hell can I win with teammates like this? How can I win if you sue me? Then the game ends. Sister Joe threw the keyboard down, her pretty facial features gnashing her teeth. She had no image at all. Damn it, Sister Joe, can't you be a little gentler? Look, Sister Joe can only mute. Someone can calm Sister Joe down, please. You want Sister Joe to be quiet? You might as well ask a sow to climb a tree. It's still poison mute. I'm buying medicine now, and will be ready to act soon. Add me in. Add me in. Mute Bride, love. Sister Joe had calmed down by now. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, she immediately widened her eyes and shouted, "I'm so beautiful, and you're comparing me to a sow?" Someone immediately commented in the live broadcast room, "Sorry, we were wrong. We insulted the sow. I'm sorry, so." Sister Joe, with her mouth, is no better than a sow that can climb trees. The comments in the live broadcast room made Sister Joe glare at the others and said with gritted teeth, Okay, you said I'm not as good as a sow? Then tomorrow's cosplay bonus is cancelled. Go watch your sows. Fans in the live broadcast room responded, "Cancel it, cancel it. Just remember to update the photos. Aren't photos better than videos?" Even more. Sister Jo has long been accustomed to the teasing in the live broadcast room. This is her normal routine, so after arguing with fans for a while and getting tired of scolding, she said, "Come on, brothers, Sister Jo will take you to the ward. Don't blame Sister Jo for not giving you food. Sister Jo will take you to eat together." After saying that, she exited the game page and opened the live broadcast area of the short video. Sister Jo habitually glanced at the hot list to see if there was any new gossip today. Just as she was about to take her brothers to see the young lady dance, an entry on the hot list suddenly caught her attention. "Today I learned what a perfect husband is." Sister Jo paused and subconsciously clicked on this entry. Fans in the live broadcast room saw Sister Jo's actions and burst into laughter. The comments section was full of crazy jokes. "We agreed to take the brothers out for some good food, but Sister Jo wanted to sneak in some herself. The perfect husband? Could it be that Sister Jo is also feeling amorous? Sister Jo, don't even think about it. Unless you poison yourself to mute yourself, you won't be able to find a husband." Sister Jo's eyes are full of her husband. Sister Jo reacted quickly, pretending to be shy and patting her hand holding the mouse, then said angrily, "Oh, it's all this hand's fault. I clearly didn't want to see it, but this hand insisted on clicking it." The live broadcast page loaded for a moment, and then the topic live broadcast room opened. Sister Jo instantly saw the title corresponding to this topic live broadcast room. "Where are we going, Dad?" And Dad. Sister Jo also saw the live broadcast cover. On the cover, a boy who looked more handsome than a celebrity was holding a cute little girl with a gentle look on his face. When Sister Jo saw the boy's appearance, she was stunned for a moment. This scene was also observed by her fans in the live broadcast room, and the comments section started to make fun of it again. "It's over, Sister Jo is really in love. My goodness, this dad is only slightly more handsome than me. The guy upstairs is so shameless. This dad is obviously as handsome as me." Sister Jo quickly came back to her senses, her cheeks a little hot from being scratched, and she immediately cleared her throat to cover it up. "Isn't this the show that was so popular today? This guy should be the amateur who was slandered, right? He is indeed quite handsome. I was stunned just now because I remembered this incident, not for any other reason. Brothers, can you please stop making random guesses?" Crazy comments in the live broadcast room. Yeah, what did we say? Sister Jo, you are just trying to cover up your mistake. I'm not thinking of anything, why are you blushing? After seeing this comment, Sister Jo subconsciously touched her face, which made the fans in the live broadcast room start to make fun of her crazily. Sister Jo just gave up. "I just like looking at handsome guys, what's wrong with that? This is the blessing I earned from working like a slave in my previous life. Perfect husband? I want to see what it is like. Let me taste it for my sisters first." As she spoke, Sister Jo directly clicked on an Shen Jun's live broadcast room. At this time, Shen Jun had finished singing "The Insects Are Flying," and liked listening to it very much. The fear on her little face was indeed much less, and her eyes were not as red anymore. Shen Jun didn't stop, patted an and started singing again. "The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars accompany you. Insects fly." Sister Jo's account level is very high. When this kind of account enters the live broadcast room, there will be a system prompt, which makes it convenient for the anchor to know that a big shot has entered the live broadcast room. Normally, when Sister Jo enters the live broadcast room, the anchor who is broadcasting will be stunned, and then shout with a look of surprise, "Thank you for your support, Sister Jo. Welcome to visit us often." Although Sister Jo has no image when interacting with her fans, having tens of millions of fans is very impressive for most anchors, an existence that needs to be looked up to. But this time, when Sister Jo entered the live broadcast room, it did not cause any ripples. The handsome man holding the child in the camera did not even raise his head. Faced with the handsome guy ignoring her, Sister Jo was naturally a little frustrated. But the next second, Sister Jo was attracted by other situations. She looked at the exploding number of viewers in the live broadcast room and the overwhelming and dense comments. Sister Jo's eyes widened, and she even stuttered subconsciously. Fuck, am I dazzled?" As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes and looked at the live broadcast room again. The number of viewers was still so explosive, and the number of people online at the same time had exceeded 1 million. I can't even make out a single word in the comments section. Sister Jo took a deep breath. She had seen many big scenes, but at this moment she was also extremely shocked. No wonder no one else cares about her, her account is only at the level of a small karami. In this short while, she has seen many familiar big boss accounts. Sister Jo's voice was a little hoarse. "This is too awesome." The fans who were watching Sister Jo's live broadcast room also saw what was happening in Shen Jun's live broadcast room and were equally shocked. Then someone said, "Sister Jo, it seems that this man is not your turn. My goodness, I can't even read a single comment. Just one glance and I'm all like, I want to be a mom. I started watching the show in the evening. The traffic in the live broadcast room was quite high then, but I didn't expect it to be even higher now. Sister Jo had come back to her senses at this point and said, "Brothers, this is incredible. Watch the live broadcast carefully, I want to see what's so awesome about it." As soon as Sister Jo finished speaking, a soft and clean male humming sounded, and this humming sound went straight into people's hearts. Sister Jo was stunned. The fans who came with Sister Jo were all stunned, and the comment section that was originally full of jokes and funny things became visibly quiet. Sister Jo looked towards the live broadcast room following the sound of the song, and saw a handsome man in the room holding a little girl and sitting on a somewhat old bed. The man had a kind and gentle look on his face. The light in the room was dim, like the light in my home when I was a child. Outside the room, the shadows of trees sway, the sounds of rain and wind can be faintly heard, and through the old window glass, the night outside can be vaguely seen, plus that soft humming. Sister Jo just felt that the scene in front of her was very warm, and as the lyrics slowly sounded, the low, soft, and emotional humming made Sister Jo feel dazed. Sister Jo seemed to see her childhood home. She saw her mother fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, her father busy all the time, and even the old house that had been demolished in her childhood appeared in front of Sister Jo. The scenes from my childhood are still vivid in my mind. Sister Jo suddenly felt very tired. She wanted to go back to her childhood, to the childhood when her mother loved her and her father cared for her, and she was carefree and happy. No need to hustle for a few pieces of silver anymore, no need to do things you don't like to do just for a living. There is no need to force yourself to smile every day and turn life into a drama. As Sister Jo listened to the song, her expression became more and more dazed. She stopped chatting with fans and stopped joking with them in a carefree and sweet-mouthed manner. Sister Jo curled up in a ball on the gaming chair, hugged her knees with her hands, and rested her chin on them. Listened quietly to the singing in the live broadcast room. Fans in Sister Jo's live broadcast room had long noticed something was wrong with Sister Jo. Seeing Sister Jo sitting so well and quietly, all the fans felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. Sister Jo became popular because she talks too much, always has something to say, and speaks foul language, which makes her look terrible. Some people say that it is harder to make Sister Jo shut up than to climb to the sky. Many fans said that the best way to make Sister Jo speechless is to make her mute, or just use a mute bride. It can be said that since Sister Jo started live streaming, no one has ever seen Sister Jo so quiet and well-behaved over the years. When Sister Jo calmed down, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque and she was very beautiful. Many fans were moved. Holy shit! This is so scary. I'm actually attracted to Sister Jo. Sister Jo is indeed a mute bride. As long as she doesn't speak, she is the most beautiful esports live broadcast. I suddenly realized that Sister Jo is actually quite pretty. Brothers, what should we do if we feel a little moved? Sister Jo, please open your mouth and speak. Don't play this on us, brothers. We are really going to be moved. This is so scary. Has Sister Jo been possessed by another spirit? While many fans were complaining and making fun of her, no one noticed that Sister Jo's eyes were getting redder as she continued to listen to the song, and then suddenly, a tear fell. The crystal tears streaked across Sister Jo's pretty face, adding a unique charm to her already beautiful features, making her look so pitiful. Fuck. Sister Jo is crying? Am I seeing things right? Sister Jo is actually crying. Damn it, what the hell is this inexplicable heartbeat feeling? It's killing me. I suddenly want to hold Sister Jo in my arms. It's scary just thinking about it. What's the difference between this and hugging the monkeys on Mount Ime? I just discovered how pretty Sister Jo is today. As expected, the mute bride is still more beautiful. As long as Sister Jo doesn't speak, she is my goddess. Love it, love it. Is Sister Jo going to switch to being a beauty anchor? Woman, you've successfully piqued my interest. The fans in the live broadcast room were already used to the jokes, so when they saw Sister Jo crying, they subconsciously commented, but before they could say anything more, Sister Jo's eyes became redder and redder, more and more tears flowed, and she even started sobbing. Sister Jo, don't scare me. What's wrong, Sister Jo? Sister Jo, don't cry. My eyes are itchy too. What's going on? Hug Sister Jo. Sister Jo, don't cry. I just said you look like a monkey from Mount Ime. Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you? I suddenly feel a little sorry for Sister Jo. What's going on? In the eyes of all her fans, Sister Jo is always carefree and always has a smile on her face. Even if she encounters something unhappy or unpleasant, she will just say a few sweet words. Afterwards, he happily joked and argued with his fans. He is so carefree. Many people like Sister Jo because of this feeling of her, good temper, open-minded, and not shy or pretentious. No one has ever seen Sister Jo cry. So when they suddenly saw Sister Jo crying, and crying harder and harder, all the fans in the live broadcast room were a little panicked. They stopped teasing Sister Joe and started to find ways to comfort her. Moreover, Sister Joe's crying made many old fans in the live broadcast room suddenly feel itchy in their eyes, and they inexplicably wanted to cry too. Sister Joe also knew that she was emotionally broken at this time, and she wanted to hold it in. After all, she was still live streaming, and she would never show such emotions during a live broadcast. No matter how aggrieved or angry I am, I will digest it all by myself after the live broadcast. But at this moment, Sister Joe couldn't help herself any longer. She couldn't control herself at all. The soft humming was like a sharp blade, cutting out all the grievances and pains in her heart for so many years. Sister Joe sobbed and trembled all over. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and said to the live broadcast room with sobs, "Sorry guys, I feel a little uncomfortable, so I'll go offline first." Sister Joe wanted to put on a bright smile as usual, but the forced smile was uglier than crying, and she felt so sorry for the many fans in the live broadcast room. "Sister Joe, are you okay? Sister Joe, please stop crying. It hurts me so much." "It's over." Sister Joe really doesn't talk anymore. "I'm still a little uncomfortable with what's going on. Who understands this feeling of being broken? Sister Joe is simply my God. Is Sister Joe okay?" I usually watch Sister Joe drain away my negative emotions. This is the first time I've seen Sister Joe break down like this. I feel a little sorry for her. Hug. Before the fans in the live broadcast room had time to say a few more words, the room was quickly closed by Sister Joe. In the room that suddenly became quiet, Sister Joe's sobbing gradually became louder. At this time, there were many people in Shen Jun's live broadcast room who were in the same situation as Sister Joe, and many viewers said that it was very uncomfortable to listen to. Many viewers even shed tears. Who knows? I just wanted to watch some variety shows before bed, but now I'm crying in bed and can't take care of myself. I miss my grandpa so much. Whoa. My roommate asked me why I was crying so hard, and I was embarrassed to say I was watching a variety show. And Anne's father, "You are trying to kill me. Stop singing, I can't hold it anymore." In addition, many parents said that Shen Jun sang very well, and the children who watched the variety show with them were coaxed to sleep. One viewer even commented, "I've decided. From now on, I'll watch this variety show before going to bed and let Anne's dad put me to sleep." This comment has countless supporters, and many people think it is a practical method. They really think that Shen Jun is very good at coaxing children. There are even marketing accounts online that have started posting "Learn Shen Jun's 3 steps to coaxing your baby." At this time, Shen Jun had already sung "Flying Insects" several times. Anne, who was originally a little afraid of thunder, finally calmed down and stopped shaking. The redness and swelling of the eye sockets have subsided. At this moment, she was already feeling sleepy again in Shen Jun's arms. Her big eyes began to blink weakly, and Shen Jun whispered in Anne's ear, "Go to sleep, Daddy will be with you." Anne was already a little confused, and mumbled vaguely, "Daddy." Then she twisted her little body in Shen Jun's arms, found the most comfortable position, and slowly closed her eyes. Shen Jun continued to sing "The Insects Are Flying." It is not about the number of songs or the complexity of songs that can lull you into a lull. The key is simplicity. A simple rhythm repeated humming has the best effect. Sure enough, after a few minutes, Anne finally fell asleep and even began to snore softly. Shen Jun looked at the baby in his arms with tenderness in his eyes, then carefully put Anne into the quilt and patted her gently for a while. After making sure that Anne had completely fallen into a deep sleep, Shen Jun stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. It sounds easy to coax a child, but it is actually very difficult to do. It is not only mentally tiring, but also physically tiring. Who can stand sitting still for half an hour? Seeing that Shen Jun finally coaxed Anne into sleep, the audience in the live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief and commented, "Thank you for your hard work, Anne's father. It's so hard. Raising a child is not easy. And Anne's father works so hard, please find a mother for Anne as soon as possible." While the audience was commenting, Shen Jun also walked in front of the camera. Linjia had already informed each group of guests that they could choose to turn off the broadcast according to their own situation. Shen Jun was too busy just now, but now that he has finally coaxed Anne into sleep, Shen Jun is ready to stop broadcasting. So Shen Jun said hello to the camera one last time. "Thank you for your company, everyone go to bed early." After saying that, he closed the live broadcast amid a series of goodnight comments in the room. After closing the live broadcast, Shen Jun did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he came to the next room. At this time, Linjia was already waiting with a stack of documents. When he saw Shen Jun come in, he immediately handed all the documents in his hand to Shen Jun. "These are the recent movements of the artists under Hanshi music. I have found them all for you." Linjia had been busy with the work assigned to him by Shen Jun since the afternoon, and had only just finished it. Shen Jun took the information with a touched look on his face. "Thanks, brother." "Hey, what's the word thank you, brothers?" "Brother Jun, what are you going to do?" In the side room, Lin Jia looked at Shen Jun, who was carefully looking through the documents, and asked in confusion. He probably already knew Shen Jun's plan and knew that Shen Jun wanted to use the power of Hanshi music to attack and retaliate against Song Xiu. Although Song Xiu is considered a top star, but it's still not enough compared to a behemoth like Hanshi music. If Hanshi music is willing to help Shen Jun, it would not be difficult to completely eliminate public opinion or punish Song Xiu. But how to get Hanshi music to help is a big problem. Although Shen Jun has the support of Mr. Shen behind him, Lin Jia knows that a behemoth like Hanshi music will definitely not make a big deal for Shen Jun. Mr. Shen doesn't have the capital for this at the moment. When Lin Jia was collecting information in the afternoon, he was thinking about how Shen Jun could persuade Han Shi, but he couldn't think of any solution. At this time, Shen Jun had already seen most of it. After hearing Lin Jia's words, Shen Jun did not respond in a hurry. Instead, he went through the selected information again and then pulled out one of them. Putting the information on the table, Shen Jun clicked on one of the lines of text. Seeing this, Lin Jia immediately picked up the information on the table out of curiosity. The paper recorded some activities and projects of Hanshi music this month. However, it was not very important information, so Lin Jia summarized it all on a piece of paper. Lin Jia frowned when he saw the paper, then looked at the line of words that Shen Jun had just pointed at. He saw that the words on the line read, Hanshi music singer Song Huaying is participating in Peak Singer and may be eliminated in the 5th round. Seeing this, Lin Jia raised his eyebrows. You want to start with Song Huaying? Shen Jun nodded and said slowly. According to the information, Hanshi Music Company currently has 3 top-tier singers, and Song Huaying is one of them. The remaining 2 are Adu and Shui Wenlu. As he spoke, Shen Jun took out another piece of paper from the file, pointed at the contents on the paper and said, Here. Shui Wenlu's contract will expire in 4 months. Shen Jun took out another piece of paper. Look here again. In May, Shui Wenlu and her husband attended your Hunan provincial TV station's May 4th gala as a couple. Lin Jia knew about this. Shui Wenlu and her husband attended the Hunan Taiwan May 4th gala. Lin Jia was puzzled. What does this mean? Shen Jun said slowly. According to the information, one of the founders of Hanshi Music is Zhang Haoyi, who graduated from Dragon TV. Hanshi Music initially started out as a result of a talent show on Dragon TV. So Hanshi Music has a deep connection with Dragon TV. And according to data from recent years, Dragon TV is the base of activities for Hanshi Music's artists. Hanshi and Dragon TV have already formed a mutually dependent survival model. Shen Jun nodded at Lin Jia. Your station and Dragon TV are practically incompatible, the competition is fierce. Lin Jia suddenly realized. You mean, Shui Wenlu might change jobs? Shen Jun nodded slowly. It's very likely. There is no possibility of relief for Dragon TV and Hunan TV. Especially in the past 2 years, the competition has become more intense. Under such circumstances, Hanshi Music will not easily allow top-tier singers to participate in Hunan TV programs to compete with the competition. Even if Hanshi Music wanted to, Dragon TV would probably stop it. However, this situation has arisen, and the company behind Shui Wenlu's husband has close ties with your station, so Shui Wenlu is going to change jobs. If this is the case, I'm afraid Hanshi Music won't have an easy time in the second half of the year. In this situation, Hanshi Music should either train new talents to take the top spot, or push veterans to the next level. The time left for Hanshi Music is too tight, and Hanshi Music currently has no plans to train new talents, so Hanshi Music's choice is the second one. Push the veteran to the next level. It was probably under this background that Song Huaying participated in Peak Singer. The first episode of Peak Singer aired in mid-May. That was shortly after the May 4th party. So Song Huaying is very likely the veteran candidate chosen by Hanshi Music Company. The company must have high hopes for him. However, at this time, Song Huaying was about to be eliminated before the finals. You say, is Hanshi Music in a hurry? Shen Jun curled the corners of his mouth and chuckled at Lin Jia. Lin Jia had understood it by now, and his expression was even more shocked. He was quite often exposed to entertainment news, but he had never thought about it in this way. Even after collecting a lot of information in the afternoon, I still couldn't figure out the internal situation of Hanshi Music. But Jun Ji only looked at the information he found for a while, and in just a short moment he figured out so much information, and even figured out the development direction of Hanshi Music in the next 6 months. How could Lin Jia not be shocked by this? Lin Jia had nothing to say, so he took a deep breath and said, Brother Jun is awesome. If Shen Jun knew how shocked Lin Jia was, he would definitely laugh. In his previous life, he had been in the entertainment industry for half his life, and he had experienced many things personally, so he could naturally see these things at a glance. Otherwise, my previous life would have been wasted. Shen Jun waved his hand, straightened his expression and said, Help me find a recording studio. I want to record a demo. Simple. Lin Jia nodded. Shen Jun sighed lightly and said to Lin Jia a little embarrassedly, "Thank you for all the trouble you've had during this time. When we're done, Anan and I will treat you to a delicious meal." Lin Jia's face turned anxious. "Brother Jun, if you say that, you don't treat me as a brother anymore. You've helped me so much before. Now that I can finally use you, please don't hesitate. And it's my fault for not handling this matter properly, causing both you and Anan to suffer. I've disliked Song Shiyu for a long time." Shen Jun didn't say anything more, patted Lin Jia's shoulder hard, and then returned to the room. Anan was sleeping soundly. Shen Jun kissed Anan's head, causing Anan to scratch her little hands in her sleep. Shen Jun put his fingers there. Anan grabbed Shen Jun's fingers and immediately quieted down. Shen Jun turned off the lights and fell asleep holding An. The next day, Shen Jun woke up at dawn and ran a few laps in the village as usual. The ancient village had already woken up in the early morning. The fields in the distance were covered with white mist, and smoke curled up from the green bricks and black tiles. After running, Shen Jun came back to shower. Seeing that the staff of the program crew had woken up, Shen Jun began to complete the task. The morning task is to make breakfast. All breakfast ingredients are stored at a fellow villager's home and breakfast is made on a first-come, first-served basis based on the selected ingredients. Now that he has been targeted, Shen Jun no longer has any thoughts of hiding. Since some people are worried that he will steal traffic, he will make the worry become reality. Shen Jun was the first to start completing the task, and the staff followed him, feeling a little sleepy. Shen Jun's live broadcast room had already accumulated a large number of fans at this time, and the account was very popular, and people started coming in as soon as the broadcast started. So early. Isn't the production team too cruel? They're starting the show so early? It's really An's father. When he assigned the task last night, I guessed who would finish breakfast first. Shen Jun was dressed casually. He had just taken a shower and his hair was not completely dried yet. He looked fresh and clean, yet revealed a hint of sexual tension. Many viewers who had just woken up were stunned. Shen Jun quickly went to the food storage area and unceremoniously selected a number of ingredients according to An's dietary preferences. By the time the guests and babies from other groups woke up one after another, Shen Jun had already prepared breakfast and called Anan to get up and eat. Because of the thunder last night, Anan didn't sleep very well and was a little grumpy when he woke up in the morning. After finally washing up and preparing to eat, Zhang Suiai, who lived next door, knocked on the door and walked in with his son Guangzhe. Zhang Suiai was still holding some unprocessed food in his hands, and his old face was a little red. "I really don't know where to start. I'm afraid I'll poison Guangzhe to death. Xiao Shen, please help me." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed when they saw this. "Zhang Suiai is here to hug your thigh again." Fans in Zhang Suiai's live broadcast room covered their foreheads. I was saying Zhang Suiai was going in the wrong direction. His home was clearly over there, so why was he heading straight this way? It's so funny. If it weren't for Mr. Shen, Zhang Suiai would have starved to death in the ancient village. Guangzi also stuck out his tongue. "Uncle, my dad's cooking is terrible. I want to eat the food you cook." There is nothing wrong with Mr. Shen. Zhang Suiai is a good person, and Guangzi is also quite interesting. Mr. Shen likes them all. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Anan sat at the dining table and saw Guangzhe, sticking out her tongue. Stupid brother. Because Guangzhe is a few months older than Anan, Zhang Suiai and Shen Jun pretended that the two kids were siblings when they were chatting. Zhang Suiai was just about to say hello to the little cutie when he heard Anan continue. "Stupid uncle. Forward." Shen Jun got up the earliest, and Sehung, who was used to getting up early for training, followed closely behind. Next came director Wang Hai and Zhang Suiai. Wang Hai was old and slept less, while Zhang Suiai woke up by the smell of food from next door, cooking for Shen Jun. So actor Song Shiu and his son were the last group to wake up and the last group to get the ingredients. All the good ingredients were taken. In addition, Lin Jia deliberately wanted to deal with Song Shiu. So when Song Shiu arrived at the place, only a few of the worst ingredients were left. Looking at the wilted green vegetables and coarse flour, Song Shiu's face immediately darkened. Even if these ingredients were given to pigs, they probably wouldn't eat them. Song Shiu tried to communicate with the staff, but was told that this was a punishment for being late. This is the only way. Song Shiu looked like he had been screwed. He had participated in countless programs and naturally knew that the rules were there for the audience to hear. He had never seen a program team so strict. Song Shiu wanted to find the director, but was told that director Lin Jia was out for something. If Song Shiu had any questions, he could wait for the director to come back. But the director might not be back until noon. Song Shiu understood completely that this was what the director wanted to do to him. Song Shiu was so angry that he couldn't help but kick the table next to him viciously. The staff did not lie to Song Shiu. Lin Jia did go out. He went out to contact the recording studio for Shen Jun, but it was done quickly. When they came back, several groups of guests had finished breakfast. When the show was suspended in the morning, Lin Jia drove Shen Jun and Anan directly to the recording studio. In the car, Lin Jia asked in surprise, "Brother Jun, have you finished writing?" Lin Jia knew that Shen Jun planned to write a song for Song Huaying as a way to open his mouth. The recording studio was prepared for this, but Lin Jia thought Shen Jun would take a few days to write, so he scheduled the recording time for the next few days. "I thought I'd talk about it after the show was over." As a result, when he came back this morning, Shen Jun told him directly to start recording. It's not that he underestimates Jun Ge. Writing songs is a difficult task in itself, not to mention writing for a big company like Hanshi Music that is full of talented people. Shen Jun chose Song Huaying as his target, a top singer. This kind of company and this kind of singer usually have no shortage of songs. There are plenty of good songs waiting for them to sing, so Lin Jia was a little surprised at this time. In the car, Shen Jun was holding Anan and playing with him. Hearing this, he responded, "It's done." He finished writing the song after getting up this morning. Writing songs may be difficult for others, but for Shen Jun, it is easy. The memory of the past life is a huge treasure trove, and Shen Jun only needs to dig into it according to his needs. Last night, Shen Jun read Song Huaying's information and gained a detailed understanding of her singing skills and style. Song Huaying is able to hold the position of a top-tier singer. Needless to say, his singing skills are very versatile and he can beat many new generation singers. In addition, Song Huaying's style mainly focuses on sad songs. When she was young, she was even called the love song princess by countless fans. So the style can be decided. In addition, Top Singer is a competition program. Shen Jun watched it in detail and found that it is somewhat similar to I Am a Singer in the previous life. The competition is very fierce. All the participating singers are top-tier or first-tier singers. It's a battle between the masters. Therefore, the participating songs must have a certain competition style. This may also be the reason why Song Huaying has not been able to get a ranking in the competition and is even facing elimination, because the style of sad songs is not suitable for competition. Bitter love song, competition style. Secondly, Mr. Shen also listened to a lot of Song Huaying's songs this morning and found that Song Huaying's voice and timbre were somewhat similar to his previous life, Fei Wang, although not as extreme as Fei Wang. However, Song Huaying's voice also tends to be ethereal and transparent, and he is better at using head and nasal resonance. It can be regarded as a substitute version of Fei Wang. So after reading Song Huaying's information, Shen Jun made a choice in his mind and wrote down the lyrics and music early this morning. Hearing Shen Jun's firm answer, Lin Jia hesitated. "Brother Jun, this is a song for Hanshi, their requirements may be quite high." Although he knew that Shen Jun graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music and was very talented, he had never heard Shen Jun sing. "I have never heard of Shen Jun writing songs." So Lin Jia was still a little hesitant and nervous. Shen Jun smiled faintly, gave Lin Jia a reassuring look, and then continued to play with an an. The recording studio was hastily found by Lin Jiachuo's friend. Lingnan is just a fourth-tier mountain city, and the conditions of the recording studio are not particularly good. But Shen Jun just recorded a demo. It was very simple. It took more than 2 hours to record. This was because Shen Jun hadn't practiced for a long time and was not familiar with the equipment, otherwise it would have been even faster. After listening to the demo recorded by Shen Jun, Lin Jia completely shut up. The worries in his heart had long since disappeared. He was even shocked the whole way back. While Shen Jun and Lin Jia were recording the demo, EMI Records in Shanghai was already ready. Zhao Wanyi specially changed into a bright red long dress for work today, hoping that Lu Yao's new album and company will be more prosperous. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yao's new album, Love 365, is available online. EMI Records has been preparing for this for a long time. With the release of the album, the publicity department quickly took action, pouring in countless resources and carrying out extensive publicity. This time, EMI Records is determined to push Lu Yao to the top of the list. At the same time that EMI Records released its album, Tianya Media Company's new album was also simultaneously released online. Today, Tianya Media has made it clear that they are planning to step on EMI Records to gain popularity and let Su Qing take over Lu Yao's position. Tianya Media's publicity is equally crazy. All available resources were mobilized, and even Song Xiu from the same company helped to advertise during the live broadcast of the morning program. Song Xiu is also an artist of Tianya Media. It's just that there are two branches with Su Qing, one is the film and television department, and the other is the music department. In addition, many Tianyu artists helped to forward and support the promotion, and the publicity was overwhelming. You can see Tianyu's publicity almost at any time. EMI Records is not to be outdone, using variety shows, music platform recommendations, TV interviews, and internet celebrity promotions one after another. Anyone can see the smoke and war between the two companies. The two new albums also began to climb rapidly on the charts of major music platforms, becoming extremely popular. On that day, almost everyone's attention was attracted by the actions of these two companies, and more people paid attention to these two records. Some people in the industry have even started betting on which company will win in the end. However, no one noticed that just after all attention was attracted by the two companies, the popularity of a video on the short video platform began to slowly rise. If you often watch esports live broadcasts, you will recognize that the person in the video is none other than Sister Joe, the internet celebrity anchor in the esports area. The video title is "A Man Who Made Sister Joe Break Down and Cry." The corresponding video cover shows Sister Joe with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful, pure and seductive. In addition, a music recording that looked a bit rough and shoddy was uploaded to the Whole Music platform. Whole Music, the most popular music platform in China. For example, all albums of ME and TE Music are released on Whole, and all subsequent battles are also carried out on Whole. Everyone has only one goal, and that is to be number one on the Chinese music hot songs chart. If a song can reach this position, it is enough to prove the value of the song and the status of a singer. At this time, ME and TNU are both competing on the charts. The competition is very fierce. And at the very end of the list, in a corner that you can't reach even after turning a few pages, that crude and shoddy music recording began to slowly rise. This crudely made music is called an sleeping song. On the other side, Lin Jia and Shen Jun were driving back, and Shen Jun called Qin Man on the way. Hanchi Music is a leader in the industry and has been listed for a long time. The company is very large and is completely different in size from ME Records. Even TNU Media is not good enough. As the president of Hanchi, Qin Man has busier affairs every day. He starts working in the morning and continues until after midnight. After taking a breath, Qin Man asked her assistant to make her a cup of coffee. If she is busy, she usually has a few bites of bread and a cup of coffee for lunch to save time. There are still a lot of things waiting for her to deal with in the company, such as the application approval she is holding in her hand, which was submitted by Song Huaying's agent. It has been signed by the director and others. Qin Man took a quick look and understood what was going on. Song Huaying participated in The Peak Singer. Since he had already ranked last in the previous episode, he may face elimination in this episode. So the singer himself and his agent want to pay a high price for the song. After reading it, Qin Man frowned, because Shui Wenlo had made it clear that she would not renew the contract, so Song Huaying and Adu would be the company's main singers in the second half of the year. During the meeting in May, it was decided to increase the resource investment in Song Huaying, and strive to raise Song Huaying's status to a higher level by the second half of the year. This is the only way to ensure that the company is not affected. Participating in Top Singer was the decision made at this meeting. Top Singer is a competition variety show launched by Dragon TV. Although it has only been held for one episode, it has become very popular. It even has the potential to become a phenomenal variety show. The singer who wins the final of Peak Singer will be awarded the title of King of Singers. This title is very valuable and is highly recognized by the audience. Even if you can't get the title of King of Singers, your fame will skyrocket if you can get the third place. The champion and runner-up of the last episode of Top Singer were only first-tier singers when they participated in the competition, but now they have all entered the ranks of super first-tier singers. His popularity even surpasses that of veteran top-tier stars like Song Huaying. It just so happened that Hanchi had a good relationship with Dragon TV, so Hanchi arranged for Song Huaying to participate in the latest episode of Peak Singer. The company's original plan was to let Song Huaying go for the championship or runner-up. As long as he can get the third place, Song Huaying's reputation will skyrocket and he is expected to reach a higher position. But unexpectedly, after 4 rounds of regular season, Song Huaying was already on the verge of being eliminated before even entering the finals, and the probability of being eliminated was very high. Qin Man frowned as he looked at the information collected by the company. The next episode of The Peak Singer will once again invite 2 top-tier singers to challenge. If Song Huaying gets the last 1 or 2 places again, she will be eliminated directly. If he is eliminated, all the resources previously invested by the company will be wasted, and if he is eliminated halfway, Song Huaying's reputation will also suffer a serious blow. Neither Song Huaying himself nor the company can bear this result. Qin Man sighed and signed the application. The assistant brought in the coffee. Qin Man drank it for a while and was about to continue working when the phone rang. Private call. Not many people knew her private phone number, most of them were important people, so Qin Man picked up the phone immediately. A look at the communication notes. Grandma's student. Qin Man was stunned for a moment before she remembered that this was the person her grandmother asked her to help yesterday, and his name seemed to be Shenjun. This kind of thing was too trivial for her, so after the phone call yesterday, Qin Man left a note and forgot about it. If it weren't for this phone call today, she wouldn't even remember this person. Thinking of the old man's solemn tone yesterday, Qin Man sighed and answered the phone. She didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters, but after all, she was the granddaughter. After Shen Jun got through the phone, he said politely, "Hello, Sister Qin, I'm Mr. Shen." Qin Man responded calmly, "Hello." Shen Jun sighed and said, "I recently participated in a variety show. You should have noticed that the public opinion situation is a bit serious, so I may need your help to deal with it, Sister Qin, especially some of the public opinion about my daughter. I hope you can help deal with it." Although public opinion has reversed and Shen Jun's reputation has improved a lot, Song Shiu's fans are still clamoring online, even affecting an AN. Can. Qin Man nodded. Since she had promised her grandmother about this matter, she would naturally help. It would not be difficult to deal with public opinion. After agreeing, Qin Man was about to answer the phone, but unexpectedly the other party said, "There is another thing I need your help with, Sister Qin." When Qin Man heard this, she frowned subconsciously, and her impression of Shen Jun dropped again. Pushing further, Qin Man's eyes flashed with annoyance, but Shen Jun on the phone was still saying, "I hope Sister Qin can help me get Song Shiu off the show." Song Shiu, top idol star. Let Song Shiu quit the show? Hanshi can do it, but it comes at a great cost. This is totally incomparable to the cost of eliminating public opinion. It is impossible for Hanshi to pay such a huge price for an insignificant person. Simply put, Mr. Shen is not worth it, even though he is Grandma's student. And how did Grandma fall in love with such an unruly and greedy person? Qin Man's mind instantly flashed with a series of thoughts, and the coldness in his eyes deepened several layers, while Shen Jun continued to speak ignorantly and fearlessly. "I know this isn't easy. I heard that Sister Qin's company is short of songs recently, so I wrote a song that might be able to help Sister Qin. Also, if Sister Qin's company needs it later." Arrogant. Don't know your place. Qin Man's impression of Shen Jun dropped to the lowest point. He snorted softly and interrupted Shen Jun's words. "Thank you, but no thanks." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Qin Man held his forehead speechlessly. Hanshi Company has more than 10 composers under its umbrella, and has collaborated with many top composers in the industry. When did it need a newcomer to write songs? Strictly speaking, Shen Jun is not even a newcomer, at best he is at the level of a college student. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Qin Man shook his head, threw his phone aside, and continued to process documents. On the other end, Qin Man hung up the phone so quickly that Shen Jun was a little caught off guard. He thought he could chat a little longer for the sake of Mr. Shen, and when he finally hung up the phone, he seemed to hear a light sigh. Shen Jun frowned, but still sent the music demo to Qin Man. He added Qin Man's contact information after the phone call yesterday. "However, I sent the demo but no one responded." Shen Jun's hope plummeted. Looking at the situation, he was afraid he could no longer rely on Hanshi. "You still have to figure it out on your own." At noon, I returned to Xiaobu Ancient Village to continue filming and cooking. Because of yesterday's experience, and the program crew wanted to stir things up, so this time the cooking rules required us to cook our own food, and the pot used for cooking is a stove-hot pot. The show was extremely effective. Except for the group of Shen Jun and Anan who were living a peaceful life, the other groups were all in chaos. When Zhang Suiai and Guangzhe were cooking, they almost exploded the stove, with thick smoke billowing. When the two rushed out of the smoke, both the big and the small were covered in clown faces. Everyone in the live broadcast room laughed wildly, and the father and son got a new emoticon package. After lunch, several groups of guests took a short nap because the children needed to rest. The show started again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the program team assigned new tasks to each group of guests. Herding cattle. Lingnan City is a famous buffalo breeding and breeding base in Hunan province, so the program team prepared 10 buffaloes and distributed them to each group of guests. Then the guests were asked to take the buffaloes to the nearby mountains to graze. The buffaloes need to be well fed and must be driven back within the specified time. If the return time is missed, the guests' dinner will be reduced. These buffaloes are all domesticated and have a gentle temperament and will not hurt people. Moreover, the buffalo itself looks sturdy and is quite popular among children. As soon as the buffalo came over, several children surrounded it, shouting and yelling. They were all city kids who had never seen anything like this before, and they couldn't move their legs at all. It took me a while to play before I started to complete the task. When we left, all the children had already sat on the buffalo's back. Their father was holding the rope in front, and the children were laughing on the buffalo's back. The picture looks very warm. However, the heartwarming scene was broken as soon as they left the village, because the program team did not tell the guests where they could graze, but only told them to find the land themselves. However, the guests were unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where to graze their livestock, so they all wandered around the village gate, not knowing which way to go. While other guests were hesitating, Shen Jun had already calmly led the cow out of the village. Walk towards the mountains. While he was running in the morning, he took a rough look at the nearby terrain and remembered that there was a place with lush grass and trees suitable for grazing. So I just looked for it according to my memory. Perhaps because they were worried that the guests would let the cows run away, a bell was hung around the neck of each cow. When the buffalo moved, the bell would shake gently, making a crisp sound. And then sat happily on the buffalo's back, shouting go, go. Shen Jun walked in front with his morning glory in an upright posture. On his side were stepped terraced fields, green and beautiful like a painting, and behind him was an ancient blue brick town nestled in the valley, heavy with vicissitudes of life. The camera lens deliberately selected the best angle, so the picture presented in the live broadcast is like walking in a poem. Many people exclaimed, "What a nice view! It feels so poetic. It's like the scene described in the ancient poem has come to life." At this moment, my desire to live in the South has reached its peak. While everyone was discussing in the live broadcast room, Shen Jun had already found the place. It was a hillside, very open and covered with lush vegetation, which was very suitable for grazing. The most important thing is that the scenery is also very good. Standing on the hillside, you can overlook the continuous mountains and paddy fields of Lingnan. The scenery is very beautiful. As soon as the two cows that Shen Jun was leading arrived at the ground, they lowered their heads and began to eat grass. Buffaloes are docile and have plenty of food, so Shen Jun was not worried that the buffaloes would run away. He simply tied the rope to a nearby tree. Then he took it into play. Although Shanghai is a prosperous city, it lacks this kind of natural and beautiful scenery and air. Although Shen Jun would take it back to his hometown every winter, Shandong was covered in snow in winter and there was no green at all. So Shen Jun and Anan both liked the place in front of them. Have fun. While Shen Jun and Anan were playing, the other groups of guests were still struggling to find a place to graze. There are many difficulties. After walking for a long time, there was no grass. Or maybe the guest wanted to change places, but the buffalo just lowered its head and ate grass and refused to move, being so stubborn. Song Shiu was like this. Originally, Song Shiu wanted to take Shida to another place, but the buffalo he was leading took a fancy to a patch of weeds on the side of the road, lowered its head and refused to move forward. No matter how Song Shiu pulled, the cow wouldn't move away. The man and the cow were in a stalemate for a long time, and the group led by director Wang Hai, they just let the cows into someone's vegetable garden, causing chaos. Zhang Sui's group was smart. When some fans saw Shen Jun found the place, they immediately ran to Zhang Sui's live broadcast room to inform him and guide Zhang Sui to curry favor with the big shot. Zhang Sui's fans are now used to it. In this episode, Brother Sui is here to curry favor with the big shots. Zhang Sui was also happy and relaxed, but he didn't expect that the more his fans pointed the way, the further he went astray. Finally, he got dizzy in the ravine and couldn't even remember the way back. The show's effects are simply endless, leaving the audience completely satisfied. On the other side, Shen Jun had already accompanied Anan in chasing butterflies, catching grasshoppers, and weaving dogtail grass. They had been having fun for a long time. Anan was tired from playing, so Shen Jun held Anan and found a tall rock to sit on. Looking at the picturesque scenery of mountains and rivers in the distance, Shen Jun's heart moved, and he lowered his head and said to Anan, "Anan, do you still remember the rhythm and prosody that your father taught you?" This may be a common problem for parents. When they see a suitable scene, they unconsciously want to take their children to learn. Although Shen Jun dotes on Anan, he has never neglected Anan's study and education, but his educational method is more gentle. Influence subtly or educate through entertainment. Just like right in front of my eyes. Although Anan was a little tired, she had a lot of fun today, so her eyes were shining. After hearing what Shen Jun said, Anan frowned and thought for a while, then clapped her hands. Anan remembered it. Clouds are to rain, snow is to wind, sunset is to clear sky. And Anne's sweet voice echoed in the mountains and fields. The childish voice and the picturesque mountains and rivers stunned the audience in the live broadcast room for a moment. But the next second, the picture shattered and Anan got stuck. Letter. Shen Jun smiled, rubbed Anan's head lovingly, and then carried Anan on his back and said, "The arriving wild geese are paired with the departing swallows, the roosting birds are paired with the singing insects." Anan shook his little head and repeated, "The arriving wild geese are paired with the departing swallows, the roosting birds are paired with the singing insects." Then, the voices of two people, one big and one small, one deep and magnetic, the other a childish voice, echoed across the mountains and fields. A 3-foot sword, a 6-jun bow, north of the ridge facing east of the river. The Kingshu Palace on earth, the Guangan Palace in heaven. Willows green in the morning mist on both sides, a garden of red apricot blossoms in the spring rain. Tradition versus reform, difference versus similarity, the old man versus the young child. The river breeze versus the sea fog, the shepherd boy versus the fisherman. When Shen Jun led in to recite the prosody primer, the audience in the live broadcast room did not notice anything unusual and thought it was just an ordinary children's enlightenment book. At most, the content is poetic, the rhythm is catchy, and it sounds pretty good. Some people are thinking of buying a copy for their children in the future as an enlightenment reading material. However, ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room did not notice it, but some professional viewers in the live broadcast room gradually became surprised and even solemn. Chu Qingwan is a junior student majoring in Chinese language and literature at Yenching University. She was originally doing her professional homework in her dormitory. In their junior year, they took a course called Rhythmic Aesthetics of Ancient Poetry, taught by a renowned scholar of Han and Tang literature and classical poetry at Yenching University, Tang Shuyi. The homework Chu Qingwan is doing now is the homework assigned by Tang Shuyi. The homework is poetry couplets. To put it simply, Tang Shuyi gave out a test paper with only the first half of a poem or a word on it, and students were required to come up with the second half and the corresponding word. This homework looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to complete. Because there are many things to consider for this assignment, such as the neatness of the parallelism, the harmony of rhyme, whether it rhymes, whether the imagery of the parallelism is appropriate, etc. Anyway, it's a very difficult homework. Even though Chu Qingwan was a top student in Chinese language and literature this year, she still found it very difficult. But she has to complete it no matter how difficult it is, because she is the class representative. So she started to complete her homework in the dormitory in the afternoon when she had no classes. However, this homework cannot be completed just by wanting to do it, it requires brains. And there are many things to check. After doing it for a while in the afternoon, Chu Qingwan felt dizzy and even felt like the words were not real. Chu Qingwan was just thinking about watching something to relax her mind. As a result, as soon as she went online, she saw the live broadcast of the program Where Are We Going, Dad? And what Chu Qingwan saw was the live broadcast room of Shen Jun and an AN. She was immersed in studying all day and was completely unaware of the previous public opinion. She just felt that the scenes in the live broadcast room looked particularly poetic. Liberal arts students like this kind of style. In addition, Shen Jun and an AN's live broadcast rooms are not that noisy. Many variety shows are very noisy nowadays, and Chu Qingwan doesn't particularly like that. Shen Jun and an AN's live broadcast room was exactly what she wanted. So I stopped in the live broadcast room. While watching the show, I was thinking about my homework. When Shen Jun was leading in to recite the introduction to prosody, Chu Qingwan was stuck on her homework again. She was chewing her fingers in thought, with a troubled look on her face. Then Chu Qingwan heard the voice coming from the live broadcast room. One is big and the other is small, one is deep and magnetic and the other is innocent and childish. The combination of them has a unique flavor. Moreover, the voice of the recitation is catchy, and the rhythm makes people feel very comfortable and very familiar. Chu Qingwan's distracted brain suddenly froze. Then she suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the live broadcast on her mobile phone. At this time, the live broadcast room was full of lush mountains and rivers, and white clouds were floating. Chu Qingwan could clearly hear what Shen Jun and Anan were reciting. A 3-foot sword, a 6-jun bow, north of the ridge facing east of the river. The Qingshu Palace on earth, the Guangan Palace in heaven. Willows green in the morning mist on both sides, a garden of red apricot blossoms in the spring rain. When this sentence was finished, Chu Qingwan's expression was no longer clear. She only knew that she was unable to close her mouth and her voice was extremely stuttering. Isn't this my homework? Chu Qingwan swallowed hard in shock and astonishment, her expression filled with disbelief. What Shen Jun and Anan recited were actually couplets of poetry. Although the content of the homework was different from what teacher Tang assigned, and what Shen Jun and Anan recited was a little simpler, they were basically the same, all were couplets of poetry. The key is, this homework is already very difficult for her. She even felt that some of the things the little girl in the live broadcast room recited might not match hers, and Shen Jun and Anan were not finished yet. The more you memorize, the more you learn. More and more amazing. As a top student majoring in Chinese language and literature and also the class representative of the elective course, Chu Qingwan is very serious about learning and studying the rules of poetry. Teacher Tang even told her to consider taking the postgraduate entrance exam later. Therefore, Chu Qingwan had a general understanding of the research situation of poetry in China, but she had never heard that there was a preschool version of poetry rules. The lowest is just the middle school version. Moreover, those versions are completely different from what Shen Jun and Anan are reciting now. They are not even on the same level. As Shen Jun and Anan were reciting the content, Chu Qingwan even had an idea in her mind. The rhythmic content is a bit advanced for primary and secondary schools, but for a college student like her, it's just right. Chu Qingwan even felt that her control over rhythm had improved a bit while listening to Shen Jun and Anan's recitation. She even had a few questions that had been bothering her just now, and suddenly inspiration burst out at this moment. Thinking of this, Chu Qingwan took a breath and could no longer sit still. She immediately picked up her cell phone and ran out. She may not understand these things or be sure of them, but her teacher, Mr. Tang, who is one of the best researchers of ancient poetry in China, must know them clearly. Tang Shuyi had no classes today and was drinking tea and chatting with his friends in the office. Tang Shuyi held a high status in the School of Literature at Yenching University and was a leading figure in the study of ancient Chinese poetry in China, so he had his own office in the school. It can also be considered an everyday studio. The walls around the studio are covered with flowing poems, calligraphy, and paintings, and there is also a bookcase in the office that takes up half of the wall. The bookcase is packed with books. Moreover, all these books are grayish-yellow or ancient, which makes people wonder whether these books are antiques. At this time, Tang Shuyi was chatting with Lu Ye, who was the vice dean of the School of Literature at Yenching University and a big name in the field of literature. Tang Shuyi sighed slightly. Nowadays, China is vigorously promoting the introduction of traditional culture into schools, and students are learning more and more traditional cultural knowledge. But when will this trend be adopted by poetry and songs? Tang Shuyi's greatest wish in this life was to popularize poetry, songs, and ancient Chinese literature throughout the country and even promote them internationally. In his opinion, poetry and songs are the treasures of Chinese traditional culture and the shining pearl on the crown of the great Chinese culture. This is the root of China and the character of China. However, although the country has begun to promote the study of traditional culture, it is still difficult to popularize poetry and songs. Poetry and songs are nothing more than tools for exam-oriented education. Not to mention that the study of poetry is still very rare in primary and secondary schools nowadays, even though high schools and universities now have professional poetry courses. But poetry is still difficult to popularize. There is almost no trace of poetry in daily life. Tang Shuyi was really worried that if this situation continued to develop, one day the Chinese character would be completely submerged in the long river of history. Gone completely. So when Tang Shuyi saw the news about traditional culture entering the campus today, he felt depressed and couldn't help but complain to Lao Lu. He was naturally aware of the poetry atmosphere in the country. Although the country had taken many measures, the results were minimal. Poetry is nothing more than a tool for exams. Once you finish learning it, it will be thrown out of your mind and forgotten completely in the blink of an eye. Lu Ye was naturally heartbroken, but more of a helplessness. Poetry is too difficult. Many people never master it in their entire lives. Not to mention the education in China. You only really start learning when you get to university. Before that it's just rote learning. But how much can you learn in just 4 years of university? If we can start learning from a young age, perhaps. Lu Ye had no choice but to stop talking, because they all knew that both the domestic education model and the difficulty level of ancient poetry can't learn from childhood. The first hurdle facing everyone is that there are no teaching materials. Poetry culture is brilliant, but it is complicated to learn. We want to simplify it and transform the complicated ancient poetry into simple and easy to understand teaching materials for young children. This step is where everyone gets stuck. Tang Shuyi has been teaching for more than 10 years and has been researching and studying simpler teaching materials on a daily basis, but even now half of his students still cannot learn. These are all college students. Tang Shuyi did not give up, but he also knew that this step might take his entire life, or even not be completed. He only hopes that his actions can serve as a stepping stone for future generations to climb, so that those who come after him can follow his example and have hope of success. Let the pearl of ancient poetry not be destroyed easily. Thinking of this, Tang Shuyi looked a little depressed. Lu Ye immediately picked up the teacup and said, "Tea, tea." Just as Tang Shuyi was about to serve tea, Chu Qingwan rushed into the office in a hurry. Because the matter was urgent, Chu Qingwan pushed the door open and walked in. Tang Shuyi and Lu Ye were both startled. Tang Shuyi looked at the hurried students, frowned and said, "What's wrong?" As soon as the voice fell, a clear and tender child's voice was heard from Chu Qingwan's phone. The child's voice was clear and bright. Poor versus rich, blocked versus open, old man in the wild versus child by the river. White hair versus green eyebrows, white teeth versus red lips. As an expert who has devoted his life to studying ancient poetry, the rhythm and imagery of these words instantly caught Tang Shuyi's ears, and he was shocked. This child's voice matches the words very well, both the imagery and the rhythm are excellent. Before the thought came to mind, another low voice sounded. The sky is vast, the sun is warm, swords are facing bows. Half of the stream is green, thousands of trees are covered with red fallen flowers. Swallows fly through the willows and rain at the wild fairy, fish play in the lotus pond in the breeze. Tang Shuyi didn't pay attention to the voice, but instantly focused on the content of the voice reciting. Tang Shuyi looked shocked and murmured, "Half a stream against 1,000 trees. Flowing water versus falling flowers. Green versus red. Wild fairy facing fragrant pond. Swallow versus fish. Where the right play. Willows and lotus. Rain versus wind." Tang Shuyi's muttering became louder and louder, and his originally lost and dim eyes became brighter and brighter, as if a flame was burning at this moment. At the end, Tang Shuyi's voice even resounded throughout the room. Okay, that's right. At this time, the child's voice had already finished reading a sentence, and another low voice continued to sound slowly from the phone. A woman's eyebrows are thin, and a crescent moon appears under her forehead. A man has a strong spirit, and a rainbow rises from his chest. Lu Yei in the office also gradually became focused. The introduction to prosody was very long, but Shen Jun, with his strong memory from the time travel, was able to recall every word clearly. He recited it with an "and while herding cattle." By the time I came to my senses, the sky in the distance was already shrouded in a hazy yellow. The two buffaloes were leisurely lying on the ground after eating their fill. In the afternoon, because Shen Jun took it into study, the traffic in the live broadcast room dropped a lot. After all, most people still like to watch lively and hilarious programs. The initial poetry and visuals did attract many viewers, but over time, people got tired of it. So at the end of the afternoon, the traffic of Shen Jun and An's live broadcast room had become last, while Song Shiu's live broadcast room became first. This made Song Shiu's fans feel proud. However, before Song Shiu's fans could be happy for long, Shen Jun became a hot topic again. This time it became a hot topic because of the song she sang to coax An into sleep last night. This song was originally uploaded to the internet by Joe G's fans as a gimmick news. The name is "A Man Who Made Sister Joe Collapse and Cry." Sister Joe already has a large fan base, and the video cover shows her tearful and pitiful appearance, which attracted many passers-by to watch. So after the video was released, the number of views skyrocketed. In just 100 days today, it has accumulated millions of likes, and the number of views has reached tens of millions. In addition to Sister Joe's increased popularity, the popularity of another man in the video, Shen Jun, has exploded. Mr. Shen was originally a stunningly beautiful person. Looking around the entertainment industry, there aren't many rivals who can compete with him. In addition, in last night's video, Shen Jun's serious, tender, and distressed expression when he coaxed An into sleep made the girls who watched it say they couldn't stand it. Last night's stormy weather and dilapidated houses made countless female fans come up with countless melodramatic skits. In a short time, the number of Shen Jun's female fans skyrocketed. Moreover, unlike the previous passers-by fans, today's fans are genuine die-hard fans, and some fans even directly fought with Song Shiu's fans. In addition, the reason for Shen Jun's surge in popularity was also the lullaby he sang last night. After Sister Joe's video went viral, people realized that Sister Joe was not the only one who broke down after hearing this song. There are still a large number of victims on the internet. These people may be viewers who watched the live broadcast last night, or viewers who came across the short video out of boredom today. Without exception, they became sad as they listened. Among them, a video of a college student went viral. The college student's eyes turned red as he accused Shen Jun of what he had done last night in the video. He clearly wanted to watch some videos before going to bed, but ended up browsing Shen Jun and An's live broadcast room. He was first attracted by Shen Jun and An's looks, and then he was moved to tears by Shen Jun's singing. They really did fish the dog in first and then kill it. The college student said that he cried so hard that he couldn't take care of himself, and even got ridiculed by his roommates all day. He almost got late for 8 a.m. today. To be frank, other people's songs cost money, but Shen Jun's songs cost lives. At this point, the new entry Shen Jun's songs are deadly once again topped the hot search list. In addition, many of Shen Jun's fans are mothers and parents, because the lullaby that Shen Jun sang last night was really hypnotic. A netizen played this song to a child, and the child calmed down after a while. It works much better than coaxing yourself. Many parents have decided to learn this song, or save the live broadcast recording and play it for their children before bed. So Shen Jun once again brought up a new topic, those sleep songs that can be called cheating. So in the evening, Shen Jun alone had become one of the hottest topics on the internet, and no one could rival him. More and more people are paying attention to Shen Jun. More and more people are hearing last night's lullaby. This also led to a lot of chain reactions, such as An's sleeping song, which was previously uploaded by netizens to the Chinese music platform. At this time, the number of downloads saw a surge. Shen Jun didn't pay much attention to the situation online as he was negotiating at the time. After dinner in the evening, Lin Jia found him, and with him came a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The middle-aged man was called Wang Lei, and he claimed to be the head of Zhu Publishing House. "I came here specially from the capital. I want to talk to Mr. Shen about the story he told last night, the story called Harry Potter." After hearing Wang Lei's introduction, a gleam of light flashed in Shen Jun's eyes. He had deliberately paved the way when he told the story last night, but he didn't expect that someone would come to him so soon. But come to think of it, when he was telling the Harry Potter story last night, the number of people online in the live broadcast room at the same time exceeded 500,000. The number of viewers in one night reached tens of millions. The stories of Harry Potter are very popular among the audience in the live broadcast room. Now there are many people on the internet urging Shen Jun to tell stories. Many of his current fans are book fans. Anyone with a little business sense should be able to see the commercial value of the Harry Potter story. Shen Jun chose to tell the story of Harry Potter from the beginning in order to lure the fish into taking the bait. He must start planning his future life. So Shen Jun was very welcome to Wan Lei's arrival. However, Shen Jun remained calm and chatted with Wan Lei calmly. After a deeper conversation, the two had a preliminary understanding of each other. Wan Lei is very professional and should have a high status in the publishing house. Shen Jun was quite satisfied overall. The only thing that made Shen Jun frown was that Wan Lei was a typical businessman, and his words were full of tricks. If Mr. Shen had no experience from his previous life, he would probably have fallen into the trap. It's so tiring dealing with people like this. Wan Lei on the other side also frowned. He had collected some information about Shen Jun before coming. Judging from the information circulating online, this young man probably rarely set foot in society and got married and had children as soon as he came out of the ivory tower. This kind of person lacks the ability to survive in society, and should be relatively simple. But after chatting for a while, Wan Lei directly overturned his previous judgment. How could this person be so simple? He managed to circumvent all the traps he had set for himself without making a sound, and even nearly fell into them several times. Moreover, because he was not on guard at first, he also revealed a lot of information about the publishing house and the industry. When Wan Lei thinks back on it now, he wants to slap himself twice. The two men fought, and they were evenly matched. Mr. Shen, although we see the potential of the book, you also know that last night's popularity was largely due to the program, public opinion, and you yourself. There are so many external factors that it's impossible to judge the value of this book. Besides, you're a newcomer in the literary industry. The first book of a newcomer is too risky. I took a big risk too. The buyout price we're offering you is already the highest for a newcomer. The two talked for more than half an hour, and Wan Lei finally said with a sincere expression. Shen Jun was not moved by Wan Lei's sincerity at all. What Wan Lei said made sense. It was indeed risky for a newcomer to write his first book. No one knew what the outcome would be. But Shen Jun had seen how popular Harry Potter was in his previous life. This book brought rolling billions of dollars in income, allowing her to live a life of luxury. So no matter how much Wan Lei said or what tricks he used, Shen Jun would not agree to the buyout. He had only one choice: share. And other copyrights are calculated separately. Wan Lei was almost laughed out of anger by Shen Jun. Does he know what he is talking about? Profit sharing and copyright calculation are both provided separately. This kind of treatment is only available to veteran writers who have been famous for a long time and have proven their worth. A newcomer asking for profit sharing and copyright right away is simply asking for too much and is unreasonable. Wan Lei took a deep breath. If he hadn't come all the way from Beijing and gone through so much trouble, and if he hadn't been optimistic about the potential of this book, Wan Lei would have even wanted to walk away. Seeing Wan Lei's impatience, Shen Jun remained calm. Boss Wang, since you've come all the way here, you can spend a few days in Lingnan and see the local customs and practices of Hunan province. I will continue to tell the story of Harry Potter during the live broadcast of the show these few days. Boss Wang, you can also consider it carefully. The show is about to start. Boss Wang, please take a look around. Shen Jun finished talking to Wan Lei with a smile, then apologized and left the room. Looking at Shen Jun leaving the room, Wan Lei sighed deeply. Why did he come to Hunan province on impulse last night? Now he was in a passive position. Wan Lei cursed again when he thought of this. He didn't expect that Shen Jun was so familiar with business negotiations, and so confident. You underestimated the enemy. The evening program started as normal, and there was laughter and joy again. The atmosphere in Emmy Records in Shanghai was a little low, as 10 hours had passed since the album was released. The album song chart results are out. The Chinese music platform is the largest music platform in China, ranking first in both size and authority, so the major charts of the Chinese music platform have become a battleground for singers. The better the chart performance is, the higher the album sales are. Zhao Wanyi had someone keep an eye on the hot song and album charts on the Chinese language platform early on, and the ranking results had already been printed out. There was silence in the office. The company is working at full capacity, and Lu Yao's album itself is of good quality, so the chart performance is pretty good. All 8 songs in the album entered the top 100 of the hot song chart, and the title song has even reached the top 10. The results seem pretty good, but when everyone saw Tianya Media, which was higher up on the list, their expressions became gloomy. All the songs from Su Qing's new album from Tianya Media have entered the top 100, and 2 of them have entered the top 10. The title song has even made it into the top 5, far surpassing Lu Yao's title song. There is even hope of breaking into the top 3 tonight. The Chinese music platform is the largest music platform in China. If a song can reach the top 3 of the list within 24 hours, it means that the song has great potential. It may even become a hit. Tianyu Su Qing's hit song has a great chance. Lu Yao, who released an album at the same time, is still struggling in 9th place with her title song, which can only mean that she barely squeezed into the top 10. There is no way to compare with Su Qing. Although only 10 hours have passed, it is still a long way from being settled. But this data can also give us a glimpse into the potential of a song or the strength of a company. There's nothing good about Su Qing's song. It's just something TNU spent a lot of money on. TNU is a wealthy family, so naturally they are willing to spend money. Today, the screen of TNU Entertainment was almost flooded with messages about TNU artists. Everyone in the office suppressed their anger and said that they had all listened to the songs of Su Qing and Lu Yao, but they really didn't realize how good Su Qing's songs were. In everyone's opinion, Su Qing was able to rush into the top 5 so quickly only because TNU was willing to spend money. Someone snorted coldly and said, "I've compiled online reviews. Although Lu Yao's song is a bit weaker at the moment, it's rated higher than Su Qing's song. We still have the advantage. TNU will eventually lose its edge, and we have a chance to overtake." Zhao Wanyi, who was sitting in the first seat, had a cold expression on her face. She had high hopes for Lu Yao, and the company had also made a great determination this time. It consumes a lot of resources. If Lu Yao fails to get promoted this time, the company will probably suffer a serious blow. This is like adding insult to injury for EMI Records, which is already in a period of transition. Zhao Wanyi only felt that the ranking on the list was extremely glaring. When she heard the employees' discussion, her face was as cold as ice and she said in a deep voice, "Then why don't you do it? I don't need to hear your speculations and complaints. Mobilize all the forces of the company. I want to see Lu Yao surpass the ranking tomorrow. TNU can spend money, and so can the company." Zhao Wanyi's cold voice contained suppressed anger, which made everyone in the office silent and nodded in agreement. On the other side, when EMI Records was busy as crazy as ever, Shen Jun had already carried it into bed, and it was time for the much-anticipated sleep coaxing session. The traffic in Shen Jun's live broadcast room is very strange. The closer the show is to the end, the more traffic comes in, especially at this time. The other live broadcast rooms are all ready to go to bed. Shen Jun's live broadcast room is becoming more and more popular. In the words of netizens, after a day of showing trailers, it's finally time for the main film. Countless people were looking forward to Shen Jun's sleep stories and songs. With the attention of more publishing houses, Shen Jun continued to tell in bedtime stories. Still Harry Potter. That magical wizarding world. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard that Shen Jun was going to talk about Harry Potter, they suddenly quieted down and typed. The bench is ready, front row is in place. Although the Harry Potter story last night was not as popular as the later Lullaby songs, it still attracted many fans. Someone on the internet converted all the stories that Shen Jun told last night into text, and now it is going viral on the internet. The story begins slowly. We just finished telling the beginning of the first movie, The Philosopher's Stone, last night, and tonight, the story of Harry Potter has reached the part where the three little ones are studying at Vogelholtz, and a small climax is about to come. The audience in the live broadcast room also listened more and more attentively. Wang Lei was lying in a dilapidated room with a very old feel in Xiaobu ancient village, and he didn't know how many times he had sighed. After the conversation with Shen Jun broke down in the afternoon, he didn't know why he believed Shen Jun's lies and actually stayed there at night. There was no special hotel in Xiaobu ancient village, so he could only sleep in the village like the staff. The bed board beneath him was creaking and shaking, and the cries of some unknown monster could be heard from the dark night outside the window, which made Wang Lei frown. Thinking of what Shen Jun said in the afternoon, Wang Lei sighed again and clicked on the live broadcast of the program. You don't even have to look for it specifically, the homepage is Shen Jun and An's live broadcast room. Nowadays, the popularity of the program is extremely high, especially the live broadcast rooms of Shen Jun and An. During this period of time, there is no rival on the entire internet. Naturally, it has become the platform's key recommendation. Wang Lei opened the live broadcast room and saw the same environment as last night. The little girl named An was lying in the bed, and Shen Jun was telling a story softly beside her. When he saw this scene last night, his heart was suddenly touched. He was not touched by the warm atmosphere, nor by Shen Jun's handsomeness, nor even by the content of the story. It's because Shen Jun tells stories so effortlessly. Other people may not feel anything, but for Wang Lei, an old man who has immersed himself in the field of literary publishing for half his life, Mr. Shen is so casual when telling stories. No manuscript, no outline, and not even any thinking. A story with a grand and mysterious worldview was told in this way, and this casualness shocked Wang Lei last night. You should know that the story that Shen Jun is telling now is not a simple childish fairy tale, but a medium-length novel with a complex and magnificent worldview. It seemed as if this story had been engraved in Shen Jun's mind. And Shen Jun's casual approach was also the reason why Wang Lei impulsively rushed from Beijing to Hunan province today. He felt that Mr. Shen might be a literary genius, otherwise how could he explain his ease in writing? And stories about literary geniuses often become popular. So Wang Lei acted impulsively. Of course, there is a more important point. Wang Lei saw the value of this story and wanted to get it early, perhaps he could get some bargains. Result: then let me see if your story is worth a share. Thinking of Shen Jun's confidence and determination, Wang Lei snorted and then clicked on the live broadcast room of Shen Jun and an AN. At this time in the live broadcast room, Shen Jun had already talked about the giant monster appearing in volts. When one magical and fantastic setting after another came out of Shen Jun's mouth, such as transfiguration, potions, black magic, three-headed dogs, trolls, etc., everyone just felt that the magical world in their minds was becoming more and more magnificent, magical, and grand. I am becoming more and more immersed in and yearning for it. When they heard that Hermione was trapped by the troll, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room were all in their throats. When they heard that the three little ones accidentally teamed up to knock the troll unconscious, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I love the three little ones more and more. The following Quidditch setting also made the audience in the live broadcast room open their eyes wide and become curious. Wang Lei was also quite curious and muttered, "Interesting, a sport adapted from football. However, this project is very consistent with the setting of the magical world, and there is no sense of being out of place at all." Wang Lei sighed slightly. As the worldview of Shen Jun's story unfolded, he even seemed to think that there really was such a magical world in this world. And Shen Jun's story tonight ends here. And in his arms had fallen asleep. Shen Jun looked at the time and saw that it was already 9 o'clock, so he stopped telling the story and waved to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile. Prepare to end the broadcast. Upon seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room shouted no. They were now listening to the Quidditch plot and were curious about whether Harry Potter could win, but it ended up stopping here. It was so frustrating. Some netizens even commented, "And don't sleep. If you fall asleep, I can't sleep. And don't sleep. Mommy just wants to listen for 5 more minutes. Woo woo woo, if I were An's mother, I would let An go to bed at 12 o'clock. Shen Jun couldn't see the ghostly howling in the live broadcast room, and he wouldn't pay attention to it even if he saw it. In his heart, An was the most important, and he would not do anything like disturbing An's sleep. So I decisively asked the program team to shut down the live broadcast. In a room not far away, Wang Lei smacked his lips in disappointment. He was also curious whether Harry Potter could win the championship, but this guy actually ended the live broadcast directly. After a few seconds of disappointment, Wang Lei was suddenly shocked. No, am I not here to find fault and cause trouble? This. Wang Lei was speechless for a moment, and was a little surprised at the appeal of this story, which even attracted someone like him who came with a different mindset, not to mention others. Just when Wang Lei was speechless, the phone notification sound suddenly rang. Wang Lei took a look. Someone was chatting in a group called Industry Discussion Group. This industry discussion group was set up by several publishing house leaders when he attended a conference before, saying that it was convenient for discussing industry development. The people in the group have already started chatting, and the content of their chat is surprisingly the story Harry Potter told by Shen Jun. People in the group are discussing the situation of this book. Most people think that the book is good and has traffic to generate. If it is published, it may become a hit. When Wang Lei saw it, his pupils suddenly shrank and a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. At this time, someone in the group had asked, "I think this is a fantasy novel. Don't you people in Juzhu like this kind of novel the most? Are you going to take any action?" It is the name of Wang Lei's group. Wang Lei saw this and couldn't hide any longer. He immediately popped up and replied, "I haven't seen it yet. I don't know." At said, "Boss Wang, this isn't your style. Isn't Juzhu the biggest fan of online book signings? And this show is so popular, how could you not have heard of it? You are not deliberately deceiving us and planning to secretly capture him." It has to be said that the people in the group are all old foxes. They guessed Wang Lei's plan in one sentence. Wang Lei touched his nose awkwardly and said stubbornly, "I've been busy publishing a few other books lately. I'm not as idle as you guys every day." In order to prevent others from asking further questions, Wang Lei said, "Why, are you interested? Then I have to take a look." After asking the question, everyone in the group who had just been chatting enthusiastically said, "I just saw that the public opinion was quite heated, so I felt it was okay. As for the meaning, it's still not good enough. Hey, our publishing house has several new books coming out soon, and even if you're interested, you won't be able to get a place in line. This kind of sleep story is too risky. Sleep. In an instant, the group that was just bustling with activity suddenly became quiet, which made Wang Lei sneer. He would never believe what these old foxes said. But this incident tonight also made him alert, and he had to get the book quickly. The longer the night, the more dreams you have. The night outside the window is as dark as ink, and wild birds are singing. Wang Lei shrank down under the quilt, thinking about getting up early tomorrow morning to find Shen Jun. He didn't believe that no matter how fast others were, they could be faster than him. This book has been signed by Juice Wu. While all the lights in Xiaobu ancient village were turned off, bright lights were still on in the high-rise buildings in Shanghai. Emmy Records. It's still that office. The atmosphere this time was much better and not as depressing as before. Even Zhao Wanyi's mouth corners turned up. Because after a night of hard work and spending money, they successfully pushed Lu Yao's album title song into the top 5 of the list. Only one step away from Su Qing of Tianyu. Su Qing is 4th. They are 5th. Just one person missing. And the gap between the two is not that big. Tianyu is running out of steam. Our promotional efforts are still ongoing, and sooner or later, we will bring her down, someone in the office said with an excited look. Compared to the dullness in the previous meeting, everyone in the office was now beaming with joy. Yes, I've also contacted several MCNs, and tomorrow the influencers from these media companies will all start promoting the song. These internet celebrities have over 50 million fans combined. In addition to the homepage promotion on the music platform that we paid a high price for, there's also promotion on other platforms. Also, starting tomorrow, the variety shows and program inserts we purchased earlier will also begin to take off. By then, we'll form a matrix and the popularity will soar instantly. By then, don't even think about surpassing Tianyu. We'll surpass all the singers and get to the top of the list. Yes, I'll get to number 1 tomorrow. Everyone in the office seemed to have won a victory and was talking excitedly. Zhao Wanyi, who was sitting in the first seat, said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work today." Everyone in the office replied, it's not hard, thank you for the hard work, boss." Zhao Wanyi nodded and finally arranged. The propaganda department should stand guard for the last time. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Everyone else can go back and rest. The others said, "Thank you, boss." "Goodbye, boss." Then the lights in Emmy went out one by one and everyone left the office building. Zhao Wanyi went downstairs with everyone else. As soon as she got downstairs, she saw Sun Yaoan, who had been waiting for a long time. Sun Yaoan was still wearing a neat suit and standing by the car smoking. When he saw Zhao Wanyi coming down the stairs, he immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand and stomped out the cigarette, picked up the big bouquet of roses in the car and walked over. The other employees around Zhao Wanyi started to make a fuss. Zhao Wanyi blushed shyly, and Sun Yaoan walked straight to her and handed her the bouquet, saying, "Wanyi, I wish your album a big hit." The employees around were making even more noise and shouting. Zhao Wanyi smiled and took the bouquet from Sun Yaoan. Then, amid the noisy cheers, Sun Yaoan put his arm around Zhao Wanyi's waist and got into the car, and the Maybach disappeared into the night. However, the people who were in a state of excitement were still unaware of this. At this moment, on the hot song list of the whole music platform, a song is rushing to the top 10 at a crazy speed like a rocket, and there is no sign of slowing down. Songs on the hot song charts were released one after another. 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th. In a blink of an eye, the song had already made it into the top 5, bringing down the new song that Emmy had worked so hard to push. And this is not over yet. Lullaby. As the name suggests, songs to listen to before going to bed. So although an sleep song was uploaded to the internet during the day, and because of Shen Jun's popularity, the number of downloads and clicks is increasing, but it hasn't exploded yet and has been growing slowly. During the day, it only climbed to around 30th place on the hot song chart. However, this climbing speed changes instantly after dark. It takes a long time to climb 1 or 2 places during the day, but at night it changes almost every minute. Downloads and clicks skyrocketed. Especially with the end of Shen Jun's live broadcast, countless netizens who were curious about the story couldn't sleep and began to search the entire internet for topics related to Shen Jun. This song, an sleeping song on the whole music platform, was discovered by netizens, and it spreads wider and wider. So this lullaby song of an made it all the way to the top 10 of the list. It was already late at night, and countless sleepless night owls opened the whole music platform, hoping to fall asleep while listening to music. This is the case with Wang Su, who is currently studying at university. He suffers from frequent insomnia and can never fall asleep at night, so Wang Su always forces himself to put down his mobile phone at a certain time, and then listen to music and close his eyes to rest. If I'm in good condition, I can probably fall asleep in about half an hour. If he is not in a good state, Wang Su once listened to songs for 2 hours with his eyes closed, but he didn't fall asleep in the end. Wang Su sighed. He didn't know why, but as he got into his junior year, more and more things happened, and he suffered from insomnia at night. Perhaps it is when Wang Su thinks about his upcoming senior year internship and his future job that he becomes anxious, uneasy, and worried. So Wang Su's insomnia became more and more serious. He also suspected that he might be suffering from depression. Anyway, his current condition is very bad. Hope I can fall asleep early tonight. Wang Su sighed helplessly and opened the whole music platform before putting down his phone. He didn't have any specific preferences when it came to listening to music, and he played music mainly to divert his attention, so Wang Su simply clicked on the hot song list and it started playing automatically from the beginning. Put down your phone. The music in my ears slowly sounded. The night outside the window was clear, and my roommate would occasionally make a light snoring sound. Wang Su listened to one song after another, estimated to be 6 or 7 songs, but he still didn't feel sleepy at all. On the contrary, my thinking becomes more active. But Wang Su could clearly feel that his body was very tired and very empty. He needs sleep. Wang Su tried hard to control his thoughts and empty his mind, trying to focus on the music, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't completely relax. My brain is so confused. I suddenly think about my job after graduation. I suddenly think about the current life of my parents in my hometown. Then I thought about the increasingly high housing prices. Will he be able to afford a house when he gets married? Wang Su felt like his brain was about to explode. He even felt the pain on the back of his scalp. And just at this moment, just when Wang Su was about to be unable to bear it and wanted to hit himself on the head, after the previous song ended, the music that had been silent for a while suddenly sounded again, and a low and magnetic voice slowly sounded in Wang Su's mind. This low voice reveals a sense of tranquility and leisure that brings peace of mind, and a hint of sadness. This quiet and leisurely feeling made Wang Su feel as if an electric shock had occurred in his heart. His brain, which had been extremely confused and about to explode just now, suddenly became blank for a moment. At this moment, Wang Su felt extremely relaxed. The singing in his ears was still ringing slowly. The singing was low, quiet and leisurely, like the breeze on a summer night, which instantly smoothed out the ripples in Wang Su's heart. The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars accompany you. Insects fly, insects fly. Who are you missing? Amid the quiet and leisurely singing, Wang Su seemed to see scenes from his childhood, where he and his parents were lying on mats on the roof of the bungalow in his hometown. At that time, no one played with mobile phones. His parents took him to count the stars in the sky and taught him where the Big Dipper was. Sometimes Dad would chat with Mom about adult topics, and he would listen with his ears perked up like a little adult, wanting to grow up sooner and enter the adult world sooner. Carefree childhood. Happy hometown. As the song played, Wang Su's brows, which had been furrowed all night, slowly relaxed, and a smile from the heart slowly appeared on the corners of his mouth. With a smile on his face, Wang Su slowly fell asleep and returned to his lost childhood. There are many people on the internet who are in the same situation as Wang Su. Wang Su fell asleep while listening to the song, and many people felt sleepy while listening to the song, and then forced themselves to recommend the song online or on WeChat moments despite feeling sleepy. There are many internet celebrities like Sister Jo who are promoting this. For example, Sister Jo was also on the hot search today. In her own words, "This overwhelming wealth has finally come to me." So she didn't play games during her live broadcast that night, but watched Shen Jun's live broadcast the whole time. During the live broadcast, she completely turned into Shen Jun's little fangirl. After Shen Jun finished, Sister Jo had nothing to do, so she looked at some of Shen Jun's materials on the internet, including the song and Sleeping Song on the whole music platform. Some review bloggers also recommend it. So that night, when most people had already gone to bed, the song Anand's Lullaby made a huge impact on the top of the hot song chart on the whole music platform. At this time, neither EMI Records nor TNU Media nor other music companies paid attention to the situation on the charts. Because the situation was so good before Get Off Work ended, the people from EMI Records and TNU Media were all fantasizing about breaking into the top 3 tomorrow before going to bed. Finally try to hit the top of the list. However, when they woke up, they were shocked to find the sky had changed. Because she asked Sun Yeoen to help with the album promotion, Zhao Wanyi had a few drinks with Sun Yeoen last night and slept soundly at night, until the continuous phone calls woke her up. Zhao Wanyi, who was woken up, had a cold expression and a face full of annoyance. She frowned and picked up the mobile phone on the bedside and looked at the incoming call. The director of EMI called her, and the call was made directly to her private number, so it must be an urgent matter. Zhao Wanyi frowned and swiped her finger to answer the call. As soon as the call was connected, the director on the other end of the phone said anxiously, "Boss, something bad has happened." Zhao Wanyi usually pays great attention to her dressing and appearance, and no matter when she comes to the company, she is always bright and radiant. However, today, Zhao Wanyi didn't even have time to put on makeup. She simply put on some lipstick in the car and walked into the company with a cold face. The sound of high heels rang out, and all the employees in the office fell silent and lowered their heads. He didn't dare to look at Zhao Wanyi, whose expression was obviously unfriendly. Zhao Wanyi entered the office again, the same office as last night, but this time the expressions of everyone in the office had returned to their original state. Ugly. So ugly. All the laughter from last night has disappeared, and everyone now has a gloomy face. What's going on? Zhao Wanyi threw the bag directly on the table and asked in an extremely cold voice. The top 3 on the list were deliberately obstructing us. Last night, when we were pushing hard, they also pushed hard. Everyone in the office looked unhappy. It is now the middle of the month, and the top 3 songs on the charts have been dominating the charts for more than half a month. They have earned enough fame and money. According to the conventions in the industry, now that they and TNU are competing for the list, there is no need for these 3 companies to obstruct them anymore. After all, their new songs are coming in strong, and the potential of the first 3 songs has been squeezed out. To stop them now would be totally counterproductive. So after reaching 5th place last night, everyone at Emmy thought that the top 3 would be within their grasp. However, after an entire night, they didn't make any progress at all. The top 3 still defended tightly and didn't give them any chance. Moreover, TNU Media was also different from what they expected. They originally thought that TNU Media had no stamina. After all, they were weaker in the competition last night. Unexpectedly, after sleeping last night, including before dawn this morning, TNU started to make efforts again, still suppressing Emmy's new songs. Can't get through. And this isn't even the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is that last night a song suddenly hit the charts like thunder, and directly reached the number 1 position overnight. Directly pushed all the rankings on the previous list back 1 place. Last night, TNU ranked 4th and Emmy Records ranked 5th, which is just in the top 5. The result is pretty good. But this morning, because of the sudden emergence of the number 1 on the list, their Emmy Records directly became the 6th place, falling out of the top 5. Although they are both in the top 10, the gap between the 5th and 6th place is still huge, which makes Emmy Records directly weaker than TNU. That's why everyone's faces looked so bad. They never expected that when they were clearly sure of victory last night, so many unexpected changes would happen in one night. Putting aside other situations, what the hell is this number 1 that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? When thinking of the name number 1 on the list, everyone in the company's mouth twitched. At this time, Zhao Wanyi had already understood what had happened. Her face was as cold as ice, and anger was rising in her eyes. She glanced at everyone coldly. "Is this what you said was okay last night?" Everyone in the office looked at each other. Some of them said with evasive eyes, "This situation is unique. We didn't expect the 3 companies ahead of us to compete with us, and to invest so much money. Yes, the top 3 have the advantage of the previous half month. If they defend tightly, we won't be able to break through at all." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Wanyi slammed the table. "Defend it with all your might. What's the situation with the unexpected number 1 on the list? Why can others rush forward, but we can't?" Zhao Wanyi's tone was extremely cold, and she was very angry. She was angry about the results she saw today, and even more angry about this group of people's bragging and shirking of responsibility. Tell her to be on high alert? She is not blind, she is guarding against them and preventing them from getting up. So how can the number 1 on the list get up? To put it bluntly, it's because these people are just useless. If he had the strength to be number 1 on the list, how could this happen? Faced with Zhao Wanyi's outburst, everyone in the office shut up, but there was still some injustice in their eyes. After all, this situation was really special, so someone mustered up the courage to speak. "Boss, this situation is a little unusual. The number 1 song on the list is from that recently popular variety show. That variety show is so popular right now, it's still trending, and the traffic is exploding." When Zhao Wanyi heard someone trying to refute, her expression immediately became colder and she wanted to scold, but after hearing what the employee said, her eyelids twitched unconsciously. Zhao Wanyi took a deep breath and asked, "What variety show?" Zhao Wanyi didn't know why she asked. She just felt her heart subconsciously tense when she heard about the variety show. An employee immediately responded, "That variety show, Where Are We Going, Dad, has been so popular lately, there's no comparison." It was indeed the name she didn't want to hear. Zhao Wanyi felt her temples throbbing. Emotions were swirling in her eyes, and she asked in surprise, "Is the song number 1 on this variety show?" The employee nodded. "Right. And this song is very special." Zhao Wanyi frowned, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in her heart, as if her heart was slowly being grabbed. Zhao Wanyi naturally knew that Shen Jun brought his daughter to participate in this variety show, and Shen Jun and his daughter were very popular. Although she didn't want to pay attention, she could always see something about them on the internet. So when the employees talked about this variety show, Zhao Wanyi subconsciously thought of Shen Jun. For some reason, her intuition told her that this matter might be related to Shen Jun, but reason made Zhao Wanyi quickly deny it. Shen Jun has been very popular recently, but it is purely because of being scolded by others. He doesn't have the ability to do so on his own, let alone make it to the hot song charts. She hardly ever heard Shen Jun sing at home. "I heard that Shen Jun's academic performance was not particularly good when he was in college. And even if Shen Jun is good at singing, after so many years of neglect, his singing level is only that of a college student, not even as good as that of a college student. How can they be compared with professional lyricists and singers? Especially this time, the lyricist she found is a big name in the industry." She spent a very high price to get this hit song, and the singer Lu Yao is also a second-tier singer. At least he's better than a loser like Shen Jun. Maybe I've been under too much pressure recently, which is why I have such a ridiculous idea. Zhao Wanyi snorted in her heart and quickly suppressed this ridiculous idea. At this time, the employee had already handed the sorted information to Zhao Wanyi. Zhao Wanyi took it casually. The information shows the top 10 songs on the Hot Songs chart, as well as detailed information about the songs. However, as soon as Zhao Wanyi's gaze fell on it, her pupil suddenly shrank, and the hand holding the information trembled violently. The first line of the document read, 1. An An-sleep song/singer Shen Jun, guest on the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? And a frequent searcher. Whether it is an or Shen Jun, they are extremely familiar words to Zhao Wanyi. These two words are like two sharp blades that pierce into Zhao Wanyi's heart. Zhao Wanyi's expression instantly became a little ugly and pale. The trembling gradually spread from her palms to her whole body. Zhao Wanyi could not believe the information she saw in front of her eyes. It was the goal she had dreamed of and tried so hard to achieve. This useless man actually got it? How is this possible? Zhao Wanyi's heart was roaring and shouting. She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by someone, making it impossible for her to breathe. Zhao Wanyi tried to remain calm and said to the people in the office in a hoarse voice, "You guys go out first." The people in the office had no idea what was going on. They only saw the boss's face suddenly turn bad the moment he got the information. The whole person seems to be shaking. A few people looked at each other. Being able to escape was naturally a good thing, but the boss's condition was too strange, so someone asked with concern, "Boss, are you okay?" Zhao Wanyi raised her head and shouted angrily with an extremely cold expression, "Go out." The few employees who stayed behind looked into the boss's eyes, and they all felt a chill all over their bodies, as if they were falling into an icy cave. They immediately fled from the office. After several employees left the office, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The boss's eyes just now were so terrifying that it made people feel creepy. They have worked with the boss for so many years and have never seen the boss so angry. Someone asked with lingering fear, "What's wrong, boss?" It was so scary, I couldn't even breathe. This is the first time I've seen the boss so angry. This is the end. And in the midst of everyone's whispers, someone suddenly said, "I heard that our boss's husband is the amateur in the variety show." Some people didn't react immediately. Amateur? What amateur? After a pause, the person who spoke suddenly widened his eyes and raised his voice a lot. "You mean Mr. Shen?" They had watched the song number 1 and the singer of the song countless times this morning, so everyone knew the name Shen Jun. Not to mention that this name has been very popular on the internet recently and can be seen more or less everywhere. So everyone reacted instantly, their eyes widened, expressions of shock and disbelief, but someone asked doubtfully, "That's not right. Isn't the boss's husband Mr. Sun from Yeoan Film and Television?" They have seen Mr. Sun many times in the past year, and they have seen him more and more frequently recently. Last night, they saw Mr. Sun giving flowers to the boss, and the two of them left in a car together. So many people in the company thought that the boss's husband was Mr. Sun. After all, the two of them looked quite compatible. But someone whispered, "No, I heard from old employees in the company that the boss got married right after graduation. But they seem to have divorced recently. Didn't you see the online comments? There are some photos. Although the girl in the photo is wearing sunglasses and the picture isn't particularly clear, she is our boss." At this point, the others all widened their eyes. "How come I haven't heard of it before? I thought the boss had never been married before." Someone shook his head and said, "I don't know. The boss never mentioned her husband in the company." Someone suddenly thought, "If the boss's husband could help promote us on the show, our album would definitely be a huge hit." Others rolled their eyes. "Already divorced." The speaker was embarrassed for a moment. "All right. That Mr. Shen is much more handsome than Mr. Sun, and he seems quite talented too. Why did they get divorced?" Several people were talking in low voices as they walked further and further away. In the office behind her, although Zhao Wanyi could not hear what the employees outside the door were talking about, she could hear the name of Shen Jun clearly. Zhao Wanyi's face became even darker, and her chest began to heave violently. This loser actually has this ability. She really didn't expect it. Zhao Wanyi's eyes were extremely cold, her emotions were fluctuating wildly. She stared at the name on the information, then gritted her teeth and crumpled the information in her hand into a ball. At this time, the aftermath caused by the music charts has not ended yet. At Hanxi Music Company, Qin Man arrived at the office in the morning, and the secretary quickly handed over a summary of the latest information in the industry today. As the boss of Hanxi Music, Qin Man must always pay attention to the situation in the industry so that he can understand the market and find the right direction. So Qin Man would check the latest information every day. The latest ones were all the same old topics. Chin Man glanced at them and quickly flipped through them. After reading 2 pages, his eyes finally fell on the latest issue of the Chinese music chart. These lists can help Chin Man judge the current market trends, and can also help her search for potential artists. The hot song list is particularly important. The Chinese music hot songs chart can be said to represent the popular trends of Chinese music and is very authoritative. So Chin Man quickly flipped through several other charts and found the hot song chart. Scanning it from bottom to top, she saw several songs from the company. Among them are songs released by the company's artists last month, as well as the song that Song Huaying sang on Peak Singer at the end of last month, which occupied several positions on the list. But their rankings are not very high, hovering between 10 to 20. The 10-20th place range is okay for a small company, but for a large company of Hanxi's size, it can only be said to be barely acceptable. Chin Man sighed. This also shows that the company is now on the decline. Back when Hanxi was at its peak, the 3 top-tier artists were all making efforts at the same time, and half of the top 10 songs on the charts were Hanxi's songs. A glorious moment. It's not as good as before. A thought flashed through Chin Man's mind, and then his eyes fell on the top 10 positions. Because there are not many new songs this month, most of the top 10 are old acquaintances, and only 3 songs are new songs that were released today. The 6th song is a new song from EMI Records. Chin Man had heard of EMI Records. The company was not very large, but the artists they signed were all pretty good and they took the boutique route. Especially several artists who signed contracts in the past few years have become popular. Hanxi also poached a singer from EMI last year, and now he has firmly established himself in the first-line ranks. People in the industry say that the boss of EMI is very good at judging people, and I heard that the boss of EMI is also a female president like her, and she is said to be very beautiful. The information related to Baidu flashed through Chin Man's mind in an instant, and Chin Man looked at the 4th one again. TNU Media. TNU is very large in scale, not much weaker than Hanxi. However, TNU's main business is movies, and it has only entered the music field in recent years. It is very weak to Hanxi and does not pose any threat. Thinking of this, Chin Man suddenly remembered something. The last time her grandmother's student asked her to help. The person involved, Song Xiu, is an artist of TNU Media. Thinking in his mind, Chin Man looked at the song ranked first. It's really amazing to be able to occupy the first place on the hot song list of the whole music platform. I haven't seen TNU and EMI fight for it at all costs. If it were the heyday of Han Lions, it would not be difficult for them to be first. But for Hanxi today, they haven't been in the first place for more than half a year. During this period, the company also promoted several songs, but none of them were satisfactory. At this time, Chin Man had already seen the number 1 song. The moment he saw the title of the song, Chin Man was stunned for a moment and thought he had seen it wrong. I re-watched it on purpose. Confirm that you are not mistaken. First of all, the name of this song is indeed called an sleeping song. There was some surprise in Chin Man's eyes. Judging from the name of the song, it sounds like a lullaby for children, but how could a lullaby be ranked number 1? The hot song list of Whole Music Platform is very authoritative, and Whole Music Platform has a large number of users, almost occupying half of the music market. Every song that makes it to the charts is pushed to the top by countless netizens who download and click on it, or by companies spending money to promote it. Lullaby? How could something like this possibly be number 1? It's hard to even make the list. Chin Man frowned. She had never watched the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? So naturally she didn't know who Wanan was. Chin Man thought about it and thought that this might be a pioneering song. After all, there are still many pioneering experimental singers who love to come up with weird names. While thinking, Chin Man glanced at the information of the song. Singer, Shen Jun. Composer, Shen Jun. Seeing the name, Chin Man subconsciously thought of the pioneer singers in the industry, and there didn't seem to be any name Shen Jun. Could it be a newcomer? And, why does this name sound familiar? Chin Man thought about it and confirmed that she didn't know any singer named Shen Jun. She could only suppress her doubts and open the Whole Music Platform on her computer. She was ready to listen. Every piece of music that can reach number 1 on the charts is worth studying. On the Whole Music Platform, the Hot Songs chart is the main chart, and the name of the song is right at the top of the chart, making it very easy to see. Chin Man put on headphones, read the comments, and clicked play. There are a lot of comments on this song, some even exceeded Chin Man's expectations. When she opened it, she saw that they were all positive reviews. Chin Man just glanced at the comments and found that they were all related to sleeping in childhood. Chin Man frowned. Could it really be a song to lull you to sleep? Before she could think, the music in the headphones started playing, without any prelude or any fancy preparation. Just like that, it rang. A low and magnetic voice slowly sounded in Chin Man's ears. Chin Man was shocked when he heard the voice. A cappella. This song is actually sung a cappella? How confident is this singer that he even hit the charts by singing a cappella? And it also made him take the number 1 spot on the list. Countless surprises flashed through Chin Man's mind, and the singing in his ears had slowly entered, accompanied by the sound of low and leisurely singing. Chin Man suddenly felt his mind calm down. Because the work is too busy every day, Chin Man feels like he is at war every day at work, and his nerves are tense. So Chin Man would feel very tired after getting home from get off work every day, and even felt tired at the company, so she drank coffee like water at the company. Because I can't survive without coffee. Chin Man also thought about relaxing herself, and her family also advised her not to push herself too hard and to relax appropriately. But she had developed this habit of working hard when she was young, and it is not something she can let go of just like that, especially now that the company's future is uncertain. The whole company is waiting for her to pay their salaries, so the pressure on Chin Man's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that she didn't dare to relax at all. Sometimes she feels very tired, physically tired, and even more mentally tired. Chin Man also tried to relax and give himself some breathing space after work, but as soon as Chin Man stopped, a bunch of things would pop up in his mind. I will also feel uneasy in my heart. This made it impossible for her to relax at ease, and this state had even seriously affected her sleep and rest. Insomnia is already Chin Man's old problem. But now, when the leisurely singing voice slowly sounded in Chin Man's ears, when the quiet and leisurely artistic conception suddenly rushed into Chin Man's mind, for some reason, Chin Man felt his whole body relax. The frown on his face relaxed unconsciously. The fingers that were originally organizing the documents on the desk also stopped. Chin Man suddenly felt a rare sense of peace and comfort, so much so that she couldn't help but close her eyes and lean back in her office chair. The office fell silent for a moment. The song was not long, even a little short. Chin Man opened his eyes a while after the song ended and let out a long breath. She has confirmed that this song is a children's song, and Chin Man seemed to understand why a children's song could reach the top of the hot song list. Looking at the song again, Chin Man's eyes were filled with surprise. The song was just like its title. It should be a lullaby written for a little kid named An. It's very simple. The melody is simple, the lyrics are simple, and the singing style is simple too. But this seemingly simple song seems to have magic, making people immersed in the singing as they listen. The moment I heard the song, the beautiful memories and scenes of my childhood emerged one by one. This song is like a switch. With the flick of a switch, people return to their childhood, temporarily forgetting their worries, forgetting their busyness, forgetting everything. And it wasn't just Chin Man who had this feeling. She took a look at the comments section and saw similar comments everywhere, saying that hearing this song reminded them of their childhood. Some people commented that they cried after listening to it and missed their parents. Looking at the comments, Chin Man's eyes flickered. The composition of this song is amazing. The simple melody can bring out the atmosphere of memories. The lyrics are obviously simple, and the words used are the most common imagery words, but there is a poetic and romantic feeling when singing, and it is beautiful to listen to. And the singer who sang was also quite good. Although this song sounds simple, as someone in the industry, Chin Man can naturally hear something different. The song is simple. Singing is not easy. No one else can sing with such immersion, not to mention the emotions in the song. The fact that the singer can generate such amazing resonance and involvement in the comment section is enough to show his level. Simplify the complex. This person is amazing. Chin Man's eyes fell on Shen Jun's name. The singer and the songwriter are the same person, and he is also a singer-songwriter. Chin Man felt a little moved. Hanshi is in dire need of talent right now, especially singer-songwriters like this. Even though there is only one song, it is enough to show that this person is very talented and I have never seen it before, which means he is a newcomer. It's easy to sign newcomers. Chin Man's eyes lit up, and she picked up her phone and prepared to ask someone to check Shen Jun's situation to see if he could sign him. But just as Chin Man typed out Shen Jun's name, he suddenly thought of something and paused. His brows furrowed even more. Chin Man quickly exited the chat page and typed the word Shen Jun in his WeChat search bar. Click to search. Soon, a business card was found. Shen Jun. The two are already good friends. Chin Man did not stop and directly clicked on Shen Jun's chat page, only to see two messages on the page. One is, "Hello, Sister Chin, I'm Mr. Shen." One is, "New song demo.mp3. Seeing these two pieces of news, Chin Man was stunned. She said that the name Shen Jun looked familiar, but Chin Man couldn't remember it. After all, the notes she gave Shen Jun on her phone were, "Grandma's student." She didn't take Shen Jun seriously, thinking that they would have no interaction in the future, so she didn't even remember his name. She just remembered it because she saw someone in the comments saying that he or she was a die-hard fan of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Only then did I remember this person. Chin Man's expression was a little complicated for a moment. She thought of what her grandmother had said before: if they could win over Shen Jun, the company would not have to worry about songs in the future. She thought it was an exaggeration at the time, and even now she has never believed it at all, and she has a very bad impression of Shen Jun. But I didn't expect it. This guy can actually write songs. And the writing is, okay. Sheen Man pursed her lips and looked at the song demo file on the chat page. Suddenly, a hint of curiosity arose in her heart. Even children's songs can be written so well. What about normal songs? As the thought flashed through his mind, Sheen Man had already reached out and opened the file. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hanshi Music Company convened a high-level meeting. The content of the meeting was to discuss Song Hwaying's program matters. The song's subscription approval was approved yesterday, and the song's subscription fee was very high, completely exceeding the usual fee. Song Hwaying must not be eliminated. At the very least, you have to make it to the finals and get a good ranking. This is the consensus of everyone in Hanshi. If Song Hwaying is really eliminated in the next episode, coupled with the news that Shui Wenlo is preparing to change jobs, Hanshi Music may be in big trouble. My fame is completely over. Yesterday's news. Just think about it and you will know what others will call Hanshi in the future. Moreover, this will make it clear that Hanshi is on the decline. By then, not to mention its reputation, its stock price will probably plummet. So the board of directors is getting anxious. And this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is that Song Hwaying can't make a singing appointment now. I paid the money, but I can't get a song. Even if you pay a lot of money, you still can't get a date. Because now no one in the entire industry dares to write a song for Song Hwaying. Why was Song Hwaying eliminated? Before participating in the competition, no one could have predicted this. After all, Song Hwaying is a veteran top-tier singer, and his singing skills and emotions are very strong. But after 4 episodes, everyone knew it. Because Song Hwaying's singing method and style are really not suitable for participating in this kind of competitive competition. However, if you want Song Hwaying to change his singing method or style, Song Hwaying's ability will be greatly reduced. As for the song, the new songs written by the composer that Song Hwaying had worked with before were still in that style and were not suitable for singing competitions. The new composer he found could write competitive songs, but Song Hwaying cannot ensure that he can perform stably. So now a very embarrassing situation has arisen. What was written before cannot be sung in the competition, and what is written now may not be sung well by Song Hwaying. Top Singer is a phenomenal variety show that is not only watched by the entire internet, but also by the industry. In this situation, if Song Hwaying performs poorly, it will not only be embarrassing for her, but the composer who wrote the song for her will also be implicated. And now there is a high probability that Song Hwaying will be eliminated. Therefore, no composer is willing to wade into this muddy water. Composers who can reach a certain status are very careful about their reputation. And now there are other companies behind the scenes. Many people in the music industry hope that Hanshi will never recover and decline completely, so all kinds of monsters and demons have come out recently. And then we have the current dilemma. I have money, but I can't get a singing date. It is possible to arrange an appointment with an unknown composer, but Song Hwaying is already in trouble. If his song does not reach the top level, he will probably be eliminated. So the company held a meeting today to discuss what to do next. Now there are only 2 choices before everyone. One is to take a gamble and collaborate with those unknown composers to write songs. The second option is to withdraw from the competition. At least I can save my face and not lose all my face. However, as soon as the second option was mentioned, Song Hwaying himself directly refused it. Song Hwaying was over 40 years old, from the north, with a slightly long face and long wavy hair. At this time, Song Hwaying said with a sad look, "You can't withdraw from the competition. If you withdraw, you'll not only lose the game, but also your reputation. This is telling others that I was beaten so badly that I can't even go on stage. How will my fans see me in the future?" However, as soon as the words fell, someone in the conference room snorted coldly and said, "What other choice do I have if I don't withdraw from the competition? It would be even more embarrassing if someone eliminated me then. And then not only will you be affected, but our company will be affected." Song Hwaying looked somewhat sad and angry. "You guys agreed to let me participate in the competition, and now that I can't win, you're asking me to withdraw. Who do you think I am? I'm telling you, even if I lose on stage, I won't quit. If I have to lose, I'll lose honorably." The middle-aged man who had just snorted glared at him. "It's not your decision whether to retreat or not. This incident has already affected the company's stock. The board of directors needs to stop the losses as soon as possible." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, the others in the meeting room immediately tried to persuade them. "Don't make any noise. Isn't there another option?" "Yes, Hwaying, what Mr. Lin said is just the last option. We have other options." The rest of the people in the conference room tried to stop the fight, and the middle-aged man called Mr. Lin snorted coldly. "What other choice is there?" But the voice was low and there was no anger in it. Everyone also knew that Song Hwaying was not to blame for this matter. After all, it was their joint decision to let Song Hwaying participate in the competition. Now that something has happened, they cannot put all the blame on Song Hwaying. Sheen Man, who was sitting in the first seat, slowly said, "Sister Hwaying is right. Losing a game is okay, but losing the hearts of all the fans is a big deal. The others also echoed. Yeah, I think we should consider the first option. To be timid before the battle is a cardinal sin in military strategy. I think we must fight no matter what. Whether or not we get eliminated is another matter. Sister Huaying has the talent. What she lacks now is a suitable song. I think there is still a chance. After discussing for a while, everyone finally decided to adopt the first option, which was to try songs composed by unknown composers. Maybe there will be a surprise. After all the big names started out as newcomers. Before the company announced that it would pay a large sum of money to write a song, many composers submitted their compositions, but no one paid any attention to these small-time composers at the time. At the same time, the company's song library also had a lot of good songs. At this moment, everyone took them out and listened to them one by one. The style of this composition is somewhat similar to Sister Huaying's, you might consider it. The style of this composition is too folk-like. It doesn't fit the style at all, and folk music isn't competitive at all. This song is quite good. Who composed it? Teacher Sue? Forget it. The first half of this song is okay, but the chorus is kind of off. Everyone in the conference room was discussing, but after searching for a long time, there were still no suitable options. Most of these songs composed by unknown people were not very good. Even if there is gold occasionally, it is not particularly suitable for Song Huaying, or lack of competition. Then we can only arrange a new song. 4 days is too short. There's no time at all. What if I find the wrong person? Then find a few more. This kind of composition isn't expensive anyway. Cast a wide net and catch more fish. Everyone had a headache, and Song Huaying sat in the conference room with his head down. After struggling for a long time, it seemed that there was no hope at all. Song Huaying regretted very much at this time. Why did he agree to participate in the competition in the first place? This time, I'm afraid that this time on top singer will become a stain that she can never erase in her life. You've just been a stepping stone for others. Song Huaying looked as pale as death. Everyone in the conference room looked mournful and desperate, and they could not find any way out of the impasse. However, at this moment, Shin Man, who had been sitting in the first seat without saying a word, suddenly spoke. I have another song here, everyone please listen to it. After getting up in the morning, Shen Jun and Anan started the live broadcast. Today is the third day of the broadcast of Where Are We Going, Dad? And also the last day of the first episode. As soon as we got up in the morning, the program team started to get things done. All 5 groups of guests gathered together, and the program team announced the first task of the day. Teach your kids to sing. Every parent must teach their child to sing a song today. During this period, the use of mobile phones is not allowed and there is no background music. In the evening, 5 children will go on stage to sing. The program team will organize villagers to serve as judges. The song with the most votes from the village judges will be the winner. The winner will enjoy the highest reward of this episode tonight, including but not limited to returning to the city early, having a big meal, staying in a hotel, etc. When the reward was mentioned, the 5 parents and children all widened their eyes. For them, life during these 3 days was too hard. They couldn't even take a comfortable shower, let alone eat and sleep. I'm here just to experience life in the countryside. So the 5 groups of guests had been unable to bear it for a long time, and when they heard that they could leave early, they all looked excited. They were even shouting that they wanted to win the reward tonight. Zhang Sui laughed. I'm sure to get this reward tonight. It's not that he is arrogant, but because he is the only singer among the 5 groups of guests, and Zhang Sui's singing skills are indeed amazing. Influenced by him, Guangzhe has been a good singer since he was young. Therefore, Zhang Sui and Guangzhe were both very confident about this mission. They looked at each other and were sure of victory. But Zhang Sui didn't see it in the live broadcast room. After hearing what he said, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. It's over, Brother Sui has planted the flag early again. Brother Sui, I admit that you sing well, but there are people around you who can sing too. Zhang Sui didn't know yet that Shen Jun's sleep song had become a hit on the internet, but the audience in the live broadcast room knew. When they woke up this morning, Anan's sleep song had already gone viral on the internet. Lullaby. #1 on the Chinese music hot songs chart. These 2 originally unrelated keywords were linked together and exploded instantly, not to mention that this topic was related to Shen Jun and Anan. Shen Jun and Anan are definitely the center of public opinion now. As long as it is related to Shen Jun and Anan, the traffic will not be bad. Now, marketing accounts in all industries have to use the topic of Shen Jun and Anan when writing articles. Not to mention, this hot topic was created by Shen Jun and Anan themselves, so Anan's lullaby song went viral on the internet early in the morning. It's all over the circle of friends. So the audience in the live broadcast room all know that Shen Jun sings very well, especially children's songs. So it was a little too early for Zhang Sui and Guangzhe to be happy. Who can compete with the lullaby song? Seeing Guangze's smug look now, I couldn't bear to see how miserably Guangze cried this afternoon. And in Please Be Gentle with Brother Guangze, I'm dying of laughter. I'm going to watch the show tonight just to see how loudly Sui and Guangze cry. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed wildly and made jokes. The 5 guests of the program team had no idea that except for Zhang Sui and Guangze, who were confident, the other groups also showed an expression of wanting to compete. Shen Jun and Anan looked at each other and blinked quietly. After arranging the tasks, it was time to eat. The program crew was still as usual and asked the 5 fathers to drive to get the food. He was driving a tractor. Even Shen Jun was a little at a loss as to where to start. During the attempt, So Hung fell directly into the ditch, looking very embarrassed. It was already past 10 o'clock by the time we finished breakfast. The live broadcast ended 2 hours later. Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Driving a tractor in the morning was not an easy job, and he was in a mess. After comforting Anan, Shen Jun quickly went back to the house and took a shower. As soon as I came out of the shower, Wang Lei from Jusu Publishing House came up to me. Wang Lei had been waiting for the whole morning. After watching the live broadcast last night, he had already made up his mind to sign Shen Jun. Especially the comments of his old friends made Wang Lei feel a little urgent. So Wang Lei woke up early in the morning, wanting to find Shen Jun to sign the contract quickly, for fear that the night would bring more trouble. But as soon as Shen Jun got up in the morning, he started the live broadcast, and it didn't end until now. Wang Lei looked at Shen Jun coming out of the room and finally breathed a sigh of relief. I went back and thought about it last night, and Mr. Shen's conditions are not bad. Wang Lei looked like he had given it serious thought and said with some worry. But, however, before he could finish his words, a voice with a northern accent came from outside the door. Okay, you old fox, aren't you paying attention? A familiar voice sounded in his ears, and Wang Lei was startled. He quickly turned around and saw several figures walking in from outside. These figures were exactly the ones in the group chat last night. Seeing these people's half-smiles, Wang Lei's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that today was going to be troublesome. But Wang Lei's expression remained unchanged. Oh no! I went to see it last night after hearing what you guys said. But after seeing it, I couldn't fall asleep, so I came here directly. The others were completely unconvinced and sneered. He. Shen Jun was stunned for a moment when he saw so many people outside the door, but he reacted after listening to Wang Lei's conversation and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Harry Potter is indeed a story that was popular all over the world in its previous life. He simply threw a bait on the show, and ended up catching so many big fish. Looks like there's no need to worry about publishing. Shen Jun's expression completely calmed down. He smiled as he watched Wang Lei joking with the others, and took the opportunity to observe the people who came. The few people who came over also observed Shen Jun out of the corner of their eyes. Before coming, several people had already read Shen Jun's information, had a general understanding of him, and knew him. But seeing it with their own eyes at this moment, everyone still exclaimed in their hearts, it would be a shame if she didn't become a star with such a look. Several people were all stunned. The people were brought by Lin Jia. The director of his program group is the host, and since it involves Brother Jun, he helped to greet everyone. A village committee meeting room was vacated. A group of 6 or 7 people sat down one after another. Several of them came with the clear intention of getting the book that Shen Jun talked about. Wang Lei hadn't made a sound since he entered the room, as if he were an invisible man, calmly watching the same old foxes as he did at the beginning. He tried to take advantage of the fact that Shen Jun didn't understand and lower the price to sign the contract. He had experienced how powerful Shen Jun was, and now he was happy to see his peers making fun of him. After all, they are a bunch of old foxes. Normally, you can't even see their jokes, but now is a rare opportunity. Although the others were surprised at Wang Lei's silence, signing books was the key now, especially with so many publishing houses competing. They ignored Wang Lei and started talking to Shen Jun. However, as they talked, everyone discovered that the young man in front of them was not at all what they had imagined. He was sophisticated, too sophisticated. There were also 2 publishing houses, one with the bad cop and the other with the good cop, who tried to work together to negotiate prices with Shen Jun, but all of their attempts were resolved by Shen Jun. Everyone looked at each other. The eyes are solemn. In the end, the negotiated price was stuck at the price Wang Lei proposed last night. Shen Jun still shook his head and let them persuade him no matter how they tried. Negotiations are at a stalemate. At this moment, Wang Lei, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. Jusu Publishing House can meet Mr. Shen's requirements. We won't sign the copyright, but only discuss profit sharing. When the others heard this, their eyes widened. Although several publishing houses later raised their prices, Shen Jun finally chose Jusu Publishing House and signed the contract after a detailed discussion for a whole morning. After signing the contract, Wang Lei smiled. Mr. Shen, it's a pleasure to work with you. Shen Jun smiled and shook hands with Wang Lei. It's a pleasure to work with you. At this time, several other publishing houses confirmed that Shen Jun and Juzhu had signed the contract. They sighed and prepared to leave. Before leaving, someone whispered to Wan Lei, "Are you crazy? He's a newcomer, and you're actually negotiating profit sharing with him? Old Wan, I know you have good judgment, but it's better to be safe than sorry." Several people patted Wan Lei on the shoulder, then shook their heads, and went back the same way they came. Wan Lei didn't take these words to heart at all. In business, how can there be gains without risks? And from his perspective, the gains this time far outweighed the risks. Just take a gamble. Wan Lei turned to Shen Jun and said, "When I get home today, I'll start applying for and getting approval for publication. Please finish writing the first part and send it to me as soon as possible. We'll try to publish the first work within 3 months. Mr. Shen's traffic is very high now, so the sooner he publishes the book, the greater the benefits will be. However, the earliest it will take is more than 3 months, so they can only do it as soon as possible." Shen Jun nodded. He was not an expert in publishing books, but he trusted Wan Lei's expertise. "Good." Thinking of something, Shen Jun asked again, "If we're live tonight, we might even tell some stories. Will that have any impact?" Wan Lei waved his hand directly. "It doesn't matter, just keep talking, but you have to control your pace and don't speak too fast. It's best to finish it halfway. Also, at the end, you can reveal the publication news to the audience, which can be regarded as a preheating for the new book. Juzhu will also make an official announcement by then to cooperate with you." The two of them talked in detail about the subsequent publicity, and then Wan Lei hurried back to Beijing. The signing of the contract was just the beginning, and there were still many trivial matters to be taken care of. Shen Jun had just come back from seeing someone off, and before he could sit down, he received another call. When Shen Jun saw the incoming call message, he was surprised. "It is Qin Man of Han Lion." Ever since the last phone call ended in silence, he thought this line was completely hopeless, and he had already started thinking of other ways. The phone call at the time taught him that it is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. So after the phone call ended, Shen Jun began to think about other practical methods, and the publication of Harry Potter is one of Shen Jun's plans. Nowadays, in order to support it, and making money is inevitable. When it comes to interests, no matter what industry, there are always evil spirits and monsters, and the law of the jungle prevails. If you don't want to be bullied or looked down upon, you have to get yourself to a position where no one can bully you. High enough. Strong enough. In order to climb up, Shen Jun thought of many plans, and the publication of Harry Potter was just one of them. But he didn't expect that Qin Man would call him just after he finished a task. Shen Jun was surprised and suspicious, but he quickly answered the phone. The call was connected, and Qin Man's voice came from the other end again, but this time her voice was not as cold as before, and was a little softer. "Hello, Mr. Shen." Since Qin Man gave him face, Shen Jun would naturally not refuse and politely called out, "Hello, Sister Qin." Qin Man said slowly, "I let the company listen to the song you sent me last time, and they felt it was good. I apologize to you. The company is so inefficient that they only gave me feedback now." As a business veteran, Qin Man can naturally turn the dead into alive. Now that he needs help from Shen Jun, Qin Man naturally will not say that he looked down on him at that time. Shen Jun smiled. "Yeah." Qin Man continued in the same voice. "Hanshi wants this song. 200,000 is acceptable." Shen Jun was not surprised that Hanshi liked this song. After all, it was a song by the singing queen Fei Wang in his previous life, and it was a song he carefully selected. It was very suitable for Song Huaying's singing skills and style. The big problem is that you look down on others. But Shen Jun's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile. "Sister Qin, this is not a matter of money." Qin Man got straight to the point. 400,000. Shen Jun shook his head. "Sister Qin, it's still what I said before. Help me deal with Song Xiu, and I will write a song for you." Qin Man on the other end of the phone sighed, seeming a little embarrassed. Song Xiu is a top idol with a huge influence. Moreover, Song Xiu is in the film and television industry and has little to do with the music industry. Hanshi's position is in the music industry. However, Shen Jun remained unmoved. "But there's always a way if you think about it. What do you think, Sister Qin? I remember Song Xiu's company seems to have also entered the music industry in recent years." Qin Man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then sighed. Song Xiu's status makes this very difficult for Hanshi, and it might even spark public opinion afterwards. He knew Hanshi's concerns too well, and he also knew that without taking drastic measures, Hanshi might not be able to make up his mind completely, so Shen Jun said bluntly, "As long as Hanshi helps me, I will send Song Huaying to the finals. The 5th round of competition will determine the semi-final places, and if Shen Jun wants to enter the finals, it means that he needs to prepare a song for Song Huaying. 2 songs. To be honest, Qin Man was a little moved. After listening to Shen Jun's 2 songs, especially the one this morning, Qin Man was no longer surprised by Shen Jun's tone. Instead, she thought seriously about what Shen Jun said. The dilemma she just had was not acted out. If she wanted to touch Song Xiu, the price would be very high, as he was a top idol artist. But if Song Huaying can really enter the finals and get a high ranking, this is very important for Hanshi today. It can give Hanshi a breath of fresh air and may even allow Hanshi to reach a higher level. If that's the case, then no matter how high the price is, we can negotiate. Qin Man pursed her red lips as her thoughts passed through her mind. She finally said, "I'll be in Hunan province this afternoon, let's talk in detail." After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun had a smile on his face. Now that the publication of Harry Potter has been completed, the songwriter has also been settled. Plus there is also variety show recording. With 3 lines of development in parallel, raising an in should not be a problem. Shen Jun was in a good mood and rewarded Anin with a set of carrot-pulling skills. Anin was treading in the water with Guangzi and a few other children to catch tadpoles. As a result, Shen Jun suddenly grabbed his head and pulled him up. Who am I and where am I? After lunch, the program team began to distribute the afternoon tasks. This time the task was to catch fish in the paddy fields, and the 5 parents worked hard. The 5 children had a lot of fun. After an afternoon, Anin turned from the little princess in the morning into a mud monkey, which made Shen Jun feel heartbroken. However, Shen Jun did not stop Anin too much. Anin grew up with him in Shanghai. Although the city was prosperous, she rarely saw such a natural rural life. Although she went back to her hometown during the Chinese New Year, there were no children she knew there to play with her, so Anin rarely had so much fun. Mr. Shen also intended to let it go. When Anin returned to the village after completing the mission, he had a full load. Anin stretched out her 2 little hands and pulled up the clothes, tearing them into a big bag, and in the bag were 4 or 5 lively ricefield fish. The fish are lively, splashing mud and water. And Anne's little face covered with mud spots was full of smiles and she was giggling. Shen Jun behind him kept taking deep breaths. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter after watching this scene. Shen Jun and Anin have always been portrayed as a little princess and a caring dad. But today, the little princess rebelled. And Shen Jun, the caring dad, was so angry that his liver hurt. Seeing Shen Jun taking deep breaths, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed unscrupulously and teased Shen Jun about his current mental state. "Mr. Shen, I raised it, you can't do anything to it. Mr. Shen, the more I look at you, the more I dislike you. What should I do if I want to take action? Mr. Shen, I can't help it." The afternoon live broadcast ended with laughter and joy. After returning to the village, Shen Jun immediately picked up Anin, who was covered in mud, and washed her. Shen Anin played too wildly this time, even the hair was covered with mud. Shen Jun poured shower gel and shampoo into her hair as if they were free, and it took 4 times to wash it clean. After washing, it was already dark. Shen Anin finally regained her previous sweet appearance. Shen Jungzi was exhausted, and Shen Anin sat unconsciously in the rocking chair, shaking her short legs and said happily, "Dad, let's go fishing tomorrow." Shen Jun took another deep breath and told himself to stay calm in his mind. He couldn't touch the animal he raised. After making a fuss with Shen Anin for a while, just before the show was about to start, Lin Jie came with someone. Shen Jun, who was making a fuss with Shen Anin, looked up. "I saw a graceful woman in professional attire. The woman in professional attire has a graceful figure and top-notch temperament. Her 2 long legs in black stockings are straight and slender under her hip-hugging stockings, and a pair of high-heeled shoes with stilettos and rivets on her feet are clicking." It seemed that because the village was paved with cobblestones, the woman didn't walk very fast. The woman has short hair that reaches her shoulders, bright and sharp facial features, and her red lips add a lot of stunningness and aura. The moment he saw the woman, Shen Jun's heart paused. Qin Man. When he was in school, he once went to teacher Shen's house. There was a family photo in teacher Shen's house, and Shen Jun had seen it several times. However, Qin Man in the photo still has long hair and a younger face, and her facial features are not as sharp and oppressive as before. Maybe this is a common problem for being a boss? While Shen Jun was looking at Qin Man, who had walked in from outside with some difficulty, was also looking at Shen Jun. Before she even entered the door, she saw Shen Jun playing with his daughter in the yard from afar. Before coming here, she had specifically researched Shen Jun online to facilitate her discussion. Now, upon meeting Shen Jun in person, the first thought that came to Qin Man's mind was, what is said online is indeed true. With Shen Jun's looks, it would be a shame if he didn't become an actor. Even though Qin Man has now occupied a very high position and has seen countless handsome men in the circle, she is still shocked to see Shen Jun at this moment. There was still a flash of surprise and excitement in Qin Man's eyes. Sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The facial features are so sharp and angular that the jawline can be used as a ruler. The body proportions are even more perfect. Chin Man couldn't help but look at Shen Jun's neck, shoulders, and long legs. Moreover, when Shen Jun, who is already a father, plays with an the tenderness and warmth he exudes from his whole body is even more addictive. Chin Man took a deep breath and immediately shifted his gaze. Linjia is now familiar with the process. Brother Jun, I'm looking for you. Anan, who was playing with her father, looked up, blinking her big eyes, as if observing Chin Man. Then, before Shen Jun could speak, Anan had already waved her little hand. Hello, beautiful sister. Anan's voice was so sweet and soft that it made people feel soft in their hearts. Even though Chin Man wanted to put on a stern face, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. Everyone loves a cute little girl as long as she is not their own. However, before Chin Man could laugh for more than 2 seconds, she heard Shen Jun say, "What do you mean, sister? Call me auntie." The smile on Chin Man's face froze instantly, and the high heel she had just dropped stomped hard on the ground. Shen Jun was completely unaware of this. He called Chin Man's sister. If Anan called Chin Man's sister again, it would confuse the generations, so Shen Jun asked Anan to change her words. Fortunately, Anan did not listen to Shen Jun. He scratched his head and said, "Dad said that if you meet a beautiful sister, you should call her sister." Shen Jun covered his face, stopped correcting Anan, skipped the topic and greeted Chin Man. "Hello, Sister Chin, I'm Mr. Shen." Chin Man nodded slightly. "Hello." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Shen Jun always felt that Chin Man's eyes looked a little colder when he looked at him. Suspicious, Shen Jun asked Linjia to look after Anan, and he took Chin Man into the house. When Chin Man arrived, he got straight to the point. "Hanshi can help you. 3 songs. Shen Jun knew that Chin Man would bargain with him, so he deliberately only mentioned 2 songs at that time, just to leave room for bargaining. Shen Jun did not rush to make an offer, but smiled and said, "Sister Chin is here because she must have heard my song. I wonder what she thinks of it." Song Huaying has 4 days left to compete, so he is not the one who is anxious now. Chin Man didn't respond to Shen Jun for a moment. Not only did she let the company's top management listen to Shen Jun's demo, but before coming, she also specifically asked the company to find someone to evaluate the song. The result of the evaluation is that this song is enough to become a classic. What's more important is that this song is highly compatible with Song Huaying. Many people even believe that this song was written based on Song Huaying's singing skills and style, exclusively created. Chin Man could now imagine the expression on Song Huaying's face when he heard this song during the meeting in the morning. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from his desperate and dead eyes. The light was so strong that it could even engulf her. Song Huaying listened to the song demo 3 times, and finally said with great confidence that as long as she was given this song, she would definitely be able to enter the semifinals. Song Huaying was very excited at the time and asked her who the composer of the song was and if possible, could she sign it as her exclusive composition? Not only could she sense Shen Jun's potential, Song Huaying could too. You know, writing songs is difficult, and writing a good song is even harder. This almost beats 99% of the composers in the industry. Not to mention exclusive customization. Based on a bunch of set premises, create a good song. This difficulty is as difficult as climbing to the sky. This is also the reason why Song Huaying can't get a singing appointment in the entire music industry now. There are simply too few people like him. Now that he has found one, Song Huaying naturally doesn't want to let go. Han Shi also didn't want to let go. That's why Chin Man made this trip to Hunan province. Otherwise, Mr. Shen's status would not be enough to attract President Han Shi to come in person. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Chin Man nodded. The song is pretty good. Although Chin Man agreed with the song, she still looked calm at this moment, as if the song was really just good, and she would not mention the results of the company's evaluation. She wants to take the initiative in the negotiation. Seeing Chin Man's calm expression, Shen Jun curled the corners of his mouth. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably really believe Chin Man's acting skills, but Shen Jun knew his song very well. Moreover, if Chin Man was not very optimistic, he would not have flown directly from Shanghai to Hunan province. This action has exposed Chin Man's thoughts, and Han Shi's current urgency. When Chin Man came, he actually had the same idea as Wang Lei and others. Thanks to Song Xiu's fans, Shen Jun's information is now very transparent. Everyone knows Shen Jun's situation over the years, and naturally they look down on Shen Jun a little more. After all, how can you have any experience in negotiating matters when you are taking care of children at home? To put it bluntly, Shen Jun was considered a loser in the eyes of others, so naturally, they looked down on him. But this contempt quickly disappeared after Chin Man met Shen Jun. Looking at Shen Jun in front of him, who was unmoved by any persuasion and still looked calm, Chin Man's face looked a little bad. She has been here for more than an hour, and during this hour she has been talking to Shen Jun about singing songs, trying to get a few more songs from Shen Jun. At the same time, you want to pay less and maximize your benefits. The influence of Where Are We Going, Dad has far surpassed that of the S-rated shows. Its current traffic is second only to Dragon TV's Peak Singer, and it's a hit show year-round. Song Shiu won't quit easily, and Tianyu, who's behind Song Shiu, won't give in easily either. Chin Man was weak and sighed helplessly. She was telling the truth. Now that Where Are We Going, Dad has become popular with Shen Junyu, the popularity of the show is almost catching up with Top Singer. It is a key program of Hunan satellite TV and has a huge influence. And this is only the first episode. Any normal person can see the huge potential of this program. Song Shiu will not give up his position as a permanent guest easily. However, facing Chin Man's weakness, Shen Jun still smiled. If Sister Chin had come to me yesterday, wouldn't things have been much easier? What a pity. When Chin Man heard Shen Jun's words, the expression on his face froze. The meaning of Shen Jun's words was very clear. The problem was caused by Chin Man, so don't let him pay for it. Chin Man glanced at Shen Jun and cursed inwardly. He won't respond to anything, nothing or anything. Thanks to this handsome appearance. Chin Man finally took a deep breath and gave up struggling, his voice sounding a little tired and unwilling. You get the rights to use 3 songs, plus a 1 million yuan composition fee in cash. Later, when the 3 songs are released on the platform, you can get 40% of the royalties. The conditions were very sincere. Shen Jun had no more requests. This time his smile was sincere. Sister Chin, it's a pleasure working with you. Shen Jun stretched out his hand, and Chin Man had no choice but to shake hands with Shen Jun. The two first drafted a temporary contract and then drafted a formal contract after Chin Man returned to the company. After that, Chin Man prepared to return to Shanghai. The company still has a lot of things waiting for her to deal with. Shen Jun said a few polite words and sent the man out. Before leaving, Chin Man said, Sister Huaying hopes that you can come and give her some personal guidance when you have time these days. If she can get good grades, it will be good for both you and me. Nature. Shen Jun straightened his expression. Since he wants Han Shi to help, he will naturally help. After receiving Shen Jun's serious reply, Chin Man's expression finally relaxed a little. Song Shiu will not appear in the next episode. After saying that, he walked into the night. After Shen Jun dealt with Chin Man, he took the contract and quickly went to the program recording location. The show had already started half an hour ago, but Shen Jun was unable to make time, so Anan had to take over the show for a while. Shen Jun was also worried about whether Anan would be lonely alone. When he arrived, Anan was having a lot of fun playing with Guangzhe beside him, and had long forgotten about his old father. Seeing Shen Jun coming, Zhang Suiai said excitedly, You're finally here. It was agreed that there would be a singing competition tonight. Zhang Suiai and Guangzhe had been preparing for a whole day and were already impatient. He was determined to win this task. However, compared to Zhang Suiai's impatience, the other guests had different expressions. Su Hong was practicing with his son Yang Yang. Neither of them was a professional, so teaching a child to sing was quite difficult. Although he has practiced for a whole day, Yang Yang still has trouble remembering the lyrics. The same goes for Wang Hai. Wang Hai's face was full of pain at this time. For a director like him to teach children to sing was almost like killing him, and he was singing out of tune. Originally, my daughter Wang Shaiwen had some musical sense, but after Wang Hai's teaching, she was completely led astray. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed. The remaining Song Shiu looked calm, smiling at Shen Jun who had just arrived, and said indifferently, What's so important? Everyone is waiting for you. Shen Jun paused. There is a hidden meaning in his words, which means that he is troublesome and acts like a big shot. The program is now being broadcast live, and all the audience in the live broadcast room heard what Song Shiu said. Sure enough, the next second, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments one after another. As usual, Song Shiu's fans took the lead and blasted him wildly. He's just an amateur, and he wants our brother to wait for him? You've just become a little famous, and you're already acting like a big shot. What kind of character is that? I'm speechless. People who don't know you think you're so famous. Who would recognize you after you leave the show? There are also some people who hide their true intentions and take the moral high ground. It's late at night, and everyone is waiting for him. You can't do this even if there's something going on. Aren't all these staff members tired? There are also several children. What kind of person is this? What if the child catches a cold? Even before the show started, director Lin Jia had already explained on the show that Shen Jun was helping the program crew and would come a little later. It does not affect the recording of the program. However, after being provoked by Song Shiu, no one remembered Lin Jia's explanation. Everyone's eyes were filled with emotions, thinking that their brother had been wronged, so they kept criticizing Shen Jun. Shen Jun glanced at Song Shiu. After Song Shiu said this, he could imagine what the online public opinion would be like. However, Shen Jun did not show any anger or resentment, but instead curled the corners of his mouth coldly. Digging a hole? Let's see how long you can jump around. In Shen Jun's eyes, Song Shiu was a man who was about to be kicked out, so he didn't feel any waves in his heart. He glanced at him lightly and then looked away. Continue to walk to your seat and sit down. Being ignored, Song Shiu's face turned dark. He could naturally sense the disdain and disregard in Shen Jun's eyes. Song Shiu's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers were pinched until they turned blue and white. There was even more hatred in his eyes when he looked at Shen Jun. Since his debut, he has been surrounded by stars wherever he goes. However, after coming to this show, all the limelight was stolen from him. Afterwards, he was ignored and given the cold shoulder by Shen Jun one after another. Damn it! Song Shiu gritted his teeth. Sooner or later he will get Shen Jun out of this show. Let him know the consequences of going against him. No one noticed the look in Song Shiu's eyes. After Shen Jun took his seat, the program team began preparing for the day's singing competition. The judges are in place. There were 10 villagers, including men, women, young, and old. The evaluation method is very simple. If you think the singing is good, you can raise the placard. If you think it is not good, raise the placard. The guest who holds up the most placards will be the winning group and will receive the final reward. After the staff finished speaking, Zhang Suiai couldn't wait. Let's get started. The order of the competition is still the same as the original order, starting with Song Shiu, followed by So Hung, Wang Hai, Zhang Suiai, and Shen Jun last. Song Shiu came to power. After Song Shiu came on stage, he looked at Shen Jun deeply, then gave a handsome smile to the camera, causing fans in the live broadcast room to scream. Soon, he started singing with his son Song Lei. Song Shiu is an idol star. In addition to acting, he is also good at singing and dancing. Although he is not as professional as Zhang Suiai, he is more than capable of teaching children, and his son Song Lei is also very talented in singing. The singing is very nice. What is even more unexpected is that Song Shiu not only taught his son to sing, but also taught him to dance. So when Song Lei performed, he combined singing and dancing. Especially Song Lei should have a foundation in street dance, and he danced very well and looked very handsome. When the music ended, Song Lei handsomely made a hat tip gesture towards the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room commented, "Stone is so cool." As expected of Song Shiu's son, it's not enough that the dad is so handsome, the son is so handsome too. He's so handsome at such a young age, he's sure to charm a lot of little girls when he goes to school. Love it, Stone is so handsome. While Song Lei was performing, the traffic to Song Shiu's live broadcast room began to grow rapidly, even surpassing Shen Jun and An's live broadcast rooms. In the live broadcast room of Shen Jun and An, because Shen Jun did not appear at the beginning, only An was playing around with Guangzhe, so a lot of viewers were lost. Now it is almost falling to third place. At this time, the 10 judges had already started to raise their cards. After counting them, the staff member said loudly, Song Shiu and Shi Tiuyu's combination finally scored 9 points. Seeing the score, a smile appeared on Song Shiu's lips. Not only Zhang Suiai has prepared for this project, he has also made some preparations. He is determined to win this project. He certainly doesn't know how to do chores like working and cooking, but singing and dancing are his strengths, so he certainly won't miss this opportunity to overtake Shen Jun. He wants to stand back in the C position. Song Shiu looked at Shen Jun in the audience and chuckled with contempt. He wanted to see what this good-for-nothing who could only take care of children could use to compete with him this time. The 4 groups of guests in the audience all changed their expressions after watching Song Shiu and Song Lei's performance. So Hung and Wang Hai's expressions, which were already bad, became even worse. Zhang Suiai's excited expression subsided and he looked a little solemn. Obviously, he didn't expect that the combination of Song Shiu and Song Lei would be so powerful. Although they might not be able to beat him in singing skills, Song Shiu actually thought of combining singing and dancing. This makes up for their shortcomings in singing skills and fills the gap. 9 points. It's a bit difficult to surpass. As for Shen Jun sneered. Song Shiu walked off the stage with a look of disdain, and the next one to come on stage was So Hung. Compared to Song Shiu and Song Lei's excellent singing and dancing, So Hung and Yang Yang couldn't even remember the words. Stumbling and falling. In the end, I only got 2 points. Wang Hai and his daughter Wang Shaiwen came on stage. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed at the 2 people, one big and one small, who were completely out of tune but extremely serious on the stage. How can they be so serious without being on key? I couldn't help laughing. I have to say, Ween Wen is still a bit cool, but she was led away by her dad. Director Wang should just focus on making movies. This singing is kind of terrible. There were jokes in the live broadcast room, and after the performance, all 10 judges were amused. In the end, they gave Wang Hai and Wang Shaiwen an attitude point. 5 points. Then it was Zhang Suiai and Guangzhe's turn to come on stage. The father and son became much more serious, obviously feeling the pressure brought by Song Shiu. Zhang Sui's singing skills are very good in the entire music industry, and his son Guangzhe has inherited his talent. The song he chose is the most difficult one among the 4 groups of guests, but it is the most completed and the singing is also very nice. But in the end only got 8 points. The staff asked the 10 judges to make some brief comments. After all, Zhang Sui has quite a few fans, and if there is no reason, it might lead to another war of words. The judges said that the results didn't seem as good as the first group. Everyone knows the reason, because Zhang Sui and Guangzhe did not dance, and lost in the stage effect. Although it is clear, Zhang Sui's fans are still dissatisfied. It's clearly a singing competition. When did it become a singing and dancing competition? Some people just can't stand losing. If they have the talent, they can sing. Crooked ways. You don't even dare to compete in an honest competition, you rubbish. The live broadcast room was filled with curses, which soon attracted Song Shiu's fans, and the 2 sides started to curse at each other. No one knew what was happening in the live broadcast room. Zhang Sui and Guangzhe on the stage looked at each other, sighed in disappointment, and left the stage. When they were leaving the stage, Shen Jun and Anan were just coming up. Zhang Sui patted Shen Jun on the shoulder. "Come on." Shen Jun nodded slightly and took Anan to the stage and stood still. Everyone in the audience looked up at him. Song Shiu had a smile on his face and a look of disdain. The live broadcast room became lively as Shen Jun and Anan came on stage, and the previously lost traffic began to gradually recover. Anan is on stage. What are Shen Jun and Anan going to sing? I saw 4 other groups rehearsing today, but I didn't see Shen Jun and Anan's. I wonder if they are prepared. Why not just sing a lullaby? Yeah, I think it must be a lullaby. After all, it's familiar. Nowadays, sleep songs are all number 1 on the Chinese music charts. Just sing the sleep songs, no matter if it's singing or dancing or anything else. Kill them all. Everyone in the live broadcast room commented and discussed the song that Shen Jun and Anan were going to sing. During the day today, since the other groups had practiced in their free time, the audience in the live broadcast room also knew a thing or two, except Shen Jun and Anan played all day and didn't practice at all. So no one in the live broadcast room knew what they were going to sing. But the most likely possibility is that it is a sleep song. After all, Anan's sleep song is now number 1 on the Chinese music charts and is dominating the entire internet. However, Anan opened his mouth and said, "The song we're going to sing is Explosion of Courage." Hearing this, the live broadcast room was stunned. What song is this? It shouldn't be a lullaby. Who has heard of it? How come I have never heard of this name? I've never heard of this name, but it sounds like it could be a nursery rhyme, right? It's actually singing nursery rhymes. It's not easy to win. The other 4 groups did not sing children's songs. Instead, they chose some of the hottest online songs and pop songs that are very popular. And it's very familiar. No one thought that Shen Jun and Anan would choose to sing nursery rhymes. Although the nursery rhymes are easy to learn, they are incomparable to the other groups. Oh, I'm afraid Song Shiu will really win this time. If you don't like listening to nursery rhymes, singing lullabies is better than singing nursery rhymes. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed, saying that children's songs have no competitive advantages other than being simple and easy to learn. Not to mention the nursery rhyme chosen by Shen Jun and Anan, no one has ever heard of it. So many people already have the result in their minds. Shen Jun still didn't know what the audience in the live broadcast room thought. If he knew what the audience thought, he would definitely say, "What's wrong with nursery rhymes? Children's songs are divine songs. Haven't you seen that half of the popular songs on TikTok in the past were created by kindergartners?" If we talk about the popular online songs in the past, the children's song Outburst of Courage will definitely be among the top. It is said that the total number of views of this song on the entire network has reached an astonishing 2 billion. All over the internet, regardless of gender, age, or status, everyone has been brainwashed and anyone can hum a few lines. Moreover, the lyrics and music of this song are full of childlike innocence and sunshine, and the meaning of the lyrics is also very positive, making it very suitable as early education music. Shen Jun had already taught Anan when she was 3 or 4 years old. So today, when everyone else is busy rehearsing, Shen Jun can let Anan play without worry. After Anan finished saying the name of the song on the stage, light background music soon sounded. It was the background music recorded by Shen Jun in his early years. The background music is light and childlike. This also made the audience in the live broadcast room more certain that this was a children's song. Some people felt that they could not beat the other groups, and they all wanted to listen to the live version of Shen Jun and Anan singing a lullaby. They didn't feel anything for the children's songs, so they prepared to exit the live broadcast room. The traffic in the live broadcast room began to decline. Anan on the stage has already gotten into the mood, and his little head is shaking to the brisk rhythm. Shen Jun didn't bring a microphone. Tonight's stage performance was mainly for the children, and he was just playing a supporting role. After the prelude ended, Anan's sweet voice suddenly rang out. Plant a seed in your heart, tick tick tick. Adults can't sing the song Outburst of Courage with this flavor, only children's voices can do it. The sweet and crisp sound, combined with the sunny and innocent rhythm and lyrics, can instantly catch people's ears and make people feel relieved. Especially the word tick 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 immediately made many people raise their eyebrows. Quite interesting. And In not only sings, she also dances. This was also taught by Shen Jun. In the previous life, the song Outburst of Courage was even performed on CCTV's Evening Party. The singing and dancing had prototypes, so Shen Jun just needed to copy it. And is already delicate and cute. She is wearing a little princess dress. Her little face, which still has some baby fat, is full of smiles, and her little arms and legs are jumping around. This series of moves left the audience in the live broadcast room completely defenseless and they fell instantly. The traffic in the live broadcast room, which was originally declining, suddenly stopped, and countless people were commenting frantically in the live broadcast room. "Oh, it's so cute. Damn it, I want to have a daughter again. She lied to me about having a daughter. Ah, isn't Anne's father from the Civil Affairs Bureau?" A 20-year-old college student smiled like a father. "I really want to be an Anne's mother. And Anne's father just got divorced. I don't know if I have a chance." The comments in the live broadcast room were so crazy that it was hard to see the content clearly. One after another, they flooded the screen directly, and the popularity of the live broadcast room began to grow. And is still singing and dancing cutely on the stage. "I heard every kid wants it. Ready? Let's explore together." Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi both graduated from music colleges, so Anne's musical talent is naturally not bad and she sings very well. But what made everyone excited and boiling was not how good the song was, but Anne's cute and naughty expressions and actions. It's simply addictive. That's so unfair. Especially that ooh. An jumped up and made a fist-clenching gesture to cheer people on. His chubby little face showed a serious expression, and his big round eyes made people's hearts soften. This cry of Oyo almost made all the viewers in the live broadcast room fall in love with him. Don't mention it, this song is pretty good. Wow, and singing is so cute, it makes me feel so maternal. Why does this song get better the more I listen to it? And is so cute. That's it, I want to sing along too. This song isn't suitable for children, but it's perfect for college students. Everyone in the live broadcast room praised the song and Anne's cuteness. In addition, many people commented. "I don't know why, but I, a man in my 30s, was healed by this song." Capital City. At this time, night has already enveloped the bustling city. At 8:30 in the evening, for other people, it might be time to get ready for bed, but for Tan Min, it was just time to get off work. Tan Min walked out of the office building somewhat tiredly and squeezed into the crowded subway station. He is almost always on duty every day. Not only are his working hours long, but his commuting time is also astonishing. The company requires clocking in before 8:30 in the morning, so he needs to get up at around 5 o'clock every day, and then go out before 5:50, and then change subways 4 times, which takes more than 2 hours to get to the company. The same thing happens when I get home at night. Very tired. But Tan Min gritted his teeth and persevered for 10 years. He vowed when he was admitted to the university that he must take root in the big city, not only for himself, but also for his parents who worked so hard to raise him. Tan Min's biggest dream is to buy an apartment in Beijing and bring his parents over. But the capital is big and it's not easy to live there. "After working for 10 years, I still don't have a place to call my own." Tan Min rushed onto the approaching subway. There were still a few empty seats in the car. Tan Min wanted to grab one, but he was a step too slow. An older woman sat down half of the seat first. Tan Min also sat down. If he tried harder, he might be able to push the eldest sister away. But the moment Tan Min hesitated, the elder sister pushed him away with her butt. Tan Min staggered and quickly grabbed the handrail to stand firm. The eldest sister took out her cell phone without changing her expression. Everyone in the car was looking down at their phones, looking tired and hurried. Tan Min looked out the car window. The dark tunnel and bright billboards flashed by, as if he was passing by in a passing scene. Tan Min's vision gradually became blurred. Is it true that there is no place for me in the capital? Was my original decision wrong? Am I destined to be a failure? The negative emotions that had accumulated for a long time burst out the moment his position was taken away, and madly devoured Tan Min. Tan Min's already tired expression became even more tired, and there was no light in his eyes. He seemed to have become numb and dull, just like the people in this carriage who were bowing their heads. It was not until the next stop that the movement of people in the carriage woke Tan Min up. Tan Min came to his senses and rubbed his face. He feels tired. There were still no seats in the carriage, so Tan Min found a corner to lean against, thought for a while, took out his headphones and mobile phone, and opened a short video. He could feel that his current condition was not good and wanted to divert his attention. When you open the short video, you will see the cover advertisement of the live broadcast room of "Where Are We Going, Dad?" As the program becomes more and more popular, Hunan Provincial TV station has approved a lot of publicity funds. Lin Jia got the short video advertisement right away. So every night when the show starts, the short video cover screen is full of show advertisements. Tan Min had heard of this program. These days, people in the company have been discussing it, saying which kid in the program is particularly cute. After thinking about it, Tan Min clicked on the ad. He quickly entered the live broadcast room, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw a cute little girl with delicate looks waving her short hands and singing adorably. The little girl is very beautiful and cute, like an exquisite doll. Tan Min thought that it would be great if his daughter in the future would be as cute as this one. Looking at the jumping little girl, the tiredness on Tan Min's face seemed to be reduced a little, and his dull eyes seemed to have a little light. At this time, the little girl's singing voice slowly sounded. The voice was a little childish, but sounded very sweet and happy. Combined with the innocent lyrics, Tan Min felt as if his numb heart seemed to be touched. Before Tan Min could think about it further, he heard the little girl's babyish, but serious and forceful wee-oh. This ouch sound hit Tan Min's heart directly. Tan Min didn't notice that a smile from the bottom of his heart had appeared on his face at some point, even in the corners of his eyes. The negative emotions that had been accumulating in my heart for a long time seemed to be smoothed out in an instant. In addition to Tan Min, Zhang Yang, who was delivering food in Guangzhou, also laughed. He was lying in his tattered car. He had been busy since he got up in the morning, and until just now, Zhang Yang took the opportunity to eat a mouthful of cold rice, thinking of taking a break. I just happened to see Anan. When Zhang Yang heard Anan singing "Oh Yuyo" while waving her little fists, he couldn't stop smiling. He felt that the numb day seemed to be healed. After watching Anan, you will receive 10 more orders. This situation not only happened to Tan Min and Zhang Yang, but many viewers who were watching the live broadcast at this time felt touched. Emotions such as busyness, irritability, and loss seem to be cured, and a smile from the heart appears on the face. The most fundamental reason why it can become a viral song on the internet, especially one that appeals to all ages, is that the rhythm is simple and brainwashing. If it can become popular, there must be a reason for it. If the song "The Insects Are Flying" can make people recall their childhood and make them calm, then the song "Outburst of Courage" can heal people's hearts. The courage sung to the children seemed to reach the hearts of every adult, giving many people the courage to continue working hard and carrying on. Of course, the essence of the internet divine song is still enough to brainwash. As Anan sang the chorus, many viewers in the live broadcast room had already learned it and started humming along. In many families, parents were watching the live broadcast, but the children next to them suddenly started jumping and dancing to the rhythm of the music. During the time when Anan was singing, the data in the live broadcast room began to soar rapidly. The traffic of Shenzhen and Anan's live broadcast room had dropped a lot, and they had fallen behind Song Shiu and even Zhang Sui-ai. Both Song Shiu and Zhang Sui-ai's groups attracted many fans and audiences with their performances. The group of Shenzhen and Anan, which had not started yet, continued to decline. However, this trend ended instantly after Anan opened her mouth. As Anan started singing, the data in Shenzhen and Anan's live broadcast room began to rise rapidly. By the end, it was almost about to explode. The live video was stuck and the server was almost unable to support it. Fortunately, Lin Jia had been in contact with the short video company and immediately requested data support from the short video company. That's better. Looking at the record-breaking data in the live broadcast room, Lin Jia and a group of staff were stunned. They never imagined that a children's song could be so powerful that it could take out all the hot topics and internet celebrities. On the stage, after Anan finished singing a song, she jumped and danced until she was very tired. Sweat was already on her forehead, but Anan's little face was excited. Obviously he was having a great time singing. After Anan finished singing, there was continuous applause from the audience. The 10 judges raised their signs before the staff even opened their mouths. 10 points, all of them. Anan was even happier. Dad, we won. Anan, at her age, already understood the concept of winning and losing. She happily rushed toward Shenzhen, who scooped her up and flew her around. Anan is so amazing. Beiji. Shenzhen gave Anan a kiss. Anan was so cute that he could hardly hold back on the stage just now. Daddy, scumbag. Anan quickly pushed Shenzhen's bearded face away. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 500,000. Breaking the record for the number of viewers in a short video live broadcast. At this time, more than 500,000 people are watching the interaction between the father and daughter. Anan's father, your daughter called you a scumbag. Haha, I'm dying of laughter, and Anne's disgusted expression. If Anan doesn't want it, give it to Auntie. Auntie likes men with beards. They look manly. I heard the abacus upstairs in the northeast. Hey, Anan likes it, and Anan's dad likes it too. Which one should I choose? Capture Anan's father, and both of them are yours. Anan is very popular, especially her performance just now, which attracted a lot of older sister fans and aunt fans. These fans even started discussing online how to win over Anan's father. The staff did not waste any time and announced the winning group directly. Shen Jun and Anan won today's grand prize, which made Zhang Suiai and Guangzi extremely envious. As for the outcome of the game, Zhang Suiai said, "Just don't let Song Shiyu win. He was so proud just now." What the hell was he proud of? Zhang Suiai avoided the live broadcast when he spoke, but did not avoid Song Shiyu, who was not far away. When Song Shiyu heard it, his expression darkened. He looked at Zhang Suiai and Shen Jun with resentment and anger. Seeing Song Shiyu's eyes, Shen Jun sneered, picked up Anan and turned away, not even bothering to give him a look. Bang! Song Shiyu kicked the stool hard and sent it flying to the ground. After the competition, the other 4 groups returned to their rooms, while Shen Jun and Anan packed up their things and took a bus to the city. Before leaving, Zhang Suiai clung to the car door with a look of reluctance on his face. Shen Jun just realized that Zhang Suiai had a lot of acting skills, and immediately laughed and said, "It's a pity you don't go into acting." Zhang Suiai laughed heartily, then waved at the lovely Anan. Before leaving, he gestured to Shen Jun to contact him on the phone. Keep in touch when you have time. From the beginning of the show, Zhang Suiai felt that Shen Jun was pretty good. He was handsome, but didn't have the airs of those handsome guys in the entertainment industry. And he takes good care of his daughter. Guangzi was taken care of a lot, so the two of them left their contact information with each other. Goodbye and an. Goodbye, brother Guangzi. As the two little ones said goodbye, the car drove quickly towards the city. Arriving in the city, Shen Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the program crew had said, the living conditions were very good. Although he could endure hardships, it didn't mean he liked to endure them without any hardship. He immediately took Anan to wash up, and then had some midnight snack. It was already 9:30. Normally it was time to go to bed, but Anan was a little excited tonight and had no desire to sleep. Shen Jun was also thinking about promoting the publication of Harry Potter. So the program team started a live broadcast and continued telling the story. At this time in the Xiaobu ancient village, the live broadcast of the program had ended, but the lights in Song Shiyu's room were still on, and the sounds of smashing and looting continued to be heard. Song Shiyu kicked all the furniture and objects within his sight to the ground. His son Song lay hid in the corner of the room, looking at his angry father with fear and panic. Fortunately, the agent's sister Chen arrived in time and stopped Song Shiyu. "Are you crazy? If someone gets out, you're done," Sister Chen said sternly. Song Shiyu wanted to smash something, but Sister Chen snatched it away. Sister Chen is in her 40s and is a veteran agent of Tianyu. She is quite famous in the entire industry and has produced many stars, but the most popular one is Song Shiyu. So when recording the show, Sister Chen almost lived in Xiaobu ancient village. After being stopped by Sister Chen, Song Shiyu finally calmed down. With an angry face, he said to Sister Chen, "Sister Chen, I don't want to see Mr. Shen in the next episode. Get him out of this show." Shen Jun completely pissed him off, especially when he thought of Shen Jun's final sneer and disregard, which made Song Shiyu furious and he couldn't calm down at all. An amateur who is nothing. She keeps giving him the cold shoulder, he really thinks he's a nobody. Sister Chen has been in Xiaobu for the past 3 days, so she naturally knows why Song Shiyu is so angry. She also doesn't want to see Shen Jun still there. If Shen Jun were here, he would have snatched away all of Song Shiyu's traffic and limelight. Song Shiyu can only be a supporting role for others. But Sister Chen frowned and said, "There is someone behind Mr. Shen." In the previous public opinion, it was Mr. Shen and Zhang Ruanan who spoke up for Shen Jun, which helped him survive the disaster. Otherwise, Shen Jun would have died without a burial place last time. "Anyone?" Song Shiyu sneered directly. "An old one and a young one. I don't believe they can protect Mr. Shen. Let the company take action. I don't ask for anything else, just ask Mr. Shen to get out of the show." After a pause, Song Shiyu looked at Sister Chen. "Sister Chen, tell the company directly that if you help me, I'm willing to take on 2 more idol dramas for the company and I don't mind them inserting people." Sister Chen hesitated. "But this will affect your transformation." Song Shiyu's eyes were sinister. "As long as I can kill him, I don't mind transitioning a year later." On the other hand, Shen Jun's story has finished the Quidditch plot and reached the Chamber of Secrets plot. Anyone can tell that there must be something wrong with the secret room. The injured teacher, the strange snake-voiced guy, the giant monster that broke into the school, and so on, the clues that have been laid out have begun to come together. Everyone was amazed at the existence in the secret room and was extremely curious about the mysterious person behind it. The curiosity of all the audience was piqued. However, at this moment, Shen Jun said, "That's the end of the story for tonight." Anan had fallen asleep beside Shen Jun, even snoring softly. She must be tired after a crazy day of fun. Shen Jun touched Anan's little face with heartache. At this time, the live broadcast room was in an uproar, because everyone knew that tonight was the last night of this program. So if you want to continue listening to the story of Harry Potter, you have to wait until the next episode. Although the next episode will be in a week, everyone is already very excited and can't wait to know the final outcome. I can't wait at all. Waiting for a week feels like it could kill them. So I frantically started posting comments in the live broadcast room, hoping Shen Jun would see it. Wow, and then, Daddy, I can't leave you. Please finish your story before you leave. No, it won't air until next week, how can I wait? Some even said. And Anne's father, let me comfort Anne for you. Can you tell me a story? Becoming an Anne's mother is imminent. Shen Jun could roughly guess the comments in the live broadcast room, but ignored them and said seriously to the camera, I have signed a contract with Juzhu Publishing House for the Harry Potter story. It will be published and released in about 3 months. If you like this story, please support it when the time comes. Thank you all for your company over the past 3 days. Love you all. As Shen Jun spoke, he made a heart shape to the camera, just like he did in his previous life. Then, ignoring the wailing in the live broadcast room, he turned off the live broadcast. Have a good night's sleep. After returning to modern society, Shen Jun finally had a good sleep. And because the show had ended, no one disturbed them today, so Shen Jun also took a day off and slept in. It was already past 9 when I woke up in the morning. After having breakfast with Lin Jie sent Shen Jun and Anne to the airport. Before leaving, Lin Jie said, Song Shiyu should be unable to sit still. There was such a big commotion last night, so as a director, he naturally knew everything. Shen Jun waved his hand. Fine. Qin Man had already told him last night that Hanshi Company agreed to Shen Jun's conditions and would take action to clean up Tianya starting today and force Song Shiyu to withdraw from the show, so he can't jump around for a few days. Lin Jie knew that Shen Jun had Hanshi behind him, so he didn't worry too much. He smiled and said, I have a few more videos for you. See if you can use it. Then he waved to Anne. Goodbye Anne. Anne had a great time during the past 3 days, and she also liked Lin Jie very much. She immediately said, Uncle Lin Jie, see you next time. After saying goodbye to Lin Jie, Shen Jun took Anne and boarded the plane back to Shanghai. At about the same time, Tianya Media Company, which had received the news from Song Shiyu early in the morning, also began to take action. The 2 idol dramas are enough to bring tens of millions in revenue to the company, not to mention that Song Shiyu said that he could insert people in them, so as to cultivate the company's new generation. The company has to be tempted by this condition. Even if Shen Jun has someone behind him, but as Song Shiyu said, one is old and the other is young, isn't Tianyu afraid? Mr. Shen has retired. Zhang Ruanan is not strong enough to fight against the entire Tianyu. Therefore, Tianyu Media did not take Shen Jun seriously at all. After reaching an agreement with Song Shiyu, they immediately started looking for people to put it into operation. However, Tianyu Media was completely unaware that just when they started operating, Hanshi Music Company in Shanghai held a simple high-level meeting. Then all departments of Hanshi Company began to get busy. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when Shen Jun got off the plane. More than an hour passed when he got home. Shen Jun looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock. It is the rainy season in Shanghai. No one has been home for a few days and there is a damp air. After Shen Jun brought Anne home, he first settled Anne down, then Shen Jun changed and washed all the beds in the house and opened the windows in the room to ventilate. After a simple cleanup, it was already evening. It was just dinner time, and since he didn't have to complete any tasks for the program, Shen Jun took a break and took Anne directly to the restaurant. Although the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? Is very popular, it has not yet reached the level of a phenomenal phenomenon. Although Shen Jun and Anne seem to be quite popular, they are only newcomers who have debuted for 3 days, so they are not yet to the point where they are recognized as soon as they go out. Shen Jun felt relieved, and Anne and I finished our dinner happily. However, Mr. Shen didn't know that while he was having his meal, or to be more precise, since he was on the plane in the afternoon, the entire internet had been in an uproar. Although the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Has ended, as a hit program, its impact is still continuing. There are still many people paying attention to and searching for content related to the program. For example, the lullaby that Shen Jun sang for Anne, and the nursery rhyme that Anne broke the record with on the last night of the show. In addition, many people are paying attention to Shen Jun's bedtime stories. Harry Potter. The show has ended, but the story of Harry Potter has just begun, especially last night when Mr. Shen just talked about the key to the first part, come to an abrupt end. It makes many people feel very uncomfortable. So from last night until now, this topic has not subsided, but has become more and more intense. Many people are urging for updates or sending razor blades under the official account of the program. Shen Jun does not have his own social account, so fans can only vent under the official account of the program. Many people were also discussing the publishing matter that Shen Jun mentioned last night. Some viewers are quite supportive of the story being published. After all, the story is well written, and publishing it is a normal thing. There are still many viewers who are quite resistant. After all, Shen Jun's story comes to an abrupt end. Although this is the reason for the end of the show, many viewers blame Shen Jun for the problem. I think Mr. Shen didn't finish the story just for the sake of publication. Many viewers also had red eyes. After all, they didn't expect that a bedtime story could be published. Originally, this discussion was just among the audience and did not cause much impact. However, in the afternoon, someone suddenly posted a message on the social platform. Have you made money in the literary world? It was a sentence without a beginning or an end, but the topic at below this sentence was exactly the topic related to the publication of Harry Potter. The meaning is self-evident. And the person who spoke was called Lin Wenchen, a well-known contemporary writer with a serious literary background. He had won many domestic and international literary awards and was a frequent visitor to the bestseller list. Simply put, famous. And this guy has a pretty bad temper. In the words of his fans, he is angry with everyone and everyone. Lin Wenchen is quite talented, and many fans like to see him argue with others, so he has quite a lot of fans online, more than 3 million. So after Lin Wenchen finished saying this, the topic that was originally limited to the audience of the show suddenly went viral. Many fans and onlookers followed Lin Wenchen at S topic and saw, wow, someone in the entertainment industry is going to publish a book? It suddenly became boiling. What do people think of people in the entertainment industry? Entertain people with beauty. As for literary literacy, is this something that people in the entertainment industry can have? Especially the onlookers were shocked when they saw Shen Jun's appearance. He didn't look like a cultured person at all. Plus Lin Wenchen's very pointed words of guidance. So all the onlookers were excited, and everyone was sure that Shen Jun came to the literary world to make money. As for the content of the book, there are live broadcast recordings online, and even text versions compiled by netizens, but the people who came to watch were too lazy to even take a look. Does this matter? It doesn't matter. Marketing accounts need a boiling public opinion, cultural people need a topic for judgment, and audiences guided by emotions need a way to vent. Mr. Shen is just the right person. As a result, the topic of entertainment circles come to the literary world to make money quickly became a hot search. Jinling, a tea house. Several people were drinking tea face to face. If Mr. Shen were there, he would be able to recognize that the people sitting among them were the publishers who had specially gone to Hunan province to have him sign books yesterday. There was only one stranger present, and this stranger is none other than the well-known writer Lin Wenchen, who has attracted much public attention on the internet. Lin Wenchen is about 40 years old, with a small mustache. He does not look like a scholar at all. Instead, his eyes reveal shrewdness and calculation. Looking at the heated online discussion, one of the publishers said with a smile, "Old Lin is really amazing. He made someone a trending topic with just one sentence." Another publisher sneered and said proudly, "Now, I want to see what this old fox Wang Lei is going to do." Someone shook his head and said, "That's not enough. Zhusu Publishing House has a lot of resources nowadays. Removing a trending search is a piece of cake for them. Keep hyping this up. Raise it to the sky." The others followed up. "I've already contacted other writers. After Lao Lin speaks out, they will continue to speak out and continue to push the heat of this matter up." Me too. I've contacted some good people, and they're starting to speak out. After everyone finished speaking, they looked at each other and a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Lin Wenchen, who had remained silent the entire time, said slowly with a smile on his face, "Don't forget what happened to Cheng Niu and me. Don't worry, your name, Lin Wenchen, will definitely be on the list of winners of this year's literature award." At this time, in Zhusu Publishing House, Wang Lei had already received the news. He had been busy with publishing matters since he returned from Xiaobu Ancient Village. As a result, in the afternoon, the official account operator suddenly came over and said, "Editor-in-chief, something happened." After Shen Jun promoted the publication on his live show last night, Zhusu Publishing House immediately released an announcement on cooperative publishing. I originally wanted to promote it in advance, but this announcement suddenly broke out in the afternoon. I was scolded so much. They are all people who follow public opinion, criticizing the publishing house for having no bottom line, publishing any work, and calling it a rubbish publishing house, etc. The operation team was so scared that they immediately contacted the senior management. Because Wang Lei was in charge of the publishing of Harry Potter, the operation team came directly to him, and Wang Lei also learned the specific situation from the operation team. When Wang Lei heard that this was a topic brought up by Lin Wenchen, he frowned. He felt something was wrong. Because he knew Lin Wenchen well, he created an image of a rebellious and scholarly person in front of his fans and readers. But Wang Lei has dealt with Lin Wenchen before. This guy is a typical profit seeker. He doesn't care about any bullshit literature at all, he only cares about money. Whatever he does must be profitable. So Wang Lei keenly sensed something was wrong, but he was not sure yet. However, he immediately issued an announcement explaining that Harry Potter was a very exciting novel. At the same time, spend money to ask the platform to remove the hot search. However, just as the trending search was removed and before the incident had settled down, one after another famous and unknown writers on the internet spoke out, joined this boiling topic. This caused the hot search that had just been removed to surge again, and the popularity was even greater, and there was even a terrifying trend of radiating to the entire network. In the meeting room of Juzhu Publishing House, Wang Lei slammed the table in anger. Damn it! It's Huayan, Yuyan, Zishu and other publishing houses who are behind this. If it was just Lin Wenchen speaking out, he would not be able to confirm it, but now that so many online authors have spoken out at the same time, it is obvious that someone is behind this. As for who it was, he knew it as soon as he thought about it. They are all thousand-year-old foxes. Why are you playing Liao Zai? Wang Lei could tell at a glance who was behind the trouble. The publishing houses he just scolded were the ones he met when he was looking for Shen Jun to sign a contract. Although Wang Lei has connections with these publishing houses and seems to be on good terms with them on the surface, and they are even in the same group, he doesn't have any friends in business. Not to mention that Juzhu Publishing House stole someone else's cake. Juzhu Publishing House is a rising star that has only developed in recent years. Their publishing house has risen rapidly with the help of the advantages of the internet, directly seized the cake of those traditional publishing houses. In the beginning, Juzhu Publishing House had not yet grown strong and posed less threat to other publishing houses. But now, seeing that Juzhu Publishing House is developing better and better, it even has a tendency to dominate the market. These publishing houses could no longer sit still. Signing the contract with Shen Jun was just a fuse. Even if there was no Shen Jun, there were still other people, and the conflict between the two sides would break out sooner or later. It's just that Shen Jun accelerated the process. The popularity of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Has made every publisher see the huge potential of Harry Potter. You should know that when Shen Jun was live streaming last night, the maximum number of online users had broken the record for short video live streaming, reaching an astonishing more than 500,000 people. Not to mention the cumulative number of viewers over these 3 days, which is an astonishing astronomical figure. So Harry Potter became a hit before it was even published. As for the story of Harry Potter, any publishing house with a keen business sense has heard the story personally and knows that the quality of the story is very high. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where many publishing houses personally went to Hunan province to find Mr. Shen to sign a contract. Ordinary writers don't even get this kind of treatment. High quality. Very popular. Harry Potter is almost certain to be on the literary bestseller list this year, and even in the next few years. So the other publishing houses naturally became anxious. Juzhu Publishing House was originally on the verge of dominating the market. If it could successfully publish Harry Potter, with the help of this book, Juzhu Publishing House would probably grow to a point where no one could suppress it. That's why several publishing houses joined forces today to suppress Juzhu. As for Mr. Shen, I can only say that he is unlucky. Just picked. In the Juzhu conference room, a group of senior executives from the publishing house were sitting. After the successful signing of Harry Potter, it was included in the company's Level 1 development items. The outside world can see the potential of Harry Potter, and their company can naturally see the huge potential of Harry Potter. Originally, everyone was thinking of making a fortune quietly, but they didn't expect to be targeted by a joint sniper this time. Not only Wang Lei looked bad, but everyone present looked bad. They didn't expect that the other publishing houses would act so viciously and aggressively, which directly triggered public opinion. Now the whole network is hotly discussing this matter. Huge impact. After Wang Lei finished scolding, the president of the publishing house sitting in the first seat said in a deep voice, "The most urgent task is to find a way to suppress this public opinion. Issue an announcement immediately. At the same time, contact all major platforms to remove the trending search." But now the impact is too great, these conventional methods are of no use at all, and the others are also trying to think of ways to solve it. Since they can find someone to speak out, can we also find someone to speak out? Contact some cooperating writers, preferably those with established reputations in the industry, and ask them to lend their voices and support Harry Potter. This is the best way at the moment. What is so sharp about the online public opinion nowadays is that many people do not agree with Mr. Shen's identity as a writer. I think Mr. Shen is here to make money in the literary world. Therefore, as long as Shen Jun's identity as a writer or his talent can be confirmed, the public opinion will be much better. But as soon as the person who proposed it finished speaking, Wang Lei sighed. It's difficult. Don't forget, Mr. Shen is from the entertainment industry. As soon as Wang Lei's words came out, everyone else frowned. Shen Jun's identity was really very tricky. Ordinary people are fine, but the entertainment industry. Although the entertainment circle and the literary world have no connection in normal times, the contradictions between them are very deep. Many people in the literary world look down on people in the entertainment circle. Even many writers have publicly criticized the entertainment industry. Looking down on the entertainment industry is the mainstream tone of the entire literary world. Therefore, it is very difficult to find someone to speak for Shen Jun, especially for those intellectuals in the literary world who think highly of themselves and are very careful about their reputation. It's like climbing to heaven. It's a blessing that they don't step in and step on it. The president of the publishing house said in a deep voice, "If you're not willing to help, then the benefits you're giving us aren't enough." I nodded. The company will maximize its resource authority. Everyone should hurry up and contact writers they know to help. We'll get this done no matter how much money we spend. The president paused and glanced at everyone with a serious expression. I hope everyone will pay more attention. This is not just the writer's business, it's our Kyushu business. If this publication ends in failure, our Jushu's reputation in the past few years will suffer a huge blow, and it will be difficult to recover in the future. And they won't give us that chance. The president's voice was stern, and everyone else also looked solemn, then dispersed and started to get busy. However, when Jushu was just starting to use its connections to find writers to restore the reputation of Harry Potter and Shen Jun, as a result, online public opinion once again erupted. Suddenly, a lot of negative information about Shen Jun was exposed on the internet. For example, someone dug out Shen Jun's Chinese language scores in the college entrance examination. The original person's high school grades were not good, so he chose art. I only scored 84 points in Chinese in the college entrance examination. This caused an uproar on the internet, with people complaining that anyone can publish a book nowadays. How can someone dare to publish a book just by passing the Chinese language test? People began to question Harry Potter and Mr. Shen again. The topic of making money that had been calmed down before was pushed up again, and even the writers who helped to clear their names were affected. And that's not all. The negative news that broke out online started with the publication of Harry Potter and extended to Shen Jun's arrogance when recording a show, and even listed 1 or 2 points of disrespecting his predecessors. Frankly speaking, Mr. Shen has a very bad character, is uneducated and has no quality. Some people also revealed that the songs sung by Shen Jun on the show were all plagiarized, and some even provided evidence. It was bluntly stated that Shen Jun was a habitual plagiarist, so many netizens began to wonder whether Harry Potter was also plagiarized. Even the original rumor that Shen Jun was being kept by a rich woman was dug up again, with a lot more evidence and revelations. In a short time, Shen Jun's negative information was all over the internet. This wave of public opinion caught Jushu Publishing House off guard. They were still busy dealing with matters in the literary world, but so much negative information about Shen Jun himself was exposed. Jushu Publishing House is almost in a state of panic. Moreover, this time the negative information came with such force that it was obvious that someone was behind this. Jushu Publishing House took great pains to investigate and found out that the person behind the incident was actually the entertainment industry's Tinyu Media Company. This made Jushu Publishing House a little confused. How come the entertainment industry also suffered from the problems of the literary world? In an office of Tinyu Media, Song Shiu sat on the sofa, his expression no longer as ugly as before, and he drank a sip of tea with a comfortable smile. He went straight back to Tinyu Media today and signed a contract with the company. The company helped him deal with Shen Jun, and he helped the company shoot 2 more idol dramas. I originally thought it would take a few days to get results. After all, it takes some effort to kill someone. But unexpectedly, that afternoon Shen Jun was suddenly named by the literary world. And public opinion is overwhelming. Although they didn't know why Shen Jun suddenly became involved with the literary world, Tinyu Media saw that this was a rare opportunity and immediately intervened. So Jushu Publishing House was in a confused situation. At this time, both the entertainment industry and the literary world worked together to directly portray Shen Jun as an uncultured, and uneducated trash. The literary world alone was making it difficult for Jushu Publishing House to cope, not to mention the simultaneous efforts from both sides. Shen Jun can't handle it alone, and sooner or later he will be ruined by this overwhelming public opinion. The current level of public opinion far exceeds the one created by Song Shiu's fans. Even Zhang Ruanan might not dare to get involved easily with the current public opinion. If it gets on you, you'll probably have to peel off a layer of skin. With the current level of crazy public opinion, Shen Jun's reputation will soon be ruined, and it is only a matter of time before he quits the show. Thinking of this, Song Shiu showed an extremely pleased and proud smile on his face. He never thought that he could get his revenge in just one day. It seems that God is on his side. I wonder if Mr. Shen can still maintain his calm expression now. Song Shiu, feeling comfortable, didn't know that just when he was feeling proud and public opinion was surging online, someone suddenly posted a missing person notice online. The person who posted this missing person notice was called Tang Shi. Officially recognized as a professor at Jingcheng University, a renowned expert in classical poetry and prose, a scholar of Han and Tang literature, and an expert in ancient Chinese prose. Just by looking at his title, you can tell that he is a very powerful top scholar. These are actually not important. What is important is that the person Tang Shi is looking for is the focus of today's public opinion. Mr. Shen. Things in the academic circle usually don't cause much impact, but Tang Shuyi's status is too high, and the person he is looking for is the center of public opinion. Therefore, not long after Tang Shuyi's missing person notice was released, it quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. These people were originally eating Shen Jun's melon, but while eating, they came across Tang Shuyi's missing person notice. When they saw Tang Shuyi's certified title, many people were stunned for a moment. I thought I was seeing things. No matter how much you argue about Mr. Shen's case, it's still a bit far from the academic circle. No one could have imagined that this matter would actually attract the attention of the bigwigs in the academic circle. So everyone clicked on the missing person notice out of curiosity. As a result, when they saw clearly what was written on the missing person notice, they were all stunned, and some were even stunned with shocked expressions. This missing person notice is not long, but the content is explosive enough. I occasionally listen to Mr. Shen's literary creations and am deeply moved. I am very excited to see what he has to offer. I wonder if I can share some of this with you. I hope you can forgive me. I've been trying to contact you these past 2 days, but I couldn't find your contact information. I had no choice but to resort to this. I hope Mr. Shen will contact me after seeing the news. The missing person notice issued by Tang Shuyi consisted of only 3 simple sentences that could be read at a glance, but everyone who read it went back to read it again. I can't believe my eyes. What did they see? A professor at Jingcheng University, a well-known scholar in the field of classical literature, and a big figure in the academic circle, actually said that he was deeply shocked after seeing Shen Jun's works. Still want to ask a few questions? Are they crazy, or is the world crazy? Mr. Shen had just been criticized by the entire internet for having no literary literacy and was despised by the entire literary world for making money, but then a well-known professor from Beijing University said he wanted to ask Mr. Shen for advice on literary creation? This. Many people feel like their brains are shutting down. Many people also asked directly under this missing person notice, is this a fake number? There were many similar words, and it was obvious that everyone was a little bit unbelievable. Is this really the account of a professor from Jingcheng University? Could it be that the account has been hacked? Holy crap, is there something wrong with my phone, or is there something wrong with the world? Mr. Shen, come out. I know this is your trumpet. You are talking on your trumpet. No one believed the content of this missing person notice, mainly because Mr. Shen had been scolded all day, and many people had already formed a fixed impression of him. 3 people can make a tiger, not to mention the overwhelming negative information all over the internet. Now many people on the internet think that Shen Jun is just as the online revelations say, with no literary literacy, poor character, and poor quality. Even though some people did not follow the crowd and were still rational, they still did not think that Shen Jun was a good person. After all, flies don't bite seamless eggs. So everyone who saw this missing person notice was questioning it, questioned the authenticity of the content. However, soon, everyone's doubts disappeared. Because shortly after Tang Shuyi issued the missing person notice, Lu Ye, the vice dean of the School of Literature of Beijing University, and several teachers and students of Beijing University proved that the person behind the account was Tang Shuyi. This missing person notice was also issued by Tang Shuyi himself. There is nothing wrong with it. And after that, Tang Shuyi himself posted a video, in which Tang Shuyi himself appeared and said that he originally wanted to use the power of the internet to contact Shen Jun, but I didn't expect that it would cause so much public opinion, which was a big surprise. In the video, Tang Shuyi also said that he did not know where the revelations and comments about Shen Jun on the internet came from, but he had read Shen Jun's literary works, especially the one called Sound and Rhythm Enlightenment, which was very talented. He also wants to learn a thing or two about the rhymes of ancient poetry. So those revelations may be wrong. At the end of the video, Tang Shuyi called on everyone to look at it rationally, and at the same time hoped that netizens would help him call Shen Jun. He really wanted to communicate with Shen Jun. As soon as the video came out, the whole network was in an uproar. People were shocked by Tang Shuyi's praise of Mr. Shen, shocked by the shocking reversal of events, and shocked by Tang Shuyi's final earnest request. When it comes to talking about literature, the literary world is qualified, but the academic circle is more qualified. Not to mention that compared to well-known best-selling authors like Lin Wenxin, Tang Shuyi's status, qualifications, and academic level are more convincing. This is a teacher from Jingcheng University. Still a professor. He is also an officially recognized top scholar. He has even appeared on CCTV's cultural programs. The garden is full of peaches and plums. His research on classical poetry is second to none in the whole of China. People like this are saying that Shen Jun is very talented. Then what about the public opinion online? So after Tang Shuyi released the video, the heated online public opinion suddenly came to a halt, and countless people began to waver. And this is just the beginning. Taking advantage of the opportunity of public opinion slowing down, Shen Jun agreed to the quick entry of Hanshi as requested. The counterattack has begun. That night, with the entry of Hanshi Company, many singers under Tianyam Media Company suddenly encountered various emergencies. Some people's endorsements were rejected. Some people were exposed to all kinds of negative information. Some people's recommendations on music platforms have been withdrawn. Hanshi put all the resources and connections accumulated in the industry over the years into action, catching Tianyu off guard. For example, Su Qing, who is currently being promoted by Tianyu Media, is the first to be affected. First, her recommended position on the whole music platform was removed, and then she was exposed in various ways: audio editing, plagiarism, plastic surgery, bad character, etc. Very old-fashioned revelations, but it was very useful. Su Qing's fame and character were immediately severely impacted. The most intuitive manifestation was the performance of her latest album. With Tianyu spending a lot of money on promotion in the past 2 days, the title song of Su Qing's album has already reached the second place on the Chinese music hot songs chart. Victory is imminent. But after this incident, the ranking was directly pulled down. The other songs in the album were also greatly affected, and the overall ranking dropped a lot, even being surpassed by Lu Yao from EMI Records. Previously, Su Qing wanted to rise to the ranks of first-line singers with this album, but now, let alone rising in status, it has become a question whether she can protect herself. Su Qing's face turned pale with anger when she received the news. And this was just the beginning. Various emergencies throughout the night made the entire Tianyu music department panic. And besides Tianyu music department, Song Xiu, an idol star under Tianyu, has also been attacked and exposed by countless black fans. Just like the tricks Tianyu used on Shen Jun in the afternoon, now all these tricks were returned to Song Xiu by Hanshi. Moreover, compared to how Shen Jun was treated before, Song Xiu was treated even worse now, because Shen Jun had only been in this circle for 3 days, and it was difficult to find any negative information about him. I can only make it up. But Song Xiu is different. He has been in this circle for more than 10 years, and there is quite a lot of negative information about him that can be found with evidence. Hanshi has been dormant for a whole day today just to mobilize resources to collect these negative materials. Qin Man's style has always been like this. If we want to do it, we will kill him completely. Therefore, the overwhelming revelations spread all over the internet, even suppressing Shen Jun's popularity. There are all kinds of negative information, with pictures and evidence, including the video of Song Xiu angrily kicking tables and chairs when he participated in the program Where Are We Going, Dad? All these videos were provided by Lin Jia. When the conflict between Song Xiu and Shen Jun first appeared, Lin Jia was on guard. Song Xiu in the video had a ferocious face and a furious expression. He didn't look like the idol star in the eyes of the public at all. Instead, he looked like a madman. It's shocking. Even Song Xiu's fans were shocked. What's more crucial is that these explosive videos also contain Song Xiu's original voice, and one of the original voices directly shocked everyone. Sister Chen, I don't want to see Mr. Shen in the next episode. Get him out of this show. Let the company take action. As long as I can kill him. In just a few words, everyone who heard it was horrified and looked shocked. Thinking about the fact that the entire internet has been flooded with negative information and criticisms about Shen Jun since this afternoon, everyone seems to understand something. Song Xiu's fans' previous rumors and slanders against Shen Jun were also dug up. The truth is revealed. Everyone understood that all this was the work of Song Xiu and the company behind Song Xiu. So the storm of public opinion that was originally directed at Shen Jun suddenly rushed towards Song Xiu and Tianyu Media Company, and this time the public opinion was even more crazy. There are Han lions behind the scenes fanning the flames. In addition, countless netizens felt that they were deceived and fooled, and they also felt guilty towards Shen Jun, so they cursed Song Xiu even more harshly and dirty. In just one night, Song Xiu was scolded like a rat crossing the street. Even Tianyu Media Company was deeply affected. The official website of Tianyu Media was directly flooded with malicious messages, and its social media accounts were even forced to close comments. Many of its artists have been subjected to indiscriminate attacks and abuse. In one night, the stock price of Tianyu Media Company plummeted and the company's directors were furious. As for Mr. Shen didn't know what happened last night. By the time he learned the news the next day, everything was settled. After Hanshi took action, Tianyu and Song Xiu both suffered severe backlash. I heard that Song Xiu is now unable to protect himself and his reputation has plummeted. All signed endorsements and advertising contracts have been terminated. The ratings of the TV series he filmed before were all lowered, and many fan groups were disbanded. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. The missing person notice by Peking University professor Tang Shuyi helped Shen Jun's reputation in literature continue to improve, although many people in the literary world still look down on him. Lin Wenchen is still complaining to everyone in Shen Jun. However, netizens are obviously not so angry and blindly follow others. In addition, old fans of the previous show also spared no effort to recommend Harry Potter online. Many people went to look at the stories compiled online. Some people are directly attracted by this magical world of magic. Even if they don't like it, everyone has to admit that the story is interesting. The prejudice against Mr. Shen has been reduced a lot. The book Harry Potter can be said to be a blessing in disguise, gaining greater attention in traffic. These are what Wang Lei told Shen Jun when he called him the next morning. After the matter was settled today, Wang Lei made a special call to Shen Jun. On the one hand, it is to let Mr. Shen understand the situation. On the other hand, Wang Lei also had some thoughts in mind. He wanted to let Shen Jun know how much effort Zhu had put in behind the scenes yesterday, and let Shen Jun do them a favor. Today's Shen Jun is worthy of Wang Lei's attention. This is something that has caused a professor from Beijing University to search for him online. Not to mention the power behind Shen Jun. Although Wang Lei didn't know who was behind Shen Jun, he saw the turmoil in the entertainment industry last night. Even Tianyu Media dared to do it, which was enough to show that there was considerable power behind Shen Jun. So after what happened yesterday, Shen Jun's weight in Wang Lei's heart has skyrocketed, and the level of importance he holds has been ranked the highest. Wang Lei finally said to Shen Jun, "That's probably the situation. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. The other publishing houses should probably behave themselves for a while. As for what those in the literary world are saying, don't pay any attention to them. They're just bored." However, Shen Jun did not respond directly. When Wang Lei called him, he had already read the online public opinion on his tablet. At this time, Shen Jun's expression became even colder. He really didn't understand. He was being very low-key and didn't want to get into any trouble. Why did everyone want to step on him? Before there were Song Xiu and Tianyu in the entertainment industry. Then there is Lin Wenchen and the publishing house in the literary world. Especially the latter, it was clearly an industry competition between several publishing houses, but they used him as a target? And those literary figures who mentioned him by name, couldn't they just enjoy themselves within their own circles? Why did they have to come to him to show off their presence? Do you really think he's a pushover? Even a clay figure has some earthiness, not to mention Shen Jun. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he is afraid of it. Shen Jun has discovered that the lower key one is, the more likely he is to be treated as a soft persimmon. You mean he's making money, right? Then Mr. Shen will show him what it means to make money. Whether in the past life or this life, Shen Jun has never been a person who is willing to swallow his anger. Since they like to use him as a scapegoat, Shen Jun will let them know how sharp his knife is. After the thought came to an end, Shen Jun spoke. "Brother Wang, does your Zhu publishing house have a literary magazine?" Wang Lei on the other end of the phone was about to hang up when he heard Shen Jun's words. He was stunned for a moment and then said, "Yes, Zhu Novel Magazine is a literary journal under Zhu Publishing House." When signing the contract, Shen Jun learned about the overall situation of Zhu Publishing House, so he remembered that there was such a literary magazine. Shen Jun said directly, "I have another book here that can be published in the magazine. It takes 3 months to publish Harry Potter. After 3 months, the opportunity has gone cold." Shen Jun prefers to let his revenge last overnight. Zhu magazine is a bi-monthly publication, and if it goes well, it will be released in the middle of the month. After hearing Shen Jun's words, Wang Lei was stunned again. He really couldn't follow Shen Jun's train of thought. However, Wang Lei was smart enough to understand Shen Jun's idea instantly. However, Wang Lei did not agree directly, but hesitated and said, "The magazine section is not my responsibility. I need to communicate with the company." He had not seen the new work that Shen Jun mentioned, so he didn't know its quality. Naturally, I didn't dare to nod easily. Moreover, Wang Lei was worried that this new work was the product of Shen Jun's impulse. After all, this incident happened just as Shen Jun was about to create a new work. It doesn't seem reliable at all. Although Shen Jun's current popularity is high enough that he can sell even a piece of shit, Zhu not only needs to make money, but also gain a good reputation. If the reputation is over, it's really over. Shen Jun also knew Wang Lei's concerns. If it were him, he would not dare to agree easily. Shen Jun said calmly, "I'll send you the first 20,000 words in the next 2 days. Please review it. If it's okay, I hope to publish it in the latest issue of the magazine. If it doesn't work, forget it." Since Shen Jun said so, there is nothing to worry about. Wang Lei nodded in agreement. "No problem." After finishing the call with Wang Lei, Shen Jun thought about it, registered a social account of his own, first authenticated a yellow label, and then found the account of Tang Shi of Jingcheng University. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Tang Shi would go to such great lengths to find him. He didn't expect that sound and rhythm enlightenment would attract the attention of academic leaders, but he just thought of it when educating in AN. "I used it when I felt it was appropriate, without giving it much thought." However, this incident gave Shen Jun a lot of inspiration. He had not paid much attention to these learning knowledge before, but if used properly, it might help him a lot. Just like this time. One word from Tang Shui is worth half a day's work by Zhu Publishing House. This is the strength of the top leaders in the academic circle. It would do him no harm to make the acquaintance of such a man. Mr. Shen also wants to thank Tang Shui. After all, the other person had helped him so much, so Shen Jun sent a private message to Tang Shui and left his contact information. No reply yet. Shen Jun logged out of the account, and is still sleeping in. He has woken up early for 3 days in a row and has played like crazy during these 3 days. Shen Jun feels sorry for him, so he indulges into sleep in today. Shen Jun collected the clothes that were hung out to dry yesterday and then went into the study. There is a computer in the study. Zhao Wanyi bought it when she was renovating the house, but she rarely used it and it has been idle ever since. Now it's a perfect time to write a book. He hasn't written a single word of the work he just promised Wang Lei, so he has to hurry and finish it. After turning on the computer, Shen Jun familiarized himself with it, then clicked on the document and started typing. He had said before that his memory had become very strong since his rebirth, and he could recall everything he had seen in his previous life word for word. So for Shen Jun, writing a book only requires making a good choice and then burying his head in writing. As for the choice, Shen Jun has a bunch of serious literature or classic novels in his mind that can prove his literary literacy or talent. But Shen Jun refused. Didn't he want to make money? Don't you want to suppress Juzhu Publishing House? Then Shen Jun has to choose those works that can become popular, make huge profits, allow Juzhu Publishing House to quickly break out of the circle, and quickly eat into the market. Don't pursue high literary literacy. But it must be able to catch every reader's attention, make readers unable to stop reading after they finish reading, and become a hit on the entire internet after it is released. Moreover, if Shen Jun wants to publish it in a magazine, it is best to choose a novel type that is suitable for serialization, and it should be a medium-length novel. There are many suitable works in previous lives. Shen Jun thought for a moment and finally chose a work he was more familiar with. Grave Robbers Chronicles. This work from my previous life became an instant hit on the internet as soon as it was released. Before it was even finished, it reached the top of major literary bestseller lists, directly leading Chinese suspense novels into a new era. Moreover, this novel was even published in People's Daily. It was even selected as material for college entrance examination essays and appeared on CCTV. It is even permanently collected by the National Library. Many honors. The popularity of this book in the previous life can be described in one word: unprecedented. Some people even describe it as no longer a simple novel, but a mark of an era. Later, many IPs derived from the novel were also very popular. Cartoon, movie, game, all of them are popular. In his previous life, Shen Jun had also come into contact with this IP. When the movies based on The Lost Tomb were first planned, they were all S-level projects from major companies. Very popular. It can be said that no IP development in the country can have such a terrifying influence. When it comes to making money, this novel is definitely one of the best. Moreover, this novel has a lot of suspense, and the weird and mysterious tomb robbing scene is very impressive and eye-catching. It's so addictive. This novel is definitely a great choice. Moreover, Shen Jun believes that this novel will definitely conquer the Juzhu editorial department. So Shen Jun didn't hesitate too much, made a quick decision, and started typing. After Wang Lei hung up the phone, he didn't take the matter particularly seriously, nor did he discuss it with the company. After all, this matter is unreliable no matter how you look at it. It's not certain whether this book will be published or not. Mr. Shen hasn't even finished writing the manuscript of Harry Potter, so where does he get the energy to write the second book? Even if he had the energy, Wang Lei wouldn't be optimistic. Good works cannot be written just by saying it. Even famous authors don't dare to say that they have this confidence. What's more, he is a novice author like Shen Jun. When Mr. Shen sends it to him, he will take a look at it first, and then find a way to reject Mr. Shen tactfully, so as not to dampen his enthusiasm for writing and not to affect the later cooperation between the two parties. Wang Lei thought about it for a while, then continued to work. There was nothing to do, so Shen Jun spent the whole morning writing. Near noon, the lazy little pig finally woke up, and Shen Jun made a simple lunch. After dinner, Shen Jun took in and out. I went to see Teacher Shen first. A public opinion crisis broke out during the recording of the program. In the beginning, it was thanks to Teacher Shen who spoke up. Mr. Shen had to go and see the old man no matter what. Teacher Shen was in high spirits and was so happy to see Shen Jun bringing in an. Since Mr. Shen got married, the number of times he visited Teacher Shen became less and less, and in the next 2 years he didn't come at all. I just send blessings via WeChat during festivals. On the one hand, he felt guilty. The old man had always been optimistic about him, wanted him to enter the music industry, and was ready to pave the way for him. However, at that time, Shen Jun was not interested in his career and rejected his teacher's kindness. On the other hand, he didn't want Zhao Wanyi to worry too much. I remember 1 year after their marriage, Shen Jun said he wanted to visit Teacher Shen, and Zhao Wanyi said she wanted to accompany him. If it were normal, it would be fine. Shen Jun would be happy to let Zhao Wanyi meet his teacher. However, that visit happened during the period when Zhao Wanyi asked Shen Jun to ask Mr. Shen to sing a song. Shen Jun did not do it for a long time, so Zhao Wanyi had other ideas. Later, Mr. Shen gradually reduced the number of times he visited teacher Shen. Although Mr. Shen didn't say anything, he was still unhappy about Mr. Shen's alienation. Now he said with a smile, "You kid, you don't want to enter the music industry, and I won't say anything to you, so why are you hiding from me?" Shen Jun also felt a little guilty about the old man who took care of him. Not anymore. Now that she and Zhao Wanyi have divorced, there will never be such a situation where both parties have to make a choice again, so Shen Jun has nothing to worry about. Moreover, he has now entered the music scene halfway, especially after collaborating with Hanshi. His contact with teacher Shen will only increase. A smile appeared on Shen Yunking's face. "That's good. Come visit me more often when you have time." If Shen Yunking has any regrets over the years, apart from his granddaughter being still unmarried, the rest is that Shen Jun is unwilling to enter the music industry. And now, this regret has been half satisfied. Qin Man had already told her about the collaboration between Shen Jun and Hanshi, and Shen Yunking had also listened to the song that Shen Jun wrote for Hanshi. It can only be said that so many years of ordinary life have not worn away Shen Jun's talent. In fact, the accumulation of years has made Shen Jun's talent reach a higher level. Even she might not be able to write that song. This is also the reason why Shen Yunking is so relieved now. What she is most worried about is that Shen Jun's talents will be wasted in ordinary life. This is not uncommon in the music world. Fortunately, her worries were unnecessary. Shen Jun was indeed the student she had chosen. Shen Yunking asked, "Are you going to look for Manman later?" Shen Jun and Qin Man made an appointment to go to Hanshi in the afternoon. The peak singer competition is about to start, and Song Huaying urgently needs Shen Jun to come and give guidance. Shen Jun nodded. Shen Yunking sighed and said, "Manman's parents passed away early, and she single-handedly ran such a large company, enduring a lot of hardships. It hurts my heart and I see it with my own eyes. I worry about it every day. But I'm old and powerless. I can't help much even if I want to. Now that you've gone, I feel a lot more relieved. Now that you're back, please help Manman more in the future. Similarly, if you have any problems, don't be polite to her, let her help you solve it." The old man spoke sincerely, and Shen Yunking had taken great care of Shen Jun over the years. Shen Jun naturally would not refuse the old man, so he said seriously, "Anything I can do to help, I'll do my best." With Shen Jun's words, Shen Yunking's expression seemed to relax a lot. The old man smiled and waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'm tired too. I won't keep you busy any longer." Shen Yunking is already 83 years old this year, and his energy is not as good as before. Mr. Shen quickly said, "Teacher, have a good rest. I will come to see you later." At the same time, he pulled an in and said, "Say goodbye to Grandma." Anin, who had been silent all this time, blinked her big eyes, waved her little hand at the kind and amiable old lady in front of her and said, "Goodbye, Grandma." Shen Yunking smiled happily. "Goodbye An." After saying goodbye to Shen Yunking, Shen Jun took an into Hanshi company. After making 2 trips, Shen Jun found that it was really inconvenient not to have a car. When the property was divided, he was left with nothing except a house. "I have to buy a car soon. Otherwise it would be troublesome to come to Hanshi normally. But his pockets are empty now." The labor fee for the first episode of the program has not been paid yet, and even if it is paid, it is only 200,000. Not enough to buy a car. We still have to make money quickly. Grave Robbers Chronicles must be released as soon as possible. Other ways of making money cannot be neglected either, as raising a daughter is a long and arduous task. Shen Jun looked up at the towering and dazzling Hanshi billboard, and then stepped into this top-notch office building that was even more upscale than Emmy Records. "Dad, what are we doing here?" Anan was a little nervous in the unfamiliar environment, especially the office building full of people coming and going, all dressed in suits and ties, which made Anan nervously hug her father's thighs tightly. "We're here to look for the beautiful aunt from before." Anan was a little confused. "Pretty auntie?" Before Shen Jun could speak, the sound of high heels came from behind them. Anan turned around and shouted with surprise, "Beautiful sister." The person who came was Qin Man, who was dressed in formal clothes and black stockings. When Shen Jun was about to arrive, he sent a message to Qin Man. Qin Man had just arrived at the company at that time and waited downstairs for a while. Qin Man had a strong aura in the company. People around him lowered their heads and shouted when they saw Qin Man, "Boss Qin." Qin Man nodded and then walked toward Shen Jun. Hearing Anan's cry, Qin Man's somewhat stern face suddenly showed a smile, like a blooming rose, instantly bright and beautiful. "Anan baby." As Qin Man approached, Anan was already running over in small steps. Qin Man held Anan's little hand. Shen Jun said, "Sister Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Qin Man smiled and said casually, "I just arrived too. Come on, I'll take you upstairs." As he said that, he took An's hand and walked towards the elevator, and Shen Jun followed. After the three of them got on the elevator, the originally quiet lobby suddenly became filled with noisy discussions. Who is this man? It seems like he has a special relationship with President Qin. As the person in charge of Hanshi Company, Qin Man has a top-notch figure and good looks, so naturally he has a lot of followers, not to mention that Shen Jun is also incredibly handsome. So the scene just now immediately triggered a lot of gossip and discussion. The three people who entered the elevator were completely unaware of the discussions behind them. After a moment of silence, Qin Man spoke. Tianyu has already handled it. Song Xiu will be leaving the show before the next episode. Shen Jun had already learned from Wang Lei, and thanked him. Thank you, Sister Qin. Qin Man nodded and said, You're welcome. I'll have to ask you for help with the singer. Sister Huaying is practicing in the recording studio. I'll take you there directly. At this time, in the Hanshi recording studio, Song Huaying was listening to the recording with a frown. After listening to the song, Song Huaying sighed deeply. It still feels almost there. Song Huaying felt a little frustrated. Since she got the song, she had been practicing day and night. This song is indeed very suitable for her. Song Huaying sometimes even feels that this song was written for her. It is very fitting and comfortable. But no matter how well it fit and how comfortable it was, Song Huaying always felt that his singing was not quite right. Especially when she listened to the demo of this song, this feeling was even stronger. Logically speaking, the demo is just a simple display by the creator and cannot be compared with the final version of the performance. Whether it is the recording effect, the completeness of the arrangement, or the singer's singing level, there is a big difference. The final performance will definitely beat the demo. But Song Huaying felt that the demo he heard could beat him. Of course, this is an exaggeration. But this demo is indeed better than her singing, and the handling of some details is more professional and rich. In a top competition like The Peak Singer, details are the key to success or failure. Song Huaying naturally would not miss these details, but no matter how much he practiced, he just couldn't get the point. So the more Song Huaying practiced, the more frustrated he became. The recording teacher in the recording studio said, Sister Huaying, you sang very well. I feel the song is better than any of your previous works. Yeah, Huaying, don't push yourself too hard. You sang very well. You should have no problem making it to the semifinals. The agent also comforted him. It's really good, but it can be even better. Song Huaying gritted his teeth. If he hadn't heard anything of a higher level, he might have just let it go, but since he had seen a higher view, how could she be willing to do that? And her goal has never been to enter the semifinals. She has only had one goal from the beginning to the end, and that is to become the king of the finals. Now that she has this opportunity, she will try her best to seize it. After drinking some water and relaxing for a while, Song Huaying took a deep breath and prepared to go into the studio to continue practicing. However, just as he stood up, the door of the recording studio opened and Qin Man walked in, followed by An, who looked curious. Although Zhao Wanyi's company is also a music company, Zhao Wanyi doesn't like to bring An into the company, thinking it is very troublesome, so An rarely sees the scene in front of her. At this moment, his eyes were full of curiosity. When the people in the recording studio saw Qin Man, they quickly greeted her, and then all their eyes fell on the little girl Qin Man was holding in his hand. Song Huaying and his agent looked at each other. The two have been partners for so many years that they can instantly understand each other's eyes without saying a word. Broker. Is this Mr. Qin's daughter? Song Huaying. No way, isn't Mr. Qin still married? At this time, Shen Jun, who was following behind Qin Man and An, also walked into the recording studio. Shen Jun's height of more than 1.8 meters was very conspicuous. Everyone saw it and was stunned. The reason why everyone was stunned was because the boy who came in was so handsome, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, and sharp features. He was stunning at first sight. If you don't know, you might think it's a celebrity coming. However, after a look of astonishment, Song Huaying's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly and tentatively, Who is? Qin Man introduced. Jun Shen. You composed this song. It's you. After making sure he had recognized the right person, Song Huaying's expression suddenly became excited. He immediately took a few steps forward, grabbed Shen Jun's arm and said, Teacher Shen Jun, you are finally here. I just happen to have a few questions for you. As he said that, he pulled Shen Jun and wanted to start practicing singing, but Shen Jun did not respond. Instead, he looked at Qin Man, who gave him a reassuring look. And then, I'll help take care of it for you. If an ordinary person saw a top-tier singer, he would probably be very excited, let alone being pulled by a top-tier singer like this. But Shen Jun was very calm. In his previous life, he had seen people of all kinds of status. In his heart, even the king of singers had to rank behind an An. After hearing Qin Man's words, Shen Jun nodded and said, Sing it first. Song Huaying was concentrating on practicing singing, so he didn't pay attention to these details, but the others in the recording studio noticed them, and his agent frowned slightly. Song Hwaying entered the studio, and soon a sad song sounded from the monitoring headphones. How many times did we say goodbye in those fleeting years before delaying? That's right. The first song that Shen Jun wrote for Song Hwaying was the well-known song Those Years in a Hurry from his previous life. A song that has won various awards. A classic song that broke many Chinese music records as soon as it was released. A song that has been sung for more than 10 years and is still popular all over the internet, and even becomes popular again every year. A song that nearly brought Fei Wong down. That's getting off topic. There is no denying that Those Years is definitely a very classic song and one of Fei Wong's representative works in her middle and late years. When Shen Jun heard Song Hwaying's voice, the first thing he thought of was this song. This was the last song I wrote. But the version that Shen Jun finally finalized was not the original version sung by Fei Wong, but the adapted version by Liu Ku when he participated in Singer in his previous life. So Young is very good. But Shen Jun needs to consider a very realistic issue, which is to participate in competitive competitions. Song Hwaying just looks like Fei Wong, but she is not Fei Wong after all. It is impossible for her to dominate the world with just a good voice. She needs skills and emotions that are more suitable for competitive competitions. Liu Ku's version of You Are My Destiny is the most suitable choice. Although Liu Ku was defeated that year, there was nothing he could do when he met Han Hong's It's Dawn. He had no choice but to win. And even though we lost, it doesn't mean that this adaptation was bad. On the contrary, this adaptation is amazing. Although Liu Ku lost that year, his song Fleeting Time dominated the charts on major music platforms for several months. It was a huge hit. No one can shake the top spot on the Hot Songs chart. And since the release of the song, the popularity of this song has never gone down. Until Shen Jun traveled through time, Liu Ku's version of So Young was still one of the viral songs on TikTok, and it would become a hit every now and then. Some people say that Liu Ku's version of Those Years even surpasses the original Singer. In the popularity ranking of all songs from the first 8 seasons of Singer in the Past Life, Liu Ku's Those Years ranked 4th, second only to Angela Chang's Adiao. The popularity has even reached hundreds of millions. The number of views on TikTok has reached an astonishing number, and almost no one has not heard of Memoirs of a Deceased Wife. From these data, you can see how powerful this song is. It is definitely a classic. At that time, many professional musicians commented on Liu Ku's Fleet of Time, believing that Liu Ku's skills and emotions had reached the top of the industry, but his voice was not as recognizable as Fei Wong's. This led to the narrow defeat. And now, Song Hwaying, a top-tier singer, has the singing skills and emotions of Liu Ku, and half of Fei Wong's voice characteristics. I wonder what kind of impact and shock a song like Those Years in a Hurry will bring to the current music scene. In the previous life, major music bloggers and music critics had already analyzed Fei Wong's singing skills and techniques thoroughly, and Shen Jun had also learned from them in his previous life. Plus, Shen Jun is professional enough. In his previous life, he had reached a height far exceeding Song Hwaying. In this life, he also graduated from a professional music college. Both his theoretical knowledge and practical skills are very strong. It's easy to guide Song Hwaying. After listening to Song Hwaying sing it only once, Shen Jun immediately pointed out more than 10 problems. What do you mean the inner mouth is not open enough? Something about nasal resonance needing to be enhanced and head voice transition not being smooth enough. There are also some words in which the vocal cords are not closed well, the voice is a bit dirty, the breath is not dragged when switching to head voice, etc. Song Hwaying was criticized for almost nothing. I was completely stunned. She felt that her singing was not quite good enough, but she didn't expect that her singing was so bad. More than 10 problems were picked out for a song, which was simply a disaster. Song Hwaying's expression, which had been somewhat confident and excited, suddenly dimmed. The rest of the people in the recording studio also looked shocked. Although Song Hwaying is facing elimination in The Peak Singer, she is still a top-tier singer, the backbone of Hanshi, and the #1 singer. But now he is being criticized like a rookie. Shin Man was a little surprised. What Shen Jun said sounded reasonable, but Song Hwaying's strength shouldn't be that high. However, thinking of her grandmother's trust in Shen Jun and the fact that Shen Jun repeatedly broke her expectations, Shin Man was surprised but did not say anything. However, Shin Man could hold it back, but Song Hwaying's agent couldn't help it anymore. Song Hwai is a top singer in the Premier League. She is the one who teaches others in other places, but today she was taught a lesson by someone, and the person who taught her was so young. The agent was naturally a little indignant and frowned, questioning, "You're not saying that, are you?" Hwaying sang very well. I thought it sounded very nice. Shen Jun glanced at his agent, then looked at the others. Shin Man and the recording teacher both looked a little surprised and didn't quite believe it. After Song Hwaying was stunned, he frowned slightly, obviously a little bit unconvinced. After all, Song Hwaying is a top-tier singer. Shen Jun's is a newcomer in the music industry without any representative works. Naturally, it is not convincing. Faced with this situation, Shen Jun did not explain too much, but directly said to Song Hwaying, "I'll go in and sing it once, and you listen. There's no need to waste time explaining this kind of thing. Since they're not convinced, just convince them with your professionalism." After saying that, Shen Jun walked directly into the inner room of the recording studio. All recording studios are divided into two rooms. The inner room is for recording, and the outer room is for monitoring. Shen Jun went into the inner room and stood in front of the microphone. Everyone in the outer room looked at each other, and then several of them picked up the monitoring headphones. Shen Jun's confidence made them very curious, and they also want to hear whether Shen Jun is worthy of the title. The recording teacher clicked on the accompaniment. The prelude sounded, and Shen Jun's voice slowly rang out. Because boys' vocal cavities cannot be as close to the top as girls', boys' head-nose resonance is generally weaker, and only a few gifted people can achieve it. For example, Zhou Shen in his previous life. So Shen Jun mostly uses the edge of his vocal cords to make sounds. This adds a sense of ethereality and regret to the song, which is more in line with the mood of the song and can easily draw people into resonance. This method sounds simple, but it really tests your singing skills. Many people simply cannot grasp this feeling and grasp it. Even if they find the feeling and grasp it, they cannot use this technique skillfully. So when Shen Jun's singing voice sounded, the expressions of the people wearing monitoring headphones all froze. Song Hwaying was born as a professional singer and has been working in the music industry for decades. His singing skills have been honed very well, so naturally he could recognize Shen Jun's singing level in an instant. Very strong. Looking at her status, it's enough. Song Hwaying's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed, and the doubt in his eyes also disappeared a lot, replaced by shock and suspicion. Several other people were present. Although Qin Man and her agent are not professional singers, they are both people in the industry. Even if they can't sing, they still have basic appreciation ability. So when they heard Shen Jun singing, they might not be able to perceive the level of his singing skills, but they could hear it intuitively. The singing is really beautiful. The agent pursed his lips, his face full of disbelief. Qin Man also looked at Shen Jun in shock. Her grandmother had never told her that Shen Jun could sing. She thought Shen Jun was a professional composer like her grandmother. "I didn't expect that he is actually a singer-songwriter, or an all-round musician." Shen Jun, who was singing, didn't know the reactions of the people outside. At this time, he was already immersed in the singing. He hasn't sung for a long time since he traveled through time. "I haven't held the microphone in my hand for a long time." Hearing his own voice ringing in the earphone at this moment, Shen Jun felt that his heart, which had been calm for many years, seemed to beat violently at this moment. The grand stages of his previous life seemed to gradually emerge before his eyes. Shen Jun felt as if he was standing on the stage again. Lights, shouts, cheers. When the singing ended, the people who were monitoring in the outer room looked dazed and shocked. They took a deep breath and looked at each other. There was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Especially Song Hwaying's agent, she looked extremely shocked at this moment. She never thought that Shen Jun would really do it. When the agent heard that Shen Jun had pointed out more than 10 problems to Hwaying, he thought that Shen Jun was pretending to know everything, or was deliberately showing off. Pick more than 10 questions for a top-tier singer? You must be kidding. Unexpectedly, Shen Jun went in and started singing without any explanation. And she sang so well. The agent didn't want to admit that her eyes were a little red when she heard Shen Jun singing just now. She felt a little like she was singing in the same voice. This was indeed better than Hwaying's singing. At this moment, the agent really believed it. The recording teacher didn't know anything else about Shen Jun. He had just heard Qin Man's introduction. He looked at Qin Man with a look of surprise and said, "Boss Qin, is this the company's newly signed singer?" He had never seen Shen Jun before, and Shen Jun sang so well that the recording teacher thought he was a newly signed singer by the company. It is said that the company is not as good as before. If such a great singer joins, the company may be able to rise again. The recording teacher's words shocked Qin Man, who looked up and looked deeply at Shen Jun, who put down the microphone in the inner room. Shen Jun in the inner room exhaled a breath of foul air, and the bubbling sound soothed his throat. Although he is proficient in singing skills and techniques, his voice still cannot hold up due to lack of professional practice over the years. Fortunately, this song is not too difficult. If he had to sing a high note, he would have been really frustrated. After a pause, Shen Jun pushed the door and walked out of the inner room. As soon as Shen Jun came out, Anan, with an excited face, rushed over, hugged Shen Jun's thighs and shouted, "Daddy is so awesome." The adults were all monitoring, so Anan naturally couldn't sit still and also got a monitoring headset, so he just listened to the whole thing, and his big, twinkling eyes were full of admiration. No father can stand his daughter looking at him like that. Shen Jun couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Song Hwaying and his agent also took 2 steps forward, looking a little embarrassed, but more excited. Teacher Shen. If you can do it, go ahead. I'll go up if I want. Although this method is simple and crude, it works everywhere. After Shen Jun finished singing, everyone in the recording studio made a 180-degree turn in their attitude toward Shen Jun. Before he started singing, Shen Jun was known as Shen Jun or Xiao Shen. After the singing, Shen Jun became known as Teacher Shen by others. Song Huaying and his agent kept calling him Teacher Shen, almost worshipping him as an idol. Shen Jun smoothly began to instruct Song Huaying, while Anan was taken to the office by Qin Man with a kitten. Let Shen Jun shout that his little cotton-padded jacket is starting to leak. With Shen Jun's guidance, Song Huaying's singing level began to improve by leaps and bounds. The main reason was that Shen Jun could not only point out problems, but also demonstrate them to Song Huaying personally. It is equivalent to feeding food directly into Song Huaying's mouth. Song Huaying is not a fool, so he naturally learns quickly. The semi-finals of Top Singer will be held on July 10th. There are still 3 days left. During these 3 days, Shen Jun began his monotonous life of writing Grave Robbers Chronicles while guiding Song Huaying. During this period, Tang Shuyi wrote back to him and the two added their contact information. Tang Shuyi was very interested in Sound and Rhythm Primer written by Shen Jun. He started praising the show and said frankly that he had watched the part where Shen Jun helped Anan learn countless times. That scene satisfied all his fantasies about pastoral life and entertaining education. Tang Shuyi highly recognized Sound and Rhythm Primer and hoped that Mr. Shen could organize the entire Sound and Rhythm Primer. He might be able to help Shen Jun operate and promote it. Tang Shuyi said frankly that Sound and Rhythm Primer is very suitable for young students to learn. It is simple and easy to understand, but the rhythm of ancient poetry involved in it is very professional, very suitable as a teaching material. Shen Jun thought about it and felt that Tang Shuyi's judgment was correct, because the Sound and Rhythm Primer in his previous life seemed to have been used as a teaching material. During the communication, Mr. Shen also learned about Tang Shuyi's wish, or life goal, which is to promote traditional culture and allow ancient poetry to revive in modern soil. Tang Shuyi was a true scholar. Mr. Shen has always respected this kind of scholar, and he was the one who ultimately benefited from Tang Shuyi's operation and promotion of sound and rhythm enlightenment. So Shen Jun nodded and agreed. However, he still has Grave Robbers Chronicles and Harry Potter on his hands, and he really doesn't have much free time, so he can only ask Tang Shuyi to wait. Tang Shuyi was very straightforward. After all, we have waited for so many years, so what if we wait a few more days? On July 9th, the kindergarten's preschool primary school transition class started, and Shen Anan, who had been a troublemaker in Hanxi for a few days, was escorted to school by Shen Jun. It had been a long time since she went to school, or perhaps it had been a long time since she had been separated from Shen Jun. Shen Anan cried at the school gate that day, holding Shen Jun's legs tightly. Shen Jun found it a little funny and a little distressed. What made Shen Jun hold his head even more was that when school started that day, the school gate was full of joy, but then Shen Anan shouted, "Now the whole school has exploded." One after another, the children all started crying loudly, as if it was contagious. One child cried, then 2 children followed suit, and then everyone started crying. The kindergarten teachers' faces turned green, and they all looked at Shen Jun with resentment. If Shen Jun wasn't so handsome, he would have been killed countless times by the kindergarten teacher. Shen Jun looked embarrassed and quickly handed it into Teacher Li. Then he made up his mind and escaped from the kindergarten. After returning, Shen Jun first sent the 30,000-word Grave Robbers Chronicles he had written in the past 2 days to Wang Lei, and then went to Hanxi Music. Continued to guide Song Huaying in singing practice. After more than 2 days of guidance, Song Huaying has almost mastered the song, and his handling of the techniques and emotions has become much more delicate, completely different from 2 days ago. In the words of the recording teacher, he is no longer inferior to Shen Jun. Song Huaying's confidence, which had been hit before, gradually recovered, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Just waiting for the premiere of Top Singer to avenge the previous shame. Tomorrow night is the show start time. As the semi-finals of Top Singer are getting closer, the publicity and promotion of the program have been overwhelming and covered the entire network. Even the previous scandal between Song Shiyu and Tianyu was suppressed. Top Singer is the only phenomenal variety show this year and the current flagship of Dragon TV. It can be said that the whole station has put in all its efforts to promote it. Dragon TV wants to break the record of domestic variety shows in one fell swoop and create an unprecedented record. At the same time, he wants to firmly secure the top spot as the provincial TV station. When it comes to the top spot as a TV station, Hunan TV and Dragon TV have been competing with each other for years. This year, Hunan Provincial TV has declined, and Dragon TV has become the most popular TV station thanks to Top Singer. Now that half a year has passed, I thought Hunan Provincial TV would not be able to make any waves anymore. Unexpectedly, this month, Hunan TV's Where Are We Going, Dad? Parent-child reality show came out of nowhere and broke the record for reality shows as soon as it was broadcast. The popularity across the entire network is even showing signs of catching up with The Peak Singer. You should know that Where Are We Going, Dad? Has only aired 1 episode, while Top Singer has already aired 4 episodes. If we follow the current development trend, it won't be long before Where Are We Going, Dad? Catches up with the popularity of The Peak Singer. Dragon TV was naturally anxious. Especially, we still don't know how many episodes of Where Are We Going, Dad? There are still 3 episodes left of Top Singer. Therefore, Dragon TV must firmly secure its top spot before the end of the show and keep Hunan TV firmly under its yoke. And it has to reach a height that Hunan satellite TV cannot catch up with at all. So Dragon TV really invested a lot of money this time, and mobilized all the resources it could mobilize to carry out publicity and promotion. This made the 5th episode of Top Singer a hit on the entire internet before it even aired. The entire internet is discussing the singer's content. Especially the contestants of the 5th episode and the songs they will sing have become a hot topic of discussion across the entire network. Among them, Song Hwaiying is the best. As a top-tier singer, Song Hwaiying is facing elimination, which is itself full of topics and caused a lot of heated discussion as early as the end of the last episode. Now with the 5th episode about to be aired, related topics have become a hot topic. Everyone knows that Song Hwaiying and the Hanchi company behind her will never give up easily and will never let Song Hwaiying lose easily. In this episode, Song Hwaiying will definitely try his best, even going all out. What's more, Hanchi's crazy singing appointment some time ago caused a lot of controversy. Everyone was paying attention to it and knew that Hanchi was anxious. So when the program team announced Song Hwaiying's singing selection information, many netizens looked at it at the first time. Everyone wants to see what Song Hwaiying is going to sing in this episode and what killer moves Hanchi has prepared for her. However, when all the netizens saw the information about the song that Song Hwaiying had chosen to sing, they all widened their eyes in surprise. The song information read: Song Those Years. Lyricist Shen Jun. Composer Shen Jun. Singer Song Hwaiying. Mr. Shen? Who is Shen Jun? This is the question that pops up in everyone's mind after seeing the song information. As a life and death battle of a top-tier singer, too many netizens are paying attention to it. Many netizens speculate that Song Hwaiying must have prepared some trump card and is ready for a final fight. The crazy singing competition organized by Hanchi Company before also confirmed everyone's speculation. Therefore, many people guessed that Song Hwaiying must have spent a lot of money or resources on this song, and he commissioned the songs from top musicians. This way you might not be eliminated. There are speculations online about who the top musician Hanchi finally found was. Some say it was Chi Shu, the composer with whom Song Hwaiying had previously collaborated. Some people also say that Hanchi has found another great composer, Mr. Su, who is known as the Golden Songmaker. Some people also speculated that Hanchi might have invited teacher Shen Yunking. Everyone in the industry is aware of the relationship between Hanchi's president Qin Man and Shen Yunking. This is no secret. When Hanchi was first established, Mr. Shen wrote many songs for Hanchi. Later, with the rise of Hanchi and the retirement of Mr. Shen, he gradually faded out of the public eye. During this Hanchi crisis, many people thought of this old man again, and this speculation has been recognized by many people. After all, the competition pressure of Peak Singer is too great nowadays. The 7 permanent guests are all big names in the industry, and the lowest one is also a popular first-line singer. Moreover, the 2 guest singers in this episode are both top-tier, and their stage experience and singing skills are no less than Song Hwaiying. The probability of Song Hwaiying being eliminated is too high. Moreover, the first 4 episodes have proved that Song Hwaiying has no shortage of good songs, but good songs cannot save Song Hwaiying. If Song Hwaiying wants to keep his place in the next round and not be eliminated, good songs are far from enough. Now only those classics can save Song Hwaiying. So everyone guessed that Hanchi had asked Mr. Shen for help. Or maybe they paid a large sum of money to hire other top musicians to create a classic song for Song Hwaiying, so that Song Hwaiying would have a chance to advance to the semifinals. Otherwise, Song Hwaiying would most likely be eliminated. But no one expected that the song Song Hwaiying finally prepared was not composed by any of the musicians they guessed. It's a name I've never heard of. Wrong. They seem to have heard of this name. Some netizens suddenly realized that although they had never heard the name Shen Jun in the music industry, they had seen it in other places. The reality show Where Are We Going, Dad? Many people have realized that the recent popularity of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Has the potential to rival Top Singer. And in this reality show, the most popular guest is Shen Jun. Thanks to Song Xiu's fans, TNU Entertainment Company, and the literary world's mischief, the name Shen Jun has become very popular on the internet these days. Even if you haven't seen the show, you've heard of it. Therefore, many people immediately matched the lyricist and composer of Song Hwaiying songs with Shen Jun, a guest on the show Where Are We Going, Dad? But after finishing, many people were hesitant. Although they have the same name, one is a guest on a reality show and is said to be an amateur, while the other is a songwriter for a top-tier singer. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't match, right? So many people said. It can't be the same person, right? Where are we going, Dad? It's a reality show, not a music variety show. How could it be just one person? I heard that Mr. Shen debuted as an amateur. How could he be related to Hanshi? This is Song Hwaiying's last hope. I heard that Hanshi Company invested a lot of money. How could they possibly hire an amateur to sing? It's outrageous just to think about it. It's not that everyone has any opinions about Shenjun, but that these two programs have absolutely nothing in common. One is to take the children out for fun, the other is a professional competition. Can they be combined? I can't think of it together at all. And just as countless netizens have said, this program is related to Song Hwaiying's life and death. If he loses this episode, Song Hwaiying will be eliminated. At that time, it will have a great impact on Song Hwaiying and even the entire Hanshi. Hanshi has both money and connections, so how could it possibly ask an amateur from outside the industry to sing for it? That's bullshit. However, when the discussion was heated online, someone suddenly said, actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. Shen Jun from the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Has very clear information. He graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, one of the best music conservatories in China. So Mr. Shen is not an amateur, but a professional. And the most crucial point is that Mr. Shen's university teacher is Mr. Shen Yanqing. When Mr. Shen was caught up in the controversy, Mr. Shen spoke up for him. This shows that their relationship is unusual. And Hanshi's CEO, Qin Man, is Mr. Shen's granddaughter. There's a possibility that they know each other. Rumor has it that Hanshi was behind the incident that happened to Tianyan Media a few days ago. So, the two Mr. Shens are most likely the same person. There are a lot of smart people on the internet, and many of them have noticed some details. With this analysis, it is really possible. And the songs written by Mr. Shen are really nice. Someone added this online, but as soon as this sentence was finished, many people asked in confusion, "Song? What song? Why have I never heard of any song written by Shen Jun? Is it my 2G network? Why have I never heard of Shen Jun's songs?" After the popularity of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? And the twists and turns in public opinion, Shen Jun and Anan also gained a lot of fans. Seeing that the topic of Song Hwaiying's singing was getting hotter and hotter, and Shen Jun was involved, many of Shen Jun's fans clicked in. Seeing the netizens' questions, some fans directly forwarded two links. It is the link to listen to songs from Wool Music. One is An's Lullaby, Flying Insects. The other one is Explosion of Courage. On the last day of the show, Lin Jie told Shen Jun about the Lullaby song that became a hit online. Shen Jun did not expect this, but since it has become so popular, Shen Jun naturally will not allow netizens to spread it and make profits at will. So they commissioned Hanshi Company to contact the uploader in Wool Music, transferred the copyright of the two songs to Shen Jun, and re-uploaded the pure enjoyment version. Now, these two songs have rushed to the hot song list of the Chinese music platform, relying on the boiling public opinion and sufficient quality. The Bug is Flying remains firmly in first place. Outburst of Courage ranks second. It was an amazing achievement, and even caused quite a stir in the music circle, but it was suppressed by Song Shiu's negative news. Many people have heard these two songs. So after seeing the link forwarded by Shen Jun's fans, they all suddenly realized, this was written by Mr. Shen? Everyone was a little surprised, but more than that they were stunned and dazed, because although these two songs were popular, they were both children's songs. So Hanshi is looking for a children's song musician for a big sum of money this time? The day before the start of The Peak Singer, Hanshi and Song Hwaiying became famous. In the top domestic music competition Peak Singer, Song Hwaiying is at the critical moment of life and death and is about to be eliminated. Hanshi found a children's song musician for Song Hwaiying, and soon, more accurate news came out that someone took a photo of Shen Jun at Hanshi Company. Everyone who has watched the show knows how handsome Shen Jun is. Even in a company like Hanshi, which has no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women, he stands out from the crowd. You can recognize it at a glance. So someone took a photo of Shen Jun entering Hanshi. There was another person in the photo, who was the current president of Hanshi Music, Qin Man. The two people in the photo, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, were pleasing to the eye. They entered the company chatting and laughing. Once the photos come out, it can be confirmed completely. The author of the song that Song Hwaiying is preparing to sing is Shen Jun, a guest on the show Where Are We Going, Dad? As soon as the news came out, the whole internet was boiling. The whole network is discussing why Hanshi and Song Hwaiying asked Shen Jun to sing with them? Because Shen Jun is handsome? Or is it because Shen Jun is so popular? Or is it because Shen Jun and Qin Man have a good relationship? It can't be because the songs written by Shen Jun are so good. The two children's songs written by Shen Jun are indeed okay, but the competition that Song Hwaying participated in is the most professional top-level competition in the country. The participating guests are also the top singers in the country. The songs performed are written by top musicians. In such a top-level competition with extremely cruel fighting and extremely high professional requirements, suddenly a man named Shen Jun who writes children's songs breaks in. It looks out of place no matter how you look at it. No matter how well a nursery rhyme is written, it can never be compared with pop music. Compared with pop music, nursery rhymes are too simple and too childish. Just look at these two children's songs written by Shen Jun and you will know. The composition and melody are extremely simple, without any technical skills, and anyone can hum them. As for the lyrics, it's just at the primary or secondary school level. Children's songs and pop music are completely not on the same level. No matter how well a children's song is written, it can never be compared with pop music. The gap is too big. So after confirming that Song Hwaying's song was written by Shen Jun, many people were extremely shocked. Many people even thought that Han Shi was ready to give up struggling. What else would we use to compete? Really, Shen Jun's children's songs? There are a few people on the internet who speculate that Shen Jun is good at writing children's songs, and maybe he can also write pop music. But then he was criticized. If Mr. Shen was good at writing pop music, and with the help of Mr. Shen Yunking and Han Shi's connections, how could he still be unknown after so many years of graduation? It has been 5 years since Shen Jun graduated, but no one has heard of Shen Jun's name. This can only mean that there is something wrong with Shen Jun's level. Anyway, the whole network is pessimistic. No one understood Han Shi's move this time. Most people thought Han Shi was crazy. Break the jar and throw it away. Or they just want to take advantage of the opportunity to hype it up. There was also a lot of discussion in the industry, and many people were even asking around. There were quite a few people who wanted to make fun of Han Shi and Song Hwaying. ME Records. Zhao Wanyi looked at the discussion in the industry group with a cold expression. She was in a very bad mood during this period because Lu Yao, whom she had high hopes for, never made it into the top 3 of the Chinese music hot songs chart. Thinking of this, Zhao Wanyi's expression became even colder, and even a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. After Lu Yao released her album, she competed with Su Qing of TNU Entertainment and invested a lot of resources in it. The next day, Su Qing's title song ranked 4th. Lu Yao's title song ranked 5th. The situation is not bad, and the album has only been released for 2 days, so there is still time to overtake and even reach the top 3 of the hot song list. As long as it makes it into the top 3, it will prove that the album is of good quality and Lu Yao will have the opportunity to become a top star. But unexpectedly, starting from the 3rd day, the company invested more resources, but Lu Yao's hit song not only did not move forward, but was squeezed out of the top 5. A song that came out of nowhere reached the top of the charts at an astonishing speed. Lu Yao, who was originally ranked 5th, was directly pushed to 6th place. And that song was the lullaby that Shen Jun sang for the first time, Flying Insects. It doesn't end here. Zhao Wanyi got angry that day and scolded her employees. She then continued to ask the company to invest resources in an attempt to get back into the top 5, but it never succeeded. It was not until Tianya had an incident and Su Qing was exposed for all kinds of negative news that Su Qing's hit song fell out of the top 5. Only then did Lu Yao, who ranked 6th, enter the top 5. Although Zhao Wanyi was unwilling, she reluctantly accepted it. Top 5 is what it is. At least this ranking is not too bad, and with the incident at Tianya this time, Su Qing may have a hard time getting ahead, and Lu Yao has no competitors anymore. If the company continues to operate, there will still be a chance for Lu Yao to become a top star. As a result, Zhao Wanyi had just finished comforting herself in this way, and before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard her subordinates report that Lu Yao's ranking had fallen out of the top 5 again. Zhao Wanyi took a look and saw that another inexplicable song had entered the top 5. Just squeeze Lu Yao out. This song is called Explosion of Courage. The lyricist and composer is Shen Jun, and the singer is Shen Anan. When Zhao Wanyi saw this message, she felt a buzzing in her head and her face turned blue. If there were no employees present at the time, Zhao Wanyi might have lost control of her emotions and smashed the computer directly. Zhao Wanyi was extremely angry at that time. It's Mr. Shen again. Is Mr. Shen really against her? When TNU and Venton were targeting Shen Jun, why didn't they kill him? Even though so many days have passed, Zhao Wanyi still hasn't recovered from this. She loses control of her emotions whenever she thinks of Shen Jun. Not to mention that Shen Jun's 2 songs are now ranked 1st and 2nd on the charts, completely dominating Emmy. Zhao Wanyi can't sleep well now. I even have some insomnia. Then until today, I saw Shen Jun collaborating with Han Shi, and Song Hwaying's singing competition was suspected to be composed by Shen Jun. Zhao Wanyi is very clear about the professional level of top singer. When top singer invited people from the industry, Emmy was not even qualified to participate. Even if I participate, I'm afraid I'll be eliminated in the first round. So when Zhao Wanyi saw that Song Hwaying's entry song was written by Shen Jun, her first reaction was, is Han Shi crazy? Otherwise, why would I look for Mr. Shen? The second reaction was, it would be good to participate, but it would be best if I failed miserably. It would be better to just ruin Shen Jun's reputation and make him unable to survive in this circle. Seeing some people online saying that Shen Jun was good at writing children's songs and might be okay at writing pop music as well, Zhao Wanyi sneered a few times. If someone said Shen Jun was good at housework, she would not comment, but if someone said Shen Jun was good at writing, she has been married to Shen Jun for so many years, but she has never seen Shen Jun write a song. Those two nursery rhymes were just luck. Do you really think you are very talented? But a waste. A sinister look flashed across Zhao Wanyi's eyes. I hope he will be disgraced this time and disappear from her sight completely. Although the music scene is bustling, it has not yet spread to the literary world. At this time, in Juzhu Publishing House, Wang Lei arrived at the company early in the morning and started to get busy. In addition to the imminent publication of Harry Potter, he also had a lot of other things on hand. After Shen Jun's incident a few days ago, the open and secret struggles between several other publishing houses in Juzhu have become exposed. In the past few days, several other publishing houses still have not given up, and because the competition has been exposed, they have taken action without caring about their face. Several other publishers, aware of the potential of Harry Potter, have now made up their minds. Since they can't get this book done, then they will completely destroy Juzhu Publishing House before Harry Potter is published. If Juzhu fails, the publication of Harry Potter will be of no use. Moreover, if Juzhu is destroyed, they may also be able to get a share of the copyright of Harry Potter. So several other publishing houses are coming in with great momentum. I swear to kill Juzhu within these 3 months. Juzhu Publishing House's market share has begun to be squeezed out by several other publishing houses in recent days. Even the sales channels and distributors have been lured away by several other publishing houses at high prices. For example, Joyo, an online retailer that has been cooperating with them, has shown a tendency to stop purchasing goods. I heard that several other publishing houses are already in contact with Joyo. Joyo is one of the larger online retailers today. He is also an important bookseller for Juzhu Publishing House. If he is lured away by other publishing houses, it would be like cutting off Juzhu's left and right arms. In addition, physical bookstores are being attracted more. In addition, many authors were also lured over with huge sums of money. If this situation continues to develop, I am afraid that in 3 months, Juzhu may really be suppressed by several other publishing houses, even strangled. The entire Juzhu Publishing House was much busier and quieter than usual, and it looked like a storm was about to come. Now in the publishing house, almost everyone is busy, either competing with other publishing houses to sign authors, or exploring new sales channels. Wang Lei was busy all morning and didn't take a break until noon. As the editor-in-chief of publishing, Wang Lei now has a heavy task. Many of Juzhu's authors have been poached by other publishing houses for large sums of money, now in urgent need of authors. Without authors, there is no content, and without content, there is nothing to publish. By that time, Juzhu would have been withstanding the storms outside, but its interior would have been hollowed out, and it would still be doomed in the end. Literary world. Content always comes first, but it's not that easy to find good authors. Literature is something that requires too much talent, and ordinary people simply can't do it. Sometimes it takes their editorial department 1 or 2 months to sign a good author. However, it is difficult to sign a few mature commercial authors who are talented, spiritual, and stable in their writing skills in a year. This is because they rely on online platforms. Some publishing houses or magazines, which rely on traditional submissions, are almost going bankrupt. So now Wang Lei is very troubled. Rubbing his sore temples, Wang Lei let out a long sigh. There were still about 10 minutes before lunchtime. Wang Lei thought for a moment and picked up his phone to look at it. He felt dizzy just looking at the computer. There were many people looking for him on the phone, and Wang Lei replied to them one by one. Halfway through his reply, he saw a message from Shen Jun. The message was very simple, with no text, only a file. The file name reads, Grave Robbers Chronicles. When Wang Lei saw the folder sent by Shen Jun, he was stunned for a moment, and it took him a few seconds to react. Is this the new book that Shen Jun mentioned? After Shen Jun told him about the new book, he got busy and forgot about it. The main reason was that he didn't expect that Shen Jun really had a new book and could finish it so quickly. Now that it's been sent, he has to take a look. Juzhu is in turmoil right now, and the author Shen Jun cannot afford to make any mistakes. If the work is okay, he will discuss it with the magazine department and let him publish it. If it was really bad and was an impulsive act, he would have to think about how to tactfully reject Shen Jun. What a headache! After thinking for a while, Wang Lei casually clicked on the file sent to him by Shen Jun. The first line of the article is a subheading, Blood Corpse. When he saw these 2 words, Wang Lei frowned. Then he quickly glanced down and saw some words such as tomb robber, Luoyang shovel, underground etc. appearing in the text. Wang Lei was stunned, exited the file, and looked at the file name again. Then Wang Lei murmured with a look of surprise, "Grave Robbers Chronicles. Writing about grave robbers? Is this a supernatural novel?" Wang Lei looked extremely surprised. He had thought that the new book Shen Jun gave him should be a Western magic story similar to Harry Potter. After all, Mr. Shen showed a strong Western worldview and knowledge reserves in Harry Potter, so writing Western novels should be easier for him. Unexpectedly, the new book that Shen Jun sent him was actually a Chinese story, and it was a supernatural novel. Thinking of this, Wang Lei frowned even more, looking a little disappointed. The last bit of curiosity in his eyes disappeared. Because supernatural novels in China are very unpopular now, even several times less popular than science fiction novels, which are already considered unpopular. As far as Wang Lei knows, science fiction novels at least have the Science Fiction World magazine struggling to support them, even though it's closing down. However, there is no specialized publishing house in the country that specializes in supernatural novels. It is easy to cause trouble if you are not careful, and the key is that not many people read them. Supernatural stories can only be read as filler at the end of a magazine page or in the cracks. Fill out the page. There's no point. That's why Wang Lei was so disappointed. Sighing, Wang Lei started thinking about how to politely refuse Shen Jun, but he did not leave directly. Instead, he continued to look around. He needs to confirm whether it is a supernatural novel, otherwise it will be embarrassing if there is a twist. However, after Wang Lei continued to look for a few more seconds, his eyes gradually became more focused, especially after he heard the cluck, cluck, cluck sound of toads coming from the tunnel below. Wang Lei's eyes narrowed and his whole body tensed up. Then he saw Sanner pulling the rope, but it didn't pull the person inside up. Instead, it seemed like something was wrestling with him. What else could be inside the tomb? Could anything happen to his father, second brother, and great-grandfather? A series of thoughts flashed through Wang Lei's mind quickly. Wang Lei's eyes were completely immersed in the story without him realizing it, and he sat up straighter. When Wang Lei saw Sang Yazi confronting the blood-red thing, his whole body was covered with goosebumps. Especially at the end of the first chapter, when Sang Yazi saw a huge, lifeless monster face looking at him, Wang Lei felt a chill all over his body. What the hell is this? Wang Lei's heart skipped a beat, but he was more curious and couldn't wait to look down. The perspective of the second chapter goes back to 50 years later. The slightly lighter plot makes Wang Lei feel relieved, but the hook of the first chapter makes Wang Lei feel itchy. It attracted Wang Lei to continue reading page by page. Especially the tomb-going plot that came soon afterwards, as well as the various weird and magical tomb mechanisms and creatures, made Wang Lei unable to take his eyes off. As strange events in the tomb were triggered one after another and as the article turned page by page, Wang Lei was completely immersed in the story. Follow the protagonist and travel through the strange and mysterious world of tombs. I didn't even notice it when I got off work at noon. When my colleagues had finished their lunch, I returned to the office and found that Wang Lei didn't go to eat. Holding the phone, not knowing what he is looking at. His expression was solemn, his brows were furrowed, and even his breathing was much slower, as if the cell phone in his hand was some kind of scary thing. Wang Lei's appearance attracted the attention of several colleagues. "What are you looking at, Brother Wang?" "I don't know. Why do I feel like he looks a little unhappy?" "A little bit." Several colleagues discussed in a low voice but had no clue, so one of them came into the office and wanted to call Wang Lei. Wang Lei was so engrossed in watching that he didn't even hear the approaching footsteps. He was just seeing a small green hand resting on the protagonist's shoulder during the plot. He was so engrossed in reading the book, and the weird and scary atmosphere created by the whole book was just perfect. The situation was so deep that when Wang Lei saw this, he felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his brain. I felt a little panicked. However, just as Wang Lei was about to continue looking down, he suddenly felt his shoulders sink. Wang Lei's scalp instantly went numb. His pupils shrank suddenly, and Wang Lei turned his head like the protagonist in the book, and then he saw a hand on his shoulder. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? With a shuddering scream, Wang Lei took off on the spot. He was in his 40s, but he jumped straight up from his office chair. Wang Lei's action startled the colleague who came in, and the hand on Wang Lei's shoulder trembled. What the hell? Two screams, one long and one short, pierced the entire Juzhu publishing house. Many colleagues who had just returned from lunch were all frightened and ran to Wang Lei's office. At this time, Wang Lei was leaning in a corner with his hands on his chest. Another colleague who came and stood in the opposite corner, holding his chest. The crowds of people outside the office all looked inside, wanting to see what was going on. Wang Lei's face turned pale with fear. He went through panic and confusion, and then, he realized what was going on. The colleague in the opposite corner said with lingering fear, "Brother Wang, what are you doing? You scared me." Wang Lei was speechless. How come you came in without making any noise? You almost scared me to death." The frightened colleague cried out for justice. "I came in and knocked on the door, but you were so engrossed in watching that you didn't hear me at all." "Brother Wang, what are you looking at? People outside the office were also watching curiously. Wang Lei had come to his senses at this time, but he was not embarrassed at all, because his mind was completely focused on Grave Robbers Chronicles. Thinking of the plot he had just seen, Wang Lei's expression suddenly became excited. He was about to take back what he'd said before, an impulsive work? No! This was a classic that was no less than Harry Potter. Even compared to Harry Potter, Wang Lei prefers Grave Robbers Chronicles, which is set against the backdrop of Chinese culture, and the story is really scary. As for the fact that supernatural stories have no market, after reading this story, Wang Lei can only say that some things are meant to be broken. Judging from his many years of experience in the industry, Grave Robbers Chronicles will definitely be another hit. He hasn't been so absorbed in watching a movie in many years. This story is amazing. This must be published. Juzhu magazine will take off with the help of this story. Thinking of this, Wang Lei said to the people outside, "I have something else to do," and then ran out of the office excitedly. Run towards the magazine department floor. The people watching outside the office looked at Wang Lei's excited expression and movements, with a look of anxiety and curiosity on their faces. They were all wetted by Wang Lei. What on earth did Brother Wang see? It was lunchtime at this time. Juzhu Publishing House had a 1.5-hour break at noon, so other departments had already finished their lunch and were ready to rest. Lu Changbo is the editor-in-chief of Juzhu magazine. Juzhu Publishing House is now under joint siege by several other publishing houses, and the situation of its magazine department is not good either. Moreover, Juzhu magazine is a bi-monthly magazine, with one issue published every half a month. Although the issue of the first half of the month is about to be published, many authors have been poached. This made Lu Changbo very angry. In recent days, he has been busy soliciting manuscripts and even teaching authors how to revise their manuscripts. Working overtime until midnight has become the norm. In just a few days, I became tired and lost weight. Lu Changbo came back from lunch and felt a little exhausted. He was just about to take a nap and get up in the afternoon to continue working. Unexpectedly, just as I lay down on the table, I heard a cry from outside. Editor-in-Chief Lu. Lu Changbo shuddered, and was frightened out of his wits. The other employees also stood up impatiently, and then they saw Wang Lei from the publishing house rushing into Lu Changbo's office in a hurry. Lu Changbo and Wang Lei were old acquaintances, both of them were early founders of Juzhu. Seeing Wang Lei so anxious, Lu Changbo thought something had happened and immediately asked with some concern, "What's wrong, Lao Wang?" Wang Lei didn't have time to print it, so he directly forwarded the document sent by Shen Jun to Lu Changbo, and then said excitedly, "I saw a particularly good manuscript, take a look." After hearing what Wang Lei said, Lu Changbo was no longer sleepy. He just needed a manuscript. If he really had a good manuscript, who would still want to sleep? I immediately clicked on the document sent by Wang Lei. However, when seeing the name and opening content of the document, Lu Changbo and Wang Lei both frowned. "Old Wang, is this a ghost story?" Wang Lei understood Lu Changbo's concerns and calmly waved his hand. "Look down, this story is different." Lu Changbo still had more faith in Wang Lei. He pursed his lips and continued reading, and then the office gradually became quiet. After a while, Lu Changbo suddenly looked up, looking a little anxious. "What's next? Why is there nothing behind it?" Wang Lei burst out laughing when he saw Lu Changbo's expression. If he hadn't been frightened, he would probably have been like Lu Changbo. "This story is so well written. The plot is full of twists and turns and suspense, and the tomb-robbing process described in it is mysterious and real, making people feel as if they are witnessing it with their own eyes. After reading it, I was so eager to continue reading." He was sitting there for a while, thinking in his mind, are there really such people in this world? I'm wondering what the next plot will be. Wang Lei also wanted to know the rest of the story, but Shen Jun only sent him this much, so he could only smile bitterly and say, "The author hasn't finished writing yet. He wrote 20,000 words first and asked you to review it and see if it's okay." As soon as Wang Lei finished speaking, Lu Changbo waved his hand and said, "Sure, why not? This is amazing. Hurry up and sign the contract with him. If everything goes well, this issue can be released." Lu Changbo became excited as he spoke. "Our magazine is in need of works right now, Lao Wang, you're a real lifesaver. With this work, I want to see how the other publishing houses will attack us and see who will come out on top this time." Although Lu Changbo said there was no problem, to be on the safe side, the two still asked other editors to cross-check it. The final conclusions are all very good and of high quality. If it is released, it has the potential to be a huge hit. This news is very timely and important for Juzhu. Juzhu is now surrounded by enemies and its market share is constantly being taken away. The outside world is watching Juzhu's reaction. If a hit story could be released at this time, it would be like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. For this reason, this matter even alarmed the leadership of Juzhu. The leaders all read Shen Jun's Grave Robbers Chronicles and were all amazed. Many people say that Mr. Shen is very talented in writing. He is good at writing about Western magic and is also good at Chinese folk customs. The importance of Shen Jun in Juzhu has skyrocketed. Even the president has instructed Wang Lei to contact and win over Shen Jun. Juzhu will satisfy any request that is not excessive. The signing of Grave Robbers Chronicles was also directly upgraded to the highest level in the industry. When Shen Jun received the news that Wang Lei had signed the contract, he was not surprised. After all, this was the Lost Tomb, and any editor with a bit of vision would not miss it. Mr. Shen had no special requirements for the signed royalties. There is only one thing: the copyright is not transferred. Mr. Shen is very clear about the future earning power of Grave Robbers Chronicles. Whether it is published as a book or filmed as a movie or TV show, it will be a big hit. Especially the film and television copyright, Shen Jun must hold it tightly in his hands. This is a goldmine second only to Harry Potter. By then, Shen Jun will have Harry Potter in his right hand and Grave Robbers Chronicles in his left hand, and he can live a comfortable life even if he does nothing for the rest of his life. It's enough to keep as an Anne's dowry. Juzhu is naturally somewhat unwilling to do this, and they can naturally see the future earning power of this copyright IP. Under normal circumstances, you definitely don't want to miss it, but the current situation is abnormal. Juzhu is already surrounded by enemies, and if it falls out with Mr. Shen again, it will be a loss for Juzhu. So in response to Shen Jun's request, Juzhu had no choice but to agree. I just signed an agreement with Mr. Shen. If Mr. Shen wants to publish a book in the future, Juzhu Publishing House will be given priority. Shen Jun naturally had no objection. The two parties quickly signed an electronic contract, and then Juzhu began to get busy with the magazine publishing. This issue of the magazine will be released on July 16th. Not many days left. The next day, July 10th, was Shen Ainen's second day of transition from kindergarten to primary school. After a day of adaptation, Shen Ainen, the little devil, finally got used to the pace of school, and he didn't drop any more gold beans when he went to school the next day. Before Shen Jun left, he said with some worry, "Don't run around after school this afternoon. Wait at school. Aunt Qin Man will come to pick you up and take you to Grandma Shen's house. Tonight is the time when the 5th episode of The Peak Singer will be broadcast." Although Song Huaying has mastered this song completely, he is still unsure. For the afternoon rehearsal, Shen Jun will go to Dragon TV with her. Originally, Shen Jun was considering whether to ask for leave for an and taken into the TV station. But Qin Man, who learned the news, said that Mr. Shen missed an and she could help pick an up and take him to Mr. Shen's house in the afternoon. Shen Jun thought about it and realized that if he went to the TV station, the backstage would be so chaotic and he might not be able to take good care of an. It would not be a good idea to ask for leave right after school started. In the end, I can only ask Qin Man for help. Shen Ainen has become completely familiar with Qin Man in the past few days, and she likes playing with Qin Man very much. Qin Man's office is very large and has a lot of fun things. For Shen Ainen, it was like a huge treasure waiting for her to dig. So when Shen Ainen heard what Shen Jun said, her eyes lit up. "I know, Daddy." After saying that, he skipped into the kindergarten with his little legs, no longer looking like the tearful kid from yesterday. Shen Jun behind him sighed. Yesterday he was still wondering if Anan was a little spoiled, but it was not like that today, and it made him feel very disappointed. This person, that's just, Top Singer officially starts at 7 p.m. In order to prove the professionalism of the competition, the program will be broadcast live throughout, without any audio editing or lip syncing. To be honest, it really tests the singer's level. Half of the singers in the music industry will show their timidity when they come on stage, and even the top singers cannot guarantee a stable performance. Therefore, in order to ensure the quality of the competition, the program will start rehearsals in the afternoon, so that every singer can be familiar with the stage feeling. There are 7 permanent guests and 2 guest stars, and each guest has half an hour of rehearsal time. In order to ensure fairness, the 9 guests rehearsed at staggered times so that they could not see the other guests' stage performances and singing. When Shen Jun and Song Huaying arrived, the previous singer had just finished rehearsing and they left by each other. There wasn't much communication. Only the silent smoke of gunpowder began to spread. After a little preparation, Song Huaying went on stage to start rehearsing. The stage effects had been communicated in advance, and now the main thing was to move around and get the feeling. The overall rehearsal effect was pretty good. Song Huaying's singing and the stage effects suggested by Shen Jun complemented each other very well. However, Shen Jun noticed a problem. Song Huaying also noticed it. After rehearsing twice, Song Huaying looked a little serious and even worried and said to Shen Jun, "Teacher Shen, I can't quite get into the relationship." For a top-tier singer like Song Huaying, such low-level mistakes should not occur. Especially sad songs are her best style. But at this moment, Song Huaying really encountered this problem. She could not get into her emotions and could not mobilize her emotions. To put it simply, it's all technique, no emotion. For ordinary people, there is not much difference, but for professionals, it is very obvious. Shen Jun also frowned. He didn't expect Song Huaying to be in this situation. Considering Song Huaying's worries and anxieties in the past few days, Shen Jun felt that this was probably because Song Huaying had suffered several consecutive defeats before, which caused her to have a certain panic and fear of this stage. This prevented her from getting into her emotions easily. The problem was found. But how to solve it? During the following rehearsal time, Shen Jun and his agent tried to comfort Song Huaying, and Song Huaying himself was constantly making psychological adjustments. However, the effect is not significant. Soon the 30-minute rehearsal time is over. The next singer was about to come, and the staff had already started to remind Song Huaying to leave first. Song Huaying's face was full of anxiety, and he looked obviously flustered. If we continue to play in our current state, we will definitely lose tonight. Shen Jun's brain started to work frantically. It was probably unrealistic to ask Song Huaying to adjust himself now. Song Huaying would only become more and more panicked. He had to resort to other methods. After thinking quickly for a few minutes, Shen Jun suddenly said, "Can I borrow the TV station's recording studio? I need to adjust the accompaniment." At 6:30 in the evening, many people had hurriedly turned on their mobile phones or computers, waiting for the latest episode of The Peak Singer to start. After 4 episodes of accumulation and popularity, Top Singer has become the most popular and out-of-the-box variety show in China this year. No doubt about it. The number of viewers on the platform and the discussion topics on short video platforms have all broken the highest records in recent years. Countless people are looking forward to it. The show officially starts at 7 p.m. While waiting, many people are discussing the show topics. I heard that one of the challenge singers this time is Chi Nan. Super A-list singer Chi Nan? The singer actually managed to hire him? That's amazing. Everyone was shocked, and someone added, "That's not even the best part. I heard the other singer who challenged us is from the national team." National team? Holy crap, is this true? The national team is out? No way, the national team's departure is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. How can we compare? Everyone was shocked and questioned it, but someone analyzed and said, "Almost all the top singers who have the talent and schedule to come have come. Besides, the resident singers are so awesome now, I'm afraid we'll just have to look for the national team in the future, right? If ordinary singers came, they would probably be crushed by the permanent singers. Only the national team can compete with them." That's right. I heard that even top singers don't dare to come. Speaking of this, many netizens became excited. If it really is the national team, it will be exciting. This episode is like a battle between the masters. I wonder who will take first place. The more intense the competition among singers, the more exciting the show. Do they like to watch the noobs fighting each other? They just like to watch the masters fighting. I can't guess who will take first place, but I know who will be eliminated. Someone joked. The people downstairs responded, "Okay, I know it even if you don't tell me. Are you talking about Song Huaying? Why are they saying she's going to be eliminated lately?" Song Huaying is definitely going to be eliminated. Although her singing skills are okay, her style is really not suitable for the singer's stage. I really don't know how their company chose the program for her. And now they've even hired a children's song musician, just for fun. The first one to be eliminated will definitely be Song Huaying. This topic resonated with many people, and even Song Huaying's fans commented, "I've always supported Sister Ying, but this time, I just hope she doesn't lose too badly." Hey, I don't know what Hanshi company is thinking. Can't they afford it? Ever since the song information was announced, it has been almost universally acknowledged on the internet that Song Huaying will be eliminated, and no one is optimistic about Song Huaying. Not only ordinary netizens, but even some people in the industry are not optimistic about Song Huaying. Many music bloggers predicted that among the 2 singers eliminated this time, Song Huaying must be among them. In their words, it is a foregone conclusion. At this time, behind the scenes of the Top Singer program, the 7 regular guests have all gathered in place, and the other 2 guest stars are on the other side of the stage. Song Huaying was standing backstage in a silver fishtail dress, whispering to her agent. The 2 were talking about it in the afternoon. After the rehearsal, Shen Jun directly borrowed the TV station's recording studio to modify the accompaniment. Making adjustments at the last minute is a big taboo on stage. Song Huaying and his agent were a little worried at first, but they didn't expect that the accompaniment after Shen Jun's adjustments would be unexpectedly good. The feeling that Song Huaying had been unable to find was found in an instant. This made Song Huaying and the agent feel relieved, and at the same time, they were even more shocked and impressed by Shen Jun. Teacher Xiao Shen is quite something. In all my years in the industry, I've never seen anyone as talented as him. The agent looked admiring. Song Huaying and his agent were both in their 40s, and they kept calling him Teacher Shen, which made Shen Jun a little uncomfortable. Shen Jun asked them to call him by his name, but they were unwilling to do so. In the end, the 2 sides reached an agreement and the title of Teacher Xiao Shen was created. Song Huaying also said with deep emotion, "Teacher Xiao Shen is really amazing. Not only can he compose, he can also sing. He sings better than most singers in the industry. Sometimes I have the illusion that Teacher Shen was born to be on stage." While the two were chatting in low voices, the eyes of the other people in the backstage would occasionally glance at Song Huaying, with expressions of either curiosity or teasing. Soon the time came and the host started the show, and there was cheering from the front desk. The atmosphere is very warm. Song Huaying looked a little nervous, took a deep breath, and then followed the host's words. "Please invite the contestants to the waiting area." The agent waved his fist at Song Huaying. "Come on." Song Huaying nodded and followed the other guests into the waiting area. However, just as Song Huaying was about to enter the waiting area, a bright red figure squeezed in front of Song Huaying. "Sister, please line up behind me." A voice that was somewhat gentle and somewhat arrogant was heard. Seeing the rosy figure in front of him, Song Huaying's face immediately darkened. Zhao Lexi, the #1 female star of Preface Records. She is younger than Song Huaying, close to 40, dressed up gorgeously and with gorgeous makeup. She looks like she is around 30. Like Hanshi Music, Preface Records is one of the top companies in the industry. As both companies are in the same industry and are first-tier companies, there are naturally many conflicts and frictions between them. Song Huaying and Zhao Liqian are typical examples. Zhao Liqian debuted a few years later than Song Huaying, and when Zhao Liqian first debuted, sad songs were popular, so the songs released by Zhao Liqian were mainly sad songs. This is nothing, but when I was buying recommendations for the preface, I always intentionally or unintentionally wanted to compare him with Song Huaying. To put it simply, it is to take advantage of Song Huaying's popularity. At that time, Song Huaying was about to be promoted to the status of a first-line singer, while Zhao Liqian was just a newcomer. Han Shi and Song Huaying were naturally very annoyed by Zhao Liqian, who was such a shameless person. Song Huaying is a northern girl with a straightforward personality. Once during a media interview, she was asked this question by a reporter. Song Huaying directly replied, "Some cats and dogs." Zhao Liqian naturally couldn't stand being described as a nobody, and Zhao Liqian's personality was not a good one. She immediately cried out for injustice online and instigated fans and netizens to attack Song Huaying. It's just that Song Huaying had a very large fan base at the time, which was not comparable to Zhao Liqian's. In addition, both companies withdrew at the time, and the matter came to nothing. But the contradictions accumulated, and later there were occasional frictions between the two. The most intense incident happened when Zhao Lexi released a new album, and Song Huaying followed suit and released his album the next day. Openly suppressed Zhao Lexi. Zhao Lexi was pressed down tightly. However, Zhao Liqian's professional ability is still good, and she is a green tea character who is good at playing the victim and attracting fans. In addition, the preface strongly promotes Zhao Liqian, so Zhao Liqian was not crushed to death by Song Huaying. However, over the years, Zhao Lexi has been defeated miserably in most of the competition and friction between the two. This situation continued until the two of them participated in Top Singer together, especially in the last episode. Song Huaying was second to last, and Zhao Liqian ranked fourth. Zhao Lexi, who had been suppressed for countless years, was completely proud of herself, especially now that she knew that Song Huaying was likely to be eliminated, which made Zhao Lexi feel very happy. After being suppressed for so many years, everyone said that she only knew how to play the victim, but this time she wanted to let others see who is inferior to whom. Zhao Lexi has always been quite pretentious, otherwise she wouldn't have tried to ride on Song Huaying's popularity when she debuted. Now that she has become successful, she has naturally become even more pretentious. So when he went on stage, he directly took Song Huaying's seat and entered the waiting area first. Entering the venue in order is very common for normal people, but it is very particular for celebrities. Generally speaking, the earlier you enter the market, the bigger your status will be. All the minions have to go to the back row. So Zhao Lexi's move is actually to tell the public clearly that she is now more powerful than Song Huaying. Song Huaying naturally knew what Zhao Lexi was thinking. During this period, Zhao Lexi had jumped in front of her several times, with a smug look on her face. In the blink of an eye, before Song Huaying could even react, Zhao Lexi had already walked into the waiting area holding her skirt. The staff backstage pretended not to see anything. The other guests all looked like they were enjoying the show. This is the reality of the entertainment industry. Song Huaying took a deep breath. She could only endure this loss by herself and continued to enter. Song Huaying put a smile on her face again and stepped into the waiting area. The waiting area couldn't see what was happening on the stage, but they could vaguely hear the excitement and noise outside, which made all the singers in the waiting area look serious. Song Huaying entered the venue, greeted the camera first, and then chose a seat. Zhao Liqian had already taken her seat in advance. When she saw Song Huaying coming over, she raised her eyebrows at Song Huaying with a smile. Song Huaying glanced at Zhao Liqian coldly. "I chose a seat at the very edge and sat down." Subsequent singers entered the stage one after another. The host in the waiting area made some introductions, and then the special guest opened the show with a performance that excited the whole audience. The performance ended and the audience was excited. The atmosphere of the entire stage has been lifted, and then the host on the stage shouted passionately, "Let's welcome the first singer." The lights on the stage dimmed instantly, and the choreography that had been prepared in advance was quickly set up. Of course, these preparations cannot be seen on TV. At this time, the TV will broadcast videos of singers rehearsing and preparing before the competition. That is, the behind-the-scenes video. The program crew arranged people to follow and film one day in advance, including Song Hwaying. Some videos of singers preparing or practicing were filmed and made into simple behind-the-scenes footage, allowing people to see more clearly and realistically what the stars are doing behind the scenes. It is more realistic and makes people feel more involved. Many audiences even feel nervous along with the singer's nervousness or worry. The highlights were quickly played, the singers on the stage were ready, and the bright lights lit up one by one, making the entire stage look magnificent. Then the singing slowly began. The first singer is also a top-tier singer and a veteran singer. He is much older than Song Hwaying and can be considered a senior among this group of singers. He is very strong and has remained in the top 3 in all 4 episodes. When the song ended, there was a burst of applause. The stage was filled with applause and cheers, which lasted for a long time. Several singers in the waiting area were also chatting under the host's guidance, and they were all praising, "Brother Lee is very strong. Your singing skills are still so amazing. Don't breathe at all, I can't do it. Especially the relaxing feeling that Brother Lee gives me. Most people can't compare to that. This issue is stable again." The host on stage guided the voting, locked the votes, and then promptly invited the next singer to enter. Many people say that what is good about the singer's stage is that it is straightforward and neat. There is no excessive awkward chat between the host or guests. After simply controlling the situation, they move on to the next one. There is no need to force the audience to watch the host's awkward chat, and the climaxes come one after another, directly raising people's emotions to the highest level. It looks so cool. The next singer is Zhao Lexi. She is wearing a red dress, revealing her white calves and a large area of skin on her chest. She looks very sexy. In addition, Zhao Liqian likes to combine some dance moves with her singing, which makes her look more sexy when dancing, and Zhao Liqian's current style is also charming. Nowadays, many marketing accounts call Zhao Liqian the charming diva. Zhao Liqian has good singing skills. Plus, he has very strong stage performance. At the same time, it can also feast the eyes of the audience, so it is deeply loved by male audiences. When the song ended, the male audience members in the audience were all excited, their hands clapping until they were red, and some even shouted at the top of their lungs, "Sissy, I love you." The director even deliberately cut the camera to these male audiences, and the other audiences watching started laughing. At this time, the video barrage on the platform was also full of crazy comments. Some of them were shouting "lick the screen," and some were shouting the same thing, "Sissy, I love you." Zhao Lexi, who was leaving the stage, seemed to hear the shouts from the stage. She turned around and blew a kiss towards the stage with a beautiful smile. It triggered another round of carnival. After Zhao Lexi left the stage, the singers in the waiting area smiled and praised her. "Sissy is beautiful and sings beautifully. She sings so well. Zixie's appeal is so strong, it's simply incomparable. I think Zixie has this game secured again." After Zhao Lexi participated in Peak Singer, her momentum of rising rapidly and her popularity is very high. No singer wants to have a bad relationship with Zhao Lexi. Zhao Lexi also greeted everyone with a smile on her face, said a few words modestly, and then sat back in her seat. As she sat down, she raised her eyebrows proudly at Song Hwaying. Song Hwaying snorted coldly in his heart. "Just ignore it and move on. Let her jump now, she will see how long Zhao Lexi can jump." The singers on the stage finished their performances one after another, and Song Hwaying drew lots and was ranked last, which was 7th. This location is neither good nor bad. Normally, 7th place is good near the end of the season, but the 6th place in this draw was the 1st place in the previous show. Top-tier singer, Tan Si. Tan Si is very talented and is a frequent winner of Golden Melody Awards. Many people say that the title of King of Singers this time belongs to Tan Si. Favorite to win. You can imagine the pressure of standing behind such a singer. After listening to Tan Si's singing, the audience will be more picky and critical when listening to the following singings, so the singers ranked after Tan Si do not get high scores in each episode. This is also why many people say that Song Hwaying will be eliminated in this episode. What bad luck. Soon, Tans took the stage and began. Tan Si's singing skills are very strong, especially his high-pitched singing skills are so stunning that the stage is completely boiling with Tan Si's singing. The singers in the waiting area all had serious expressions. Song Hwaying took a deep breath. If it were the previous few rounds, she would have been a little panicked because she was bound to lose. But now, there was no panic in her nervous heart, but she became more and more calm, because she is not without the ability to fight. She also has a chance to win. Amidst her increasingly tense nerves, Song Hwaying heard the roar of applause from the audience at the end of Tan Si's speech, and heard the host on stage calling her name, Song Hwaying. Song Hwaying stood up and appeared on the stage. Similarly, before Song Hwaying sang, the staff set up the stage and the TV inserted the behind-the-scenes footage of Song Hwaying before the start of the competition yesterday. The behind-the-scenes footage is very simple. It is the scene of Song Hwaying practicing singing in the recording studio, over and over again and again, either frowning or concentrating, either depressed or happy. The sky in the behind-the-scenes footage changed from white to dark, and even the lights outside the window were turned off at the end, but Song Hwaying was still practicing singing in the recording studio. When Song Hwaying debuted, he was known for his seriousness. Seeing Song Hwaying, who was already in his 40s, practicing singing so hard, many audience members were shocked, and at the same time felt a little sorry. Song Hwaying is one of the most serious singers I have ever met. After more than 20 years of debut, I can't think of anyone other than Sister Hwaying who has been so dedicated. You're trying too hard. It's all Hanshi's fault. Sister Hwaying was clearly not suitable for the competition, but they insisted on letting her participate. I suddenly hope Song Hwaying won't be eliminated. This result is a shame for her efforts. The audience watching the show were discussing in the barrage. Most of them were saying that Song Hwaying was serious and they didn't want Song Hwaying to be eliminated. There are also a few who say that Song Hwaying is artificial. At this time, in the waiting area of the show, you can see the scenes of the front stage and the inserted highlights. The singers present naturally watched Song Hwaying's behind-the-scenes video and were all impressed. Sister Hwaying works so hard. Hwaying is simply a model worker in our music world. However, amidst the sounds of everyone's exclamations and praises, a very discordant voice suddenly sounded. Can you win by working hard? What a show! The person who spoke was Zhao Liqian, who was wearing a red dress. Seeing that everyone present admired and sympathized with Song Hwaying, Zhao Liqian suddenly became restless. She will not give Song Hwaying any chance to turn things around. Moreover, she thought that Song Hwaying was just putting on a show. After all, the outcome was almost decided, and no matter how hard Song Hwaying tried, there was still a high probability that he would be eliminated. If that's the case, why is she going through all this trouble? Isn't it just a show for the audience to win their sympathy? She was too familiar with this routine, so when she saw this scene, Zhao Lexi directly made a sarcastic remark. After hearing what Zhao Lexi said, the other singers in the waiting area looked at each other and fell silent. Everyone in the industry was aware of the conflict between Zhao Lexi and Song Hwaying. This is a matter between the two of them, and no one else wants to get involved. And now Song Hwaying may be eliminated, and Zhao Liqian is likely to take advantage of this singing competition to reach a higher level. No one wanted to offend the popular Zhao Lexi for Song Hwaying, so the waiting area fell silent. At this time, in another separate waiting area, the two new singers were chatting with the interactive host and were also discussing Song Hwaying. Chi Nan is about the same age as Song Hwaying, but he became famous earlier. He has been in the industry for more than 20 years and has won almost all the major awards in domestic and Asian competitions. Very strong. His status in the music world is also very high. When many singers call Chi Nan, they always add the title of Big Brother to his name, which is enough to show Chi Nan's status in the music world. Chi Nan has a high status, and he speaks directly, so he often makes shocking remarks. To put it simply, Chi Nan has no scruples about what others dare not say on the show, and says whatever he thinks. For example, now, Chi Nan looked at Song Hwaying's behind-the-scenes footage and said, "When it comes to professionalism, no one in the music industry can compare to Hwaying. But unfortunately, I heard that her company found her a composer who writes children's songs. Is this a joke?" After Chi Nan finished speaking, the interactive hosts in the room didn't dare to respond. The interactive hosts were all the rising stars that Dragon TV was preparing to promote, and they didn't have the status of Chi Nan. If you say some things, you will be scolded to death. After Chi Nan finished speaking, he didn't get a response from the interactive host, so he looked up at the figure sitting opposite him, Lin Ruo-dan, a singer whose status in the music industry is no less than Chi Nan. He may not be as famous as Chi Nan, but no one can question his professional level, because Lin Ruo-dan's professional level is at the national team level. The national team's dimensionality reduction attack that was widely discussed online before was referring to Lin Ruo-dan. Looking across the country, there are very few people who can surpass Lin Ruo-dan's professional level. Very, very strong. This time, the peak singer was able to invite Lin Ruo-dan, which was definitely a huge investment. Noticing Chi Nan's gaze at this moment, Lin Ruo-dan, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyebrows slightly, shook his head slightly and said, "The person that Mr. Shen likes is not simple." Lin Ruo-dan's words were incoherent, leaving Chi Nan a little confused. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "What's the meaning?" the interactive host on the side quickly added. The music for teacher Song Hwaiying's songs is said to be composed by Shen Yunking, a student of Mr. Shen. Chi Nan was also surprised when he heard this. Mr. Shen? Although he also reads the news online, he obviously does not read as much as the young people. He has heard that the composer was a children's song composer, but he did not know that this person was a student of Mr. Shen. The interactive host nodded. Yes, something happened before. Mr. Shen said it publicly. A look of curiosity suddenly appeared on Chi Nan's face. That's interesting. As he said this, he looked intently at the stage screen. Chi Man was also concentrating on watching the stage at this time. Chi Man took it into her grandmother's house in the evening. After the three of them finished their meal, Chi Man turned on the computer. Watched the live broadcast of Peak Singer. As one singer after another finished their performance, Chi Man's expression became more and more solemn. The performances of the first 6 singers were very good, not inferior to the previous episodes. Especially Tan Si's performance was very stable, and the song he chose this time was very exciting, making the whole venue boil. That's great for the show, but it is very disadvantageous for Song Hwaiying, who will appear next. Seeing that Song Hwaiying was about to appear on stage, the audience beside the stage still looked excited, and Chi Man's eyes were full of worry. The atmosphere on the field was very unfavorable to Song Hwaiying. Fleeting Time is a sad song that requires the audience to calm down and listen carefully, but now, and Chi Man pursed her lips. Although the company judges and even his grandmother all gave positive reviews to Shen Jun's songs, this was the first time that Shen Jun's work was performed on stage. Although Chi Man believes in Shen Jun, she is still unsure now. Of course, this is also because Chi Man has seen Song Hwaiying lose 4 rounds in a row. Now, not to mention being unsure about Shen Jun, she has no confidence in Song Hwaiying. As if sensing Chi Man's worry, Shen Yunking, who was playing Go Bang with Anan, looked up and said, "Manman, don't worry. Believe in Mr. Shen." Hearing his father's name, Anan, who was chewing his fingers and studying the chess pieces, also looked up, raised his little face, and said crisply, "Sister Manman, Daddy is very powerful." In the darkness, Song Hwaiying took a deep breath and walked onto the stage holding the microphone. Even through the darkness, Song Hwaiying could clearly see the scrutinizing gazes from under the stage, even those in the waiting area and in front of the video. These gazes were like sharp knives, piercing Song Hwaiying's heart easily, causing her originally calmed mood to be tightened again. But before this wave of emotions could create a bigger wave, the sound of rain suddenly sounded on the dark and silent stage, and the sound of rain became louder and louder. The sound of wind and whistles rang out one after another, plus the real heavy rain. At this moment, all the audience under the stage seemed to be on the streets on a rainy night, and an inexplicable sense of desolation and loneliness surged in their hearts. Not just the audience under the stage. At this moment, thanks to the top sound and light equipment on the Dragon TV stage, all netizens watching the show felt as if they were in a rainy night. Many people even exclaimed in the barrage, "I thought it was raining here. What's going on? This sound is a bit uncomfortable." Before the audience could finish, a clear and melodious female announcer's voice suddenly rang out amidst the sound of the cold rain. According to the Central Meteorological Observatory, starting tomorrow, a new wave of strong cold air will arrive. In a daze, everyone thought the channel was switched. Why did it suddenly switch to the news broadcast? And when everyone was puzzled by the inexplicable sound of rain and the sound of the news broadcast, a low and sad cello sound slowly sounded in the rain. When the cello sounded, everyone felt a pang of heartache. Pain. Such pain. Amidst the deep cello music and the clear and melodious announcement voice, everyone suddenly felt as if a piece of their heart had been dug out. Especially the incessant sound of rain, which seemed to envelope everyone at this moment. The audience and netizens, who were originally a little restless and excited, and still immersed in the singing and carnival of the previous show, all fell silent. The fire in their hearts was extinguished by the sound of rain. Everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their chest, making breathing increasingly difficult. A feeling of suffocation looms in my heart. The comments that popped up accidentally in the video barrage were all shocked. I was shocked by the weird yet very suitable accompaniment, shocked by the inexplicable touch and atmosphere. Although everyone didn't know what this operation was, everyone who saw the stage effect was shocked. This stage and music are a bit unusual. At this time, in the waiting area behind the stage, several singers who were originally chatting also quieted down amid the sound of rain and weather forecast. The expressions that were casual and even contemptuous before have now become extremely solemn. Even Tan Si, who had just returned and sat down, frowned and looked at the stage in the video with a look of surprise, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Zhao Lexi, who was wearing a red dress, changed her expression slightly at this moment. At this time, Chi Nan, the challenger singer in the waiting area, took a deep breath and sat up straight with a look of surprise. This prelude? The prelude to this weather forecast is the masterpiece adjusted by Shen Jun in the afternoon. This was a very popular prelude on the short video platform in the previous life. with over 100 million views. Anyone who has heard this prelude will be emo. If we talk about the ceiling-level song preludes in my past life, Those Years in a Hurry from the weather forecast would definitely be in the top 3. As soon as the prelude sounded, it was full of regrets. Shen Jun had not originally planned to use this online version of the prelude. He initially wanted to respect the original singer, but during the rehearsal in the afternoon, Song Hwaying had difficulty getting into the mood. Helplessly, Shen Jun could only use this killer move. The effect was obvious. Not only did the audience below the stage get into the mood, but Song Hwaying on the stage was also instantly drawn into the emotions of regret and sadness. The turbulent emotions calmed down instantly. Song Hwaying's expression gradually became emotional. Then, while everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere brought by the stage effects, the sound of the cello slowly faded out, and an ethereal and somewhat cold voice slowly rang out. How many times did we say goodbye in those fleeting years before delaying? The ethereal and sad voice seemed to penetrate through layers of rain and into everyone's heart. The sound of rain and the weather forecast were pushed to a climax at this moment, and the suppressed and suffocated emotions in my heart were instantly pulled up by the singing. Many people's breathing suddenly stopped, and some even shuddered. On the stage, as the singing began, a beam of cold and dim light slowly lit up on the dark and depressing stage. The light was like a street lamp, illuminating Song Hwaying's figure. The figure is like a dream. The audience opened their eyes wide. Song Hwaying lowered his head slightly, as if lost in unspeakable sorrow and last words, while his ethereal and sad singing continued. It's a pity that no one has ever loved without expressing their feelings. Those fleeting years. At this time, not only the audience on the stage were stunned, but even many singers in the waiting area were also stunned. When the strange prelude sounded, many people were shocked and solemn, but the next moment they heard a light and sad song. Everyone present is a professional, so naturally their ears are very good. The song style is still that of a sad love song, and Song Hwaying's singing style hasn't changed much, but it sounds much better than Song Hwaying's before. This voice, these lyrics, and this accompaniment all make people feel the 4 words just right. If Song Hwaying's style was suitable for singing sad songs before, then now, it can be said that Song Hwaying was born to sing sad songs. This voice seems to be born specifically for sad songs. Sounds good, comfortable, advanced. Many singers in the waiting area looked increasingly shocked, some even unable to conceal their astonishment and cried out softly. Then they started talking in low voices in 2s and 3s. This song is so well written. Did Sister Hwaying change her singing style? It sounds different now. This song is so suitable for Sister Hwaying. I got goosebumps the moment she started singing. Zhao Lexi, who was wearing a red dress, did not whisper to anyone at this time, but looked at the stunning Song Hwaying in the video with red eyes. The hands resting on the chair armrests have turned white from gripping so tightly. Not only the singers and audience in the waiting area were shocked, but countless netizens who had come to their senses were also extremely shocked and were frantically posting comments in the comment section. Stunning opening. Sister, kill me. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Sister Hwaying is simply the queen of sad love songs. It was so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. As soon as the singer opened his voice, I almost couldn't hold it in. I just cried. I just broke up with my boyfriend and was thinking of watching a variety show to distract myself, but Sister Hwaying's voice just broke me down. Oh my god, this song is so tear-jerking. While everyone was shocked and collapsed, Song Hwaying on the stage had already sung the last line of the main song, and the next line, the chorus began. Song Hwaying has completely entered an emotional state at this time. Moreover, the professional accumulation over the past 20 years, the serious attitude since entering the industry, and the unwillingness to accept the failure of several programs in succession all burst out at this moment. Song Hwaying's condition at this moment exploded. Although Song Hwaying trusted Shen Jun very much and liked the song Those Years in a Hurry, he was in the same state as during the afternoon rehearsal. The failures in several consecutive shows have made her feel a little insecure. Moreover, during this period, the program suffered a series of failures. Although she did not show any expression on the surface and was still cheerful, she was sadder than anyone else in her heart, especially seeing one eye-catching statement after another online. Song Hwaying felt as if his heart was being torn apart, with blood gushing out. And when Song Hwaying saw Zhao Lexi, a clown whom he once looked down upon, being so proud in front of him, he felt as if he was being cut by a knife. No one knows the resentment, regret and anger suppressed in her heart. Judging from the current situation, the stage in front of her is her last stage on Top Singer, and now is her only chance to prove herself to everyone. So, she must seize this opportunity. Teacher Xiao Shen has already provided her with a way to seize the opportunity. She cannot let Teacher Xiao Shen down, nor can she let those who hurt her be proud. Don't let yourself be disappointed in yourself. On the stage, Song Hwaying's eyes became more and more determined, and the repressed unwillingness and regret in his heart also vaguely matched the emotions in his singing. Song Hwaying's emotions seemed to be real at this moment. Under the light, Song Huaying slowly raised his head. The last line of the verse had also reached its end. His light and graceful voice dragged on, as if with regret. It's time for time to be tolerant and give us a chance to regret. All the accompanying instruments stopped abruptly at this moment. There was a 1-second blank on the stage, and this 1-second blank made everyone's mind tense, and then a heavy piano sound fell. Bang! The accompaniment sounded again, and Song Huaying's light and regretful singing voice also sounded at the same time. The chorus sounded, and it got higher and higher. If we meet again, we can't have red eyes. Can I still blush? Just like the beautiful rumor that we hurriedly carved that year about being together forever. The chorus is the climax of a song, especially the chorus of Those Years in a Hurry, which has touched countless people. Amid the gradually rising voices and increasingly turbulent emotions, all the audience at this moment seemed to have entered into a period of emotion full of regret and sadness along with Song Huaying singing, "Can't Help Myself." The surging regret and unwillingness engulf people like a wave. It makes people feel chest tightness and even red eyes. The program director then cut the camera to the audience seats below the stage, and saw that many of the audience members had red eyes or covered their mouths with sad expressions. There were even a few girls who broke down and cried. This shockingly sad scene did not trigger crazy discussions among netizens, because the netizens watching the show at that time had no time to care about others. I can't hold it anymore. Li Ying is a senior student at Yandong University. As graduation is approaching, Li Ying is very anxious and uncomfortable this semester. Not only is there heavy academic pressure, but there is also the pressure of internships and work that is just around the corner. And the emotional stress. The day before yesterday, Li Ying broke up with her boyfriend of 4 years. The reason for the breakup was that her boyfriend's family disagreed and her mother was very disgusted with her family. Li Ying was born in a rural area in northeast China. Both her parents are farmers. In addition, she has a younger brother who is in high school. Although Li Ying's family does not have any patriarchal ideas, her boyfriend's mother is disgusted and unwilling to accept it. Li Ying knew all this. During their 3 years together, Li Ying had dealt with her boyfriend's mother several times, and occasionally heard the aunt express her disdain once or twice on her boyfriend's phone. Li Ying originally thought that if she was nicer to her boyfriend or her aunt, and worked harder, she would be able to impress her aunt one day. Moreover, Li Ying and her boyfriend have a very good relationship. Although her boyfriend's mother dislikes her, her boyfriend always stands on her side. Comfort her, help her find a solution, and help her speak well of herself in front of her mother. This made Li Ying feel that impressing her aunt would not be a problem. However, all of this disappeared in my senior year. Because of the excessive pressure from studies and employment, Li Ying became anxious and uneasy. In addition, her boyfriend's mother's words became more and more excessive, and she even constantly belittled Li Ying. This made Li Ying's mood unstable. Her boyfriend is getting busier and busier. His family is forcing him to take the postgraduate entrance examination, so he can only study hard. He has less and less time to take care of Li Ying and enlighten her. So slowly, the quarrel broke out. The two of them have been together for 4 years, but the number of fights they had in those 4 years combined was less than that in their senior year. The frequency of their quarrels increased, and the relationship between them became increasingly shaky, until the day before yesterday when they had their last quarrel. The two broke up. The relationship of 4 years has completely broken down. Perhaps Li Ying had anticipated this outcome, or perhaps it was the strong character of Northerners that kept her going. 2 days after the breakup, Li Ying didn't shed a single tear. She would just daydream occasionally, but then she would get busy again, as if the breakup had no effect on her. Even her friends say that Li Ying is open-minded. Just walk out when you say so. I admire you very much. After hearing this, Li Ying just smiled and then continued to get busy. She was busy graduating, busy finding a job, and busy leaving the city. Tonight, after a busy day, Li Ying lay on her bed in the dormitory and clicked on the show Peak Singer. She needed something to distract herself. The show started, and one top singer after another began to sing. Some were cheerful, some were passionate, and some were professional, which really diverted Li Ying's attention. Until Song Huaying came on stage. Li Ying happened to see discussions about Song Huaying on her mobile phone. She heard that she was going to be eliminated and that she had found a composer for a children's song. I don't know what Song Huaying is thinking. While she was daydreaming, the sound of rain suddenly came from the stage. The sound of rain became louder and louder. Before Li Ying could come to her senses, she was swallowed up by the sound of rain. Li Ying felt unspeakable suffocation and heartache. The emotions that had been suppressed deep in her heart for the past few days began to surge at this moment, as if to swallow Li Ying. Li Ying felt cold all over, as if she was on a neon-lit street. The rain covered the entire street and darkness swallowed her. Then Song Huaying's light singing voice sounded. As soon as the song started, Li Ying felt that she could not help herself and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Sadness comes flooding in. Then she heard Song Huaying's chorus, and the climax filled with sadness and regret instantly engulfed her completely, and the tears in Li Ying's eyes instantly rolled down in strings. How can you forget 4 years of love? Someone said. The song Those Years in a Hurry is like an abyss, making the listeners fall into it step by step, with no hope of redemption. Others say. Faye Wong's singing tells the story from the perspective of an observer, recalling the fleeting emotions of those years. Leo Ku's singing is more like that of an participant. He is the protagonist of the story, and what he sings is his heart-wrenching love that can never go back to the past. So Faye Wong's So Young is regrettable, and the sense of immersion it gives people is not very strong. However, the feeling given by Leo Ku in So Young is one of unwillingness and pain. It makes people feel heartbroken and immersed in it. The sense of immersion is very strong. The version sung by Song Hwaying was Leo Ku's version, and at this moment Song Hwaying had completely entered the state. Both his singing skills and emotions burst out at this moment. It's the incomplete suspense left by the kindness of time. The last word Nian was directly pushed up infinitely by Song Hwaying, and at the same time, Song Hwaying's extremely strong emotion that seemed to be tangible was also pushed up. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel the strong emotions in Song Hwaying's heart, and everyone's heart was tightly grasped at this moment. If we meet again, we can't blush. Is it still possible? Just like that year, such a beautiful rumor. The true and false voices switch instantly, and the rhythm of the music becomes more intense and faster. Tick tick tick. The melody is full. Start laying the groundwork for the climax below. Then Song Hwaying changed from falsetto to real voice, and the strong emotions burst out completely with her own voice. If the past is still worth cherishing, change key, push forward, enhanced again. Who would be willing to just raise the falsetto? The sense of rhythm is enhanced again. If we can't meet again with red eyes, emotions erupt again. The real voice pushes again, the emotions reach their peak, and the climax comes instantly. If the past is still worth cherishing, don't let go too quickly. Who is willing to be free from all ties and attachments to each other? Amid the strong rhythm, the surging emotions in Song Hwaying's voice gushed out, like a wave that directly engulfed everyone's minds. Everyone felt a strong sense of suffocation in an instant. Some people even subconsciously opened their mouths and eyes wide, and were stunned for a moment. The climax of the explosion made the entire stage fall into an unspeakable silence in an instant, with only the gradually descending background music still slowly playing on the stage, and Song Hwaying's singing voice that was like a memory and a sigh. We are indebted to one another. We want to keep the connection. The last two sentences of the song go from high to low, down to the chest cavity or even lower with breath. At this moment, accompanied by Song Hwaying singing, everyone completely fell into the endless abyss, no longer able to struggle. Unwilling, pain. The tugging emotions made everyone lose their minds. Even after the music ended, the stage was still silent, and everyone looked dazed and unable to come back to their senses. Many people looked sad, with red eyes and tears in their eyes. Until a few breaths later, the lights on the stage lit up one by one. Call! Song Hwaying, who was immersed in his emotions, came back to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief. The exhalation sound was like a switch, turning on the pause button for all the audience members. In an instant, applause broke out in the audience. Everyone looked at Song Hwaying excitedly, and the applause grew from small to large, and instantly extended into a stretch, like a wave. This applause was even more boiling and intense than Tan's applause in the previous game. The entire auditorium and even the entire studio were filled with enthusiastic and boiling applause. It could even be heard clearly in the waiting area behind the stage, and at this time, except for a few individuals, all the other singers were clapping. Without even knowing when, everyone stood up. One or two of the more sentimental singers had red and swollen eyes with tears in their eyes, and it was obvious that they had cried bitterly. That's amazing. Sister Hwaying is so strong. The singers in the waiting area looked at each other, unable to hide their shock. At this time, Song Hwaying on the stage looked at the applause from the audience that had not dispersed for a long time, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the only time she smiled in the 5 episodes of Top Singer. Song Hwaying regained the elegance of a top-tier singer, opened his arms gracefully, took 2 steps towards the audience, and then bowed gracefully. The applause from the audience, which had not yet stopped, suddenly became more intense, and even crazy cheers rang out. Hwaying, I love you. Woo woo woo, that sounds so beautiful. Sister, you sing so well. All the audiences in the audience were shouting wildly or covering their mouths and shaking. When the camera swept across, 5 out of 10 audiences had red eyes. It looked very shocking. At this time, Shen Jun was also sitting in the audience. After the afternoon rehearsal, he was adjusting the accompaniment and guiding Song Hwaying. Song Hwaying's condition was unstable, and Shen Jun was a little worried, so before the show started, he took his ticket and went into the front audience seats to see how Song Hwaying performed. Fortunately, Song Hwaying performed steadily. Even an extraordinary performance. Sitting in the audience, Shen Jun could feel the power of this song more clearly. Throughout the entire performance until now, almost everyone around him cried, and just now there was even a grown man crying along with him. It is obvious that Song Hwaying sang this song into the hearts of the audience. Song Hwaying combines Faye Wong's voice and Leo Ku's skills. Of course, she also has her weaknesses. It can only be said that the styles of the three are similar, but also very different. It's hard to compare who sings better. But Shen Jun believed from the beginning to the end that there was a song that could touch people's hearts. That's a classic. And Song Hwaying has done it now. At this time, the host had already come on stage, and the next singer was about to come on stage. Song Hwaying immediately said to the audience with a smile, "Thank you everyone." Then she walked off the stage with her skirt swaying. Suddenly, there were even more frantic shouts from the audience, with many people shouting, "Sister, don't go. Sister, one more song." It feels like he turned the variety show into a personal concert. What Song Hwaying didn't know was that not only the audience at the scene were boiling and crazy, but all the netizens watching the show online were also crazy. When Song Hwaying was singing, the barrage of comments started to go a little crazy. At the beginning, everyone was discussing that this song was pretty good and nice to listen to, but in the second half, the comments all became a unified, "Wow, this is so tear-jerking." When Song Hwaying finished singing, there was a few seconds of blank time in the barrage, followed by an overwhelming flood of crazy comments. The comments were dense, all shouting, "It sounds so good. I cried when I heard this. What kind of magical song is this? Sister, you sing so well. Wow, I miss her." Countless people vented their sadness and pain in the comment section, and the entire comment section even became a tree hole for venting emotions. The popularity of the show is skyrocketing. Originally, Top Singer was the most popular program on the platform. By the time Song Hwaying finished her song, the popularity of Peak Singer surpassed other programs by a level, and it became the #1 show in the show's ranking. When Song Hwaying bowed and left, the comment section became even more boiling, with dense comments of "Don't go" directly flooding the comment section. The spectacular scene is comparable to the most popular barrage scene on Station A. The program even directly became a hot topic, and countless related topics began to spread wildly across the entire internet. At this time, at Shen Yunking's home, Chin Man, who had been paying attention to the program, looked at the audience's reactions and the crazy scenes in the barrage, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's settled. Chin Man had never seen such a boiling scene. As long as the program is not manipulated, advancement is a sure thing. Chin Man smiled, walked over and gently touched Shen Ainan's head and said, "Your dad is pretty awesome." Shen Ainan didn't know what happened, but she still snorted proudly and said, "That's it." Shen Yunking leaned back on the recliner with a smile on his face. Normally she would be asleep at this time, but she wanted to see Shen Jun shine and see his talent being seen by everyone. "So I held on until this point." After listening to the song, Shen Yunking nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Xiao Song sings pretty well." Song Hwaying was in his early 40s and in front of Shen Yunking, who was in his 80s, he could only be called Xiao Song. Chin Man nodded, and then heard Shen Yunking continue. "Xiao Shen Ge writes very well." Chin Man immediately laughed and said, "Your students are the best." Chatting and laughing, Chin Man helped Shen Yunking back to the house to rest. The show on the stage of The Peak Singer is still going on. After Song Hwaying finished, the next person to appear is the challenge singer Chin Nan. Originally, many people in the audience came for Chin Nan. Even many netizens who watched the show came for Chin Nan. Before the show started, there was a lot of discussion online about Chin Nan and Lin Ruodan participating in the competition. One of them is a veteran top-tier singer with countless fans. One is a national team leader, and there are few people in the country who can match his professionalism. Originally, everyone's focus was on the two of them. But now, Chin Nan had already appeared on stage, but people in the audience and comment section were still discussing Song Hwaying. Many people were even sobbing and could not get over their emotions. It is obvious that Song Hwaying's singing makes people feel too deeply involved. Seeing the situation in the audience seats, Chin Nan sighed in his heart. He was most afraid of encountering such a situation in the competition. Even with his strength, he was worried. However, Chin Nan's mental quality is stable enough and his professional experience is strong enough. He just sighed slightly, and after the prelude began, he instantly got into the mood and immersed himself in the singing with a serious look. More and more people began to listen attentively to the lecture in the audience and comment section. Soon, the song ended. Chin Nan's strength is unquestionable. Even though he was influenced by Song Hwaying, his final singing effect was no weaker than Tan Si. When the song ended, the audience had all come back to their senses. Everyone applauded. Then Lin Ruodan appeared. Lin Ruodan has excellent singing skills and her professional level is among the best in the country. Shen Jun feels that Lin Ruodan is very similar to a female singer in his previous life, Tan Wei. The singing style gives people a feeling of shock, passion, and excitement. When the song ended, the entire studio was boiling again. If Song Hwaying's singing was a sorrowful voice that moistened the earth silently, then Lin Ruodan's singing was a joyful voice that spread like wildfire. Heroic and shocking. A perfect audio-visual feast. At this point, the 7 regular guests and 2 guest singers have all finished their performances, and the audience voting has also ended. Now comes the most anticipated moment. Announce the results of the competition. Everyone perked up. If we look at the previous episodes, although the competition was fierce and the fighting was brutal, everyone tried their best and tried their best. But the final ranking of the competition is actually pretty predictable. But this episode. First, there are the 3 big guys, Tan Si, Chi Nan, and Lin Ruodan. Then the dark horse Song Hwaying suddenly came to disrupt the situation. Even because of Song Hwaying's outburst, Chi Nan's performance was deeply affected, so this episode can be said to be the one with the most variables. No one can predict what the final outcome will be. Moreover, all the singers sang very well. Different people have different tastes, and each of them has a large number of fans. So the result of the game became a moment that everyone was looking forward to. At this point, the number of clicks and views of Top Singer has exploded, and it is even showing a trend of breaking the platform's highest viewing record. Several of them have been on the hot search list. Even the program was stuck and the technical department was busy maintaining it. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the director, with some sweat on his forehead, walked into the waiting area. At this time, all 9 singers had taken their seats in the venue. Chi Nan and Lin Ruodan sat down next to Song Hwaying. When the director came in, Chi Nan was chatting with Song Hwaying. The others were also chatting, and occasionally someone would interrupt to chat with Song Hwaying, which was completely different from the situation before the beginning when no one was paying attention. Seeing the director come in, all the singers in the waiting area quieted down, and then looked up at the director one by one. He looked a little nervous. They all knew that this episode was full of fierce competition and dark horses, with too many variables and no one could be sure of their own ranking. Everyone was a little nervous and worried. The director didn't keep the audience in suspense for too long, but he didn't start from the beginning or the end. Instead, he chose to start from the middle. 5th place Huang Zhisu, the female singer whose name was called, stood up and gestured with a smile on her face. Although this female singer is also a top-tier star, she was only promoted this year. Facing the many seniors present, she felt that she had nothing to be proud of. It would be great if I could get a middle ranking and not be eliminated. 6th place, Wu Winwen. After mentioning the 6th place, the director paused, looked down at his cue card, as if confirming something, then looked up and said with a serious expression, 4th place Tans. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. All the singers looked at the director in shock, and then turned to look at Tans. At this time, all the netizens and audiences watching the show were excited and talking about it. You should know that Tan Si is a top-tier singer with very strong abilities. She even won 1st place in the last show, and has never fallen out of the top 3 in the previous 4 shows. And this time, he only got 4th place. Everyone was extremely shocked and looked horrified. Tans himself seemed a little calmer. After hearing the ranking, he just smiled bitterly. It seems like he had already expected it. After talking about Tan Si's ranking, everyone became more curious about the rankings of the others, especially more people looked at Song Hwaying. There are more and more comments in the comments section, and everyone is guessing the ranking of Song Hwaying and the challenge singer. After the director announced the 4th place, he paused and then announced the 7th place singer. The director intentionally delayed the first and last rankings, so the announcement order starts from the middle of the 5th place, and then announces them one by one to both sides. The 7th place is a singer who is not very popular. After hearing his ranking, the singer patted his chest and showed an expression of surviving a disaster on his face. This singer's popularity and strength are not too high. He is also a top-tier singer who has been promoted in the past 2 years. His status is not comparable to the others here. The strength is not comparable. This episode of Peak Singer is full of big names. It's a battle between the masters. It's pretty good to get 7th place under such circumstances. The 7th place is considered to be passing the line and will not be eliminated. If it is the 8th or 9th place's turn, it will be very dangerous. It seemed like there was another singer on the stage who was not very well known. When he didn't hear his name called again, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. He knows that he cannot get into the top 4 with his own strength, especially in this episode, so he could only move to the back of the line. Since he was not even in the 7th place, he could only be 8th or 9th. Plus, he was also last in the last episode. You're going to be eliminated this time. So the expression on the singer's face suddenly became stiff, and there was despair in his eyes. Zhao Lexi, who was wearing a red dress, also had a somewhat stiff expression on her face. In this episode where the big names were fighting, she hadn't expected to get a high ranking. As long as I can beat Song Hwaying and get 4th or 5th place, that will be enough. Moreover, her psychological expectation for herself is to be 4th. Except for Tan Si, Chi Nan, and Lin Ruodan, she thinks she is better than others. She also took 4th place in the last episode. The competition in this episode is more intense, with great players fighting each other, so Zhao Liqian positioned herself in the ranking before the game to fight for 4th place and maintain 5th place. But up to now, the 4th and 5th place winners have been announced, and neither of them is hers. So what's her number? Zhao Liqi's face became a little stiff. The smile on his face, which had already disappeared because of Song Huaying's outstanding performance, was now completely gone. Now 4, 5, 6 and 7 have been reported. The only ones left are 1, 2, 3, and 8th and 9th. No, there's no way I could be the last one. Zhao Lexi shook her head frantically in her heart. Ever since she participated in Top Singer, she has never been ranked last. Moreover, Zhao Lexi is confident in herself. Although her singing skills may not be as good as those big names, but considering her stage performance and appearance, her vote should not be low. The audience really likes her style, and she was very satisfied with her performance. There was no problem at all. Both her singing and dancing were perfect, so it's definitely impossible for me to be the last one. Maybe it's 3rd place. Qi Nan and Lin Ruodan are so strong, they must be 1st and 2nd. As for Song Huaying, although Song Huaying sang very well this time, it was even so good that made her a little jealous. But Song Huaying sang well in the previous episodes, but her ranking is still last. What does this mean? It shows that the audience doesn't buy her tricks at all. Maybe it will be the same this time. Although Song Huaying sang well, it might just be Song Huaying's self-indulgence, and the audience might not buy it just like in the previous episodes. Then Song Huaying's ranking will still be last. In that case, she is very likely to be the 3rd one. When she thought of this, Zhao Lexi's heart began to beat violently uncontrollably. She felt very happy when she thought that she could still step on Song Huaying or even eliminate Song Huaying. After being ignored by Song Huaying for so many years since his debut, he can finally take revenge. And if she got 3rd place, wouldn't that mean a higher ranking than Tan's? Tan CK is a senior in the music industry, one of the top singers in the music industry, and has won countless honors. If she really beat Tan Asai this time, she would experience a huge surge in both her professionalism and fame. If the next few episodes perform well, there might be a chance for it to become a hit this year. How could Zhao Lexi remain calm? So when she thought of this, a blush suddenly appeared on Zhao Lexi's originally stiff cheeks, and a fiery light flashed in her eyes. At this time, the director looked at the cue card and said, "The 3rd place singer is." Everyone was staring intently, extremely curious. The director deliberately kept the audience in suspense and paused for a moment, making the singers even more nervous. Netizens who watched the show were even more critical. The director finished speaking. "It's Qi Nan." When the answer was announced, there was a moment of silence at the scene. All the singers were stunned. They obviously didn't expect Qi Nan to only get 3rd place. Before anyone could react, an unbelievable, even distorted, sharp voice suddenly rang out. How is this possible? Everyone was startled by the shout and looked over quickly. Then, Zhao Lexi, who was wearing a red dress and had a pretty face, opened her eyes wide with a look of shock and disbelief. Zhao Lexi was still fantasizing that she had won 3rd place. After the show ends, my fame will skyrocket, and I might even be able to reach the top of the music scene in the future. Before she could finish her thought, the director's voice brought her back to reality. In her expectation, she was 3rd, Qi Nan and Lin Ruodan were 1st and 2nd respectively. No matter how confident Zhao Liqian is, she knows that she cannot compare to Qi Nan and Lin Ruodan. She has only been in the industry for a few years, while they have been in the industry for a long time. It would be great if I could get 3rd place. But unexpectedly, the 3rd place was not her, but Qi Nan. When Zhao Lexi heard that Qi Nan was in 3rd place, her excited heart instantly cooled down, and her face even turned pale. Qi Nan is only 3rd, so, what place am I in? Zhao Lexi was so shocked by the result and panicked that she couldn't help but scream out loud. So this scene happened. Seeing everyone looking at her, Zhao Liqian knew that she had said the wrong thing in a panic, and immediately explained. I thought, teacher Qi Nan sang very well. I thought she could win 1st place. After hearing this, the suspicion and excitement in everyone's eyes faded away, and they followed Zhao Lexi's words to comfort Qi Nan. Brother Qi, you are still better than me. A relaxed smile appeared on Tan Si's face. Since Qi Nan could get 3rd place, it was not unacceptable for him to get 4th place. Teacher Qi Nan is still amazing. He was just unlucky this time. Yeah, the audience is too noisy. I'm afraid I won't be able to get into the mood if I call on them. Brother Qi is really amazing. The colorful sedan chair was carried by everyone. As Qi Nan was the most famous singer present, the others naturally offered their comfort and support, but when these words fell into Qi Nan's ears, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. He never thought that one day he would be told that he was unlucky. When people say a singer is lucky, the singer is most likely not very talented. Qi Nan shook his head slightly and looked at Song Huaying beside him. In fact, he had already anticipated this result. The director didn't stop and continued. The singer who won 8th place is Zhao Lexi. As soon as the words came out, Zhao Lexi's face turned pale. When she heard that Qinan got 3rd place, her heart skipped a beat and she panicked, otherwise she wouldn't have said the wrong thing just now. But before seeing the final result, Zhao Liqian still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Just in case. What if, as other singers said, the stage was too noisy and Qinan made a mistake in his performance? She, maybe the second? However, as soon as this fantasy appeared, it was crushed into pieces by the director. At this time, the director's words were buzzing in Zhao Lexi's ears. 8th place. She was the second to last. No, how is this possible? Zhao Lexi was in a trance and didn't notice it. She just shouted out what was in her heart. After hearing the director's words, everyone present looked at Zhao Lexi. Zhao Lexi was quite popular, and many singers were ready to comfort her. As a result, when everyone turned around, they saw Zhao Lexi's face was pale and she looked dazed. Then I heard Zhao Liqian's sharp voice shouting, "No, how is this possible?" Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. As long as they were not in the top 3, everyone was more or less dissatisfied with the ranking, but no matter how dissatisfied they were, no one would say it directly. She would never lose her composure like Zhao Lexi did now. Zhao Liqian is in trouble. A thought flashed through everyone's mind, and then they all swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths, and turned to look at the director or other places. It seemed as if a line had been drawn between him and Zhao Lexi in an instant. Song Huaying, who was sitting in the distance, saw Zhao Lexi's loss of composure and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. The director was also stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhao Lexi to suddenly lose her composure, and quickly signaled to the director with his eyes to cut the shot. Although the show likes topics, the production team is still cautious about matters involving the singer's reputation, as it might cause a lot of trouble. However, no matter how quickly the director cut the broadcast, the audience watching the live broadcast also saw Zhao Liqian's loss of composure, and they all commented with shock or confusion. "What's wrong with Zhao Lexi? Her expression is so scary. I can't afford to lose." "Good fellow, you're so smug when others lose, but howl in agony when you lose? I think 8th place is about right. The singing is useless. It's just a feast for the eyes. Otherwise, I might not even get 8th place. This episode had a lot of great fights, so 8th place is pretty good. You shouldn't be participating in the competition with this mentality." There was a lot of discussion on the internet, and the screenshots of Zhao Lexi's out-of-control video were quickly spread online, gradually triggering even greater discussion. The show was still going on. Zhao Lexi looked dazed after her loss of composure, but no one paid any attention to her anymore. The director takes control and continues to announce the rankings. The 2nd place singer is. Everyone in the waiting area turned their eyes to Song Huaying and Lin Ruodan. At this moment, these two were the only ones left on the field who had the strength to compete for 1st and 2nd place. As for the unknown singer, he has been automatically excluded by everyone. Song Huaying is the dark horse. Lin Ruodan looks down on the world. The performances of both of them in this episode can be described as stunning, and they both performed very well. Now let's see who can take the 1st place. Song Huaying also became nervous at this time. He didn't dare to look any longer. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Lin Ruodan stood straight, her aura as powerful as her singing, and she looked at the director steadily. I just heard the director say, "Lin Ruodan." The moment the words fell, Song Huaying suddenly looked up, his expression showing unspeakable shock and gradually becoming excited. Lin Ruodan is 2nd, so 1st. Lin Ruodan sat upright and sighed softly. She performed very well this time, but lost to Song Huaying, or to be more precise, she lost to Song Huaying's song. She was convinced. But next time, she won't lose again. Lin Ruodan looked at Song Huaying with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. As long as the challenge singers make it into the top 5, they can become permanent members of the show and replace the permanent singers, so they will meet again in the semi-finals of the next show. The rankings have been announced here, and there is no need to keep it a secret any longer. The director quickly announced the 9th place. It was the unknown singer. Then it was the 1st place, and the director said loudly, "The singer who won 1st place in this episode is Song Huaying." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire waiting area erupted in enthusiastic applause, and everyone looked at Song Huaying with amazement or emotion. Who would have thought? Before the competition started, Song Huaying was still the singer with the highest probability of being eliminated. The whole network is not optimistic. But at the end of the competition, Song Huaying was not eliminated. Instead, he emerged as a dark horse, leaving the others far behind and directly won the 1st place. Shocked everyone. Song Huaying looked excited, with tears in his eyes. This is not her acting, but it is really hard to suppress her emotions at this moment. Since learning about the company's situation, Song Huaying participated in the program Top Singer under tremendous pressure. As a result, she participated in 4 episodes and was always at the bottom of the list. In the last episode, he even ranked second to last. Now, before the 5th episode starts, countless people have bluntly stated that she will definitely be eliminated, and no one is optimistic about her. No one knew how much pressure she was under, no one knew how unwilling and sad she was after losing, and no one knew how desperate she was in her heart. This was like a road with no hope in sight, and she walked on the road in a daze. Fortunately, she held on in the end. Song Hwaying stood up from his seat with tears in his eyes and looked at the camera. The other singers around him were all looking amazed or emotional. Everyone applauded and congratulated him, looking at Song Hwaying like the moon surrounded by stars. Shen Yunqing was already asleep in the teacher's apartment of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. After listening to Song Hwaying singing, Shen Yunqing felt relieved, so he went back to his room to sleep without waiting for the result. At this time, Shin Man was the only one left in the living room. As for Shen Anan, she also fell asleep in her arms. Shin Man was not sleepy at all, and was very excited. Tonight's show was not only important to Song Hwaying, but also to Hanshi Company. Song Hwaying's victory or defeat is directly related to the future development of Hanshi Company. Shin Man didn't dare to sleep at all. She spent the entire night watching the show, feeling nervous or worried from time to time, especially when watching the performance of Lin Ruodan and others. I was troubled all night. Now, the results are finally announced. As the director began to announce the rankings, Shin Man became extremely nervous. When the results were announced, Shin Man actually had similar thoughts to Zhao Lexi, although she felt that Song Hwaying sang very well. But what if the audience doesn't buy it? So Shin Man looked extremely nervous, and even her red lips turned white from biting them. And when she heard that the 5th, 4th, 3rd, and even the 6th, 7th, and 8th were not Song Hwaying, Shin Man felt her heart in her throat. Before the competition started, she and the company's psychological expectation for Song Hwaying was to maintain 4th place and strive for 3rd place. If it's worse, 6th or 7th is acceptable, as long as you don't get eliminated. Although the company unanimously agreed that Shen Jun's songs were well written and that Song Hwaying's singing skills were also very impressive, they had to be more realistic. 2 people. One is a newcomer who has never written a song. One is a singer who suffered a series of failures in the show and was judged to be unsuitable for the competition. The combination of these 2 people really doesn't give everyone confidence, so Shin Man has high expectations for this episode. But her greatest hope is only 4th place. Just advance. Shin Man had never expected this. Not only did Song Hwaying advance, but he also emerged as a dark horse. He directly surpassed veteran singers such as Tan Si, Shin An, and Lin Ruodan, and won the 1st place. The moment he saw the result, Shin Man's usually calm expression collapsed, his face was full of disbelief, and then he became as excited as Song Hwaying. If Shen Anan hadn't leaned on her arms, Shin Man might have jumped up. Even so, Shen Anan, who was dozing off, was awakened. Her big eyes, like purple-black grapes, were a little dazed and tired at this moment. She asked in a soft voice, "Sister, is Daddy back?" Shen Anan's voice calmed Shin Man down a little. Shin Man suppressed the excitement in his heart, patted Anan's back and hummed a lullaby. The tune of the lullaby is exactly the tune of insects flying. Anan fell into confusion again. Different from the harmony here, at this time in the Emmy Records office building in Shanghai, Zhao Wanyi was sitting in the office with a cold expression. In front of her was a computer that had been violently thrown to the ground and was already smoking. At this moment, Zhao Wanyi only felt her heart burning with anger. Today she was busy all day with the promotion of Lu Yao's new album. Lu Yao's album has been online for almost a week, but it has always been blocked from the top 5. No matter how hard Emmy tried, the results were minimal. It was as if Emmy was supposed to be in this position, and no matter how hard she tried, it couldn't change. This made Zhao Wanyi very irritable and even a little crazy during this period, especially when she thought that the top 2 works on the list were still Shen Jun's. This made Zhao Wanyi even more crazy. If Shen Jun, that loser, could make the list, and even take 1st or 2nd place, why couldn't she? Moreover, in the past few days, the news that Shen Jun is her ex-husband has spread throughout the company. The photos of Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi's divorce were still circulating on the internet. Although Zhao Wanyi was wearing sunglasses in the photos, people who were familiar with Zhao Wanyi could recognize her at a glance. It has been spreading in the past few days. There were all kinds of comments, and Zhao Wanyi even heard several employees express regret. The general meaning is that I don't understand why the 2 divorced, otherwise if Shen Jun was allowed to write songs, the company would easily be on the charts. There's no need to work so hard all night long. Recently, in order to support Lu Yao, the entire company has been working overtime almost every day. Many people have complaints. Occasionally I'll complain a bit. It was these 1 or 2 sentences that directly hurt Zhao Wanyi's nerves, causing her to lose her temper in the office regardless of the situation. Scolded several employees who complained and gossiped. Afterwards, Zhao Wanyi realized that she was a little impulsive, but now that it involved Shen Jun, she felt very upset, especially seeing Shen Jun's life getting better and better. Seeing others' expressions of regret and incomprehension made Zhao Wanyi furious and totally unbearable. It was as if she was wrong about the divorce. How could she be wrong? Mr. Shen is a waste. She is totally not from the same class. She is destined to go higher and meet more outstanding people. And Shen Jun, without her, would be a waste, a piece of mud. What the mother said was right. Shen Jun was not worthy of her. He was just a blood-sucking worm that was crawling on their family. He was a waste. Thinking of this, Zhao Wanyi suppressed her inner irritability. Continue to handle company affairs. She won't waste her time on this kind of trash. However, after an online meeting in the evening, Zhao Wanyi somehow clicked on the program recommendations on the homepage of the video platform. Peak Singer. She is naturally aware of the public opinion on the internet. I know that the song sung by Song Huaying was written by Shen Jun, so she wanted to see how Shen Jun would be ruined in this episode and kicked out of this circle in disgrace. Zhao Wanyi has watched Peak Singer. This program is very popular in their industry and is definitely the most professional and top professional competition in the industry. Emmy Records is not even eligible to participate in this program. Shen Jun writes songs? Zhao Wanyi responded with a sneer. Although she didn't know what means Shen Jun used to get Song Huaying to sing his songs, Zhao Wanyi was very sure and confident. All of Shen Jun's tricks and true face will be brutally exposed in this episode. She wants everyone to see Shen Jun's true face. Trash is trash. However, Zhao Wanyi never got the result she wanted, but finally waited for Song Huaying and Chang Chao to perform, and his singing made countless audiences cry. When seeing this, Zhao Wanyi felt a chill rising from the bottom of her heart. His face gradually turned pale. Looks dazed. Then, in a trance, Zhao Wanyi heard the name announced by the director. Song Huaying won first place. First? How is that possible? Zhao Wanyi's face became paler and paler. The dazed look was filled with disbelief and even absurdity. How could a song written by that loser Shen Jun possibly win first place? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Wanyi only felt at this moment that her chest seemed to be pressed down by a huge rock, and her neck seemed to be strangled by someone, making it difficult for her to breathe. Suffocating, Zhao Wanyi saw the camera sweeping across the audience. Although the camera only flashed by, Zhao Wanyi saw Shen Jun standing in the audience at a glance. Shen Jun looked the same as on the day of his divorce, simply wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a t-shirt. Very casual. This is what Zhao Wanyi really dislikes about Shen Jun. He calls him casual in a nice way, but in fact he is sloppy and has no real background. Mr. Shen is not ugly and his family is not short of money. Can't he just clean himself up? The husbands of some of her friends wear neatly ironed suits every day and look very tidy, looking like successful people. There are also some friends, like Sun Yeoan, who are praised by everyone when they go out, saying that they are young, promising, and have a bright future. She was too embarrassed to tell others that Shen Jun was her husband because of the way he was dressed. She seems cheap. When the camera swept over, Shen Junzen stood up and applauded, surrounded by audiences who were equally excited, boiling with excitement, and even crying. Shen Jun stood in the crowd. With a genuine smile on his face, he looked up at the stage. Because the camera was facing Shen Jun, when Shen Jun looked up, it was as if he was looking at the camera. Those smiling eyes seemed to pass through the camera and look directly at Zhao Wanyi. And the moment the camera swept across the audience, a beam of light on the stage just swept across Shen Jun's position. In an instant, Shen Jun seemed to look much more dazzling. Zhao Wanyi felt that the scene was extremely dazzling, so in an instant, Zhao Wanyi, whose eyes were already a little red, directly threw the computer in front of her to the ground. There was a loud bang. Zhao Wanyi woke up and took a deep breath, like a drowning person. There were still quite a few people working at Emmy Records. Everyone in the office on the same floor heard the loud noise in the president's office and looked at the president's office with wide eyes in surprise. Zhao Wanyi's secretary rushed into the office and looked at the smoking computer on the floor. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. "Boss, are you okay?" Zhao Wanyi had managed to calm down by now. She took a deep breath and sat down, her voice slightly hoarse as she said, "Fine. Someone cleaned it up." The secretary responded quickly and arranged for someone to come in and move the computer out. The people who were secretly watching the gossip outside the office were all shocked when they saw a scrapped computer being moved out of the president's office. Then he whispered with an exaggerated, shocked expression, "What happened to the female devil?" Zhao Wanyi didn't have a nickname before, and she was even considered a goddess in many people's minds. But Zhao Wanyi has been arranging overtime and increasing pressure these days. 2 days ago in the office, Zhao Wanyi directly lost her temper in front of everyone. It really scared a lot of people. So the nickname of the female devil spread. No one in the office knew what happened to Zhao Wanyi, and everyone was extremely shocked by the appearance of the computer. How angry must someone be to smash a computer? However, before everyone could remain puzzled for long, someone suddenly took out his mobile phone and pointed at the title on the phone. Dark Horse Comeback. Song Hwaying returns to the top. Wins first place on the 5th episode of Peak Singer. After seeing this title, many people in the office suddenly realized it. It is no longer a secret that Mr. Shen is Zhao Wanyi's ex-husband. Almost everyone in Baide knows about it. Naturally, they are paying attention to Mr. Shen. Naturally, I also know that Song Hwaying's song was written by Shen Jun. Everyone looked at each other, and then someone sighed. My ex-husband really doesn't leave me any chance of survival. Shen Junying was confused. Zhao Wanyi would naturally become even more irritable, and their days would be miserable. Zhao Wanyi in the office was completely unaware of the crickets outside the office. After calming down for a few minutes, she took out her phone and said, "Lawyer John, how are the custody appeal preparations going?" The person on the other end of the phone replied, "Mr. Zhao, the materials are almost ready, and all the evidence has been collected. You can submit the appeal at any time." Hearing this, Zhao Wanyi's pale face finally regained some color, and she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Submit an appeal tomorrow. Help me solve this problem as soon as possible." The person on the other end of the phone replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Wanyi breathed a sigh of relief. The situation tonight made Zhao Wanyi feel a little uneasy. She originally thought that Shen Jun was unemployed and unable to raise their daughter. As long as she could delay for a few days and prove that Shen Jun was not financially capable, she could get the custody of her daughter back. However, plans could not keep up with changes unexpectedly. In just a few days, Shen Jun not only participated in the variety show, but also established contact with Hanshi Company. Now he has helped Song Hwaying win the first place in the singer competition. All this made Zhao Wanyi feel more and more uneasy and anxious. She must get the custody of her daughter back as soon as possible before Shen Jun makes a complete comeback. This night, many people are destined to have sleepless nights. Until the next day, the streets were full of discussions about last night's top singer, or the song sung by Song Hwaying. After the show ended last night, the news of Song Hwaying's Dark Horse comeback became a hot topic. Later, it even topped the trending search list. The top singer was on 6 trending searches in a row, almost dominating the charts, and was the talk of the town. These hot searches did not subside all night, and with the arrival of the next morning rush hour, they showed a trend of intensifying. Song Hwaying becomes popular again. Another song that became popular was Those Years in a Hurry, which made countless people cry. After the show ended last night, the song was uploaded to the whole music platform, and then it rushed directly to the hot song charts with the momentum of killing gods and Buddhas. This morning, it has successfully reached the top of the hot song list. The number of views and the level of discussion have skyrocketed, and there are even voices online that have rated this song as the #1 sad song. Song Hwaying is naturally respected by countless netizens as the queen of misery. Then, amidst the chaotic discussion, someone suddenly said, "Did you forget someone?" "Who?" "Jun Shen." Seeing this name, the netizens who were celebrating Song Hwaying were all stunned, and then they exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, why does this name sound so familiar?" "Nonsense," she wrote in a hurry. "I almost forgot, the song that Song Hwaying sang was written by this person, right?" "Right." Someone suddenly sighed and said, "I remember before the competition, many people said he was a composer of children's songs. The entire internet is not optimistic. I remember someone even threatened that if Song Hwaying didn't get eliminated, he would go on live broadcast to cheer for the fans." The whole network burst into laughter. But then again, who said this was composed for a children's song? The writing of Fleet of Time is so amazing. I think even the composers of those hit songs might not be able to write something like that. Yes, this song makes me cry every time I listen to it. It's so beautiful. Great composition, great lyrics, well-deserved #1. Some people also questioned, "I don't think the writing is that good, it's just that Song Hwaying sings it well." Song Hwaying is very strong. In his prime last night, he could have defeated a dog. However, just as these words came out, someone sent a screenshot, which showed the ranking of the Chinese hot songs chart. Everyone was confused. When everyone saw this screenshot clearly, they were all stunned. I saw that the lyrics and music of the top 3 songs on the current Chinese music chart were all written by the same person, Shen Jun. Back in Time. Singer, Song Hwaying. Composer, Shen Jun. Lyricist, Shen Jun. Flying Insects. Singer, Shen Jun. Composer, Shen Jun. Lyrics, Divine Drama. An Outburst of Courage. Singer, NN. Composer, Shen Jun. Lyricist, Shen Jun. The 3 songs occupy the top 3 positions on the Chinese music hot songs chart, neatly, leaving viewers stunned. You should know that the whole music platform is the music platform with the largest traffic and the highest daily active users in China, and the whole hot songs chart is a must-fight place for countless singers. There is a saying in the industry that if you can rank in the top 3 of the hot song chart, you have the potential to become a top singer. Similarly, for composers, being able to write a song that ranks in the top 3 of the hot song chart means that the composer has the potential to become a hit. The future star is in high demand. And now, what shocked everyone was that the top 3 spots on the hot song list were all taken up by Shen Jun alone. What is even more shocking, even terrifying is, since his debut, Shen Jun has only written 3 songs. Shen Jun's popularity is no slower than Song Hwaiying's. Especially with the crazy spread of screenshots of the Chinese music hot songs chart on the internet, Shen Jun was directly sent to the hot search list, second only to Song Hwaiying. It's just that when you are famous you are prone to gossip. Song Hwaiying has the support of fans and passers-by for decades. Although he became a big star, there is not much malicious intent online. However, Shen Jun had only been in the industry for less than half a month and did not have much of a fan base, not to mention the public opinion storms he had caused several times before. As a result, he is not very popular among the public. Therefore, Shen Jun's sudden popularity was accompanied by various doubts and bad reviews. However, Shen Jun didn't care at all. He had seen all kinds of public opinion in his previous life. He had experienced 3 public opinion storms during this period. I've already gotten used to it. As long as an is not involved, his tolerance is very high. So the next day, Shen Jun came to Hanshi Company as usual. There seemed to be more people paying attention to him, so Shen Jun raised his eyebrows slightly and walked into the elevator under the attention of many Hanshi employees. As soon as the elevator closed, the hall, which had been quiet just a moment ago, was suddenly filled with cheers and discussions. Is this teacher Shen Jun? Sister Hwaiying's song made me cry last night. It's so well written. I didn't expect him to be so handsome and talented. Stop drooling. Shen Jun has been coming to Hanshi Company frequently recently, and the company's employees have seen him more or less, but they only recognized Shen Jun's appearance before. Now I respect you from the bottom of my heart. Shen Jun didn't know what was happening downstairs, so he went straight to the office floor where Qin Man was. The secretary had already received Qin Man's message. After seeing Shen Jun coming up, he said softly, "Hello, Mr. Shen. Mr. Qin is in the office." Shen Jun nodded and knocked on the office door. Qin Man's voice rang out from inside, "Come in." Shen Jun pushed the door open and went in. Qin Man didn't wear formal clothes today, and changed into a black slim knitted top. Her curvy figure is clearly visible, and paired with an inkwash fishtail skirt and a pair of high heels, she looks sexy and intellectual at the same time. Qin Man is a beauty. But he always wears formal clothes on a daily basis, which makes him look a little cold. At this time, Qin Man, who had changed her clothes, was like a flower born after the iceberg melted, fresh and somewhat delicate and attractive. When Shen Jun came in, Qin Man was standing in front of the French window and talking on the phone. Qin Man whispered to Shen Jun, "Sit down for a while." Shen Jun looked away and sat on the sofa. Qin Man seemed to be discussing the company's artists' participation in the show. She had a smile on her face and it was obvious that the conversation was going well. After a while, Qin Man put away his phone and sat down on the sofa opposite Shen Jun. Under the fishtail skirt, the white legs like fat jade were crossed together. Qin Man smiled and said, "Thanks to you, Sister Hwaiying won first place this time. Now many TV stations are looking for me to discuss cooperation." Shen Jun smiled. "It should be." As he spoke, Shen Jun handed a USB drive to Qin Man. "This is the song for the semifinals. It's already been recorded. Sister Qin can listen to it first." Hearing Shen Jun's words, Qin Man's face lit up with joy. "New song. What's your name?" Now Shen Jun has proved his talent with his strength, and from last night's game it can be seen that Shen Jun and Song Hwaiying are very compatible. And last night's game allowed Hanshi to see a new possibility. Since Shen Jun can help Song Hwaiying win the first place, can he help Song Hwaiying win the first place in the final and win the title of King of Singers? Before, Hanshi Company had never thought of this possibility. Hanshi Company originally asked Song Hwaiying to participate in Top Singer, and their biggest expectation was to get into the top 3 in the finals. As long as he can get into the top 3 in the finals, it will be enough to gain a lot of exposure and allow Song Hwaiying's career to reach a higher level. As for the first, who doesn't want to be the king of singers? But the peak singer has no shortage of top singers. Even Song Hwaiying would find it difficult to take first place. Therefore, before participating in the competition, the company never expected to win first place in the finals. But now, Shen Jun let them see another possibility, since in this episode Song Hwaiying is able to surpass Qi Nan, Tan Si, Lin Ruodan, and others. Then is it possible during the finals? This idea made everyone in Hanshi Company excited. It was not that they wanted too much, but that Shen Jun made them see this possibility. Since there is this possibility, why not be bold? What if? Therefore, Hanshi and Qin Man now attach great importance to and have high expectations for Shen Jun. Shen Jun simply said, "Red beans." It is also a classic song by Fei Wong in her previous life. Song Huaying's voice is very similar to Fei Wong's, and his pronunciation habits are now becoming more and more like Fei Wong under Shen Jun's training. Under these circumstances, it would be a shame not to sing Fei Wong's songs. Qin Man was stunned when she heard Shen Jun's words. The title of the song was a bit unexpected. What she was looking forward to most was naturally Shen Jun's sad songs, similar to those years in a hurry. She felt very sad when she heard the title. But red beans? Qin Man didn't quite understand. Sensing Qin Man's doubts, Shen Jun added, "The exquisite dice are filled with red beans. My love for you is so deep, do you know?" The traditional culture of this world also has similar images of red beans, so when Qin Man heard Shen Jun's poem, he suddenly realized. After realizing it, I was a little surprised. Who wrote this poem? Why have I never heard of it? This poem is very beautiful to listen to, and the lovesickness expressed in it is so deep that it is unforgettable and unforgettable. But what surprised Qin Man was that she had never heard of it. Shen Jun complained in his heart, "If you have heard of it, you will be shocked." His expression remained unchanged as he said calmly to Qin Man, "I just made it up." Qin Man's expression was slightly shocked, her red lips parted slightly, and after a long while she sighed softly. "No wonder you can write such great songs." The two chatted briefly for a few more minutes. When it was almost noon, Shen Jun was about to get up and leave, but Qin Man spoke first. "Don't go back at noon. I'll treat you to a meal." She asked Shen Jun to come to the company at this time just to treat Shen Jun to a meal. After all, thanks to Shen Jun's song last night, Qin Man couldn't fail to express her gratitude. And since last night, someone in the company has suggested that Qin Man sign Shen Jun. Mr. Shen has just entered the circle and doesn't have a company yet. Qin Man also had this idea. When she was preparing to eat, she had a deep chat with Shen Jun to see if she could win him over. But Shen Jun shook his head and said, "Sorry Sister Qin, I still have to pick up an from school." Qin Man was surprised when she heard Shen Jun's words. Sometimes when she looked at Shen Jun's face, she would subconsciously forget that Shen Jun was already a father. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Man quickly reacted, "It's okay. It's a good opportunity to bring Anan along. I promised Anan last night that I would take her out to play." Qin Man smiled. Anan was cute and had a likable personality. They got along well last night, and Qin Man did agree to take Anan out to play. "You can ask Anan to take a day off this afternoon. We were talking about Disneyland last night, and I think she really wants to go there." When Shen Jun heard Qin Man's words, his smile froze. No wonder when going to school this morning, Shen Anan, who was obviously used to going to school, kept shouting that she didn't want to go to school and wanted to go out and play. It turns out that the culprit was here. Mr. Shen couldn't agree to it. If he plays for 2 more days, this little bastard will really go crazy. So Shen Jun quickly shook his head and refused. "Don't bother, Sister Qin. She just started the transition from kindergarten to primary school, and the teacher said she's having trouble keeping up. She needs to catch up on her studies for a few days." Qin Man didn't know much about raising children, but she felt that Shen Jun was serious about what he said, so she hesitated and said, Is it? Shen Jun nodded and said seriously, "Yes, the transition from kindergarten to primary school is crucial now. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with your studies in primary school and will suffer a lot. Let's make an appointment later when we're free." Qin Man opened his mouth and sighed. Oh well, she had originally wanted to win over Shen Jun in one go today, and even dressed up specially, but she didn't expect it to be over before it even started. After seeing Shen Jun off, Qin Man hesitated and asked as he passed by the secretary's office, "Xiao Xia, my outfit today isn't good looking?" As he spoke, he turned his body slightly. The Incanwash fishtail skirt blooms like a lotus, making Qin Man look even more fresh and charming. Xiao Xia, who is used to seeing Qin Man in formal attire, has never seen such a charming Qin Man. Moreover, this dress makes Qin Man look graceful and charming, with a curvy figure. Xiao Xia's eyes almost popped out. "Boss Qin, it looks great." Qin Man frowned and questioned. "Yeah, then Mr. Shen. Qin Man is indeed pretty, but picking up my daughter from school is more important." After leaving Hanshi Company, Shen Jun took a taxi directly to Emperor Kindergarten. Because it happened to be the rush hour, Shen Jun arrived a few minutes late. Fortunately, Anan was playing with Teacher Li. Shen Jun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately walked forward quickly. Teacher Li and Anan looked up when they heard the voice. Teacher Li smiled and said, "And An's father, you are here." Shen Anan jogged all the way and hugged Shen Jun's thigh. "Daddy." Shen Jun squatted down and hugged Anan, then looked at Teacher Li apologetically and said, "Sorry, Mr. Li, something delayed me." Teacher Li smiled and didn't mind at all. "I understand. You're so popular now, you must be very busy." Shen Jun smiled and asked Anan to wave to Teacher Li. "Goodbye, Teacher Li." Teacher Lee waved and smiled. Goodbye Anan, goodbye Anan's daddy. Then Shen Jun took the jumping Anan and walked away. After the two left, at the entrance of the kindergarten, a teacher standing next to Teacher Lee asked with some confusion, Teacher Lee, is this your student's parent? Looks a little familiar. Teacher Lee raised his eyebrows and smiled. It looks familiar. This parent's name is Mr. Shen. The teacher who was speaking was puzzled for a moment. Jun Shen? But the next second he reacted instantly. He is Mr. Shen. So handsome. Wow, this is your student's parent. I envy you so much. The teacher reacted and said in shock. Last night's peak singer competition continued to ferment, and more people began to pay attention to and understand Shen Jun. This is reflected in Shen Jun, as more people are looking at him along the way today. Even Shen Anan said with some doubt, Dad, why are Teacher Lee and the others looking at you? Shen Jun knew the reason, but he joked with Shen Anan, because Dad is handsome. Shen Anan pouted unhappily. Snort, are they going to snatch Papa from Anan? As she spoke, Shen Anan became unwilling, hugged Shen Jun's neck, and buried her face in his neck. Shen Jun didn't expect that Shen Anan's temper would come so suddenly. It took a whole afternoon to coax him into submission, and he also gave this clever little boy the opportunity to eat an ice cream. He watched Shen Anan eating the ice cream with a smile on her face. Shen Jun seriously suspected that this clever little guy had been setting a trap for him since school. Why? The older you get, the smarter you get. After sending Anan back to kindergarten in the afternoon, Shen Jun went home to do some housework. When it was time to go home from school, Shen Jun went to pick people up, and then took Anan to the market to buy some vegetables. After returning home, Shen Jun cooked while Anan did his homework. There are also homework assignments for the transition from kindergarten to primary school. Shen Jun didn't understand, but Teacher Lee said that this was preparation for elementary school. Shen Jun was puzzled. Both in his previous life and in this world, they had the double reduction thing, so why was there still this thing called homework? Fortunately, Anan is worry-free and does his homework without anyone watching. Shen Jun always believed that Anan was born to repay his gratitude. From birth to now, he has hardly ever tortured Shen Jun too much. So well-behaved and clever. Naturally, Shen Jun was even afraid that the item would melt if he held it in his hands. Life seemed to have suddenly returned to the rhythm it was before Shen Jun got divorced. With some free time, Shen Jun thought about his future plans. The next episode of Top Singer will be aired next Friday, in 6 days. The magazine of Grave Robbers Chronicles will be on sale on July 16th, which is 5 days away. The closest one is Where Are We Going, Dad? In 2 days, the new episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Will begin recording. But what surprised Shen Jun was that the show was about to start, but he had not received any notification from the program team. He sent a message to Linjia, but Linjia did not reply. This made Shen Jun a little worried for a moment. Sure enough, a day later, Shen Jun received a call from Linjia. Linjia's voice on the phone was a little hoarse and dull, and he said, Brother Jun, Xiantai and I broke up. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun's expression froze, and he asked with some concern, Where are you now? Linjia was silent for a few seconds. I just packed my things and I don't know where to go. Shen Jun immediately said, I'll buy you a ticket. Come to Shanghai. Anan has missed you a lot these days. There was silence on the other end of the phone for another 2 seconds, and then Linjia's voice, even hoarse and slightly trembling, rang out. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun sighed lightly. He was a little worried because he didn't contact Linjia yesterday. He never liked to assume the worst of others, but being in this circle, Shen Jun had to think more. He had seen too many dark and dirty things in his previous life. Unexpectedly, Linjia really encountered it. Linjia's flight was in the evening, so Shen Jun went to pick up Anan after school, and then took Anan to the airport. Anan was confused and thought that they were going to the airport. She thought that her father was going to take her out to play again. Her eyes widened and she said in surprise, Daddy, where are you taking Anan to play? Shen Jun was helpless. The little guy's mind was full of thoughts about going out to play. It was all Sister Chin's fault. Chin Man, who was still working overtime in the company, suddenly sneezed and raised his head in confusion. In the car, Shen Jun explained to Anan, We are here to pick up Uncle Lin Jia. Do you still remember Uncle Lin Jia? When Anan heard that he wasn't taking her out to play, she felt a little disappointed and muttered with a pout, Remember. Director Linear. When filming the show Where Are We Going, Dad last week, Anan kept hearing the staff calling Lin Jia Director Lin, so she followed suit. Now it has become a habit. Shen Jun patted Anan's head, then said with some sadness and sympathy, Uncle Lin Jia lost his job and has nowhere to go now, so he came to live with Dad. Will Anan welcome Uncle Lin Jia? Shen Jun's acting skills attracted Anan a little bit, and Yan Yan or Shen Anan raised her head slightly. Why did Uncle Lin Jia lose his job? Shen Jun said with some anger. because some bad guys took away Uncle Linjia's job. Although Linjia didn't say what happened, Shen Jun could guess it just by using his feet. After hearing what Shen Jun said, An's attention was completely drawn, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Uncle Linjia is so pitiful." Shen Jun continued to coax, "Yeah, Uncle Linjia is so pitiful. Doesn't An welcome Uncle Linjia?" An tilted her head, her big eyes full of sympathy. "An welcomes Uncle Linjia," Shen Jun said softly. "Then let's go pick up Uncle Linjia together, okay?" An nodded seriously. "Good." There was a hint of thought in her big, grape-like eyes, as if she was thinking about how to comfort this sad uncle after Linjia arrived. Seeing that An's unhappiness was avoided, Shen Jun felt relieved. This is how children should be coaxed. Children don't remember things, so changing the subject is the best way. The taxi driver in the front seat saw Shen Jun, who was relieved, and they smiled at each other in the rearview mirror. "Is this your daughter? She's so cute." The taxi driver also had children at home, so he and Shen Jun had a lot of common topics to chat about, and the journey was very harmonious. Then when getting off the car, the driver took a rip-off from Shen Jun. Looking at the speeding taxi, Shen Jun took a deep breath. "This is it. I treat him as a good person, and he treats me as a fat sheep?" This incident made Shen Jun more determined to buy a car. He must buy a car as soon as possible, otherwise these troubles would make him angry to death. And it's so inconvenient. Shen Jun sighed and took Shen Anan into the airport. Not long after entering the airport, Shen Jun saw Linjia walking out with a suitcase at the exit. Linjia is completely different from when he was filming the show last week. Although Linjia is not as handsome as Shen Jun, he is still a handsome guy. Moreover, he is the same age as Shen Jun, only 28 years old, very young. But when Linjia walked out of the airport, he had an unshaven beard, his hair was like a chicken coop, his facial skin was very dull, and he had very dark circles under his eyes. It seems that people would believe it if I said there were 30 or 40 people. Moreover, Linjia's temperament has also changed. When filming the show last week, especially in the later stages of the show, Linjia was full of energy and vigor, and he was in charge on the set, and his youthful and promising look was almost written on his face. But now Linjia looks dejected, as if all his energy has been drained away, and he looks completely listless. He looks like a corporate slave who has been exploited by the company for several years. It's horrible. Shen Jun almost didn't recognize Linjia at first sight. Seeing Linjia's appearance, Shen Jun frowned and looked worried. Linjia is one of the few friends he has met since he traveled through time, and the two have always had a good relationship and can be considered true friends. This time, Shen Jun was able to get out of this predicament so quickly thanks to Linjia. During the filming of the show, although she was a director, she was running around for him. Mr. Shen kept it all in mind, so he sincerely hoped that Linjia would live a better life. "I just didn't expect." Shen Jun just felt a tightness in his chest. He let out a breath and went to meet them with an "Uncle Linjia." Linjia walked out of the airport in a daze. Ever since he experienced this incident in the past few days, he has been in a daze. He seemed to have lost his direction and even the meaning of life. Then he heard a crisp shout, and when he looked up, he saw An running towards him with his legs clattering and a smiling face upturned. An with a smile on her face is as cute as a little princess. At this moment, Linjia's heart, which had been as dead as ashes, was deeply touched. A hint of life appeared on his numb expression. Linjia spoke. "An." The voice is still hoarse. Shen Jun came up from behind and patted Linjia on the shoulder. "Are you okay?" Linjia looked up at Shen Jun, his eyes bloodshot, his lips trembling, and he finally managed to squeeze out a cry with a sobbing tone. "Brother Jun." On the way back, An had already dozed off in the car. After Shen Jun sent An home and coaxed her to sleep, he took Linjia to the food stall downstairs. Men don't shed tears easily, they just haven't started drinking yet. Linjia, who was drunk at night, cried and told about his experiences in the past few days. Shen Jun guessed correctly. Linjia did encounter some dirty things in the circle. It was very cliché, but very realistic. When "Where Are We Going, Dad?" was at its peak of popularity, Linjia, who planned and led the program, was demoted to assistant director. As for the director, he became a chief leader parachuted in from the station. The reason given by Hunan Provincial TV station was that it could be seen from the online public opinion in the first episode that Linjia was unable to control the program well. Now that the show is becoming more and more popular, the station feels that Linjia cannot handle it, so they sent an experienced director to help. Linjia said with tears and laughter. "They said I couldn't control it." After a burp, Linjia shouted with red eyes. "If I can't grasp it, how can this show become popular? Come help me. He, who wants to use this bunch of good-for-nothings to help me? Damn it. They've been running a show for years, but it's still not as good as my one show. You're just trying to steal my credit, bah. You're so pretentious." Linjia was already drunk and was cursing. Shen Jun didn't stop him. It would be better to let Lin Jie vent now, otherwise it would be easy for something to get into trouble if he held it in for too long. Shen Jun doesn't want to step into this circle again in this life because there are too many dirty things in this circle. Things like Lin Jie's might sound outrageous to outsiders, but for people in the circle, it is actually nothing strange. After all, this is the world's largest world of fame and fortune, full of sensual pleasures and extravagance. And shadows win out in the sun. I just didn't expect this to happen so quickly and so imminently. Looking at Lin Jiexin's dejected and extremely angry look, Shen Jun frowned, with a hint of coldness and suppressed anger between his brows. He met Lin Jie in his senior year. He had seen how much Lin Jie loved this industry. He was full of youthful vigor and ambition. This is also the reason why Shen Jun likes to talk about the show with Lin Jie. When you see someone's eyes shining, you will not refuse him. He also saw how much effort Lin Jie put in to get into Hunan TV station. Pulling all night is the norm. He also saw how excited Lin Jie was when he was accepted by the Hunan provincial television station. It was comparable to an going to the amusement park, and he was as happy as a child. A pure heart and full of enthusiasm. But now, this enthusiasm has been trampled into the mud by Hunan and Taiwan. Lin Jie was already drunk and was no longer sober. He staggered and fell flat on the table with a thud, and the bottle of wine in his hand fell directly to the ground. Lin Jie, who was lying on the table, was trembling all over, and her voice was filled with tears. Brother Jun, I can't accept this. I want to kill them. Kill them hard. Let them all die. Let them see if I can grasp it. Listening to Lin Jie's angry and sad cry, Shen Jun patted Lin Jie's shoulder lightly and said in a somewhat cold and depressed voice, "Then let's kill them." The next day, Lin Jie was still hungover. Shen Jun sent him back, tidied up some housework, and then sat down to think about what happened last night. What he said last night was not a casual response to Lin Jie, but was the result of serious consideration. He didn't want to see Lin Jie sink like this. He also knew Lin Jie's passion for this industry. If Lin Jie cheered up, he would definitely choose to enter this industry again. Lin Jie definitely can't tolerate this anger. He couldn't bear it either. Sooner or later, we will clash with Hunan TV and even other TV stations, and meet again in the field of interests. It will be a life and death battle. They weren't killed. They are the ones who kill others. In that case, Shen Jun chose to kill others. With the foundation from his previous life, Shen Jun has the confidence to say this. When the time comes, just pick out some Running Man, Mushroom House, Metamorphosis, and other romantic variety shows, and those TV stations will be in big trouble. So it is not difficult for Shen Jun to pull Lin Jie back on his feet. Just as Shen Jun was thinking about this, the phone suddenly rang. Shen Jun picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was a landline number. Court. When he saw the court, Shen Jun frowned immediately. The call was quickly connected, and a very official voice came from the other end of the phone. The more Shen Jun listened, the colder his expression became. It finally came. Zhao Wanyi appealed, requesting a change in the custody of her daughter. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun took a deep breath. There was no news from Zhao Wanyi during this period, and he thought that Zhao Wanyi had given up. Unexpectedly, she had not given up yet and actually found a lawyer to appeal again. And based on his understanding of Zhao Wanyi would not do anything without certainty. Zhao Wanyi cares more about her face. Since she has filed an appeal again, it means that Zhao Wanyi is very confident. And with Zhao Wanyi's net worth, hiring a good lawyer is not a problem. This made Shen Jun's calm face show a rare trace of anxiety. If there was one thing Shen Jun cared about the most in this world, it was Inan. He would never allow anyone to take Inan away. Shen Jun frowned, stood up and paced around the living room for a few times, finally took out his cell phone and called Qin Man. He didn't know many people, and even fewer who were capable of helping him, so Shen Jun could only continue to ask Qin Man for help. Qin Man quickly answered Shen Jun's call. Before Shen Jun could speak, Qin Man on the other end of the phone said, "I let everyone in the company listen to Red Bean and they all thought it was great. Sister Huaying also liked it and is already practicing the song. This song is a classic from the previous life, it is hard not to like it." Shen Jun casually responded, "That's good." Then he asked anxiously, "Sister Qin, I have to trouble you to do me a favor again." Qin Man did not disregard Shen Jun's request this time, but took it very seriously. The last time Qin Man helped Shen Jun directly helped Song Huaying win the first place. Now Qin Man wishes he could help Shen Jun a few more times, and it would be best if he could tie Shen Jun up completely. Qin Man asked directly, "What's wrong?" Shen Jun immediately said, "Do you know any professional lawyers?" Qin Man was surprised. "Lawyer? Why are you looking for a lawyer? Is it a copyright issue or do you want to negotiate a contract?" "It just so happens that Hanshi Company has a specialized law firm that we work with. They're very good at handling copyright lawsuits and contracts. I'll let them help you." Before Shen Jun could elaborate, Qin Man had already said everything he needed to say. Shen Jun paused and said faintly, "I'd like to inquire about custody proceedings." After hearing what Shen Jun said, Qin Man was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he repeated in surprise, "Custody? This?" Qin Man was speechless. She thought Shen Jun wanted to ask about copyright or contract, but she didn't expect Shen Jun to be so unexpected. "I actually want to consult about custody." "All right. This is a father." Qin Man comforted herself, suppressed the absurdity in her heart, and sent the phone number of the cooperating law firm to Shen Jun. They are all civil lawsuits, so they should be similar, right? Golden Law Firm, one of the top law firms in Shanghai. At this time, Chen Xin from Jinlu was sorting documents in the office and suddenly sneezed. Just as he wiped his nose, the phone rang. This was another card of Chen Xin. Those who knew this phone number were important customers. Chen Xin answered the phone immediately. A deep and magnetic voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the phone. "Hello, I'm Mr. Shen. I have some legal matters. Mr. Qin from Hanxi said you are very professional, so I want to consult you." These words quickly passed through Chen Xian's ears, and he quickly extracted the keywords. "Hanxi, Mr. Qin." Hanxi is a major client of the firm, and Chen Xian is in charge of all related matters, so Chen Xian quickly made a judgment in his mind. Big customer. Otherwise I wouldn't know Mr. Qin. The consulting issues should be copyright, contract and other intellectual property legal issues related to the entertainment industry. And these are indeed what he is good at. Find him, he's a professional. However, after Chen Xian confidently agreed, 3 minutes later, Chen Xian in the office exclaimed in disbelief. "You said you wanted to consult about custody? Although both are civil lawsuits, these two sections are completely different." However, just when Chen Xian wanted to refuse, a message suddenly popped up on her phone. It was from Mr. Qin from Hanxi. Mr. Qin's message read, "Help him solve this matter. When Hanxi's legal counsel expires next year, I will recommend you first." Seeing this, Chen Xian changed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and said firmly to Shen Jun on the phone, "No problem. Leave it to me. I'm an expert at this. Please send me the relevant materials first and I'll study them." After getting Chen Xian's assurance, Shen Jun's anxiety dissipated a little, and he looked up Jinlu Law Firm and knew that it was one of the best law firms in Shanghai. "I feel more at ease." At noon, Lin Jia was still asleep. Shen Jun took in back to eat. After learning that Uncle Lin Jia was still asleep, and drew a pig's head on the back of Lin Jia's hand. "Uncle Lin Jia is a lazy pig." Shen Anan giggled and ran out. After lunch, Shen Jun received a notice from the production team of "Where are we going, Dad?" The notice told him that because a group of guests withdrew from the program, the second episode originally scheduled to be broadcast on July 12 would be postponed for 1 week. When Shen Jun received the notice, the official account of "Where are we going, Dad?" also posted an announcement on the internet about the postponement of recording. Among the variety shows nowadays, the most popular one is Top Singer, and the second most popular one is "Where are we going, Dad?" Both shows were hits. Therefore, there are many viewers who pay attention to the program "Where are we going, Dad?" After the last episode ended, many viewers were urging for more episodes and were eagerly looking forward to the show a week later. However, they didn't expect to receive the news of postponed recording. It immediately sparked a lot of heated discussion. At this time, in an office at the Hunan Provincial Television Station, a leader who looked to be in his 50s or 60s was sighing and said with a hint of regret, "I asked you to take over the show, not to completely drive everyone away. What a talented person you are." Sitting on the chair opposite the leader was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s wearing glasses. He immediately said, "I didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn, but don't worry, Director Dong, I've figured out the routine of this program, and the overall framework of the program is still there, and the staff hasn't changed. It doesn't matter whether Lin Jia is there or not. Without him, I can actually better control the program team, and the future programs will definitely become more and more popular." The leader called Director Dong nodded and said with a smile, "I feel relieved with your words. You've been working as deputy director for many years, right? Work hard and make the show a success. I'll help you sort things out by the end of the year." The middle-aged man wearing glasses immediately said excitedly, "I will do it well." Haha, does he think the show is that easy? Lin Jia, who had already woken up, was drinking porridge and said in a cold voice. When Lin Jia woke up, Shen Jun was reading the notice from the program team and the announcement on the internet, so he talked to Lin Jia about it. After venting last night, Lin Jia felt much better, at least there was more light in his eyes. And when talking about the show, he was not as angry as before, but still said coldly and harshly, "Without me, he's nothing but shit." And Lin Jia paused and asked, "Brother Jun, do you still remember your contract?" Shen Jun was stunned for a moment. The contract was drafted for him by Lin Jia. He just glanced at the labor fee and did not look at other details. He believed that Lin Jia would not cheat him. Shen Jun was puzzled. What happened to the contract? Lin Jia curled his lips. When I signed the contract with you, I kept something in reserve. I think you'll definitely be famous later, so the contract I signed with you is not for a full season, but just one. I originally wanted to let you raise the price later. I didn't expect. After hearing Lin Jia's words, Shen Jun's face also showed a look of surprise. After learning about Lin Jia's situation yesterday, Shen Jun started thinking about the subsequent programs. He came to this program because of Lin Jia. Now that Lin Jia has been squeezed out, why is he staying there? Looking for trouble? Shen Jun naturally didn't want to record the subsequent programs, but he had signed the contract at the beginning. If he didn't record it, it would be a breach of contract. He couldn't afford the penalty now. I have a headache. I didn't expect to hear this good news from Lin Jia. Shen Jun also laughed. You can do it, kid. Lin Jia's mouth suddenly raised a sneer. I want to see how he shoots his show. In the last episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Shen Jun and had the highest traffic. It can even be said that the reason why Where Are We Going, Dad? Became so popular so quickly and even went viral was all thanks to Shen Jun. If Shen Jun quit the show's popularity would be cut in half, not to mention that Song Xiu, who ranked second in traffic, would already be out of the spotlight. So Lin Jia is not worried at all whether the show will become popular again after he leaves. It's impossible. If Hunan and Taiwan are unkind, don't blame them for being unjust. Lin Jia drank the porridge in the bowl with a fierce look on his face, then turned to Shen Jun and said seriously, Brother Jun, I want to create a new show to compete with Siang TV. Will you come and help me then? He had this idea when Shen Jun was counseling him last night. After he woke up, especially when he saw that the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Was postponed, this idea became even more firm in his mind. Since he can create a hit show, he can naturally create a second hit show. He is still young and has plenty of time and energy. And he also has Brother Jun. Whether it is Jun Ji's talent or his current popularity, it will allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Looking at Lin Jia, who had regained his spirits, Shen Jun's last worry finally dissipated, and he smiled and replied, Nature. Now that we have decided to do the show, we have to start thinking about the follow-up arrangements. How about contacting Dragon TV? Shen Jun knew that Hanshi Company had cooperated with Oriental Satellite TV, and that the director of Hanshi came from Oriental Satellite TV. It shouldn't be a problem to ask Qin Man to help introduce them, but I'll have to trouble Qin Man again. If it really doesn't work, give Hanshi a few more songs. But Lin Jia shook his head. Dragon TV now has a show called Top Singer. Their resources will definitely be tilted towards Top Singer. It will be difficult to be taken seriously if I go there. Don't bother Jun Ji, I'll find it myself. After so many years in this industry, I have some connections. Lin Jia didn't want to trouble Brother Jun for everything, so he would have to ask Brother Jun for help with the next show. Shen Jun patted Lin Jia on the shoulder. Okay, don't hesitate to ask me if you need me. Lin Jia stayed in Shanghai for a day and then left with his suitcase. Shen Jun was not idle. As soon as Lin Jia left, lawyer Chen Xin, who had contacted him before, contacted him and told him about the current situation over the phone. The more Shen Jun listened, the more serious his expression became. After listening to lawyer Chen, Shen Jun frowned and concluded. So what lawyer Chen means is that if the other party wants to win the case, it is most likely to come from two sides. Economic conditions and the impact of public opinion? Chen Lu on the opposite side nodded and said, Yes, according to the information you provided me, you currently don't have a stable job. Your main sources of income are two aspects, pay from variety shows and royalties from novels. Neither of these guarantees a stable economic situation. Besides, your income is a bit tight compared to the expenses of raising your daughter and daily living expenses. The other party is likely to accuse you of financial problems. There's also the influence of public opinion. I've researched your public opinion and discovered you've been the subject of numerous online bullies and public outcry, including some involving your daughter. The other party is likely to accuse you of failing to provide a good environment for your daughter to grow up in. If the other party holds on to these 2 points, it will be very difficult for us. Golden Law Firm is worthy of being a top firm. It investigated the situation very clearly in 2 days and quickly deduced the other party's thoughts. After listening to Chen Lu's explanation, Shen Jun frowned. In terms of income, he currently only has income from program fees and royalties from Grave Robbers Chronicles. As for the publication of Harry Potter and Hanshi's 1 million, the money hasn't arrived yet. He has also decided to quit Where Are We Going, Dad? And he will no longer receive any salary from the show, adding insult to injury. As for public opinion, Shen Jun rubbed his eyebrows anxiously and said in a deep voice, Is there any way to solve this? The voice on the other end of the phone said. Have. Since the problem lies in these two aspects, let's solve these two aspects. Although you have received the court notice, it will still take 1 to 3 months before the official trial date. That means you have at least 1 month to proceed. Within a month, I can find a stable job or have a stable income that is enough to support my daughter. At the same time, within a month, we will make online public opinion positive and create a positive social image that is beneficial to you. At the end, Chen Xin sighed. Although there are solutions, it is not easy to achieve these 2 points. You may be able to find a job quickly, but creating a positive image within a month is almost impossible. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Good. After the two hung up the phone, Shen Jun did not get up, but looked out the window with a thoughtful expression. It is indeed not easy to create a positive social image within a month, but it is not completely impossible. This is just like establishing a persona in a circle. The easiest and most direct way to establish a personal image, especially a positive one, is to make charitable donations. This method is not only used in the entertainment industry, but also in other circles, and even in companies. Although it's old-fashioned, it works. If something happens, just find someone to expose it, and you can instantly establish a positive social image as a caring and responsible person. This is what people in the circle often call gilding the body. The predecessor Shen Jun also did this kind of thing. After all, who doesn't want a golden body? Anyone who is in this circle is always worried that they might be killed by someone one day, so they need some trump cards. Shen Jun is familiar with this matter. But he has no money now. I can't even donate money. I have hundreds of thousands of dollars on me, but if I donate it, it won't even make a splash. And after the donation is made, he and will be left with nothing? Can't operate. Shen Jun frowned and thought quickly, recalling some methods and approaches he had seen in his previous life. After thinking for a long time, Shen Jun suddenly came up with a solution. Since he can't donate, maybe he can try donating something else. For example, donate songs. Shen Jun's eyes lit up. This method is very feasible. He has a lot of songs from his previous life in his mind, so he never has to worry about running out of songs. Moreover, if this matter is done well, the influence it brings will be no less than that brought by donations, and it may even be even greater. Donate songs. In short, Party A needs a song, and Shen Jun gives him one. But of course it's not that simple. First of all, the Party A cannot be an ordinary person. It must be someone who can bring influence and positive public opinion to Mr. Shen. As for which Party A is suitable, Shen Jun directly opened his phone and started searching. Shen Jun only had one sentence in his search. Build D propaganda. Which party can bring influence to Mr. Shen and also bring him positive public opinion? The first choice is of course the 5-star red flag. Red songs are the most suitable songs. And Shen Jun has a lot of classic red songs in his mind. Unfortunately, although this year marks the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Republic of China, there are indeed many large-scale publicity and evening party activities, and they are very grand. But these will not be announced until September or October. In 3 months, the daylily has become cold. Exclude. Shen Jun sighed. He now had to find a project that could be released and promoted as soon as possible. The G-building activities would have to wait until later. If Shen Jun doesn't get involved in this activity, he would be doing a disservice to the many popular songs in his mind. We'll talk about it later. Shen Jun continued searching for military propaganda and propaganda for some vulnerable groups, but there was no suitable time. However, just when Shen Jun was feeling a little discouraged, he suddenly saw a link. Inspired by a culture of struggle. Inspire your spirit with the sound of victory. The National Fire Administration is now soliciting original fire-themed songs. When he clicked on the link, he saw an official page that was somewhat serious and formal. The words in the document were also very formal, but it made Shen Jun's heart skip a beat. Shen Jun quickly scanned the content. There are no generous rewards for this theme song collection activity. However, the competition clearly stated that if the participating songs are finally accepted, they will be included in the National Fire Protection theme songs and combined with the latest fire protection promotional video. Carry out national promotion. The time starts in August. Both the influence and the timing are perfect. There is simply no more suitable project than this. Shen Jun's eyes lit up. As for the participating songs, when Shen Jun saw the word firefighting, the melody of a song automatically sounded in his mind. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love you. Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? Shen Jun hummed a few lines, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this song was suitable. Hero in the dark. Isn't that what firefighting is? Although the song Lone Hero was not originally written for unsung heroes such as firefighters, but after this song was released, images of firefighters and even a series of unknown retrogrades automatically emerged in the minds of countless people. And it is also being quoted more and more in the propaganda of the main theme. The heroes among the lone braves do not specifically refer to firefighters, but to all the unsung heroes who carry heavy burdens and move forward against the tide. They all deserve to be praised. Moreover, this song is not only closely related to the theme, but also has a passionate and exciting melody. Moreover, this is a pop song, and pop music means that it will be easier to spread and more easily accepted by people. The lone hero in the previous life is the best example. As soon as the song was released, it directly topped the hot song chart and stayed there for several months. Before Shen Jun traveled through time, it was still a hit occasionally. Almost everyone can hum a line or two. Phenomenal songs are no joke. Especially among primary and secondary school students, this song has become very popular and is known as the divine song for primary school students. The god of children's songs. Hey, why can't I avoid children's songs? Regardless, this song is definitely the most appropriate song for the moment. Shen Jun made a quick decision in his mind, and then looked at the deadline of the competition, which was July 15th. Only 2 days left. He must get it out as soon as possible. Shen Jun immediately began to write down all the lyrics and music in his mind, then waited until Anan got out of school, picked up Anan, and took Anan directly to Hanshi. He wants to borrow Hanshi's recording studio. He had already told Qin Man in advance, and Qin Man was very welcome. Sister Qin, I'm sorry to bother you again. In Qin Man's office, Shen Jun said apologetically that he felt a little embarrassed for bothering Sister Qin again and again. Qin Man smiled and waved his hand. Fine. If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me anytime. Don't be shy. He made a face and joked. Otherwise Grandma won't forgive me. Shen Jun also laughed, and then took out the prepared food from the thermos box. It was a hurry in the evening, and Anan had not eaten yet. Thinking that Qin Man might not have eaten either, and that it would trouble Qin Man, Shen Jun prepared a few dishes in advance. Give it to Qin Man and Anan as dinner. Mr. Shen made 3 dishes and a soup. Because they were placed in a thermos box, they were still steaming hot when he took them out. Qin Man did not have dinner, and because she was too busy recently, she just had a quick bite in the office at noon and did not eat properly. I'm already hungry. At this moment, I smelled the fragrance of the food and my stomach growled. Qin Man's old face turned red. Shen Jun didn't care. After setting the dishes, he took bowls to serve rice to the 2 of them and called Qin Man and Anan over. Come over for dinner. Sister Manman, it's time to eat. Anan took Qin Man's hand and trotted over to sit down. Shen Jun filled a bowl of rice and handed it to Qin Man. Qin Man thanked him and took the rice. The warmth of the rice felt at his fingertips, and Anan's giggling laughter could be heard in his ears. In front of me was Shen Jun's face as he served rice seriously. Qin Man's heart, which had not been moved for many years, was suddenly touched at this moment. It was like a stone suddenly fell into the calm water, causing ripples. The warmth on the fingertips became hotter and hotter, even burning. Sister Manman, the food Daddy cooked is so delicious. It tastes better than the ones made in kindergarten. Anan's crisp voice brought Qin Man back to his senses. Qin Man put down the bowl in a panic, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. I glanced at Shen Jun, who was mixing rice for An. The snow-white rice in An's small bowl was mixed with some green-brown and yellow-brown crumbs, and Qin Man's curiosity was piqued. What's this? Shen Jun looked up and smiled. This is shredded seaweed and minced pork floss. Anan has loved mixing it with rice since he was a child. Anan nodded his head in agreement. Sister Manman, this is delicious, fragrant and crispy. As Anan spoke, she licked her lips with a greedy look, which made Qin Man laugh. She was also a little curious about the taste of the bibimbap. After Shen Jun mixed the rice for Anan, he suddenly said to Qin Man, Sister Qin, would you like some? Qin Man was a little flustered and blushed as her thoughts were seen through, and said in a panic, okay. After saying that, Shen Jun had already taken Qin Man's bowl, lowered his head and began to mix the rice seriously. Looking at Shen Jun's serious look, Qin Man's panic gradually calmed down. After finishing with the 2 of them, Shen Jun told Anan, after dinner, I can watch the tablet for half an hour, and then start to finish my pinyin homework. I'll check your ancient poetry recitation when I get back. After explaining, Shen Jun said to Qin Man, Sister Qin, I'm going to go record first. I'll ask you to take care of An. It's okay, go ahead and do your work. Qin Man gave Shen Jun a reassuring look, and Shen Jun left the office. On the way to the recording studio, I met many Hanshi employees or artists. Some looked at Shen Jun curiously, while others who knew Shen Jun shouted directly, Hello, Teacher Shen. Shen Jun gave a vague smile and walked away quickly to the recording studio. The recording teacher in the recording studio was the same teacher who had recorded Song Huaying last time. When he saw Shen Jun, he immediately stood up excitedly and shouted, Teacher Shen, you're here. Shen Jun was helpless. Just call me Mr. Shen. Recording teacher. Okay, Teacher Shen. Everything is ready, we can start anytime. Shen Jun nodded. Thanks for your hard work. After entering the recording studio, Shen Jun's expression suddenly became serious, and then he began to compose and record the song. The song The Lone Hero was one of Shen Jun's favorites in his previous life, but it later became a hit song for elementary school students, and various jokes ruined the meaning of the song. Now picking it up again, Shen Jun suppressed the jokes from his previous life and began to recall some figures of those who went against the flow, such as firefighters and soldiers. In his previous life, Shen Jun made a firefighting-related movie. In order to better understand the characters and learn about firefighting, Shen Jun once worked in a fire department in a certain city for a period of time. I have also read a lot of information about firefighting. In his previous life, the biographies he wrote for characters amounted to tens of thousands of words, and he had personally experienced the terrifying environment of burning heat and suffocation in a fire. So it was very easy to get into the role and the emotions were quickly aroused. Then, Manhwa adjusted the instrumental combination and harmony, and gradually restored the song The Lone Brave Man from the previous life. Moreover, Shen Jun's interpretation of The Lone Hero not only has the stubbornness and passion of the original version, but also has a touch of tragedy and an indomitable determination. When Shen Jun sang, there was a bit more throat-tearing sound. It's not that Shen Jun deliberately adjusted the arrangement of the song, but along with Shen Jun's understanding of it, his singing skills naturally express like this. Shen Jun listened to it and didn't plan to change it. When the mood is right, you can sacrifice skills appropriately, and that's fine. Finally finished, Shen Jun looked at the time and realized that he had been in the recording studio for more than 3 hours. It was already past 9 o'clock. Shen Jun let out a light breath, pushed the door open and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause outside, which scared Shen Jun. Shen Jun looked up and saw that in addition to the recording teacher, Song Huaying, and the agent had also come in at some point. At this moment, they were clapping excitedly. Teacher Xiao Shen, is this your new song? It's so beautiful. I was moved by the singing. I can't help but cry. The three of them talked back and forth for a while before calming down. Shen Jun asked with some doubt, Sister Huaying, why are you here? I came over to practice singing tonight, and I heard you were here so I came to see you. I didn't expect to see the birth of another classic. Song Huaying looked at Shen Jun with some amazement and admiration. She did occasionally hear the news that Shen Jun was there in the evening, so she came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, when she arrived, she saw the recording teacher with an excited and tragic look on his face. The expression is very rich. This immediately aroused her curiosity, so she picked up the monitoring headphones and listened, and she has been listening to it until now. Song Huaying was filled with emotion. Since her debut, many people have said that she is very spiritual and that she is blessed by her ancestors. But now after seeing Shen Jun, Song Huaying realized that there are always people better than you and there are always mountains better than you. Compared with Shen Jun, I am just a piece of wood. Shen Jun is the one who is being fed by the Great Master. No, the Great Master has even stuffed the rice bowl directly into Shen Jun's hands. Let's not talk about Shen Jun's lyrics and composition first. Let's talk about Shen Jun's singing skills. The last time I coached her, Shen Jun's singing skills were still a little lacking, and her professional techniques were a little unstable. For example, some high notes or the transition between true and false voices were not smooth enough. But looking back today, the initial shortcomings have been completely made up for. Shen Jun's singing skills are now comparable to those of first-line singers. Coupled with Shen Jun's tangible emotional resonance, Song Huaying even had a momentary illusion. Shen Jun is even better than her. I was shocked. Song Huaying looked at Shen Jun with a fixed gaze, then changed the subject and said, "What's this song?" "Oh, I saw a theme song solicitation online, and I had an idea, so I wrote this song." The three people in the recording studio were shocked again when they heard this. Sharp. Others rack their brains for days but still can't write a single song. Some even take years. It turned out that Shen Jun was inspired by the theme song solicitation, and then he created a song that can be called a classic. Such talent had to shock the three of them. The three of them wanted to keep Shen Jun company to chat for a while, but Shen Jun was worried about Anand's condition, so he had to say goodbye and went straight back to Qin Man's office. At this time in the office, Anand was lying on the sofa, covered with a blanket, and had fallen asleep. Qin Man was processing the files on the computer seriously, occasionally turning his head to look at Anand, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Anand stayed in the office for 3 hours without crying or making a fuss and was very well behaved. Just before going to bed, because of the change of environment, Anand wanted to wait for his dad to come back, but he could hardly open his big eyes and his head was nodding. Qin Man couldn't bear to watch this, so she hugged Anand and sang a lullaby to her to sleep. The last time she was at Shen Yunking's house, Qin Man had already learned Shen Jun's lullaby song and was now very familiar with it. After coaxing Anand to sleep, Qin Man continued to get busy. Qin Man didn't know if it was an illusion, but the office, which was usually a little deserted at night, didn't seem so deserted tonight. Just as he was thinking about it, Shen Jun pushed the door open and walked in. Qin Man immediately made a hushing gesture, and Shen Jun took the opportunity to lighten his footsteps. Looking at An sleeping on the sofa, Shen Jun felt a little distressed. He didn't want to go out to work at first because he was worried about this situation. Zhao Wanyi was no longer at home, and if he got busier, there would be no one to take care of An. So he chose to stay at home and take care of An. But I didn't expect that it would turn out like this in the end. Shen Jun sighed in his heart and said softly to Qin Man, "Sorry to bother Sister Qin." Qin Man smiled softly and said, "No trouble. An is very well behaved." Shen Jun walked to An and gently picked her up. An was awakened and hummed twice in confusion. Shen Jun quickly patted her and said, "An is up, let's go home and sleep." When An heard Shen Jun's voice, she opened her eyes with some effort and called out in a daze, "Daddy, I am here." Shen Jun kissed An's little face and said, "Let's go home and sleep, okay?" An nodded in a soft voice. Then let's go." Shen Jun put a coat on An and then prepared to hug An and leave. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, An hugged Shen Jun's neck and said dazedly, "Let's go home together, sister." Shen Jun was stunned for a moment and didn't react. Qin Man, who was following behind Shen Jun, reacted instantly. An had been calling her sister, and Qin Man was used to it now. After hearing this, Qin Man was a little flustered and his heartbeat quickened. Before he finished speaking, Shen Jun reacted and said to An, "Aunt Qin Man has her own home, and she wants to go back to her home." An was a little reluctant and had a tantrum. "No, I want Sister Manman." Shen Jun's voice became a little deeper. "Don't play rogue. Dad will bring you here tomorrow, and you can play with Aunt Qin Man then." Hearing Shen Jun's somewhat stern voice and that he would bring her to play tomorrow, Shen Anan sobbed and nodded reluctantly. Shen Jun looked at Qin Man behind him with some apology. "Sister Qin, I'm sorry." Qin Man waved her hand casually, and Shen Jun carried An and the lunchbox downstairs. Just as Shen Jun entered the elevator, Qin Man, who had just been calm, suddenly changed his expression. He kicked the door frame hard with his high heels and said through gritted teeth, "Auntie, Auntie, you are the auntie." In the next 2 days, Shen Jun practiced singing at Hanshi Company. In the middle of the day, Linjia sent a message saying that the next job had been negotiated. Preparing to join Jiangnan TV. Among the domestic television stations today, the first tier, or the industry leader, is naturally CCTV. The second tier is composed of 2 provincial TV stations, Dragon TV and Hunan TV, while Jiangnan TV is ranked behind these 3, ranked third among provincial TV stations. On the upside, it cannot catch up with Dragon TV and Hunan Satellite TV, but on the downside, it is ahead of other provincial satellite TV stations. It is a typical case of being not as good as the best but better than the worst. In recent years, with the frequent hits of variety shows on provincial satellite TV stations, many satellite TV stations are eager to squeeze into the second tier. Jiangnan TV naturally has this plan as well. So there have been a lot of actions in the past 2 years, and many program projects have been launched, but there is still a lack of a hit program. Can only be ranked third. Jiangnan TV has a solid foundation and is ambitious, which makes it quite suitable for Linjia's development. Shen Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Linjia with a smile, "When you come up with your new show, save a spot for me." Linjia has regained his strength. Then we'll combine our strengths and wipe out Hunan province. After Linjia's problem was solved, Shen Jun also thought about his own affairs. In addition to donating songs to build his reputation, he also needed to solve his financial situation. That is to find a stable job or have a stable source of income. However, finding a job was not something Shen Jun considered. I can't ever work in this life. Shen Jun knows too well what it feels like to be treated like a beast of burden. In his previous life, the company he signed with when he first debuted didn't treat artists as human beings at all. 24 hours a day, I am either on the way to Rush to make announcements or attending events. If he wanted to rest, he could only do so in the car. Shen Jun's longest record was 3 days of non-stop work without a break. At that time, he was so tired that he could even fall asleep while putting on makeup backstage. So Shen Jun doesn't plan to be a slave in this life. He plans to set up a studio and be his own boss. By then, he will have the final say on everything. Later, he will sign 2 artists and train them. After the custody issue of An is settled, he will retreat behind the scenes. Continue your current leisurely life. Perfect. As for setting up a studio, Shen Jun is very familiar with the procedures and does not need help from others. However, after setting up the studio, he will need to recruit a few people, especially he needs an agent. Since he has made up his mind to step into this circle and will need to make a living in this industry in the future, a professional agent is a must. Although Shen Jun is very familiar with these businesses, a good agent can give him even greater strength. As for recruiting people, I have to ask Sister Chin for help. Of course, these are all later matters. Mr. Shen first has to finish all the tasks at hand. After practicing for 2 days and working hard, Shen Jun finally finished recording the song The Lone Brave Man before the registration deadline and submitted it successfully. The time has come to July 15th. There are only 2 days left until the semi-finals of The Peak Singer begin. There is only 1 day left until the release of Grave Robbers Chronicles. That afternoon, Shen Jun received a call from Wang Lei. During this period, Jushu Publishing House was besieged by many publishing houses, and the situation became increasingly serious. As the editor-in-chief of the publishing department, Wang Lei has been so busy lately that he has lost a lot of hair and looks several years older. Fortunately, Kyushu magazine is about to be released. Now that all of Jushu's businesses are declining, Jushu magazine, which has never attracted people's attention, has become a trump card in Jushu's hand. Jushu magazine was previously a small brand under the Jushu Publishing House, equivalent to an unappreciated bastard. It has never attracted attention. At the beginning, neither Kyushu nor the entire industry paid much attention to Kyushu magazine. However, Jushu Publishing House now has high hopes for this issue of the magazine, hoping that it can rely on this issue to find a way out in the crisis-ridden blockade, even bring Kyushu to a new height. For this purpose, Jushu Publishing House even convened a general meeting for all employees before the sale starts tomorrow. Wang Lei called for this matter. On the one hand, he talked about Jushu's importance to Grave Robbers Chronicles, and on the other hand, he hoped that Shen Jun could help promote it. Helping with publicity is not a problem, but Shen Jun doesn't even know how many followers he has on his personal social media account. He had previously been using the program account prepared by the Where Are We Going, Dad? Production team, and he registered his personal account when he first contacted Tang Shi. There was no management at all afterwards. To be honest, Shen Jun has forgotten his password now. After hearing Shen Jun's words, Wang Lei was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Shen Jun to be so casual. Aren't celebrities very concerned about their social accounts now? We even hired a dedicated person to run it. Yes, in Wang Lei's eyes, Shen Jun is now a very popular star. Not only in Wang Lei's eyes, but also in the eyes of passers-by. There are discussions about Shen Jun on the internet now, and some clips from the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Are very popular now. It's okay, Jushu will also make an effort. And with the quality of the work, it's sure to be a hit. Seeing that Shen Jun could not be relied upon, Wang Lei could only comfort himself. Shen Jun was also helpless. He wanted to help, but he was powerless. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun tried to log into his social account. He was right in his prediction. He had indeed forgotten his password. After some effort, I reset my password through SMS verification and was finally able to log into my social account. However, as soon as Shen Jun opened his social account, he was stunned. He saw densely packed red dots in the message bar. When he clicked on it, countless private messages popped out. The phone jammed. Shen Jun was shocked. In addition to the explosion of private messages, the number of fans of this account has also reached an astonishing number, more than 3 million fans. Although this number of fans is insignificant compared to the number of fans Shen Jun had in his previous life, not even as good as ordinary internet celebrities. But you have to know that Shen Jun has never operated this account. He had just casually registered this account, and it had nothing on it except the name Shen Jun and an official certification logo. No introduction, no content. Simply put, it's a garbage account. Moreover, Shen Jun has not continued to work since the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? And has almost disappeared from the public eye. That's it. Even with this, he still has more than 3 million fans. Are fans in this world so easy to deal with? Shen Jun was slightly surprised, cleared the background messages, and then edited a text to promote Jushu magazine and posted it on his account. Then he put away his phone and prepared to pick up an AN. Shen Jun didn't read the dense private messages in the backstage, so he had no idea how hard his fans were waiting for him. Since the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Ended, Shen Jun has not appeared in public. Later, with the broadcast of The Peak Singer, Shen Jun became popular again, but he still did not show up. During this period, Shen Jun seemed to have disappeared. Shen Jun feels that he has a lot of fans now, but if he does some business, he will definitely have more fans. Today, his 3 songs are still high on the Chinese music charts, with countless listeners, and these 3 songs have also become popular on short video platforms. The total number of views on the entire network has exceeded 100 million, attracted countless fans. In addition to songs, Shen Jun also has a Harry Potter movie that only tells the beginning, and countless fans who have already entered the pit are waiting for the subsequent plot. Half of the private messages in Shen Jun's backstage are messages urging for updates. In addition, Shen Jun and Anan also gained countless fans on the show Where Are We Going, Dad? including fans of their looks, fans of their daughters, and fans of their mothers. Many people hope that Shen Jun can post some of his daily life with an AN. Just look at the account of the show, Where Are We Going, Dad? And you will know that Shen Jun and An's live broadcast account now has more than 10 million fans. Therefore, as long as Shen Jun is in business, the number of fans will definitely increase dramatically, because many people now don't know that Shen Jun has a personal account. Shen Jun hasn't posted any content, and his fans have no chance to manage his account or increase his popularity. And it was in this situation that Shen Jun's tweet was released. Fans who followed Shen Jun received a prompt from the platform at this time. Many fans' first reaction was, "Is it that marketing account again?" Recently, there have been a lot of marketing accounts using Shen Jun's name or being related to Shen Jun. Many fans are fed up with it. The main thing is that these marketing accounts don't have any new content, they are all rehashing old stuff, and they repeat the same content 100 or 80 times, which is annoying. But just when the fan was about to cross out this recommendation tip, his hand stopped, because the prompt shows, "The Mr. Shen you follow." Mr. Shen? My attention? Many people were suddenly excited and quickly opened the social platform, and sure enough, they saw that Shen Jun's account had posted a message. Before even reading the message, many people immediately confirmed whether the account belonged to them. The official certification is very obvious and clear at a glance. It's really Mr. Shen himself. Shen Jun himself finally has some updates. Many fans instantly felt tears welling up in their eyes and were indescribably excited. Since the end of the Dad show, Shen Jun has disappeared, leaving countless fans waiting and waiting, but never seeing him. The private message sent to Mr. Shen also fell on deaf ears. This made many fans very upset and sad. Shen Jun was the typical person who dug a hole and ran away, whetting their appetite and dragging them into the hole. As a result, the person disappeared when he turned around. Now that he was finally alive, many fans confirmed that the post was posted by Shen Jun, and regardless of the content, they commented crazily under the post. "Ah, a living person. Oh my god, you finally remembered your password, didn't you? Watch from the front row. Mr. Shen, do you know how hard it has been for me to wait for you? I'm planning to pass the account to my grandson." Grandma, the guy you chased back then posted a status update. "Shen Jun, brother Jun, do you still remember that you have an account?" Some people noticed the dynamic content posted by Shen Jun and were slightly puzzled. Grave Robbers Chronicles. Isn't that Harry Potter? By the way, has the publication date for Harry Potter been decided yet? Fans were not surprised when Shen Jun said that his novel would be published in Juzhu magazine. Whether it was Harry Potter or the ancient Chinese literature that was later favored by Professor Tang Shi of Jingcheng University, it all proved that Mr. Shen had extraordinary talent. And old fans all know that Shen Jun has cooperated with Juzhu. There was nothing strange about collaborating to publish a novel, so everyone was just puzzled for a moment and then put it behind them. People weren't interested in the tweets. A large portion of Shen Jun's fans are his looks and his mother's fans. They want to see photos or videos of Shen Jun and An. As for reading, this thing is not as interesting as looking at handsome guys and cute little girls. The other part is Shen Jun's fans, who only like the songs written by Shen Jun and have no interest in reading books. As for the few remaining book fans, they are eager to know the next plot of Harry Potter and want to learn more about the magical wizarding world. As for the new pit, are you kidding me? You're trying to drag them into a new pit before the old one is even filled? Don't even think about it. So after Shen Jun posted his tweet, a very strange scene appeared. The popularity of the tweet soared, and the number of comments skyrocketed every minute. But if you look through the comments, you can hardly see any discussion about the content of the tweet. It can be said that it is completely cold. This situation continued until after 10 o'clock in the evening. At around 10 o'clock, Jiang Ruanan, who had just finished filming a night scene, saw the status posted by Shen Jun and directly forwarded it. And the text: "Support. Big Bang." Shen Jun's account has only more than 3 million followers, and although the popularity of his updates has been increasing, the increase is still limited. Moreover, Shen Jun's updates were only discussed and circulated among his fans. As for netizens who did not follow Shen Jun, they were completely unaware of it. But as soon as Jiang Ruanan forwarded it, things suddenly changed. This tweet from Shen Jun went viral and its popularity started to skyrocket. As a popular young actress in the film and television industry, Jiang Ruanan now has more than 40 million followers on her social media accounts, which is an astonishing number. When Jiang Ruanan spoke up for Shen Jun, it immediately caused an uproar because Jiang Ruanan was so well known. So the impact is amazing. For example, after forwarding Shen Jun's updates, the effect was amazing, and more people noticed Shen Jun's account and updates. It went straight to the hot search list. Not long after Jiang Ruanan forwarded Shen Jun's post, singer Song Huaying also forwarded Shen Jun's post using her personal account. Song Huaying is already a top-tier singer, and his fan base is not much smaller than Jiang Ruanan's. Moreover, since winning first place in the last episode, Song Hwaying's popularity has exploded again, and it can be said that he is the most popular. Jang Ruanan had already triggered Shen Jun's dynamics. Song Hwaying's anger directly pushed Shen Jun to the top of the hot search list. The spontaneous publicity from the top figures in the fields of film, television, and music has an extremely astonishing influence. It can be said that within one night, the entire internet saw Shen Jun's tweet. Even before Grave Robbers Chronicles was released, it was already showing signs of becoming a hit. Although there are both positive and negative comments online, some people think that Mr. Shen didn't write Harry Potter well, and was incomplete and would definitely fail. Some people also advised Shen Jun to write more songs, as writing songs is the right thing to do. But no matter what, overnight, almost the entire internet knew about Juzhu magazine and Shen Jun's upcoming new work. The next morning, Wang Lei woke up in the office at dawn. Because the magazine was about to be published, many things needed to be dealt with, and the company was in a critical situation recently, so Wang Lei lived directly in the company. It saves time and can solve any emergencies at any time. After waking up in the morning, Wang Lei had just brushed his teeth and returned to the office, still humming a song, when he heard a surprised shout from outside. Brother Wang, it's a hit! Our magazine is a hit! As soon as the words fell, a figure rushed into the office in a hurry. The sudden excited voice scared Wang Lei, and the toothbrush in his hand almost fell to the ground. Wang Lei looked up and saw that it was Xiao Zhao, a young employee of the publishing house. Wang Lei took a deep breath and said, his face looked a little bad. What's hot or not? I was scared to death so early in the morning. Xiao Zhao, who looked very excited, could not calm down at all. He was still very excited and even grabbed Wang Lei's arm and waved it, saying, Brother Wang, our magazine is a hit. It went viral last night. Wang Lei finally heard what Xiao Zhao said, and his expression was stunned, a little surprised. What? Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up as he spoke clearly. I say, our magazine is a hit. Wang Lei was a little bit unbelievable. You mean our magazine? Kyushu magazine? Xiao Zhao clapped his hands. Right, Kyushu magazine. It went viral last night. After confirming it, Wang Lei's eyes widened. How is this possible? Is our propaganda department so powerful? After the mobilization meeting was held yesterday, all the staff of Juzhu Publishing House took action, and the publicity department also started to promote it frantically, trying to make Kyushu magazine popular. For this purpose, the leaders also approved a lot of money for publicity, which is considered to be a relatively large-scale publicity in recent times. I didn't expect it to actually work. Is the propaganda department so powerful? Is this the first shot fired? However, before Wang Lei could finish his thought, Xiao Zhao interrupted Wang Lei's guess and said directly, it's none of our propaganda department's business. Their propaganda didn't even create a spark. It's Mr. Shen. Brother Wang, didn't you go to see Mr. Shen yesterday? He posted a tweet for us, and it went viral last night and is still trending. Xiao Zhao looked extremely excited, as today was the day the magazine would go on sale. Although all the staff at Juzhu Publishing House were full of confidence in Grave Robbers Chronicles, but it has not been tested in the market, so it still seems a bit empty. So since last night, many people in the company have been a little worried and nervous. What if the magazine doesn't sell well? What if Grave Robbers Chronicles doesn't become popular? You must know that Juzhu Publishing House is now surrounded by enemies, and all channels have been divided up and seized. Its market share has begun to shrink rapidly, and its profits are not as good as before. If the current situation continues, I'm afraid Juzhu will be squeezed out of the first tier by the end of the year. So Juzhu has high hopes for the magazine. I hope the magazine can emerge as a dark horse, act as a trump card to catch other publishing houses off guard, and create a ray of hope for Juzhu. Fight your way out. The greater the expectations, the more worries you will naturally have. Xiao Zhao is like this. He was so worried that he couldn't sleep last night. He was always worried about the sales of the magazine. After all, the publishing house is now at a critical moment of life and death. If the publishing house really fails in this commercial crackdown, his job will be in jeopardy. As for the salary, it's even harder to say. He has only been working there for a year and really likes his job, so naturally he doesn't want the company to go bankrupt. So Xiao Zhao is very concerned about this matter and has great hopes for Juzhu magazine, hoping that the magazine can save the publishing house. Unexpectedly, when I woke up today, I saw Kyushu magazine on the headlines, and now it has reached the top 5 of the hot search list. This is an extremely shocking situation. You know, any news or public opinion involving the literary world generally doesn't cause any big waves, let alone make it into the top 5 hot searches. This is rare in the entire literary world. Everyone is aware of the exposure on the hot search list. Being able to make it to the top 5 of the hot search list means that Juzhu magazine and Grave Robbers Chronicles have almost covered all the network traffic. This traffic is extremely amazing, and it will continue to grow as time goes by. For example, on Xiao Zhao's way to work, he heard people discussing Shen Jun several times on the subway, and occasionally they would mention a sentence or two about Shen Jun's new book. All this is enough to prove that Juzhu magazine and Shen Jun's new work have become popular on the internet before they even go on sale. How could Xiao Zhao remain calm? So when Xiao Zhao came to work today, he almost ran all the way to the company after getting off the subway, just to tell Wang Lei this good news. After hearing what Xiao Zhao said, Wang Lei was still a little confused. The main reason was that Shen Jun told him yesterday that his personal account didn't have many fans, so the promotion might not have much effect. Wang Lei felt a little sorry at the time, and later he didn't have much hope for Shen Jun's promotion. He was ready to comfort himself, prepared to rely on company publicity and novel quality. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes today, someone told him that Shen Jun's tweet had directly become a trending search. Is this what you call not having many fans? Is this what you call no effect? If this is ineffective, then what is the point of their company's publicity? Is this a joke? You know, even if Juzhu Publishing House gathers all the strength of the publishing house, it may not be able to push the promotion to the top of the hot searches, unless you spend money to buy it directly. Even so, the promotion effect will not be very good. First, you can't buy a front row position, and second, the content itself is not attractive, so it won't take long for it to lose popularity. It's not like Shen Jun's tweet, which became a hot search overnight and is still growing. It may stay on the hot search for a few days. This is simply God's help to them in Kyushu. After figuring out the situation, Wang Lei was so excited that he could not sit still. He immediately went to the company's leadership, and the leadership was also very happy after hearing what he said. Immediately mobilize all the staff in the company and go all out to seize this opportunity and ensure the magazine goes on sale today. No mistakes can be made. Today, they are going to make Kyushu magazine famous. At this time, not only the people from Juzhu Publishing House took action, but almost all companies in the entire publishing industry took action. Shen Jun's tweet became a hot topic. This is a huge surprise for Juzhu Publishing House. But for other publishing houses, it was a complete shock. Ever since the literary world singled out Shen Jun last time, several established publishing houses in the industry have teamed up to target Juzhu, and in the past half-month, they have already eroded a lot of Juzhu's market share. Juzhu's influence and interests will be greatly reduced. Moreover, almost all of Juzhu's main businesses are now monitored by them at all times, and they will be the first to know about any situation and react. Let Juzhu never recover. Seeing that Juzhu was beginning to decline and would fall out of the first tier in a few months at most, several old publishing houses all breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that everything was fine and that Juzhu would not be in any trouble no matter how much trouble it caused. But even in such a situation, the magazine under Juzhu Publishing House unexpectedly emerged as a strong force and made a big splash without making any noise. Many people in the industry were stunned when they first saw the news. I was thinking, what the hell is Kyushu magazine? If it weren't for the name of Juzhu, they would probably have ignored it. After checking, I found out that this was actually a subsidiary of Juzhu Publishing House. It was not large in scale and had a very small size. It had always been in a half-dead situation. During this period, when several companies jointly targeted Juzhu, they did not include Juzhu magazine in their blocking plan at all. Because blocking Juzhu magazine is not only a waste of money, but also a waste of energy. We can just wait for Kyushu magazine to go bankrupt. As long as Juzhu Publishing House goes bankrupt, Juzhu magazine will lose its resources and financial support and will not be able to survive for more than a few days. It will become a small-time role. No one is ready to waste time on this minor character. However, it was this small character who quietly gave them a big blow, catching them off guard and leaving them stunned. They naturally know the content of hot searches. With the popularity reaching this level, the explosion of Kyushu magazine is a foregone conclusion. It can't be stopped. To be realistic, with this kind of popularity, even pig heads can be sold out. This is a situation they absolutely don't want to see. They put in a lot of effort, and several companies joined forces and paid a lot of money, and finally they managed to curb the development of Juzhu Publishing House. It even slowed down the development momentum of Juzhu Publishing House. Now tell them that everything they did before was in vain. Everything they did before was useless. The rise of Kyushu is unstoppable. How could the other publishers sit still and remain calm? So when the other publishing houses saw the news this morning, they immediately gathered together in a hurry to discuss solutions. It's still the tea room from before. It's still the same group of people from before. At this time, people from several established publishing houses were all sitting in the tea room. Their faces were no longer as calm and carefree as before. Now, they all had serious expressions. I didn't expect Juzhu to secretly attack Chen Kang. Damn it! Who would have thought that such a small character could quietly become such a big deal? Why didn't you kill Mr. Shen last time? The situation is urgent now. We must work together. Otherwise, once it becomes a hot topic, it will be impossible to stop it. That's right. Let's join forces. One call brings 100 responses. Now everyone has a common enemy, and after so long, they have been fighting to the death with Juzhu. If Juzhu is allowed to rise, they will all be purged. So everyone started to discuss the plan. I'll contact the people I met earlier and have them create some momentum in the literary world to suppress Mr. Shen. Yes, try to ruin Mr. Shen's reputation. I don't believe that the professors of Jingcheng University can protect him for long. Isn't Professor Tang still silent now? The other companies that have magazines, see if you can organize some promotional activities to continue suppressing Juzhu and market share. Juzhu magazine was already half dead, and I don't believe that a Mr. Shen can bring it back to life. And we still don't know what Mr. Shen's new work will be like. It's very likely to be terrible. Yes, find bloggers and online trolls to manipulate reviews. Regardless of whether the content of Shen Jun's book is good or bad, he must be bad, and let the online trolls control the reviews. In the meantime, everyone, please see if you have any new books for sale. Ideally, they're from well-known authors. We can organize a book signing or a writer exchange meeting. Try to grab the spotlight. There are also some gimmicks in the literary world. Find the media to expose them and muddy the waters. Everyone present was a business veteran. They came up with a bunch of cruel ideas in a short period of time, and then took action before Kyushu magazine went on sale. All of a sudden, the entire literary world, and even the entire magazine industry, was in an uproar, and all kinds of messy and eye-catching topics were spread wildly. At the same time, some well-known writers or magazines have also launched many welfare activities. A lot of attention will be paid to Kyushu magazine. They are determined to strangle the signs of Juzhu's rise. We must stop the rise of Kyushu. Wang Lei learned the news and joined forces with other publishing houses. All this happened in just a few moments in the morning. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the entire internet and even the entire literary world were in an uproar, public opinion was in an uproar, and all kinds of messy or eye-catching topics were flooding the internet. Gradually, Shen Jun's popularity and topics were shattered into pieces. Shen Jun's tweets are still on the hot search list, but the growth rate has slowed down significantly and has even stagnated for a while. The public's attention began to be distracted by other public opinions. In the literary world, there were one welfare event after another, which made the sale of Kyushu magazine suddenly seem mediocre. Juzhu magazine is an ordinary magazine. Before Shen Juntui's post, this magazine was at most at the bottom of the magazine industry. If it weren't for the support of Juzhu Publishing House, Juzhu magazine would probably have ceased to exist long ago. In daily newsstands or bookstores, they are often placed in corners or even used as computer pads, and readers rarely pick them up to take a look. Even among readers, he has no fame at all. After Shen Jun's tweet went viral last night, some netizens asked, Juzhu magazine, what kind of magazine is this and where can I buy it? This sentence is enough to show how famous Kyushu magazine was before. Otherwise, other publishing houses would not be so surprised. It was really because Juzhu Publishing House was too insignificant before. 9 o'clock in the morning. Juzhu magazine is officially on sale, and the more than 400,000 copies of the magazine that have already been distributed across the country are now on display in newsstands or bookstores. More than 400,000 copies, this is what Juzhu Publishing House expects for the magazine. This data seems huge, but it is not. The best-selling literary magazine in China currently has an annual sales volume of 5 million copies. 400,000 copies is not even one-tenth of others. But for Kyushu magazine, 400,000 copies is a very high goal. You know, the previous sales volume of Kyushu magazine did not even exceed 100,000 copies. At its lowest point, it only sold 20,000 copies, not even making back its costs. Therefore, 400,000 copies is really an unprecedented and astonishing amount for Juzhu Publishing House. This is also the amount that Juzhu's top management has decided on with gritted teeth. It's a big gamble. If they win the bet, they will naturally make a lot of money. If the bet is lost, hundreds of thousands of volumes of waste paper will completely drag Kyushu into the abyss. Hangzhou. At the newsstand outside Line 1 subway station, the owner took out a stack of new Kyushu magazines, not many, just a dozen or so. Although Juzhu Publishing House boasted about the magazine and even offered a lot of discounts, the newsstand owner did not dare to take too much based on past experience. He had tried Kyushu magazine before, but couldn't sell much. He still has a lot of inventory on hand, all of which are used to fill the bottom of the box, so even though Juzhu spoke nicely this time, the boss still didn't quite believe it. However, considering Juzhu's concessions, I still bought a few more books. The boss is now a little relieved, because he saw the hot searches on the internet on his way here in the morning and knew that Juzhu magazine is now very popular. The boss is a little confused now. The best location for the newsstand is at its left-hand window display stand, which is where the most traffic comes and goes and is also the place where people must pass through to enter the subway. The magazines placed on the display table can be seen by passersby, so it's the best to buy. But this display stand can only hold 4 magazines. 2 of the magazines have been pre-ordered by entertainment magazines. The sales of entertainment magazines are always higher than those of literary magazines, especially those with hot covers, which sell very well. This is the main source of income for the newsstand, and the owner will not change it easily. So there are only 2 spaces left for literary magazines. The boss originally wanted to put Juzhu magazine on the top. After all, Juzhu magazine was very popular this morning. What if someone sees the trending search and is interested in taking a look? But before he opened the store in the morning, he received news or notifications from other magazine companies that one of the magazines was holding a lottery. There is also a magazine planning a book signing event and has already started promoting it. There is also a magazine that directly gives discounts to all sales channels. As long as 1 copy is sold, the newsstand can make a little more money. These 3 benefits also made the newsstand owner quite excited, so he wanted to put all 4 books on the stand. But there are only 2 spots. Which one is better? After hesitating for 5 seconds, the newsstand owner finally chose 2 magazines to put up, and placed the Kyushu magazine next to it. An okay location, but not as good as a display stand. As for why the magazine stand owner did not choose Juzhu magazine in the end, one reason was that he did not have much confidence in Juzhu before, and the other was that he only bought a dozen copies. Even if the sales were good, he didn't have much to sell, so he definitely wouldn't be able to make that much money. So Kyushu magazine was eventually abandoned by the newsstand owner. This situation also happened in other magazine stands and bookstores. The joint efforts of other publishing houses and magazines have indeed divided up a lot of the popularity of Kyushu magazine. This had a significant impact on the sales of Kyushu magazine. In addition, Kyushu magazine's previous performance made many people lack confidence. So after some hesitation, I found that in many newsstands and bookstores, Juzhu magazine was not placed in the best position, but only in an acceptable position. This naturally had a great impact on the sales of the magazine. For example, at a newsstand in a subway station in Hangzhou, half an hour had passed since the magazine went on sale, and more than 10 copies had been sold. But none of them are Kyushu magazine. Because the passengers at the subway station entrance are all office workers, coming and going in a hurry, many people only look at the window of the magazine stand for 1 to 3 seconds. During these few seconds, they can hardly notice Kyushu magazine, and most of the time they are looking at the magazines on the display rack. Especially those 2 entertainment magazines with hot covers, they attract a lot of attention and sell the fastest. As for the other 2 literary magazines on the display stand, they also sold a few copies, which is pretty good among literary magazines. As for Kyushu magazine, it's not like no one is interested. Someone came to ask about it within half an hour, obviously because they saw the trending search online, but most of them just asked and left. Some people lose interest after just a few glances, while others are attracted by the covers of other magazines or welfare activities. As a result, Kyushu magazine has not sold a single copy so far. The newsstand owner frowned, thinking that he really couldn't have too much hope for Kyushu magazine, as it looked like the result would be similar to before. Kyushu magazine is really dead. So the owner of the newsstand planned to move Kyushu magazine down a bit, freeing up space in the window to replace it with other magazines that were selling well. However, just as the newsstand owner picked up the magazine, he heard someone outside the newsstand ask, "Boss, do you have Kyushu magazine?" Sun Li is a fan of Harry Potter and also a fan of Shenjun. "I have been a fan of Shenjun since the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Was aired, and I have been a fan until now." Sun Li graduated many years ago and works in Hangzhou. This morning, when she passed by a newsstand on her way to work, she thought of the news she saw this morning. Shenjun's tweet this morning was not his daily routine, nor was it related to Harry Potter. But Shenjun's business still made her excited. Sun Li happened to be passing by the newsstand on her way to work, so she came over to ask a question, which was also a way to support Shenjun. When the newsstand owner heard the question outside, he stopped what he was doing and said with a smile, "Yes, it's just launched." Sun Li's eyes lit up with joy, and she immediately said, "Give me one." After paying, Sun Li took the magazine into the subway station. The owner of the newsstand thought about it and put the Kyushu magazine back to its original place. When Sun Li got off the train, Metro Line 1 had just arrived at the station. With her many years of experience in squeezing into the subway, Sun Li quickly squeezed onto the subway, and successfully got a seat. After sitting down, Sun Li breathed a sigh of relief. This station was 8 stops away from their company. If she didn't grab a seat, standing would be exhausting. Sun Li looked up and around. People on the subway were either dozing off against the wall or browsing their phones with headphones on. She had nothing to do, so she thought about it and flipped through the magazine in her hand. She actually doesn't like reading, especially serious literary books, which she can't get into at all. In recent years, only Shen Jun's Harry Potter made her feel quite good. Mr. Shen's story was quite to her liking. Sun Li flipped open the magazine, and Shen Jun's new work was on the front page. Flipping through it, she could see 4 black and red characters written in a flamboyant style, like ancient seal script: Grave Robbers Chronicles. In addition to the title of the book, there is also an illustration on the home page. The illustration is very dark, and the environment seems to be in a dark cave. The figures in the picture are all vague and unclear. Moreover, in the dark corners of the picture, Sun Li also saw several strange black shadows or some strange and hideous animal-like figures. But these figures seem to be shrouded in darkness and cannot be seen clearly. Moreover, Sun Li felt that there was something square and neatly placed in the darkness on the ground in the picture. It's also unclear, but it makes my scalp tingle. Also, I don't know if it was Sun Li's illusion, but she always felt that the 4 black and red characters in Grave Robbers Chronicles seemed to be bleeding after looking at them for a long time. The whole picture is filled with a weird and creepy atmosphere. Sun Li took a closer look and felt a chill rising from her back. She shuddered, and the fatigue from going to work in the morning was instantly dispelled. Sun Li took a breath and muttered, "Why is it so creepy?" If in Shen Jun's previous life, seeing the word tomb robbery, everyone would be able to guess the next story plot with their feet, but for this world, this is a world that has never been baptized by tomb raiding novels. The story of Grave Robbers Chronicles is totally unpredictable, and you have no idea what the next plot will be like. It was in this confused and curious state of mind that Sun Li slowly opened the first chapter of Grave Robbers Chronicles, and then she saw the tomb robber. I saw the Luoyang shovel. I saw the underground tunnel. A weird and mysterious world of tomb raiding slowly unfolds before Sun Li's eyes. If someone looked at Sun Li at this time, they would find that as Sun Li flipped through the magazine, her expression and eyebrows became more and more nervous, getting more and more scared. But his eyes became brighter and brighter, staring intently at the lines of text in the magazine, until Sun Li read the last paragraph of the first chapter of Grave Robbers Chronicles intently, when she saw the third brother staring into the eyes of a huge strange face with no life in its eyes. Sun Li's tension and fear reached its peak. Her whole body trembled, and her hairs stood on end. If Sun Li hadn't covered her mouth in time, she would have screamed out. Sun Li took a deep breath, looked up quickly, and escaped from the strange world in the book. The crowded crowds and temperature on the subway made Sun Li quickly return to the real world, and also dispelled all the coldness around Sun Li. Sun Li took a deep breath. When I let go of my hands, my palms were already covered in cold sweat. When she was reading the book just now, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave, and her whole body was shivering, especially the back. She always felt that if she turned around, there would be a scary face staring at her. When Sun Li saw the title of the book on the homepage, she already had a hunch that this story might be a bit weird. But only when she really opened the book at this moment did Sun Li understand. This isn't just weird, it's a ghost story. Sun Li covered her chest, feeling her heartbeat was still accelerating. Sun Li swallowed her saliva with a bitter expression and muttered softly, "What is written here?" She almost had a heart attack. Sun Li could foresee that if she continued watching, she would definitely have a nightmare at night. But the story in the book is seducing Sun Li again. Especially Sun Li is now very curious about what the strange face that the third child saw was and what happened in the tomb. These questions are like cat's claws scratching Sun Li's heart. She couldn't wait to open the book again and continue reading. There are also some strange but seemingly very reasonable professional terms and expressions described in the story, such as tufuzi and Luoyang shovel. These professional terms and expressions gave Sun Li an illusion. That is, there really is such a group of people in this world, and what happened in the book really happened. This made Sun Li even more curious. What kind of people are these? Are these mysterious things really happening in places she doesn't know about? Countless curiosities were shouting in Sun Li's heart, prompting her to quickly open the magazine and continue reading. Sun Li was afraid and curious at the same time. In the end, Sun Li's curiosity overcame her fear, and there were so many people on the subway, and it was so popular, so even if there were ghosts, she wouldn't be too scared. After comforting herself, Sun Li opened the magazine again. Once again immersed in the strange and mysterious world of tomb raiding. By the time Sun Li came back to her senses, she had already finished reading the Tomb Raider's notes serialized in the magazine. Her face was pale and she was shivering all over. I was extremely scared, but I kept muttering, "Why is it broken here? This broken chapter, dog. What's the next plot?" After Sun Li muttered a few words, she suddenly came to her senses and wondered why there were so few people on the subway. Sun Li suddenly looked up. Then she saw that the subway had already passed the station where she wanted to get off and was almost reaching the terminal. Sun Li's breathing stopped. His face turned completely pale. The same situation was happening all over the country at this time. Although other magazines grabbed the attention of Kyushu magazine, it was still on the hot search list after all. Many people know about Kyushu magazine. In addition, Shenjun has quite a few fans, and these people may just want to support Shenjun, or they may be a little curious. So I bought one. Then a situation similar to Sun Li appeared. It was not a big deal to watch it, but she was fascinated by it. Seeing that she had missed her stop, Sunli quickly got off the bus at the next stop, then gritted her teeth, hailed a taxi, and quickly rushed back to the company. Normally she is reluctant to take a taxi. A subway ride costs only a few dollars, but a taxi costs dozens of dollars. But there's no way now. If she was late, it wouldn't be a matter of dozens of late hours, it would be her perfect attendance. Fortunately, after 9 o'clock, it was slightly after the rush hour, and there were not many cars on the road, so Sunli got to the company smoothly. I entered the company building exactly at 9:30. Checked in successfully. Hearing this prompt tone, Sunli finally breathed a sigh of relief. In order to punch in, she got out of the car at the door and ran all the way without caring about her image, and finally punched in before the deadline. After punching in, Sunli was no longer in a hurry. She first tidied herself up in the lobby, and then leisurely got into the elevator. Come to the office. Just got to work. The office was full of small talk, and before they got into work mode, Sunli came in and someone greeted her. Hey sisterly, I thought you were off duty today. Yeah, why are you so late today? Did you clock in? Sunli has been working for several years and has a good relationship with her colleagues in the office. Sunli sighed helplessly and said, Stop talking, you've missed your stop. It almost drove me crazy. Someone immediately laughed and said, What's wrong? Have you slept yet? I fell asleep on the subway once, and when I opened my eyes I was already at the station. Sunli put down her bag, waved the magazine in her hand and said, I'm so fascinated by this. Someone immediately came up out of curiosity. What is it? Sunli simply said, Novel. Someone was surprised and said, Sisterly, do you still like watching this stuff? Sunli shook her head. I don't read it much, but what can I say about this novel? It's quite interesting. You know Mr. Shen, right? This is his new novel. Sunli's second sentence sparked a lot of discussion. There are mostly women in their office, and they discussed it together during the previous show. Many people in the office have a good impression of Shen Jun. Moreover, Shen Jun was on the hot search this morning, and they all knew about it, so someone was immediately surprised. Mr. Shen's new book. Is it good? I saw it was quite popular online. Sisterly, let me take a look at it later. Sunli had already finished reading it, so naturally she didn't mind lending it out. Moreover, she specifically explained these few words to several people in the office just to recommend Shen Jun's book to them. On the one hand, she really thought the book was interesting. On the other hand, she felt that it was so embarrassing to be scared like this. She couldn't just scare herself, it would be better to scare everyone. It's fun to throw people away together. So Sunli readily lent the magazine out, but before lending it out, Sunli still kindly reminded, Don't watch it if you are timid, it's a bit scary. Sunli said this sincerely to warn those who are timid not to read it. She knows too well how scary this story is. She will definitely have a nightmare tonight. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the office became curious. Even colleagues who hadn't been interested just now became curious. Yeah, I just love reading ghost stories. Then I have to take a look. I'll take a look too. Lend it to me when you're done reading it. I want to see what kind of scary story it is. The office suddenly became lively, and everyone started to borrow books. Seeing Sunli's helpless look, I felt a little bloating in my heart. Look. Don't look for her if you get scared and cry. Sunli works for a design company with a very good atmosphere, and because it involves design, many employees like to empty their minds while working. In their own words, they are looking for inspiration. How to design without inspiration? When they have free time, many people like to check their phones or read books. As long as it is not too excessive, the company leaders will not care. So half an hour after work started, the first colleague who borrowed the book opened the magazine. 5 minutes later, the colleague who was reading suddenly shouted, Oh my God! The sound was a bit loud, and it scared other colleagues who were working in the office. Sunli was also startled and quickly looked up. I saw my colleague who had just been flipping through a magazine. Her face was a little pale and she looked a little flustered. The magazine in her hand had been thrown to the ground by her. Other colleagues said anxiously, Fuck, I was scared to death. What are you doing? That shout almost sent me to heaven. You're almost giving yourself a heart attack. The pale-faced colleague came to his senses at this moment, and with some embarrassment and fear, he pointed at the magazine on the ground and said in a trembling voice, This is a bit scary. As soon as these words were spoken, the other colleagues in the office became even more curious about the magazine and started to slack off and read it. This kind of situation is happening all over the country. There is no need to say much about the quality of Grave Robbers Chronicles. Someone in the previous life once described it as, no matter whether you like reading or not, no matter whether you are male or female, young or old. Once you get into the pit of Grave Robbers Chronicles, it's hard to get out. This is enough to show the appeal of Grave Robbers Chronicles, and before Grave Robbers Chronicles, there was also a ghost blows out the light. People have seen tomb raiding novels. But in this world, before Grave Robbers Chronicles, no one had ever written a tomb raiding novel. This was the first time people saw this type of novel. Everyone who opened the magazine, without exception, they are all attracted and shocked by the mysterious and strange world in Grave Robbers Chronicles, then start recommending like crazy. For example, the tweet that Shen Jun posted last night had already stagnated this morning and was even beginning to show a trend of declining popularity. But as the magazine went on sale, the popularity of the tweets increased visibly. Countless netizens who watched Grave Robbers Chronicles crazily commented on Shen Jun's tweets or topics. It's so beautiful. Although I'm still not recovered from the shock, it's so beautiful. It's an eye-opener. Ah, what's the next plot? I'm dying. This break is so painful. I thought Harry Potter was Shen Jun's peak, but I didn't expect there would be another Grave Robbers. If I had a knife in my hand one day, I would kill all the broken dogs in the world. Who knows Mr. Shen's address? I want to send him some local specialties. Smirk. Don't you find it scary? I don't even dare to look down. It's so good because it's scary. That's right, I'm the one who's both afraid and fond of watching. I couldn't help it and watched it all. I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. The popularity of Shen Jun's tweets began to grow again at a visible speed, and the influence of Grave Robbers Chronicles also began to spread rapidly. Still Hangzhou. It's the newsstand at the subway entrance on line 1. After Sun Li left, the boss continued selling for more than an hour and finally removed the Juzhu magazine from the window. It doesn't sell very well. Only 2 copies were sold in an hour. Although it is better than usual, it is not much better and cannot compare with the sales of other magazines. The boss is feeling somewhat relieved now. When Juzhu Publishing House came to promote their products, the salesman boasted about all kinds of things, offered all kinds of discounts, and even got him drunk. He almost believed them and was ready to buy hundreds of books directly. Fortunately, he calmed down in the end. Thinking about the previous sales of Juzhu magazine, the boss finally took only more than 10 copies cautiously, wanting to test the waters. He didn't want to take any of these 10 books, but he had to give them face because he was grateful for the favor. I can only take less. The current situation is enough to prove how wise he was at that time. If I really took hundreds of books, I'm afraid they would all be thrown away. The boss felt relieved and thought of his old friends. They had a big group at the Hangzhou newsstand, which made it convenient for everyone to exchange information or chat. When Juzhu spent a lot of money to promote the magazine, they had a discussion about it in their group. Juzhu really invested a lot of money this time, and all the sales staff guaranteed the quality of the magazine, which made many people excited. Many people in the group bought a lot of goods. After learning that the newsstand owner didn't take many books, some people in the group advised the newsstand owner, saying that he took too few books and would definitely regret it later. The newsstand owner had no idea what to do at the time, so he didn't say anything. But now, he can show off now. So the idle newsstand owner immediately opened the group chat, where some people were already discussing the situation of Kyushu magazine. They don't sell very well. The newsstand owner smiled complacently, and then said in the group, "Look at what wisdom is. I'm telling you, no matter how much sales talk goes on, it's useless. This kind of thing still requires experience. At the time I said I was going to lose money, but no one listened. Now look, how true I was." As soon as the newsstand owner spoke, he immediately attracted a lot of people's praise. Many people praised the newsstand owner for being so wise and worthy of being a senior in the industry. Looking at it now, the newsstand owner was indeed very wise, because many people in the group took hundreds of books no matter how cautious they were, and now they all regret it. Some people even complained in the group that they were really screwed by Juzhu this time. He took tens of thousands of copies and had a pile of goods on his hands, but he couldn't sell them at all. He tried to see if there were any bosses in the group who could help him share some of the burden and assist with shipping the goods, but he was rejected by all the bosses. This thing is now a hot potato. In the entire magazine industry, there are many people who are paying attention to Juzhu at this time. After all, Juzhu's secret move this time, hoping to break out of the siege with the help of magazines, has attracted the attention of many people, and many people say that Juzhu is taking a gamble this time. Big gamble. After all, many people think that pinning one's hopes on a once completely insignificant little character is very risky. Some even think that Juzhu's gamble this time is a desperate attempt. Therefore, many people in the industry want to know the outcome of this Kyushu gamble. From the current perspective, Juzhu may have lost the bet. Many people in the industry sighed and felt a little regretful. After all, Juzhu Publishing House had risen to become a new star in the industry in just a few years, and many people thought that Juzhu could go even higher. I just didn't expect. Of course, some people looked excited. The happiest ones are naturally Huan, Yuyan, Zishu and other companies that have joined forces to besiege Juzhu. Juzhu's actions this time really made them sweat. Since they opened their eyes today and learned that Kyushu magazine was about to publish the news, all of them have been frantically thinking about strategies. Then he spent money and relationships again. It can be said that after a long time of hard work and using every possible means, they finally managed to disperse the popularity and topics of Juzhu magazine, preventing it from posing too much of a threat. And now they have obtained the sales situation in Kyushu better than before. But to them, it is still insignificant. You have to know that they have people under their umbrella and magazines, and the sales of their magazines are over 100,000. Juzhu cannot threaten them at all. It is even more impossible to solve Kyushu's current predicament. Someone heaved a sigh of relief and said with a disdainful smile, "It seems we were worrying too much. I was really shocked this morning, mainly because the trending searches were so scary. Yeah, who knew it would be all talk and no action? Given the situation, I think it's okay if we don't take action." Lin Wenchen was also present. It was he who organized the party last time. In the literary world, Lin Wenchen did not seem like a writer, but more like a businessman. Lin Wenchen drank a sip of tea, smoothed his hair, and said with some disdain, "I've seen that Shen's work. It's at the level of an elementary school student, completely uneducated, and the words don't express the meaning. The story is extremely cliched and totally meaningless. People like this only become famous through hype. If you look at the quality of their work, even elementary school students can write better than him." Someone laughed while smoking a cigarette. "I thought that little celebrity surnamed Shen was something, but he's totally useless. If it weren't for women, he wouldn't have made it to that trending search." Someone responded jokingly, "Little white face, isn't that what he does for a living?" As soon as the words fell, a burst of wanton and disdainful laughter suddenly rang out in the tea room. "Ha ha ha." After laughing enough, someone straightened his expression and said, "Now that we've already started, let's not waste it. This is a good opportunity to completely kill Juzhu and save it from further trouble. Yes, Juzhu won't cry until he sees the coffin. He must play such a desperate battle? Then we will send him to death. Yes, just kill it. Let him do it. See how many times he can do it." However, just as everyone in the tea room looked fierce and excited and started to echo, someone's phone suddenly rang. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted the heated discussion in the tea room. The caller took out his phone and looked at it, then said immediately, "Magazine situation." They have always sent people to monitor the situation of Juzhu magazine and asked special personnel to report to them regularly so that they can keep abreast of the situation in Juzhu at any time. After saying that, the owner of the phone answered the call. The rest of the people in the tea room all fell silent, chatting in low voices with either indifferent or relaxed expressions, no longer taking Juzhu seriously. However, the call was connected for only a few seconds when the person who answered the phone suddenly exclaimed, "What did you say? Can't the trending search be suppressed? Kyushu magazine sales are starting to skyrocket? How is this possible?" The exclamation instantly shattered the relaxed and calm atmosphere of the entire tea room. Everyone in the tea room changed their expressions drastically, looking at the person who answered the phone with suspicion. What's going on? Soon, everyone in the tea house knew what was going on. It turned out that during the half day when they were drinking tea, Shen Jun's tweet went viral, and the previously suppressed hot searches instantly surged to the top, and it quickly reached the top 5 of the list. Even by the time they found out about the situation, Shen Jun's tweet had already reached 3rd place on the hot search list, and it's still growing. Judging from this situation, it is possible that it will be the first to rise in the end. Countless netizens who have read Juzhu magazine and Grave Robbers Chronicles have spontaneously formed a community of fans, constantly recommending Shen Jun's new works on the internet and even in real life. Just like Sun Li, all the colleagues around her were led into the trap by her. As a result, Juzhu magazine and Grave Robbers Chronicles quickly became popular at a rocket speed. Even now, Grave Robbers Chronicles is simply amazing, has become a separate topic and has reached the 10th place on the hot search list. The heat is explosive. It's coming with such force that it's impossible to stop it. All the joint efforts of several magazines and publishing houses to block it have now become useless. In the face of the aggressive Grave Robbers Chronicles, all these means and activities are like paper and can withstand no attack. And their joking just now seemed like a joke. Everyone looked at each other, and the entire tea room fell into silence. At this time, in the newsstand outside the subway station entrance of Hangzhou Line 1, the owner of the newsstand also fell into a long silence. He was chatting and bragging with his old friends in the group, and especially since he was able to show off this time, many people in the group gave him face. This made the newsstand owner very proud for a long time. He brags and talks all kinds of nonsense in the group, so cool. Before Ziosa could wait for long, a customer suddenly came to the newsstand and asked, "Boss, do you have Kyushu magazine?" The newsstand owner didn't take it seriously at first and just sold the magazine normally. After selling it, he even complained in the group, "I think we can only sell 3 copies this morning. This magazine is totally unacceptable. As a result, not long after, someone came to buy Kyushu magazine again, and more people asked about Kyushu magazine. When the fifth person asked the question, the boss felt a pang in his heart. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. I quickly picked up my phone and checked the internet, and then I saw the overwhelming publicity from netizens. Countless netizens were discussing Jushu magazine and Grave Robbers Chronicles online, or give good reviews or recommendations to Kyushu magazine everywhere. There are even many internet celebrities and bloggers. The topic of Shen Jun's tweet has already reached the third place on the hot search list. When he saw this, the newsstand owner's pupils shrank, and the bad premonition in his heart completely burst out at this moment, and he felt like he was falling into an icy cave. After looking around online, the newsstand owner felt a little uncomfortable and unwilling to believe it, muttering, "Impossible! Impossible! He only knows how to hype things up, no matter how hot the hype is." However, before the newsstand owner could finish his grumbling, a series of messages suddenly popped up in the group where he had just been bragging. At a glance, they were all. It exploded, it exploded. I'm selling out. Suddenly, a lot of people came, all to buy Kyushu. Shit, I don't have enough. Damn, there are so many people, they're out of stock. Someone even had a boss who just said he was going to ship the goods in the group. Boss Gia, you don't want Jushu's goods, right? I want them all, give them to me. I want this too. I'm close, I can drive over right now. Boss Gia, give it to me. Give it to me. Boss Gia, who had no one interested in his product just now and was even laughed at, instantly became a big celebrity in the group, and the entire group was full of people who wanted the product. Boss Gia, who was at ed by countless people, spoke out. He. Thank you for taking care of the business. I don't need your help now. As he spoke, Boss Gia took a video and sent it to the group. When I clicked on the video, I saw that it was full of heads, with one figure after another squeezing in from outside the door. Boss Gia opened a bookstore in Hangzhou. Everyone in the group knew about this bookstore. It is considered to be a fairly large bookstore in Hangzhou. The result was so crowded that it was enough to see how many people there were, and all the people in the video were shouting loudly and fiercely, "I want Kyushu magazine. Give me a copy of Kyushu magazine. Boss, I want 5 books, give me 5. The heated atmosphere at the scene can be easily felt through the video. As soon as the video was released, everyone in the group fell silent. After a while, someone said, "Congratulations, Boss Gia. Boss Gia has a unique vision. He's going to make a fortune this time. Yeah, Boss Gia is going to get rich this time, right? Just follow Boss Gia and have some soup. Learn from Boss Gia." The atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. Boss Gia, who had just been ridiculed and watched by everyone, instantly became the object of everyone's praise and adulation. It's as if everything before didn't exist. The newsstand owner and others who were praised by everyone at the beginning have been forgotten. It's really like building a tall building to entertain guests. Looking at these words and comments in the group, as well as the popular customer flow video posted by Boss Gia, the newsstand owner felt extremely irritated. My eyes hurt like needles pricking them. The hands holding the mobile phones were pale, and the newsstand owner felt that his vision was getting dark. And this is not over yet. By noon, Shen Jun's tweet had successfully reached the top of the hot search list, and topics related to Grave Robbers Chronicles also reached the top 5 of the hot search list. Among the top 5 hot searches, Shen Jun directly occupied 2 seats. Even a piece of celebrity gossip that broke out in the entertainment circle during the day was suppressed by Shen Jun with amazing fighting power. No one can shake it. And the popularity is still growing, especially in the afternoon. As the hot searches continue to ferment, more and more people have seen Shen Jun's new work. There were even a few characters among them that shocked netizens. For example, Mr. Ma commented and recommended Grave Robbers Chronicles on his social account, calling it a wonderful book. A suspenseful book that combines folk stories, gossip, and traditional culture. It is even called the first tomb robbery. Who is Teacher Ma? A well-known contemporary writer and screenwriter. One of the best-selling contemporary novelists, he has been in the top 3 of the Writer's Wealth list for the past 5 years. Each work is a classic, and the film and television rights of all works have been sold. Over the years, any TV series or film adapted from Mr. Ma's works has become a huge hit. Now, before Mr. Ma has even written a word of his new book, many companies have already rushed to buy its film and television copyright. Teacher Ma is also known as the most commercially successful writer. This is definitely a big shot in the industry, and at the top level in the industry. And it is this person who praises Shen Jun's new work and keeps recommending it online. How could anyone remain calm? As soon as Teacher Ma's comments came out, Shen Jun's popularity skyrocketed again. It is attracting more and more people to buy and read Jushu magazine, and it is also allowing more and more people to fall into the weird and mysterious world of Grave Robbers Chronicles. In addition to Teacher Ma, many well-known writers have also praised Shen Jun's works. Among them, there is even a well-known director who took a fancy to the Lost Tomb and wanted to contact Shen Jun to discuss the development and cooperation of film and television copyrights. Kyushu magazine is a total blast. The published Grave Robbers Chronicles and its author Shen Jun also became a huge hit. Shen Jun's personal social account on the internet has gained more than 4 million followers from last night to now, and the number of fans has now reached more than 7 million. And it hasn't stopped yet, it's still skyrocketing. Almost every time I refresh the page, there are thousands of new followers. If I continue like this, I can easily reach the level of tens of millions of fans. The entire network was stunned by the speed, especially those in the entertainment and literary circles. They were extremely shocked and looked stunned. The entertainment industry is shocked at how quickly Shen Jun's followers are increasing, and how quickly his status is rising. Shen Jun now has tens of millions of fans. Although he is not a big star in the entertainment industry, he can be ranked as a second or third tier artist. And you have to know that it has only been half a month since Shen Jun debuted. In just half a month, he gained tens of millions of fans and dominated the hot searches for several times in a row. Shen Jun almost broke the debut record in the entertainment industry. His debut was simply the peak. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, no one can compare to him. The key point is that Shen Jun has not even completely stepped into this circle yet. What has Shen Jun done since his debut? Filmed an episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Wrote a song for Song Hwaiying, published a novel. Looking at these three things, only the first one can truly be considered an insider matter. As for the remaining two, the second one can barely be considered half an insider matter. But what about the third one? This is purely a matter of the literary world. In other words, since Shen Jun debuted, he has only done 1.5 things in the circle, and then he successfully gained tens of millions of fans and reached the level of second or third tier artists. Seeing this, almost everyone in the entertainment industry was jealous. It's so cool. And this is when Shen Jun did not take the initiative to run the business. If Shen Jun took the initiative to run the business, the speed at which his followers would increase, no one dared to even think about it. But everyone knows that the rising star of the entertainment industry is already rising. As for the literary world, although many writers such as Lin Wenchen had previously named Mr. Shen, Professor Tang Shiyi of Jingcheng University later supported Mr. Shen. But most people in the literary world don't even consider Shen Jun as a literary figure. After all, Mr. Shen has not yet published a complete work. Without works, there is no point in talking about the literary world. Moreover, in the eyes of most people in the literary world, Shen Jun is a star. He is so handsome and appears on variety shows. If he is not a star, what is he? As for the previous uproar, everyone thought it was Shen Jun's hype or a way to gain fame. It is very common for celebrities to come to the literary world to gain fame. After all, everyone likes the title of intellectual, so most people in the literary world just laugh and don't take it seriously at all. Now take a look at the results. Wow, the new work is a hit? Everyone knows what the level of Juzhu magazine was before. Juzhu magazine can sell out quickly, which ordinary people can never do. Even Teacher Ma has come out to recommend it, and there are still people who want the film and television rights? People in the literary world could no longer sit still and started discussing with each other. Some even went out to buy Juzhu magazine to appreciate Shen Jun's new work. What good things can a star write? As a result, no one said a word. Consternation. Even a little shocked. Of course, there are also many people in the literary world who look down on Shen Jun's works, just like Lin Wenchen. After Juzhu magazine published it, he crazily criticized Shen Jun on the internet. It hasn't stopped until now. He thought that Shen Jun's works had no substance, were written in the style of an elementary school student, had flat characters, and there was nothing outstanding from beginning to end. Like a stone in a latrine in winter. All kinds of criticisms are posted online for free. However, this did not affect Shen Jun's entry into the literary world, nor did it affect the increasing popularity of Shen Jun's works in Juzhu magazine. In the afternoon, Shen Jun received a call from Wang Lei. Wang Lei on the phone looked excited and his voice was extremely excited. Mr. Shen, Teacher Shen, do you know how many copies of our magazine have been sold so far? 150,000 copies. A full 150,000 copies. And it's not even 24 hours yet. According to our company's estimation, the sales volume in 24 hours will definitely exceed 200,000 copies, and may even reach 250,000 to 300,000. The final prediction is that it could reach the million level. It's no wonder that Wang Lei was so excited. The magazine was selling so well that they had originally printed 400,000 copies, which they felt was already a big gamble. Even worried about not being able to sell. Especially when the sale just started in the morning, they were disheartened after receiving the news. The entire Juzhu company was silent. I thought it was over this time. However, unexpectedly, before they could feel sad for a while, they saw that the article became a hot topic online, and then the sales of Kyushu magazine became better and better. More and more. Even in the afternoon, all the people were calling the company to get the goods. The 400,000 copies that we were worried about not being able to sell were all sold out in just one afternoon, and they have even started reprinting. Their goal this time is 1 million copies. Shen Jun had roughly gotten the news from the internet. At noon today, he remembered the tweet from last night, so he opened his mobile phone to take a look. As a result, as soon as I turned on the phone, it crashed. His social media accounts exploded, with a crazy increase in private messages, fans, and comments. The dense red dots gave Shen Jun a headache, so he retreated directly, but he had a rough idea in his mind. Shen Jun was not as excited as Wang Lei. After all, Grave Robbers Chronicles had already proved its success in the previous life, and there was no reason why it would fail in a world with a similar background. Success is normal. Shen Jun smiled and asked, "What's the reaction in your industry?" At that time, the publishing industry and the literary world joined forces to attack him and criticized him for making money. That's why Shen Jun wrote Grave Robbers Chronicles, just to let them read it. What is the real money making? I believe they should have seen it by now. Wang Lei on the phone laughed heartily without disguising himself, and said proudly, "They're all panicking." This morning, they also worked together to block Juzhu magazine. Before noon, they were all wiped out. Now the place is in chaos. Although there are still quite a few clowns out there, but now that the magazine has exploded, they no longer have a chance to destroy Juzhu. Now it's our turn to settle the score. Hearing Wang Lei's words, Shen Jun also smiled happily. That's good. Since they want to treat him as a soft persimmon, Shen Jun doesn't mind telling them what it means to hit a brick wall. On July 17, Shen Jun, who had been at the top of the hot search list for 2 days, finally began to lose popularity. In the past 2 days, as more and more people watched Grave Robbers Chronicles, the popularity of Shen Jun and Grave Robbers Chronicles has been rising. The influence is growing. The number of fans on Shen Jun's social media platforms has successfully reached tens of millions. As for the hot-selling Grave Robbers Chronicles, it has been called a phenomenal hit by countless people and has attracted countless fans. In the past 2 days, Juzhu magazine has already sold the number they had boldly bet on, 400,000 copies, or even far more. As of now, according to incomplete statistics, the sales volume of Juzhu magazine has sold at least 500,000 copies. Unique in the spotlight. Juzhu Publishing House, taking advantage of the momentum of Juzhu magazine, also launched a frantic counterattack and began to settle accounts one by one. Nowadays, the publishing industry and even the entire literary world are in a state of panic. Everyone in the publishing house that had previously plotted against Juzhu is in danger. As for why Shen Jun's popularity began to decline, this is because the semi-finals of the phenomenal variety show in the entertainment industry, The Peak Singer, will start on time tonight. Compared with Shen Jun's phenomenal works, the veteran top singers who are also phenomenal are obviously more popular and more capable. The fans of the participating singers alone add up to hundreds of millions. Therefore, Shen Jun's popularity can only be ranked second for the time being. Moreover, with the start of the semi-finals, Dragon TV has invested heavily in online publicity, vowing to create a top-notch event that no one can surpass. So on the 17th, overwhelming program publicity took over Shen Jun's popularity and began to build momentum for the evening program. This is a bit of a pity for Juzhu Publishing House. If they were given a few more days, they might be able to settle the accounts right away. But it's okay, in the past 2 days, at least the fame has been completely spread, and now almost everyone knows the name of Juzhu. This is a fame that cannot be bought with any amount of money. As for Shen Jun, he didn't care, because he was the one who wrote the Grave Robbers Chronicles, and the song that Song Huaying was going to sing tonight was also written by him. It was all the same to him. It's all fire anyway, so what's the difference between them? Shen Jun did not go to tonight's semi-final. Song Huaying has adjusted his mentality and is getting into the game more and more. It makes no difference whether he's there or not. Besides, Shen Jun doesn't really want to go. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay at home and accompany Anan? On the last show, if he hadn't promised Qin Man that he would definitely send Song Huaying to the finals, he probably wouldn't have cared. Teacher Shen invited Shen Jun and Anan to dinner at home tonight. Since their divorce, Shen Jun and Teacher Shen have been visiting more frequently, and they would come to visit the teacher when they have nothing to do on weekdays. Teacher Shen likes Anan very much, and Anan also likes this kind old grandma very much, and calls her Grandma Shen very sweetly. To a certain extent, it also makes up for Anan's regret of not having a grandmother. His original mother died of illness in his early years, and his father raised him alone. His old father now lives alone in Liao province. He is in good health and has a stubborn temper. When Shen Jun just graduated, he wanted to bring his old father to Shanghai to live with him, but his old father refused to go. I am so stubborn. In addition, his old father was still in good health, so Shen Jun let him live in his hometown. I go back to visit every Chinese New Year. If he misses his son and granddaughter, the old father will come to Shanghai by himself and stay for 2 days. A few days ago, the old father sent a message to Shen Jun. He didn't know how he got the news of Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi's divorce, and his words showed some concern for Shen Jun. Asked Shen Jun if he wanted to go back to his hometown and stay for 2 days. Mr. Shen is very busy recently, so he naturally can't go back. He just said that he will go back and stay for 2 days when he has time. And then nothing happened. Soanin was born without a grandmother, and there weren't many grandfathers either. When she was in kindergarten, she even asked Shen Jun why she didn't have a grandmother. Sometimes other people's children are sent to school by their grandmothers. Shen Jun could only sigh and explain to an AN. As for grandparents, Grandpa, Zhao Wanyi's father, is fine. After retirement, he would occasionally come to Xianan, buy her some food, and bring her some toys. As for Zhao Wanyi's mother, she looked down on Shen Jun from the bottom of her heart, so naturally she looked down on Anan as well. They met seldom, and every time they met she had a cold face, as if someone owed her something. So Anan has been lacking the care of the older generation since childhood. Now Shen Yunqing has just filled this gap, and Anan likes Grandma Shen very much. Teacher Shen has a nanny at home, but Mr. Shen doesn't like to trouble others, so he cooks for himself. When the meal was ready, Qin Man also came back from get off work. Qin Man has been so busy these days that she hasn't been seen much. If Teacher Shen hadn't called her back for dinner tonight, she would probably have stayed in the company again. Things will eventually be done. Don't push yourself so hard. At the dinner table, looking at Qin Man who looked a little haggard, Shen Yunqing advised with some heartache. Qin Man responded with a smile. Sister Qin, have a bowl of soup. Shen Jun served soup to the three of them and handed a bowl to Qin Man. Qin Manyan glanced at Shen Jun, took the soup and thanked him. Shen Yunqing smiled and said, when you have time, hang out with Xiao Shen more often. You're both young people and have common topics. Qin Man snorted slightly, barely perceptible. No one would be willing to take an old lady like me out to play. Shen Yunqing frowned. What's the difference between old auntie and old auntie? You are only less than 2 years apart, so you are the same age. No. Qin Man responded indifferently and lowered his head to drink the soup. Shen Jun, who had been standing aside without saying a word, silently served the soup to Anan, then glanced at Qin Man who was drinking the soup with her head down. I don't know if it's an illusion. He always felt that the look Qin Man gave him tonight was a little cold. Shen Jun touched his nose, feeling a little puzzled. Didn't he offend this woman? While we were eating, the much-anticipated semi-final of Top Singer finally started. The host came on stage and started with the usual opening to liven up the atmosphere. Then I explained the rules of the semi-finals. The host then announced a big news, that is, the next final stage of Top Singer will be held at the Bird's Nest Stadium in Beijing. As soon as the news came out, the whole internet was boiling. At this time, many people watched The Peak Singer and heard such a big news at the beginning. Bird's Nest Stadium. This is the largest stadium in the country. If all 4 sides of the stage were fully open, it could accommodate more than 90,000 people. What a shocking scene it would be to have over 90,000 people watching a concert at the same time. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end and my whole body tingle. If you can't imagine it, think about the spectacular scenes during the 2008 Olympic Games. Moreover, holding a concert in the Bird's Nest is not something you can do just because you want to. There are people in this world who have held concerts in the Bird's Nest. But without exception, all the singers who hold concerts are the top singers in the country, the biggest of the big names. You should know that the rental of the Bird's Nest costs 3 million a day. To organize a performance, there are the early stage of stage construction, the midterm choreography and rehearsals, and the final formal performance. It will take at least a week. That is 7 days. So if you want to hold a concert, you will need to prepare more than 20 million in rental costs. This is just the rental fee. If you are holding a concert in such a top-notch stadium, it would be a bit lacking if you don't have top-notch stage design. How much does a set of top-notch stage design and equipment cost? 30 million is not enough. In other words, if you want to hold a concert in the Bird's Nest, the venue and stage alone will cost more than 50 million, not to mention the subsequent promotion and marketing. It seemed like Shen Jun had also held a concert at the Bird's Nest in his previous life. As far as he knew, the cost of that concert had reached hundreds of millions. Even Shen Jun was a little surprised when he first found out. This is also the reason why the entire internet is boiling, because Dragon TV is definitely making a big move this time. Even during the meal, the knowledgeable Shen Yunqing sighed and said that the production team had invested a lot of money. After the news was announced, many people became excited instantly. The Bird's Nest Stadium has 90,000 seats, which means there is a great chance to watch the game live. Top Singer is definitely the most popular variety show in China this year, a phenomenal competition. Countless fans. And because the competition is so intense, many people said that watching the live broadcast is not enough and they want to watch it in person. However, no matter how big the Dragon TV studio is, it cannot accommodate too many viewers, so this expectation has never been realized. But now, this expectation can finally be realized. So after the host announced the news, countless fans suddenly appeared on the internet celebrating the new year, as if it was New Year's Day. It was boiling and partying. Many people have even started forming teams and are preparing to meet in Beijing next week. And amidst this boiling public opinion, the semi-finals of The Peak Singer officially kicked off. For this semi-final, the remaining 7 singers were all very well prepared, and it was obvious that they were all trying their best to advance and even win the title of King of Singers. With the popularity of top singer nowadays, if you can win the title of King of Singers, your status will definitely be taken to the next level. Moreover, they all knew in advance that the finals would be held at the Bird's Nest. Among the singers present, only Chi Nan had held a concert at the Bird's Nest. The rest of the people don't have this chance at all. Therefore, the final stage is also a very rare opportunity for them. So this time all 7 singers tried their best and used all their skills, and each of them gave an extraordinary performance on the stage. All the audiences were thrilled and excited. Song Hwaying was ranked 4th in this draw, behind Chi Nan. Chi Nan came in the last period and underestimated his opponent, and Song Hwaying performed very well, which led to his 3rd place. But in this semi-final, Chi Nan completely put aside his contempt and directly asked famous artists to sing his songs. His singing skills were brought to the extreme this time, and the 3rd place was also very good this time. The first 2 singers did not bring any oppressive influence, so as soon as Chi Nan opened his mouth, he immediately ignited the whole audience. When the singing ended, the audience applauded for more than 2 minutes and cheered. Even Shen Yunqing commented seriously, "The lyrics are great and the singing is amazing." The strength Chi Nan displayed on this stage was indeed amazing. He was worthy of being a veteran top-tier singer. Shen Jun and Qin Man also looked a little solemn, because it's Song Hwaying's turn to appear next. Before Song Hwaying appeared on stage, during the stage preparation, the program played a short video of Song Hwaying practicing singing and rehearsing a few days ago. Song Hwaying in the video is still very serious, practicing and rehearsing diligently. There was an interview in this video that attracted the interest of many viewers, who watched it intently. The interview was conducted after Song Hwaying finished practicing in the recording studio. The host casually chatted with her and asked, "This song sounds very sad. Why is it called Red Bean? Any metaphors?" Song Hwaying paused for a moment with a slightly sad look in his eyes, and then recited the poem that Shen Jun had mentioned. "Because the exquisite dice are filled with red beans, my love for you is so deep, do you know?" As soon as this interview was broadcast, the program barrage immediately became boiling, and countless people frantically shouted in the barrage, "Ah, it's so beautiful, so beautiful. This metaphor is so beautiful. This poem sounds beautiful, but why do I feel so sad? Inexplicably sad. Why would you use a butcher knife to kill me? I didn't quite understand the title of this poem, but now I understand it. Absolutely amazing. I declare that this is my social media profile for this year." Amidst the heated comments, the host and Song Hwaying continued their casual chat, and all the audience also learned the original source of this sentence through Song Hwaying's answer, "Mr. Shen." Suddenly, the barrage became even more lively. If we talk about who is the most popular these days, Shen Jun definitely occupies a place. In recent days, Shen Jun's name has spread all over the internet along with Grave Robbers Chronicles, and everyone also knows that Mr. Shen is Song Hwaying's official poet. The previous issue of those years was written by Shen Jun, and this issue of Red Bean is also the same. For a time, comments were made. No wonder the boss was able to write Grave Robbers Chronicles in fleet of time. The writing is so strong. As expected of a writer, his writing is amazing. Love it. I just finished reading The Lost Tomb today, and I didn't expect there would be such a fantastic crossover. Some people said before that Grave Robbers Chronicles lacked literary quality. Now let them see what literary quality is. Amidst everyone's excitement and discussions, the short video ended, and Song Hwaying appeared in the center of the stage. That cold and ethereal voice slowly rang out. "I haven't felt it yet. Snowy climate. We tremble together." The atmosphere of sadness instantly reached its peak, and the originally somewhat restless stage slowly became silent, and everyone began to listen to the song seriously. Fei Wong's songs don't sound like they have any intense emotions, everything seems to be told slowly. However, this plain narration tone has a kind of magic, a magic that makes people cry. So after Song Hwaying had been singing for a while, sobbing sounds gradually began to appear in the silent audience, and the director quietly turned the camera to the audience. Many shots of red eyes and even tears were captured in an instant. All the audiences were gradually immersed in the tragic world created by Song Hwaying, and their emotions resonated with Song Hwaying's singing. By the end of the song, many audience members were already crying. Song Hwaying performed very stably and Shen Jun's lyrics were also very well written. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such excitement in the audience, and after listening to it, Shen Yunqing was full of praise for Shen Jun's creative talent. But it's good nonetheless. It's a bit difficult to continue to rank first. Although Song Hwaying's skills and voice are very similar to Fei Wong's singing under Shen Jun's training, Song Hwaying is not Fei Wong after all. She is not the queen whose status in the music world is unshakable. Therefore, the stage effects naturally cannot be perfect, and in such top-level stage competitions, the slightest problem will affect the results. Not to mention Chi Nan, who performed very stably, even exceptionally well, and the singing skills and emotions of Chi Nan were extremely explosive. It's a bit difficult to defeat Chi Nan. Chi Man naturally noticed this, so his expression became a little solemn and nervous while watching the show. As for Mr. Shen, his only task was to get Song Hwaying into the finals. Song Hwaying may not be able to beat Chi Nan in this competition, but there will be no problem in advancing. Not everyone can win by singing Fei Wong's songs. So Shen Jun kept his expression unchanged and continued to pick up food for An and teacher Shen. The show is still going on, and there are only 3 singers left, namely the veteran top-tier singer Tan Si, the charming singer Zhao Liqian, and the national team singer Lin Ruodan. The next person to perform was Tan Si. Tan Si's performance was still stable, but in terms of stage effects and emotional resonance, he was slightly inferior to Song Hwaying and Zhao Liqian. Zhao Liqian's original strength was not as good as Song Hwaying's, not to mention that Song Hwaying now has Shen Jun as a support. Zhao Liqian is now completely incomparable to Song Hwaying. What made Zhao Lexi even more desperate was that her luck in the draw was really bad this time. She happened to be squeezed among the 4 strongest people in the audience. Before there were Chi Nan, Song Hwaying, and Tan Si. Especially now that the audience's psychological expectations have been infinitely raised by these 3 people, she simply can't keep up. So after the performance began, there were whispers of discussion in the audience, and many negative comments appeared in the live broadcast room. What's this song about? As expected, there is no harm without comparison. Compared with the first 3, this is simply unbearable. The dancing is good, but the singing is unbearable. Quickly eliminate them. What kind of nonsense is that song? That's so awful. When the song ended, except for some die-hard fans and male audience members who applauded excitedly, the rest of the audience had indifferent expressions. Some people even frowned, with disgust and boredom clearly visible in their eyes. Zhao Lexi's originally pretty face fell apart immediately. Without waiting for the host to come back, she ran off the stage with red eyes and covering her mouth. The host quickly introduced the scene, and then Lin Ruodan came on stage. Lin Ruodan was also well prepared for this performance. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, her aura was fully released, and her skills and emotions were brought to the extreme. The strength of the national team was fully demonstrated, especially that astonishing soprano voice and all kinds of inhuman inflections, which gave Shen Jun goosebumps. When Lin Ruodan finished her song, there was a burst of applause and cheers from the audience. The barrage in the live broadcast room also started scrolling wildly. Qin Man sighed solemnly, already anticipating the final outcome. Soon, the rankings for the semi-finals of The Peak Singer came out. The director had been keeping people in suspense in the previous episodes, but this time he just announced the winners from the last to the first without any surprises. Maybe he was scolded badly before. The result was as Qin Man and everyone expected. This time, the first place was won by Lin Ruodan. His top-level singing skills shocked the audience and he well deserved the title. The second place is Chi Nan. It's a pity that the score difference between Song Hwaying and Chi Nan was only a few tenths of a point, so Song Hwaying ranked 3rd, Tan Si ranked 4th. And the last one was Zhao Lexi, who was attacked from both sides. In addition, Zhao Lexi ranked 2nd from the bottom in the previous episode, which means that Zhao Lexi will be eliminated this time and will miss the finals. After hearing the news that she was going to be eliminated, Zhao Lexi's face turned pale. In the end, she couldn't hold it in and started crying on the show. The final stage is the bird's nest. If she could stand on the bird's nest, her fame and status would be greatly improved. Even if he doesn't get any ranking in the finals, with the popularity of the Peak Singer finals, he will definitely attract countless fans. But now, it's all gone. The more Zhao Lexi thought about it, the more she collapsed and burst into tears. Song Hwaying sat not far away, looking at the collapsed Zhao Lexi. There was no joy of revenge on his face, but rather a sigh and relief. If she hadn't met Mr. Shen, she would probably have ended up like this in the last episode. The director cut out Zhao Lexi's shot, and the staff hurried over to take Zhao Lexi backstage. Only then did the director start speaking again. First, congratulations to each singer for entering the finals. The director then said, "Everyone knows that the finals will be held at the Bird's Nest Stadium, right? For this final, we will use the 4-sided stage of the Bird's Nest, which will have 90,000 seats available. We have also invited the world's top equipment and stage design companies. I hope this final stage will bring an unforgettable peak event to all the audience and teachers. At the same time, I also hope that every teacher can let go of their feelings on the stage." The director's words excited all the singers present. Even Chi Nan, who had performed at the Bird's Nest before, had a gleam in his eyes. This kind of peak stage is hard to come by. Even top-tier singers like them are looking forward to such a stage. Who doesn't want to stand on the top and grandest stage in the country? Show your talents to your heart's content, and then take the crown under the attention of the crowd, amidst overwhelming cheers and shouts. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. The audience watching the show were also extremely excited. The semifinals had already made their blood boil, so they were naturally looking forward to the final stage. Now there is still a chance to go there, who wouldn't be excited? So the audience seats immediately boiled over and screamed, and the barrage in the live broadcast room was scrolling wildly. After everyone calmed down a bit, the director announced the rules for the finals. We've named the singing finals Peak Battle of the Singers. This final will determine who will be the singing king of this season. This final competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is the individual singing session, and the second round is the support singing session. After hearing the director's words, the singers present all looked at each other with confusion or curiosity. The individual singing segments were easy to understand. But what does the supporting singing segment mean? Chi Nan raised his eyebrows and asked directly, "What does it mean to help sing?" The director smiled and then explained to everyone. The supporting singing session is where each teacher needs to invite a guest singer. In the second round, you and the guest singer will sing together. The semi-finals of The Peak Singer has finally come to an end, but the impact it brought is not over at all. On the one hand, many netizens are discussing last night's competition, discussing the performance of each singer, and discussing each song from last night. On the other hand, we are discussing topics related to the finals. Ever since the director announced the relevant information about the finals after the competition ended last night, the discussion about the finals has not stopped. The most attractive and shocking part is naturally the final stage. Based on the information released by the director in the program, some netizens have calculated the approximate cost of this final stage. More than 100 million. This is absolutely unprecedented and groundbreaking in variety shows. The cost of this episode alone exceeds the cost of an entire season of 90% of domestic variety shows. It's astonishing. So when the news came out, it naturally caused a shock across the entire network. Many people directly called it a big move by Dragon TV. There are still many people waiting for the tickets to be released. It would be a pity not to go to such a top event, especially for the singer's diehard fans. Must support. In addition, many people on the internet are discussing the competition system of the finals, especially the supporting singing segment in the second round, which has sparked heated discussions across the internet. Most netizens have no objection to this competition. Instead, they think it is very good because it allows them to see more singers' wonderful performances. Moreover, many fans are expecting their singer to join forces with other singers to win the title of King of Singers. Anyway, for fans, there is only profit and no loss. Some netizens thought the competition system was too fancy, but they were quickly silenced by other netizens. Haha, if we calculate one song is 5 minutes, 6 songs will only take 30 minutes. Considering the no-nonsense nature of Peak Singer, if there's only one solo round, the finals will be over in 40 minutes at most. A normal concert lasts 3 or 4 hours. They spent over 100 million just to give you a piece of their mind. As soon as these words were spoken, the doubts on the internet immediately disappeared. Come to think of it, Dragon TV spent more than 100 million yuan, so naturally it wants to maximize its profits. If this really happens, Dragon TV will definitely lose a lot of money. What's more important is that the audience spends a lot of time and money, and then sits there for 40 minutes, which the audience is unwilling to do. I can't get enough of it. The entire network doesn't want to see this situation. They also hope that Dragon TV will produce more awesome programs like this. In addition, there are many topics about Top Singer, and even the hot searches directly dominate the list, which fully demonstrates the strength of a phenomenal variety show. Even Shen Jun's previous hot searches were suppressed. This made many people in the literary world breathe a sigh of relief, especially those publishers and writers who were counterattacked by Juzhu, who breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, with the help of the popularity of Juzhu magazine, Juzhu Publishing House quickly got out of the predicament and then began to settle accounts. All the publishing houses and companies that had previously joined forces to block and besiege Juzhu have suffered revenge from Juzhu, and those authors who took advantage of others' misfortune were also boycotted and attacked by Juzhu. These people want to join forces to fight against Juzhu. However, Shen Jun was on the hot search list, and Juzhu magazine became more and more popular. In 2 days, 1 million copies were sold, and it is still continuing to ferment and grow. No one can go head-to-head with Juzhu now. Juzhu's rising momentum is unstoppable, and the publishing houses and companies that have been retaliated against can only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. After 2 days of patience, there is finally a turning point. Seeing that Shen Jun's hot searches were suppressed and the heat began to cool down, countless publishing houses and companies that had been holding back breathed a sigh of relief and gathered together to prepare to fight back. However, before everyone could take action, something despairing happened again. Shen Jun is on the hot search again. Less than an hour after Shen Jun was pushed off the trending searches, the name Shen Jun returned to the trending searches again, although it still couldn't compete with the topic of the top singer. But it has also squeezed into the top 5 again. Moreover, the top 10 hot search topics at this moment are all related to the top singers, with only Shen Jun, an irrelevant person. But to be precise, Shen Jun's topic is also related to peak singer. Because Shen Jun has returned to the hot search again, it is precisely because of the origin of the song title mentioned by Song Hwaying in the short video before the game last night. The exquisite dice are filled with red beans, my love for you is so deep, do you know? This line of poetry also became popular all over the internet along with the hit of Peak Singer. In the words of netizens, this poem is very beautiful at first glance, but when you read it carefully, you find that it is so beautiful that it is tragic. It's like the sad sigh of a woman trapped in love. The lament in the poem has resonated with countless people and has been loved by countless people. It can even be said that the popularity of this poem is no less than that of the popular songs on Peak Singer. Many people have changed their WeChat Moments signatures to this sentence. Even in the field of short videos, countless internet celebrities have used this sentence as the title of their cross-dressing or emotional works. In a short time, it became popular on the entire internet. The author of this poem has naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Therefore, Shen Jun's popularity, which had just subsided a little, exploded again, and Juzhu magazine sold even better, which stunned many people in the literary world. It even caught those who were preparing to fight back off guard. While the internet was buzzing with discussion, Shen Jun picked up Shen Ainen as usual, and before returning home, he took Ainen to Hanshi Company. Chin Man called him during the day and asked him to come over, saying that the agent's matter had been settled. While having dinner last night, Shen Jun mentioned his plan to open a studio to Chin Man and Shen Yunking, and at the same time wanted to ask Chin Man to help find an agent with strong work ability and rich experience. Chin Man wanted Shen Jun to sign with Hanshi, but Shen Jun shook his head and refused, saying that he was used to being free and undisciplined and was not suitable for joining the company. Then the topic ended. I didn't expect it to be settled so soon. When Shen Jun arrived, Chin Man was still working, and ran into the office as if she was familiar with the place, stood beside the desk, looked up and shouted at Chin Man, "Sister Manman." Chin Man knew who was coming as soon as he heard the voice. He immediately put down the documents in his hand, rubbed An's little head, and said to Shen Jun with a smile, "Here I come. Sit." Shen Jun sat down and Chin Man stood up and walked over. Chin Man was wearing a black suit again today. The suit and hip skirt made her look very capable, and the black stockings on her long legs added a bit of softness and sexiness. Chin Man sat opposite Shen Jun in her hip skirt, poured him a cup of tea and said, "I found an agent who meets your requirements. He's experienced, very familiar with the industry, and has a wide network of contacts. He is considered one of the gold medal agents in the industry." After hearing Chin Man's words, Shen Jun did not speak immediately, but looked at Chin Man quietly. He was very familiar with this circle in his previous life, so he knew that most of the gold medal agents had their own companies and had no shortage of clients. It's not something a startup company like his can sign. If it can be signed, there must be some problems. Sure enough, I heard Chin Man continue to say, but he has some issues that need to be addressed. He used to be the top agent at Preface Company, but he had a major conflict with the company, so he left. Preface Company, a record company that is as powerful as Hanshi Music. It is also one of the giants in the industry, with many top-tier singers under its banner. For example, the top singer Tan Si who appeared on Peak Singer last night is one of the artists under Preface. And this is not their trump card. This is enough to show how powerful Preface Company is. Chin Man continued. He and Suyin have had quite a conflict. Suyin's CEO has clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. If we use this person, I'm afraid we'll be met with hostility from Suyin. Upon hearing this, Shen Jun raised his eyebrows. No wonder. Otherwise, with the reputation of a gold medal agent, Shen Jun would never have the chance to hire such a person. He would probably be snatched away by other companies as soon as he left the company. As for why I recommend this person. First, I've dealt with him before and know his character. Second, he's really very capable. For example, Xiao Qi, one of the top singers in the music industry today, was brought up by him, and he also discovered many talented young people when he was in the industry. It even brought out several very capable agents for the prologue. After a pause, Chin Man looked up at Shen Jun and said, and most importantly, besides the music industry, he also has some knowledge of film, television, and even the cultural industry. This should be of great help to you. After Chin Man said this, Shen Jun's eyes lit up slightly. It's not easy to find an all-round agent. Although the music, film and television, and cultural industries are collectively referred to as the entertainment industry, there are actually huge differences between these three industries. It can even be said that different professions are like different worlds. Some agents may be good at one industry, For example, Chin Man is very familiar with the music industry, but you ask her to switch to the film and television industry. That means you know nothing about anything. Shen Jun is now successful in both the music and literary circles. Moreover, there is a great possibility that works such as Grave Robbers Chronicles and Harry Potter will be adapted into film and television works in the future. Not to mention that he has so many classic scripts in his mind. By then, the film and television industry will inevitably be involved. Therefore, Shen Jun really needs an agent who knows everything to help him handle all business and matters. This kind of all-round agent is the most suitable. As for the hostility of the preface, Shen Jun didn't take it too seriously. In the business world, whenever it comes to the distribution of interests, hostility and even enmity are very common. Are we going to shrink back just because of something as trivial as this? And to put it in the long run, if Shen Jun's studio develops in the future, it will definitely grab the cake from old established companies like Suyin. After all, the market is so big and there is only so much cake. By then, the fight with the prologue will only get more intense. Hostility is just an appetizer. So Shen Jun thought about it and made a decision in his heart, but Shen Jun did not make the decision immediately. Instead, he talked with Chin Man for a while. I asked if there were any other candidates. Chin Man shook his head. Of course there are candidates, but there is only this one who is most suitable for Shen Jun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to invite Mr. Shen to come and communicate. Shen Jun nodded and said directly, let's go with him. Sister Chin, please help me make an appointment. Chin Man nodded in agreement, and the matter was settled. However, Chin Man had no intention of seeing the guest off, but instead looked a little hesitant. Seeing Chin Man's expression, Shen Jun looked suspicious. Is there anything else, Sister Chin? Chin Man pursed her lips, then spoke slowly. That's right. You've seen the format of the semi-finals of Peak Singer. Because the finals were somewhat unexpected, they had to be played over 2 rounds, so. Having said this, Shen Jun understood. He had promised Chin Man that he would prepare 3 songs for Song Huaying, corresponding to the 5th episode, the semi-finals and the finals. If it is based on normal competition, it is just enough. But now it's not enough. There is one more segment in the finals, so there is still 1 song missing. He had already given the 3rd song for the finals to Chin Man, which was Fei Wong's classic song Obsession, one of Fei Wong's early songs. It is also Fei Wong's first Mandarin song. It became popular all over the country when it was released, and also won many awards. Later, before Shen Jun traveled through time, with the popularity of the TV series Manhwa, it became popular on the internet again. It can be said to be a very classic song. With this song, Song Huaying should have a chance to compete for the title of King of Singers. As for whether he could win, Shen Jun couldn't say for sure. It's the same old saying. Song Huaying is not Fei Wong. Moreover, the song Obsession is actually of the same level as Red Bean. It is a classic, but it is not the kind of divine song that can make the final word. But this has nothing to do with Shen Jun. Mr. Shen had only promised to send Song Huaying to the finals, and now he has fulfilled his promise. Moreover, by spending an additional 1 million yuan at one time, Hanshi took away 3 of Fei Wong's classic songs. He has made a huge profit. Mr. Shen has done Chin Man very well. So after Shen Jun gave the 3rd final song to Chin Man, he didn't plan to care about it anymore. Whether he wins the championship or not has nothing to do with him. But obviously, Chin Man didn't think so. Chin Man paused for a moment and said the second half of the sentence. So Hanshi wants to make another song with you. Regarding the situation in the finals, Hanshi also considered asking other people to sing for him. Now that Song Huaying has made it all the way to the finals, his fame has skyrocketed. Many music producers in the industry want to work with Song Huaying. Moreover, the finals will be held at the Bird's Nest. For any music producer, it would be an unparalleled honor if their work could be performed on the Bird's Nest stage. These are all deeds that can be put in your resume. So Song Huaying has no shortage of songs now. As long as she spreads the word, a bunch of music producers will come forward. But after just a brief consideration, this plan was rejected by Chin Man and Song Huaying himself. Both of them, including most people in the company, wanted to continue cooperating with Shen Jun. The first 2 songs have already proved Shen Jun's talent and the compatibility between the two. It can be said that Shen Jun is now the most suitable music producer in the music industry who understands Song Huaying the best. The effect of their cooperation is completely 1 + 1 2. This effect may not be achieved if it is replaced by someone else. Moreover, the final stage is of utmost importance, so they would rather play it safe than take a gamble by finding an unsuitable producer. So there was Chin Man's invitation tonight. The agent matter was just a side issue. The main thing was that Hanshi wanted to ask Shen Jun to sing with him. Shen Jun pondered. Sister Chin, I've given you all the 3 songs I promised Hanshi. Chin Man immediately said. The previous matter has been settled. Now I am representing Hanshi Company to make a new song contract with you. Hanshi is willing to pay 2 million for the song contract. 2 million is considered the highest song subscription fee in the industry. It can be seen that Hanshi attaches great importance to Shen Jun. Shen Jun was slightly surprised, and then said with a smile, "Sister Qin, this is not about money." He did have a lot of songs in his mind, but just as Shen Jun had thought before, it didn't matter much to him whether Song Huaying won the title of King of Singers or not. As for the cost of booking songs, although he is short of money now, he has not fallen to the point of selling songs casually. If he keeps this song, he can bring in far more than 2 million in value in the future. After all, every song he sang is a classic. After hearing what Shen Jun said, Qin Man's expression did not change much, but he nodded sincerely. It's really not about the money. Otherwise, I could have just mentioned the singing contract first, and then used the agent's matter to coerce you into agreeing. As he spoke, Qin Man's expression became more serious and sincere. But I consider you a friend, so I don't want to use business tactics to blackmail you. Likewise, I hope you can consider me a friend. Our conversation now is not a business negotiation, but more of a friend asking for help. You should be aware of our company's current situation. Sister Huaying is the top priority for the company's development in the second half of the year, and even in the next few years. So the title of King of Songs is extremely important to both Song Huaying and Hanshi. After a pause, Qin Man looked at Shen Jun. Since you call me sister, I'm begging you to help Hanshi. And I won't let you suffer any loss. The 2 million yuan singing contract fee I just mentioned will remain the same. I'll also help you with the agent issue. Once your studio opens, you can always come to me if you have any questions. Hanshi Company's resources can be shared with you. Very sincere words. And a very sincere reward. And just like Qin Man said, she could definitely bring up the matter of the agent first. After all, it was Shen Jun who asked her for help first. But she did not use this to threaten Shen Jun. Instead, he finished the matter first and then asked Mr. Shen for help. Having said that, Shen Jun seemed to have no reason to refuse. A song in exchange for the resources of a top company, 2 million, and a friendship. When you calculate it this way, it seems like he made a profit. After Qin Man finished speaking, he wanted to continue to add, but Shen Jun waved his hand and interrupted Qin Man. Sister Qin, let's discuss what to sing in the finals. Qin Man's face suddenly showed a hint of joy. You promised? Shen Jun glanced at Qin Man, then began to think seriously. Qin Man, including the entire Hanshi, now naturally aims to become the ultimate singing king, but it is not an easy task to win the title of singing king. We can tell a thing or two from the scores in the semifinals. Simply being suitable for Song Huaying does not guarantee that Song Huaying will win the final victory. To win in such a top competition, the technique and emotion of the song are the key. The sentimental emotions that Song Huaying is good at are too low and sad. Compared with those high-pitched and intense emotions, this kind of emotion is inferior in emotional rendering and mobilization, and is not very dominant. So we need to find a song that is suitable for Song Huaying's voice and can also bring out the emotional advantages in it. And there must be new breakthroughs in techniques. While Shen Jun was thinking seriously, Qin Man, who was sitting opposite him, curled the corners of his mouth and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. She thought about the conversation she had with her grandmother during the day. At first, Qin Man wanted to use her grandmother's connections to ask her to help her find Shen Jun to sing a song. Although she had not discussed the singing appointment with Shen Jun, Qin Man could feel Shen Jun's indifference and lack of concern about the matter through their contact. So Qin Man knew that it would be very difficult to arrange a song. So I wanted to move the big Buddha like grandma out. As long as grandma came forward, this matter would be easily accomplished. But Qin Man went to find her grandmother, but her grandmother told her to do her own things and asked her to go to Shen Jun to sing a song. And her grandmother told her that although Shen Jun was very cold in his dealings with others, he seemed indifferent to everything except Nen and had no enthusiasm for anything. But Shen Jun is actually very soft-hearted, also very good to his own people. So when asking Shen Jun to sing a song, you can't approach it from the perspective of a businessman or a company, but as a friend, play the emotional card, and be sincere. The more sincere the better. If you can get Mr. Shen to recognize you as his friend, Mr. Shen will definitely help you. Since grandma refused to help, Qin Man had no choice but to go it alone, which led to the conversation just now. Although Qin Man had his own thoughts when he said those words, what he said was very sincere, and many of the things he said were what he thought from the bottom of his heart. Qin Man listened to her grandmother's words. I decided to be sincere with Shen Jun and make friends first. Qin Man originally thought that Shen Jun would reject her, or that she would have to spend more time talking to him, but she didn't expect that Shen Jun would agree so readily. What grandma said turned out to be true. Qin Man was a little surprised, a little happy, and a little jealous. Because Qin Man suddenly felt that her grandmother seemed to understand Shen Jun better than she knew her. Who is the dear one? During the short time that Qin Man was daydreaming, Shen Jun already had a general idea in his mind. The first thing to consider when choosing a song is its suitability. If it's not suitable, no matter how great the song is, it won't sound right. Therefore, the range of songs to be chosen has to be Faye Wong's songs. The range is here, it's easy to choose. Then consider the emotional resonance, skill display, and stage choreography. Shen Jun finally and quickly locked on a song. This is a song that became popular all over the country as soon as it was released. This is a song that countless top singers have competed to cover. This is a divine song that makes countless people's eyes red and tears flow as soon as it is sung. This is Faye Wong's representative work from her later years, bar none. In addition to being perfectly adapted, this song also shows Faye Wong at her peak level in terms of both emotion and technique. Let's talk about emotions first. This song will make you cry as soon as it starts. Moreover, the timbre and emotion of this song are very suitable for Faye Wong and Song Hwaying's expression. This song not only fully demonstrates Faye Wong's voice and emotional expression, but the content and intention of the lyrics also take the emotion to a higher level. More sublime. The mountains and rivers are safe, and the prosperous times are as we wish. This is a kind of resonant emotion that goes beyond love, making people's scalp tingle and their whole body tremble. A surging emotion that is unforgettable for everyone and can easily resonate with everyone. Anyone who is a Chinese and has basic empathy will feel warm in their heart and overwhelmed with emotions when they hear this song. This is the power of this song. Just think about it, if 90,000 people sing together in the Bird's Nest Stadium, how overwhelming the emotional impact and resonance will be. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil and my scalp tingle. Let's talk about techniques. This song has a three-part structure. The first paragraph is about tracing back to the past, the second paragraph is about passing on the torch, and the third paragraph is about carrying on the past and opening up the future. Faye Wong's singing techniques have been adjusted and changed in every part. One song uses 3 kinds of resonance cavities, and 3 kinds of sounds and techniques appear. And 3 emotions. 3-step technique. 3 emotions. Then the climax came to an end, and the last sentence ended with a cappella. Many people in the past said that the 3 sections of the song pushed it to its peak, and the last a cappella ending would make anyone who heard it cry. The technical aspects of this song are absolutely top-notch. It is simply impossible for ordinary singers to achieve such amazing skills and emotional expression. Only a top singer like Faye Wong can do this. If Song Hwaying wants to compete for the title of King of Singers in the finals, then this song is definitely the most suitable choice. This song is As Wish, As You Wish. Sheen Man heard what Shen Jun said and repeated it. Right. The mountains and rivers are safe, and the prosperous times are as we wish, as we wish. Shen Jun said slowly. Hearing this, Sheen Man was startled again, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and said in a shocked tone, I always hear such elegant sentences coming from your mouth. A prosperous age as you wish? What a great name. The name gave people a very warm and grand feeling. Sheen Man was even a little impatient to listen to the song. Sheen Man looked a little anxious. When can you finish writing it? All the songs were in his head, so he didn't need to write them down. So Shen Jun said directly. It's already been written. It was already late tonight, and Shen Anan had already begun to doze off. Shen Jun thought for a moment and said, I'll give you the lyrics and music tomorrow. If you have time, call Sister Hwaying over and I'll take her through it a few times. Help people to the end. Since he is in charge of this matter, Shen Jun naturally hopes for a good result. He also didn't want Song Hwaying to ruin this classic song by practicing it on his own, so Shen Jun planned to come over and give him personal guidance in the next few days. After hearing what Shen Jun said, Sheen Man's expression became even happier, and he immediately said, I'm free tomorrow. If there's anything, I'll ask her to move back. The last time Shen Jun guided Song Hwaying in singing practice, he received high praise from Song Hwaying and the recording teacher. Sheen Man naturally knew about it, and she also came to see it in person. There is absolutely no problem with Mr. Shen's level. And last time, Song Hwaying won the first place with So Young directed by Shen Jun. However, Red Bean took third place even without Shen Jun's guidance. Although this statement sounds a bit forced, both Song Hwaying and many people in the company believe that there is an inevitable connection. During the company meeting today, Song Hwaying hoped that the company could hire Shen Jun as a professional vocal instructor. I didn't expect it to be solved in the evening. If Song Hwaying heard this news, he would definitely be very happy. Tomorrow morning, then. Okay, I'll come over after I drop in and off. The two of them exchanged a few brief words. The sky outside the window grew darker. Shen Jun said goodbye to Sheen Man, then stood up and walked out holding an AN. Sheen Man followed and came out. I've arranged a driver to take you back. Shen Jun immediately shook his head and said, no need to bother. Sheen Man touched An's little head. It's so late, it's hard to get a taxi, taken him back early. An had just started to doze off in the office, and now that he was in his father's arms, he could no longer open his eyes. Shen Jun did not refuse again. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Cheen. After going downstairs, the driver had been waiting at the door for a while. Shen Jun carried in and into the car. Qin Man said a few words to the driver, then turned to look at Shen Jun. Mr. Shen, thank you. Qin Man was silent for 2 seconds, then thanked him again seriously. Shen Jun smiled and said, Sister Qin, you're welcome. Then the driver started the car and the car gradually drove into the dark night. Qin Man, standing on the side of the road, watched the car disappear before turning around and returning to the company building. The next day, the popularity of Peak Singer has dropped a little. However, the news of the Peak Singer finals immediately became a hot topic, and some on-site photos of the construction of the Bird's Nest stage and some information about the guest singers began to circulate online. Dragon TV has started building momentum for the finals. Since Dragon TV has invested so much money in the finals, it must maximize its profits, at least as the director said in the show. We want to make Top Singer the top and most grand competition in China and even the world. Set a record. Create an insurmountable mountain for domestic variety shows. Moreover, Dragon TV's move is obviously very ambitious. Perhaps it wants to leave a significant chapter in the history of Chinese variety shows. So Dragon TV's hype is coming in full force. Starting from the second day after the semi-finals of The Peak Singer, information about the finals quickly became a hot topic as the heat of the semi-finals had not yet cooled down. Now the whole network is discussing it. Countless people are looking forward to the arrival of the finals. Amidst the heated public opinion, Shen Jun sent into the kindergarten primary school as usual, and then took a taxi to Hanshi Company. Qin Man and Song Huaying were already waiting for him in the recording studio. It's still the same recording studio as before. Shen Jun came over with ease and just opened the door. He was stunned for a moment, because in addition to Qin Man and Song Huaying, Shen Yunqing and Teacher Shen were also in the room. In addition, there was a strange middle-aged man. Shen Jun frowned slightly and greeted Teacher Shen first. Teacher Shen, why are you here? Shen Yunqing sat on the chair and said with a smile, I heard from Manman this morning that you wrote an incredible song, so I wanted to come over and listen to it. You won't think an old woman like me is a nuisance, will you? Shen Jun quickly shook his head. Where? I welcomed the teacher to give me some guidance. After saying that, Shen Jun glared at Qin Man who was standing beside him. He had just mentioned a name last night, and it became an amazing song in Qin Man's mouth. If I can't get it out today, it will be embarrassing. Qin Man laughed helplessly, took 2 steps forward, changed the subject, and pointed at the strange middle-aged man in the room and said, This is the agent I told you about yesterday, Wei Zheng. He heard you were recording a song today, and he wanted to check it out first. Shen Jun suddenly realized something and took a serious look at the agent named Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng was a middle-aged man in his 40s, a handsome uncle. His eyes were bright and his clothes were smart. When he saw Shen Jun looking at him, Wei Zheng smiled and stretched out his hand and said, Hello, Wei Zheng. Hello, Mr. Shen. The two men shook hands briefly, and Mr. Shen had a good first impression of Wei Zheng. Song Huaying and his agent also greeted Shen Jun. Song Huaying was particularly happy and said excitedly, I'm bothering Teacher Shen again. After saying hello, Shen Jun didn't say much and went into the recording studio to start working. The lyrics and music of his wish are already in Shen Jun's mind. All Shen Jun needs to do is use the equipment to copy it. However, because there were many people watching outside, Shen Jun was worried about being mistaken for a monster, so he slowed down the pace of composing the music and occasionally tried a few more instruments, or adjust the rhythm, melody, or chords. He pretends to be very serious. Even so, Shen Jun only took about an hour to finish all the lyrics and music, getting ready to start the formal audition. Although it was clear that Shen Jun was incredibly talented, the people outside were still shocked. Song Huaying said with great emotion, I always feel that writing a song for Teacher Xiao Shen is as easy as eating. Wei Zheng, who came for the first time, was even more surprised. Is this finished? As a gold medal agent in the industry, even though Wei Zheng had a big conflict with Suyan, it was actually very easy for him to find another employer if he wanted to. After all, Suyan doesn't have the final say in the music industry. However, Wei Zheng has been away from his job for more than 2 months and there has been no movement. On the one hand, he wants to have a good rest, and on the other hand, he wants to carefully choose a new job. His selection criteria are mainly based on 2 points. First, you need to have potential. It doesn't matter how big the company is, but it must have potential. As long as there is potential, Wei Zheng is confident that he can lead people forward. This is the confidence of a gold medal agent. On the other hand, I hope there will be less dirty things happening in my company. The conflict between him and Suyan was because there were too many dirty things in the company, and in the end it even disgusted him, although he was not the kind of person who hated evil. But I am also a bit of a misophobe and I hate this kind of dirty thing. If he didn't see it or didn't encounter it, he could still pretend it didn't happen, or turn a blind eye to it, but if it happened to him, he would never tolerate it. Therefore, Wei Zhang did not want the next party to do the same, otherwise it would end up in an unhappy ending. When Qin Man found him, he already had 2 or 3 image companies in his hands and was about to go and have a chat with them, but Qin Man strongly recommended Shen Jun to him. When Wei Zhang heard that Shen Jun was planning to set up a studio and didn't have a company yet, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Are you kidding me? Although he doesn't mind the size of the company, a startup company, this seems like a joke to him no matter how you look at it. But Qin Man strongly recommended it. He also told Wei Zhang a lot about Shen Jun, saying that Shen Jun has great potential and may even reach the top position in the industry in the future. Wei Zhang was already in his 40s, and naturally he was not someone who could be fooled by a big promise, but Qin Man's words still piqued Wei Zhang's interest. Who is Qin Man? The person in charge of Hanshi Company. A well-known beautiful female president in the industry, a big shot in the industry. Even the boss of his previous company had to give him some face. But it would be strange that Wei Zhang was not interested in the person who was recommended so highly by Qin Man. So Wei Zhang searched for Shen Jun's information and data. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but he was shocked when he did. Literary world. Music scene. There are even connections in the film and television industry. First of all, the recently popular Grave Robbers Chronicles is the work of Shen Jun. This work is a bestseller across the country and its popularity has not subsided to this day. It has even broken national magazine sales records. At the same time, according to his insider information, many directors and companies in the film and television industry have set their sights on the film and television rights of Shen Jun's Grave Robbers Chronicles. I want to shoot TV dramas. In addition, Shen Jun also has a once popular Harry Potter ready to be published. Besides, Mr. Shen also has several fairy tales and traditional literature. It has even been recognized by a professor at Beijing University. It is said that Professor Tang from Beijing University is now fully committed to promoting the inheritance and learning of ancient poetry. Maybe Mr. Shen will also participate. This is just the literary world. As for the music world, Shen Jun has written a total of 4 songs so far, all of which have been on the Chinese Music Hot Songs chart, even in the top 10. Wei Zhang's main business is the music industry, and he knows too well the value of this achievement. Every song can make it to the charts. What a concept! Even famous composers may not be able to reach this level. There is no shortage of flashes of inspiration in creation. Sometimes ordinary people can suddenly burst out and create a masterpiece, but the most terrifying thing is to be able to output continuously and perform stably. And Shen Jun is obviously such a person. He is so stable. For songs, every one of them is a hit. This is when there is no company operating and no fan base. If there is a company operating in a fan base, Wei Zhang dare not imagine what kind of results these 4 songs will eventually achieve. And, besides, Mr. Shen is also very handsome. He is not inferior to an idol star at all. When he saw Shen Jun's photo for the first time, he thought Shen Jun was an idol star. I was even more astonished when I saw her in person. In his opinion, if Shen Jun makes his debut or films a movie, he will definitely attract a bunch of fans. The fact that Shen Jun's social media accounts now have tens of millions of fans is enough to prove it. After reading all the information, Wei Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. This potential is indeed huge. Wei Zhang felt a little excited, and he also learned some information about Shen Jun's situation and personality through Qin Man, and knew that Shen Jun was not a troublesome person. It can even be said that he is a person with very little to do. Her biggest hobbies are cooking, housework, and taking care of her daughter. Even Wei Zhang, as a father, feels ashamed of himself. She is a role model. So Wei Zhang was indeed moved. When Wei Zhang received a call from Qin Man last night, he heard that Mr. Shen was coming to record a song today, so he asked to come over and take a look. It's a deeper understanding. Let's see if Mr. Shen is as amazing as the information says. At present, it's really amazing. While Wei Zhang was stunned, Shen Jun in the recording studio had already finished warming up his voice, walked to the microphone, and prepared himself slightly. Shen Jun made an okay gesture to the recording teacher outside the window. The music starts. The rest of the people in the room immediately put on monitoring headphones. Especially Song Huaying and Qin Man were even a little nervous, because they both knew that this song was Song Huaying's hope of winning the championship. So they have high expectations for this song. I hope the expectations will not be disappointed. The moment the thought crossed my mind, soothing and somewhat sad piano music began to play. The reason why the song is Wish makes people feel sad, depressed, and even makes them cry when they hear it is inseparable from the rendering of the composer. For example, the chord technique in the prelude of this music uses the chord technique of minor key 6251. Splitting the first chord into ninth chords and seventh chords makes the emotions of the whole song much richer and deeper. It also adds more feelings of sadness and loss. It can instantly draw people into a sad mood. It seems that there was another song in my previous life that used the same techniques and methods, that is the world. However, the people outside didn't quite understand this professional knowledge of composition. Only Shen Yunqing opened his eyes slightly. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Shen Jun, who was immersed in his emotions with his eyes closed. Qin Man and others felt an inexplicable sadness surging over them the moment the piano sound rang out. It seems to pull people into memories and the past. Time flies. Time goes by. They stood on the long river of time. Then, Shen Jun's gentle and magnetic voice slowly rang in everyone's ears. You are the long road. Lights in the mountain fog. I am a child walking in your eyes. As soon as this extremely gentle song sounded, everyone outside felt as if their hearts were struck by lightning, and their whole bodies felt numb. The hairs all over my body trembled, and I even subconsciously stopped breathing. If the prelude just now brought them back to memories into the long river of time, then Shen Jun's singing made them see all this more realistically and clearly. It was as if a pair of hands had pushed away the layers of dust and fog of history, allowing them to cross time and come to this heavy and sad period. The emotions are more real and more overwhelming. The emotions of the song as Wish are easy to relate to. The difficult part is the singing technique. Just like what Shen Jun said before, this song is divided into 3 parts, corresponding to tracing the past, passing on the torch, and carrying forward the past and opening up the future. The emotions in each section are different. The singing techniques are also different. To express these 3 emotions clearly and perfectly is a great test of the singer's ability. Besides that, the song seems slow but the pitch is also high, especially for guys. The arrangement of Shen Jun's singing was inspired by the arrangements of Sun Nan and Li Jian in his previous lives. Even so, it is very difficult. Not to mention the countless details and techniques such as the beats, pronunciation, ending vibrato, nasal rhyme, etc. And there is an even more shocking singing test in the chorus. If your bitterness has ever surpassed my sweetness, I would like to live up to your wish. It's worth it, I'm willing to go forward bravely. Every day in this prosperous era. These high notes don't require breathing. And they were 3 sentences in a row. It would be difficult for a normal person to speak and read 3 sentences in one breath, let alone sing them with full emotions. And it was at the high notes. When emotions are escalating layer by layer, the emotions and state are already very high, but you have to keep the rhythm steady and complete it in one go. Very, very difficult. Ordinary singers simply can't do it. It would be good if they can sing half of the wonderful aspects of this song. If Shen Jun had not been consciously practicing his voice recently and regained some of the feeling from his previous life, I'm afraid Shen Jun would not be able to guarantee that he could finish the song. The song is over. Shen Jun felt a little sweaty all over, and felt hot all over. This was a side effect of the high tension of his mental strength and cells throughout the body. This song is really difficult. It is definitely a difficult song that is well known among the classic songs in the previous life. Fine, I have sung it completely. However, there are still many details that need to be refined, and it is still far from perfect. Shen Jun took off his headphones and let out a light breath. Then, while thinking about the details that needed to be adjusted, he pushed the door and walked out. He had to go out and take a breath. Singing this song took too much emotion and energy. Shen Jun was still immersed in his thoughts, but as soon as he opened the door, a burst of intense applause suddenly rang out outside. Shen Jun came back to his senses in shock, looked up, and saw that several people who were listening had all stood up excitedly and clapped their hands excitedly. Even teacher Shen stood up. In addition to their excited expressions, the eyes of several people were a little red. Song Huaying and his agent were already sobbing with tears in their eyes. Seeing Shen Jun's gaze, Song Huaying wiped away her tears a little embarrassedly and said, "Teacher Xiao Shen, you sang so well. It was so touching. I couldn't help singing." Song Huaying said while sobbing. "Yeah, wow, I don't know why I'm so touched." The agent echoed from the side, and the sobbing and talking of the two dispelled the sadness in the room, and the rest of the people in the room started laughing. Shen Jun also laughed. The song His Wish itself is very touching, and when he sang it, his mind was constantly thinking about the movies and deeds of the volunteer army that he had seen in his previous life. Therefore, the emotions incorporated into the singing are much fuller and more surging. It's not Song Huaying's fault. Everyone laughed for a while, and their emotions stabilized a little. Shen Yunqing looked at Shen Jun with some joy and satisfaction, and said slowly, "Marvelous. I was right back then." After Shen Yunqing met Shen Jun in college, he always had high expectations for Shen Jun, believing that he could bring a different impact to the music scene. "I hope I can create more excellent works, and even surpass her achievements one day in the future." This is also the reason why Shen Yunqing is so protective of Shen Jun. She originally thought that it would take a long time to realize this wish, but she didn't expect that this wish would be realized so quickly. This song has surpassed her. The others also said, "Nice." Even Wei Zheng, who had been silent all this time, nodded and said, "It sounds really nice." Qin Man let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with excitement. Thank goodness you helped me. Although Chin Man, Song Hwaying, and many people in the company hoped to continue to arrange singing with Shen Jun, they were still a little worried. After all, no music producer can guarantee that every song he produces is a masterpiece. Not to mention writing a classic song that can win the championship. Songs like this are hard to come by. So everyone is naturally a little worried, and at the same time everyone has high expectations in their hearts, and they are always worried that their expectations will not be met, so they are even more worried. But now, after listening to Shen Jun singing, the worries in Chin Man and others' hearts completely disappeared. It's settled. Even if he can't win the championship, Song Hwaying's ranking will not be too bad. And, after listening to this song, everyone felt a vague sense of ambition in their hearts. Perhaps they could also hope to win the championship? They had never thought of this before. Including when Song Hwaying was first invited to participate in The Peak Singer, the company's goal for Song Hwaying was to enter the finals. It would be enough to get a runner-up or third place in the finals. As for the champion, they really haven't thought about it. But Chin Man felt that maybe they could think about it now. The main reason was that Shen Jun's song brought them such a big surprise that when Shen Jun finished singing, their somewhat uneasy hearts suddenly calmed down. They chatted for a while, and then Chin Man, Teacher Shen, and Wei Zhang left the recording studio first. Song Hwaying's agent was also busy. Soon, only Shen Jun, Song Hwaying, and the recording teacher were left in the recording studio. There are less than 6 days left before the competition, and the song is very difficult, so Shen Jun didn't waste any time and directly called Song Hwaying into the recording studio. Then start guiding word by word. While Shen Jun was instructing Song Hwaying, the Cultural Propaganda Department of the Beijing Fire Department was reviewing the submitted songs. A total of 776 songs were submitted for this fire-themed song collection. A lot. The folders are filled with densely packed audio files. Starting from yesterday, the Ministry of Culture and Publicity began to review each song one by one. They need to first filter out some of the submitted works that are of poor quality, inconsistent in content, or involve pornographic or violent content. Then it will be handed over to professionals in the art field and fire protection leaders for secondary screening and decision-making. Looks simple, but it's actually very torturous. After all, with over 700 songs, it's quite a chore to listen to them one by one, and even those who can listen will feel dizzy. In order to ensure the safety of the works, they require some works to be listened to several times. Listening to them in turn makes one feel ecstatic. Not to mention, many of these 700+ songs were contributed by non-professionals. Because this song collection is open to the whole country, in addition to professional fields, there are also submissions from many folk music lovers and some amateurs. It cannot be said that these works are bad, it can only be said that some of them are difficult to evaluate. Since yesterday, everyone in the Culture and Publicity Department has had an expression of despair and agony on their faces. And this tough battle has just begun. They just cross-checked 1/3 of the works yesterday, and 2/3 of the works have not been reviewed yet. At the current pace, it will probably take 3 full days to complete the preliminary screening. Then we need to do another summary screening. A buzz-cut guy in the office sighed. I feel like after this event, I won't want to listen to music anymore. As the words fell, the rest of the office also smiled bitterly, and someone immediately echoed. I don't know if it's an illusion, but since last night, I've always felt like someone was singing in my ears. Even when I was sleeping, I even dreamt about someone singing. This made everyone in the office burst into laughter. They all made fun of it and complained about it. While everyone was talking and laughing, a figure walked into the office and said with a smile, "What are you laughing at? Have you finished the song?" The others saw the newcomers and shouted with laughter, "Brother Sun." The man called Brother Sun was a straight-built man in his 30s. Captain Sun quickly glanced at the crowd, patted the shoulder of the person next to him and said, "Everyone, please pay attention. This song contest is related to national fire protection publicity, and the task is very heavy." Everyone in the office shouted loudly, "Guaranteed to complete the mission." After he shouted, everyone laughed. Brother Sun shook his head helplessly, then walked into the independent office inside. Brother Sun's full name is Sun Qinghai. He is the leader of the Fire Protection Culture and Publicity Department and one of the main persons in charge of the song collection activity. After Sun Qinghai entered the office, he rubbed his eyebrows. He had just gone out to hold a meeting with leaders of various units. This fire prevention publicity task was very important. They even contacted various units to cooperate with the fire department. For example, the later filming of the promotional video was handed over to CCTV. It can be said that the higher UPS attached great importance to this publicity task. He can't let down the chain. But, Sun Qinghai sighed softly. He had listened to the songs collected during this period of time all day yesterday, but to be honest, the effect was not good. The plan for this activity was decided by the leaders above. In fact, at the beginning, Sun Qinghai planned to contact the literary and art circles and find professionals to compose the song. This is how they have been doing activities in previous years. Whenever there are official activities or tasks, they will directly contact some professionals in the literary and art circles, and find some big names or well-known artists to help complete them. Although the final product cannot be said to be amazing, at least it is guaranteed. Even if a professional does a bad job, it can't be that bad, right? And most of the time the finished product is pretty good. However, this proposal was rejected by the leader. The leader above directly said that this song collection will be open to the whole country. In the words of the leader, art comes from life, and only art that is popular with the public is good art. Moreover, the song collection can be regarded as an advance publicity. So after discussion, the leaders made a decision and began to solicit theme songs for the promotional video from across the country. Of course, Sun Qinghai did not mean that there was anything wrong with the leader's decision, but I feel that I should make some backup plans. For example, contact some professionals in the arts and cultural circles to support the event. It's not that he has no confidence in the public, but after listening all day yesterday, he was really worried that he wouldn't be able to find a good piece in the end. Wouldn't this cause delays? After thinking about it, Sun Qinghai took out his mobile phone and started contacting people. While Sun Qinghai was thinking, everyone in the office outside had already started working, and everyone was listening to music with headphones on with a serious look on their faces. Complaints are complaints. The work still needs to be completed seriously. If you are lucky enough to hear some good songs, that would be even better. Everyone in the office was thinking this. After all, no one likes to torture their ears, but you never know what the next song you click on will be like. It all depends on luck. The boy with a crew cut who spoke at first was like this, and now he clicked on the next song with a nervous look on his face. The song is called Bath of Fire. It's a very domineering name, and it's quite appropriate for the firefighting theme. I just don't know what the content is. While the song was loading, the boy with the crew cut was thinking about it, and his expectations for the song were raised a lot, but when the song was completely loaded, an extremely violent voice, starting from 0 frame, instantly reached the ears of the boy with a crew cut. The guy with a crew cut didn't have any time to react at all. Directly suffered a critical hit when the screen was opened. Fuck! The boy with a crew cut felt like his eardrums were about to be torn, and quickly took off his headphones. The music is very manic, even a little harsh, and the voices are very manic. It makes your blood boil, but it's impossible to listen to it. The lyrics are not lyrics, and the music is not music. It's just a random song. The buzzcut boy took a deep breath, feeling as if he had been hit by a critical strike. The rest of the people in the office were also attracted by the buzzcut boy's movements and quickly took off their headphones and asked, "What's wrong?" The guy with a crew cut rubbed his ears, wanting to cry but unable to. I got a critical hit. Everyone, pay attention to this song called Bath of Fire. It's kind of deadly. The rest of the people in the office smiled helplessly. Do you know how many songs in this collection are called Bath of Fire? I can't tell the difference at all. After chatting for a while, the man with a crew cut sighed, put on his headphones again and continued listening to the song. In order to ensure that the review was correct, the man with a crew cut lowered his voice and forced himself to listen to the song that had just scared him again, suppressing his discomfort. The facts prove it. It's just random writing. The buzzcut man was speechless and grumbled in a low voice. You're wasting my time. The song immediately switched to the next one, and the title of the next song quickly appeared in the eyes of the man with a crew cut. He was stunned when he saw the title of the song. He read it aloud. A Lone Hero? A somewhat strange song title. The titles of the more than 700 songs submitted are either related to fire, or words like hope, hero, etc. It does have something to do with courage, but lone courage, what does this mean? This name is a bit awkward to read. And the song title doesn't seem to fit the theme? The boy with the crew cut complained in his heart that he didn't have high expectations for the song, especially since he had just been hit by a critical hit when the screen opened, and now he felt a little panicked. The boy with a crew cut has even moved his mouse to the mute button of the player, with his fingers ready at any time. If it's the same song as the previous one, he'll just click mute. Avoid getting hit again. Everything is ready. The boy with a crew cut took a deep breath and clicked on the song called The Lone Brave Man. The song loaded for a few seconds and then loaded successfully. The Lone Warrior starts playing. The prelude begins. The boy with a crew cut frowned, because the prelude of this song didn't sound like a prelude. Other people's preludes were either soothing or intense, and the instrumental sounds were very clear. The rhythm and melody are also very clear. But the prelude of this song, I can vaguely hear a tune, but very noisy. So confusing. It's like a very noisy noise was recorded somewhere. It seems to be another amateur submission. The boy with a crew cut's brows were almost wrinkled into a shape. He took a deep breath again, moved the mouse, and prepared to click on the song. However, just as the buzzcut boy's fingers moved, a magnetic and clear male voice suddenly rang out. All. This clear sound was like a drum beat, hitting the boy with a crew cut on the heart. The boy was stunned. The movements of his hands also stopped. Then the magnetic and clear male voice continued to sound. It's brave. As the male voice sounded, the boy with the crew cut felt that the noisy background music he had just listened to suddenly became much clearer. Maybe it was an illusion. The sounds in my ears seemed to become quiet and concentrated all of a sudden. It's like what it feels like. It's like when you are swimming and put your head in the water, the whole world becomes infinitely quiet and your attention is highly focused. The whole person seems to be immersed in it in an instant. The only thing left in the boy's ears was a magnetic and clear male voice. The male voice singing is soothing, magnetic, and a little deep, and it sounds very nice. The wound on your forehead. Your difference is your fault. After hearing these simple 3 lines of lyrics, the boy with the crew cut felt his heart suddenly calm down, and all the previous restlessness, noise, and bustle were gone. No need to hide. Your worn-out doll. Your mask. The boy with the crew cut had to admit that the singing voice was really nice, the voice was very attractive, and the singing level was also very high. Like a professional singer. The low and magnetic voice, telling the story, is very catchy. The boy with the crew cut felt relieved unconsciously, but he was still a little confused and his brows were still furrowed, because it sounds good. But after listening to 2 short clips, he still didn't understand what the song was about. These lyrics, wounds, differences, dolls, masks, self, these have nothing to do with firefighting, right? Not even courage. This doesn't sound like a song written for firefighters at all. Could it be that someone submitted it without reading the requirements, or that the metaphorical imagery is too profound? The boy with a crew cut frowned. I finally heard someone sing well, and if this goes off topic, then it's really. While the boy with a crew cut was thinking about it, the melody in his ears changed slightly, and it became a little higher from the previous gentle narration. The melody is getting faster. It's also been raised. Then the boy with the crew cut heard the melody of the male voice rising slightly, and the voice became much brighter and more uplifting from the low and soothing voice just now. In the rising melody, a clear male voice sang. They said to bring light, tame every monster. Why loneliness is not glorious. Only human imperfections are worth celebrating. The melody rose for a few sentences, the rhythm slightly increased, and then returned to the narrative. The singing in his ears made the boy with a crew cut feel dazed. It was as if someone on a dark stage had asked a silent question. The buzz-cut boy had already vaguely felt what the song was trying to express, but before he could figure it out, the singing voice asked again, "Who says those covered in mud aren't heroes?" Hearing these words, the boy with the crew cut was stunned again, and his heart trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Yes. What is a hero? Does a hero necessarily exist in dazzling light? At this moment, the boy with a crew cut suddenly thought of the scenes of firefighters training and going out to put out fires. Because he is in the publicity post, the guy with the crew cut often takes pictures of the fire brigade's training and rescue. He has seen countless firefighters training under the scorching sun, carrying raging flames, and sweating profusely. He had seen countless firefighters rushing into blazing flames, even climbing up and down from houses, their bodies covered in smoke and fire. He has seen countless firefighters rushing to the front line of disasters, crawling and rolling around, digging with their hands and feet, their bodies covered in filth and dirt. After every rescue and disaster relief, almost every firefighter was extremely dirty and had no image at all. It was even unbearable to look at. But, aren't they heroes? The boy with the crew cut was getting a little excited, and just when he was lost in thought, the music in his ears gradually became louder, and the male voice also instantly became louder. The surging emotions piled up one after another, one wave higher than the other, surging in. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love the way you don't kneel. The already excited emotions of the boy with a crew cut were instantly lifted up by the song, and he became a little excited. Especially the next line of lyrics made the buzz-cut boy tremble all over, and his eyes widened instantly as if he had been electrocuted. Love your tattered clothes, but dare to gamble with fate. Tattered clothes. Every time firefighters go out into the wild, although their clothes are not burned, they become covered in mud and become extremely dirty. Aren't these just tattered clothes? And dare to gamble with your fate with a gun. Isn't this what happens every time the fire department is in danger, especially during major emergencies? For example, many times the fire is very serious and the whole building is engulfed in flames. The firefighters have no idea whether they can get out after going in. There is no certainty at all about life or death. But if there is someone in the room who needs rescue, then they will rush in without hesitation. Isn't this the gun that gambles with your fate? Countless critical scenes of disaster rescue and relief emerged in the mind of the boy with a crew cut, quickly merging and overlapping with the increasingly passionate singing in his ears. The boy with a crew cut only felt his scalp tingling and his breathing stagnated. And this is not over yet. The singing continues. The rhythm is getting faster and faster, the melody is getting more and more passionate, and the singing is progressing layer by layer. Love you for being so much like me. The gaps are all the same. No breathing. Raise your voice. The rhythm paused, and then the melody suddenly became more high-pitched and intense. The more emotionally cathartic singing voice boiled in the ears of the buzzcut boy, and his emotions were surging. Are you going? Are you worthy? Fight? Fight! With the humblest dream. The fierce and firm voice slammed heavily into the heart of the boy with a crew cut, like the roar of a huge bell. The boy even clenched his fists, his expression becoming more and more excited and excited. And just when these emotions were piled up to the highest point, at this most turbulent time, the singing continues. The climax has not ended yet, or rather, it has just begun, and the next lyrics with even more emotional overload are approaching. It instantly hit the heart of the buzzcut boy. To the whimpers and roars in the dark night. As soon as the lyrics fell, the boy with the crew cut felt all the hairs on his body tremble, and even had a spasm of excitement all over his body. In an instant, a tragic scene of firefighters fighting raging fires in the dark nights emerged in his mind. Dark night, raging fire all over the sky, and the firefighters roaring with water guns in their hands. At this moment, the images of countless days and nights overlapped perfectly with the passionate singing, causing the boy with a crew cut to fall directly into a brain orgasm. And this is not over yet. The next sentence, which made the buzzcut boy even more excited and climaxed, instantly rushed into his eardrums and hit his heart hard. Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? As soon as this line of lyrics came out, the boy with the crew cut, who was already extremely excited by the emotions, trembled all over, as if he had been electrocuted. Suddenly his eyes widened and his mouth opened. The whole person suddenly stood up from his seat. Bang! The chair under his butt was hit hard to the ground by the crew-haired boy when he stood up, making a deafening sound. The rest of the people in the office were working hard and listening to music. The loud noise scared everyone and they all took off their headphones and turned to look over. Then they saw that the boy with the crew cut had unfocused eyes and was in a tense state. His expression was full of shock and excitement. The expressions of the other people in the office changed, and they all looked at each other in fear. Someone shouted in surprise, "Xiaolin, what's wrong with you?" Xiaolin was the name of the boy with a crew cut. At this moment, everyone in the office looked at Xiaolin in surprise. Kobayashi was still wearing headphones and couldn't hear the shouts of the people around him at all. Moreover, the singing in his ears continued to ring, making Kobayashi even more immersed in the singing and the overwhelming emotions. There was no response at all. To everyone, this look was like something strange had happened. Kobayashi stood there with his eyes blank and his mouth open. Everyone looked at each other and shuddered. A bit scary. Nothing will happen, right? A colleague who was standing nearby had some worry and fear in his eyes, and reached out to take off Xiaolin's headphones. Moment. The world returns to clarity. Kobayashi also came out of his surging emotions. The abrupt end of the song and the emotion made Xiaolin stunned for a moment. Then Xiaolin slowly came back to his senses and looked around blankly at his colleagues who were looking at him in surprise. Xiaolin opened his mouth and asked hesitantly, "WH, what happened?" The colleagues all looked at each other and said in a very worried tone, "Are you okay?" Xiaolin had completely withdrawn from the singing at this time, and his emotions gradually calmed down. He frowned and said, "I'm fine." The colleagues looked at each other again, as if they had seen a ghost. "Do not you remember? You just stood up suddenly. It gave us a fright." "Yeah, and your expression was so scary just now. I thought something was wrong with you." Everyone was talking at once, mainly because Kobayashi's actions and expression just now were really a bit abnormal, which scared everyone. Hearing the noise of everyone talking, Xiaolin realized that he had stood up without knowing when. And after listening to what everyone said, Xiaolin seemed to understand something. He seemed to be too engrossed in the song just now, and was completely in a state of ecstasy, so he didn't notice what he did in excitement. It looks like he did a lot of embarrassing things. Xiaolin's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed, and his face turned red. My colleague asked worriedly, "What happened to you just now?" "Yeah, what happened? Are you really okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Hearing this, Xiaolin immediately shook his head frantically, then scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm fine. I just heard a great song. So there's some excitement." The colleagues all thought Xiaolin was sick, but they were stunned by the final answer. They exclaimed in disbelief, "Good song? What good song can make you so excited? Are you kidding?" All the colleagues said in disbelief, as they had seen Kobayashi's actions and expression just now. What kind of song can make Xiaoli so excited? His reaction was indeed a bit too big. Seeing that he couldn't explain himself clearly, Xiaolin simply unplugged the headphones from his computer and turned the volume to external speakers. No matter how much you say, it's better to let your colleagues hear it in person. After hearing this, they knew why they were so excited. Xiaolin is also quite excited now and can't wait to share this song with his colleagues. Although he hadn't finished listening to the song, based on the content of this half of the song, Xiaolin had already fallen deeply in love with it. He thought the song was so well written. The singing is also very good. It is tailor-made for firefighters, expressing their bravery, dedication, fearlessness, and other spirits vividly. And it's not that cliché. It makes people feel high-end and appropriate, and very touching. Very, very suitable. So Xiaolin can't wait to recommend this song to other colleagues. I've been listening to this for so long. It's time to listen to fairy music. After taking off the headphones, Xiaolin didn't say much. He just made a hushing gesture to ask everyone to keep quiet, and then clicked on the song to play. A noisy prelude sounded. The people in the office all frowned slightly, just like Xiaolin's initial reaction. This prelude reminded them of many unpleasant experiences, especially the torture they had suffered in the past few days, so they frowned subconsciously. But he didn't say much. The song that could make Xiaolin so excited must have something else in it. Everyone suppressed their annoyance and doubts and continued listening. Sure enough, before a few seconds had passed, a deep and clear male voice rang out. Instantly, the background music became clear. Everyone realized belatedly that the noisy prelude seemed to be deliberately designed that way. As the song gradually grew louder, a female colleague murmured, "It sounds nice. The singing is okay." Several people exchanged a few words in a low voice. At this time, the singing was still going on slowly, like a bystander telling a story. People gradually immersed themselves in the singing, stopped talking and communicating, and listened to the song seriously. Just when everyone was getting serious, the singing also changed for the first time. The melody tempo quickens, the voice rises, and it feels like it's starting to pick up. Some of my colleagues even tapped their fingers to follow the beat, and before they knew it, a section was over. The colleagues looked up and exchanged glances. It's a good song. It feels great. But, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with our topic, right? During the interlude, several colleagues exchanged their opinions, and then all looked up at Xiaolin in confusion. Xiaolin just smiled and asked everyone to continue listening. Soon, the next section will begin. This paragraph is the foreshadowing for Xiaolin to gradually reach the climax of his feelings, and it is also the part that makes Xiaolin's emotions begin to get excited. They said to bring light. Who says those covered in mud are not heroes? When they heard this line of lyrics, those who had been looking confused or frowning were all stunned. The people present were all members of the fire protection system. They dealt with firefighting every day, and they could be said to have often seen scenes and images of firefighters rescuing and saving people in disasters. It couldn't be more familiar. The moment this line of lyrics sounded, the image of a firefighter appeared in their minds. The one with his back to the fire. The one covered in mud. The figure standing in the darkness. The pupils of several people present shrank slightly, and they looked at each other, with shock in their eyes. Before they could react, even more powerful and intense melodies and rhythms came rushing in, wave after wave, layer upon layer. Love you alone. Love you. The emotional progression of several consecutive sentences pushes the mood and melody higher and higher, and then suddenly explodes at the climax. Are you going? Are you worthy? The extremely intense, even somewhat exciting and tearing sound was like a thunder that instantly tore through the dark sky and earth, making the people immersed in emotions dizzy. Then, the melody dropped slightly, but this line of lyrics was more impactful and shocking than all the previous ones. All the emotions laid out before and the layers of accumulation burst out at this moment. To the whimper and roar in the dark night. If the song Lone Hero itself can easily trigger people's emotional resonance, then it is also very appealing to people in the fire protection system and those who see firefighters every day. For those who are accustomed to the sacrifices, fearlessness, hardships, etc. of firefighters, and even for those who have experienced these situations firsthand, this song is nothing short of killer. The emotional resonance reached its peak in an instant. This is also the reason why Xiaolin was so excited, because this song really touched everyone's heart. No surprise. After hearing this, the other people in the office all showed expressions of shock, excitement and empathy on their faces. And this sentence is just the beginning. Next sentence. The song that made Xiaolin stand up excitedly suddenly sounded after the previous introduction. Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? When the song ended, everyone in the office looked stunned and trembling all over, even the eyes of several female colleagues were red. There was no other sound in the entire office except the singing. Silence. Only the singing echoes. The main song continued, but this time the pitch of the main song started higher, reducing the slow and steady preparation, while everyone's emotions had not yet calmed down. The climax comes again. The chorus's climax continued to sound, pushing everyone's emotions up again, and the melody and rhythm of the whole song are still speeding up, still rising. The emotions are becoming more and more intense. The climax came for the third time, surging and extremely exciting. It's like a mountain. After 3 progressions and rises in the melody, everyone's emotions are pushed to the highest peak in the last section. Everyone's emotions also reached their peak at this moment. Everyone's expressions were excited, some even had red faces, and some even had tears in their eyes. Everyone even held their breath, as if someone had grabbed their necks and made it impossible for them to breathe. Then, at the peak of the melody and the most surging emotions, the last sentence of the song fell with a loud bang, as if jumping down from the top of a mountain, slowly coming to an end, with unspeakable tragic grandeur and lonely bravery. And when the last line of the song fell, the originally lively and intense music became silent. The world seemed to be silent at this moment. It was as if on this silent stage, in this silent world, a tragic and lonely figure stood under the light and shadow, asking that deafening question: who says only those who stand in the light are heroes? After the song ended, there was silence in the office for a long time. Everyone stood there in a daze, their expressions still immersed in the crazy emotional resonance just now, unable to extricate themselves. He looked shocked and trembling all over. Some of their eyes even turned red, and some female colleagues even had tears in their eyes. Everyone just felt that their emotions were still churning violently at this moment, and they could not calm down at all. Some people even breathed a little faster. His face turned red. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Xiaolin had such a big reaction just now. It's not Xiaolin's problem, but this song. It's amazing. Pa pa pa. A burst of violent applause interrupted everyone's emotions, barely pulling everyone out of their turbulent emotions and allowing everyone to barely come back to their senses. Sun Qinghai walked into the office while applauding. At this moment, Sun Qinghai's expression was equally shocked and excited, and the appreciation and admiration in his eyes could not be suppressed. He was originally in the office contacting people in the arts and cultural circles, hoping to provide some support for the event. Don't be embarrassed when you can't find a suitable song. After all, yesterday's screening made him feel really unsure. Although he has connections with the literary and art circles and often cooperates with them, asking someone to back him up is like owing a favor to them, and this kind of work is not easy to do. If it wasn't for the emergency, Sun Qinghai wouldn't want to ask anyone for help. Just when he was chatting with someone and talking about this and that to build a closer relationship, a deafening bang suddenly came from the big office outside. The sound can be heard even with headphones, not to mention that he is not wearing headphones. Sun Qinghai was startled at the time and thought something had happened outside. He quickly ended the call and got up to go out and take a look. A piece of music slowly started playing in the office. The music didn't sound very good at first, but Sun Qinghai took 2 steps and suddenly stopped, because he found that the song was getting better and better. And it feels more and more. Sun Qinghai was even a little immersed in it, frowned, and stopped, thinking of listening first. The result was unexpected. Listen to this. I listened to the end. He was also infected by the emotion of the song and couldn't extricate himself for a long time. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he immediately walked forward excitedly. He heard the content of the song clearly. It was describing the firefighters and their spirit and actions in times of crisis. Only it's not that cliché. More novel. This song is obviously the product of a solicitation activity. How could Sun Qinghai remain calm? He was worried that he would not have a good work to present to the public, but now he has this song. Not only can he hand in the work, Sun Qinghai even feels that he can end the review early. He couldn't think of any other song that could be more exciting and beautiful than this one. He has been in this industry for so many years and has heard all kinds of songs, even many masterpieces by famous artists. But those works can only be called masterpieces. There is absolutely no way to compare this song with others. Not to mention anything else, just look at the emotional resonance and uplifting mood this song brings to people. It's enough to say it's a classic. This time the theme song is a sure thing. In 3 days, the Culture and Publicity Department finally reviewed all the songs submitted for the fire-themed solicitation activity. Finally, several excellent works were selected. It was submitted to leaders and some professionals in the literary and art circles for comments and final review, and The Lone Hero, which was unanimously praised by the propaganda department, was naturally among them. The work that passed the final review was The Lone Brave Man. Compared to other entries, The Lone Brave is perfect in terms of its concept, the excellence of the song, and the singer's singing level. When compared with other works, it really stands out from the crowd. After hearing this, several leaders had tears in their eyes and were unable to extricate themselves from the memories. However, some accidents happened during this period. During the review, most people chose the song The Lone Hero, but some people raised doubts, thinking that the song was a bit too popular. Some people believe that fire safety propaganda, which is important and positive, cannot use works that are too popular or too superficial. The Lone Warrior is nice to listen to, but it's too popular. Will this damage the image of the fire department? They hope to choose songs that are well behaved, whether it is the lyrics, music, or singing. The best is the 8-part essay. This matter caused quite a bit of discussion at the time, but fortunately it was finally decided by the main leader. The main leader said, "Popularize it. Our propaganda is to let more people know about fire protection knowledge. The more popular it is, the better." So it was settled. The theme song of the fire-themed promotional video will be The Lone Hero. Mr. Shen was instructing Song Huaying in singing practice at the time, so he was not surprised when he received the call from the fire department. After all, this song has proven its success in the previous life, so it is reasonable and not surprising that it was chosen. Shen Jun has communicated with the fire department, and they need him to come to Beijing before the end of this month. When the time comes to sign the contract, Shen Jun will also be required to appear on camera and shoot some MV-like shots, which may be needed for the promotional video. Mr. Shen still needed this song to help him establish his reputation, so he naturally nodded in agreement. After finishing this, Shen Jun continued to concentrate on guiding Song Huaying to practice singing. The song is Wish is very difficult both in terms of emotion and technique. Even a talented singer like Song Huaying would find it difficult to master it easily. Moreover, Song Huaying wanted to win the championship with this song, so he naturally strived for perfection and tried to achieve the most perfect effect, so he kept asking Shen Jun to practice singing. The results are remarkable. Song Huaying's mastery of songs is getting better and better. After 2 or 3 days of peace and tranquility, a wave of public opinion suddenly arose on the internet. The public opinion had nothing to do with Shen Jun, but with Lin Jia. There has been no news about Lin Jia since he joined Jiangnan TV. He must be busy working on a new show. However, when Lin Jia was quietly working on his big things, public opinion on the internet began to stir up. At first, it was because the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Was delayed in airing, which made many fans increasingly anxious, so the entire network began to urge for updates or inquire about the situation. Instead of receiving an official response to the inquiry, I received revelations from other netizens. Some netizens suddenly broke the news that Lin Jia, the director of the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Joined Jiangnan TV some time ago. A photo of Lin Jia at Jiangnan TV was also released. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a huge public outcry among the fans of Dad, like a bomb exploding, shocking everyone. Although only one episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Has been aired, the number of views is very high. Now the number of views on the entire network has even exceeded 100 million. Many people have watched this show to some extent. You should know that this program is known as the variety show with the greatest hope of catching up with Top Singer and has the potential to become a phenomenal program. Although the number of fans of the show Dad is not as large as that of Top Singer, the fan base is also not small, far exceeding the fans of ordinary shows. For example, Shen Jun and an An's account has tens of millions of fans. These fans were eagerly waiting for the second episode to be broadcast, but after waiting for a long time, they found out that the program was delayed. Then the director changed jobs? The director has jumped ship, so what are they still watching? Many people have even begun to speculate whether the show will be suspended. Even if it is not suspended, can the show reach its previous level with a new director? Do you still have the same feeling as before? Countless questions immediately made many fans excited, and many fans rushed to the official account of the Dad program team to question, or ask the official to invite the director back. Many fans even rushed to the official website of Hunan Satellite TV to question it. The matter became more and more serious, and even became a hot topic. People were worried about whether the show would be suspended, and were speculating about the reason why director Lin Jia changed jobs. Although Lin Jia did not appear on the show, he made such a phenomenal variety show popular, so naturally everyone dug out his information. Outstanding graduates. After graduation, he joined Hunan TV station. He has hosted many variety shows and TV shows in succession. Now it has created a phenomenal variety show second only to Top Singer, and he's not even 30 yet. Young and promising is almost synonymous with Lin Jia. Such a person has great potential and talent no matter how you look at it. Hunan Satellite TV should focus on attracting him. Moreover, Lin Jia just created the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? This is only the first episode, and it will definitely become more and more popular in the future, and it may even surpass Top Singer. Why did Lin Jia give up his base and suddenly jump to Jiangnan TV? All the doubts have led to numerous conspiracy theories. Many people speculated that Lin Jia was squeezed out of the Hunan TV station, and some even speculated that Jiangnan TV paid a large sum of money to poach Lin Jia. Anyway,